Chapter 153, Yi Yun's Weapon. Chapter 153, Yi Yun's Weapon. Yan Menglong let him choose two weapons. It would not make sense for them to be the same weapon type. Yi Yun had decided to choose a long-range and short-range weapon. Long-range weapons were bows, crossbows, stealth weapons, spears or battle axes. Among the long-range weapons in the Divine Capital's armory, there were the greatest number of crossbows present. To an army, stealth weapons were not suitable. As for spears and battle axes, they were only used in tribes. These weapons were too heavy, and only suited for hunting. It would be tough to carry these weapons over long distances. A person's carrying limit was about 10 spears or 10 battle axes. Yi Yun tried each one to get a feeling. Suddenly Yi Yun felt something special when he touched a bow. The feeling was not obvious and was difficult to explain, but it existed like an inseparable link. Bow. For my first weapon, I'll choose a bow. Oh, you are choosing a bow? Yan Menglong's eyes lit up. In the army, there are 18 martial skills, and the bow is first. Among the 18 skills, bow is first, crossbow second, spear third, saber fourth, sword fifth, polearm sixth, all the way to bare fighting fists at 18. In the 18 martial skills, the bow is first, and bare fighting last. Bare fighting was to fight barehanded. A warrior would not always have their weapon beside them, for instance having their weapon shatter is a likely event. Hence, fighting barehanded is also extremely important. Hence as the last entry among the 18 martial skills, it was leaving the best for last. The bow was ranked the king among the 18 martial skills because it was the king among long-range weapons. It was extremely important between two armies. To a low-level warrior, a crossbow would be easier to operate and learn. But a crossbow relies on mechanical power, so the power from it depends on the crossbow's own body. But a bow fully depended on a warrior's arm strength. Thus from ancient times, generals and human lords all used bows. The best weapon for obtaining the head of a rival army was the bow. A speed of a bow was not something a crossbow could compete with. It was faster by at least 4 to 5 times. When a human expert pulls 1,000 cauldron bow, they can collapse a city wall with their continuous shots. Seeing Yan Menglong acknowledge his choice, Yi Yun immediately took down a red battle bow. He pulled the bow and stretched it to the utmost. Compared to his agility, Yi Yun's arm strength was not as monstrous, but he was still far stronger than a warrior at the same level. After all, Yi Yun had reached the tempered body, dragon pulse state. When he stretched open the red battle bow, Yi Yun's joints sounded out like rustling of frying beans. Yan Menglong stroked his chin and nodded slightly. Not bad, this is the sequoia bow made by the Sioux family in the Jin state. Black iron was forged 1,000 times into the bow. A typical early-stage purple blood warrior can hardly pull the bow open. Only a peak purple blood warrior could pull this bow and shoot continuously. This bow can easily pierce through a near-horned beast. Yi Yun shook his head and placed down the sequoia bow. Oh? You find it too light? Yan Menglong smiled at Yi Yun. Yi Yun nodded. It's not bad now, but my strength grows rapidly. This bow will outlive its use very soon. For a peak purple blood warrior to be able to string the bow made it unchallenging for Yi Yun. Ah, good. Follow me. Yan Menglong said and brought Yi Yun around a large stone pillar. He retrieved a bow from behind the pillar. Try this one. Yan Menglong threw a black iron bow over to Yi Yun. He looked meaningfully at Yi Yun, as if he wanted to test him. Yi Yun caught the bow and immediately felt his arms sink. Such a heavy bow. Yi Yun was shocked. This bow was difficult for an ordinary warrior to lift, let alone stringing it to shoot arrows. Yi Yun used his strength to pull. The bow gave a dull sound as he only managed to pull it open by a tiny amount. Yi Yun raised his eyebrow. It sure was hard. With his strength of being able to pull hundreds of thousands of pounds of beast meat, he could not open up this bow. Even a peak purple blood warrior might not be able to use this black iron bow. How is it? Do you think it's enough for you? Yi Yun went into deep thought for a while. He closed his eyes and felt the bow's energy and the tremors when he pulled the bow. After that, Yi Yun shook his head. Oh? Yan Menglong frowned slightly. You can only pull open this bow by a tiny amount, and you still think it's not enough? You do know that pulling the initial way just uses a tiny amount of strength. When you reach the end, you will need even more strength. This bow is enough for you in the purple blood realm, and you are not satisfied? Yi Yun thought for a while and considered his choice of words. The strength needed is enough, but, when I held the bow, it was lacking a compatibility. It was like there a lacking spiritual connection. Yi Yun's voice was hesitant, as he described with uncertainty, the mysterious feelings he had when pulling the bow. Although there was a weak compatible feeling when he touched the sequoia bough, it still existed. But when it came to the black iron bow, it only felt cold to Yi Yun. Oh? Yen Menglong looked with Yi Yun with surprise. You actually have that feeling? Compatibility? Yes, Yi Yun nodded. Yen Menglong took the black iron bow from Yi Yun and casually pulled it. The black iron bow gave off a dull sound before it was pulled fully open. Yen Menglong released. Pang! A loud ring came from the bow as it quivered. It was like the surrounding air had been pulled along by this great strength and giving off violent tremors. Yi Yun looked with hidden surprise. He was curious about Yen Menglong's arm strength. Kid, you sure have some insight. This black iron bow may be heavy, but its value is much lower than the sequoia bow you saw earlier. The sequoia bow was made specially by a blacksmith refiner. But this black iron bow was only made by a high-class blacksmith. The black iron bow is hard only because of its material. Looks like. Among the long-range weapons, you have some natural sensitivity with bows. Not bad. Yen Menglong hesitated for a moment before saying, fine. Since then, I'll show you that bow. Saying that, Yen Menglong brought Yi Yun deep into the armory. In the deepest parts of the armory, after going around a stone pillar, Yi Yun saw a door made of stone. Seeing this stone door made Yi Yun excited as he was full of anticipation. In the Divine Capital Armory, this bow was still kept separately in a secret chamber, which meant it was extraordinary. Yen Menglong took out a key and opened the stone door. Yi Yun followed him into a stone chamber. On the stone wall, there was a black long bow. By the two ends of the bow, there were bayonets. The moment Yi Yun saw this battle bow, his eyes lit up. He could feel an aura contained within like it was restraining some absolute power. Tai Tsong Bow. It was made by a bow-making grandmaster that came from the Tsong state's reclusive aristocratic family, the Zhang family. The Zhang family is an aristocratic bow and arrow family. The word, Zhang, has the meaning of bow within it. It is also used to describe the number of bows, such as 1 zhang of bow, 2 zhang of bows. Try it. Hearing Yen Menglong's introduction, Yi Yun had a great feeling of excitement. He jumped forward and took the bow off the wall. The first thought that came to Yi Yun's mind was heavy. This Tai Tsong bow's body was not thicker than a thumbnail, but it was much more heavier than the black iron bow. The Tai Tsong bow was made entirely of metal. But holding the Tai Tsong bow, Yi Yun found that compatibility again. In fact, it was more than 10 times stronger than the feeling when he held the sequoia bow. Immediately, Yi Yun fell in love with the bow. Yen Menglong said, the Tai Tsong bow's body is made of Tai Tsong metal. Tai Tsong metal essence is a family secret of the Zhang family. This metal is forged using the finest divine black iron, making the divine black metal have incredible flexibility. A shake of metal pole made from Tai Tsong metal the width of a thumbnail can create tremors that can blast a person into pieces. And not only that, this Tai Tsong metal essence allows you to inject Yuan Qi into it. The hardness and toughness of the Tai Tsong metal essence will increase a result. The more Yuan Qi you inject into it, the harder it becomes, making it harder to pull. Its strength increases too. Not even for me, when using this Tai Tsong bow, there is no limit to how much strength you can put into it. There is no fear that your strength can exceed the bow's limits. As long as it's the Zhang family's Tai Tsong bow, if you can inject an entire ocean's worth of Yuan Qi into it, you can really shoot down the sun and the stars, piercing the sky. With Yen Menglong's description, it made Yi Yun's blood boil. This was indeed a great bow. Look at the two ends of the Tai Tsong bow. There are wrought iron blades mounted on the Tai Tsong metal essence and with a swish can break any ordinary sword. The bow tip is made from black-boned giant rhinoceros horns. As for the bow string, it is made from an unknown number of processes. The Tsong state's Zhang family obtained the ribs of a giant python desolate beasts and twisted them into the bow's string. It was then soaked into a mixture brewed from shark skin for 18 years before completion. Yen Menglong's description and the gaze he gave to Yi Yun conveyed a message. To give you this bow would be too good for a kid like you. But even without Yen Menglong's description, Yi Yun could tell the strong feelings the bow gave to him. How could an ordinary item be placed in a stone chamber by itself? It was probably the most precious weapon within the Divine Capital Armory. Kid, try pulling it. Don't inject any Yuan Qi, or you will definitely not be able to pull it open. Just use your body strength. I'll warn you, if you can't even pull it past the halfway mark, you are to play no tricks and put this bow back. As Yen Menglong said, he was pinching his stubble. It was clear that he felt pain in his heart to give such a bow to Yi Yun. Yi Yun could no longer wait. He immediately took a deep breath and with qi rushing into his dantian, and in a horse riding stance, he used his waist as an arm and pumped all his muscles. Open! Yi Yun roared. His joints issued a kakaka sound as the Tai Tsung Bao slowly bent, from a 0% to a 50%, as he approached 100%. Yi Yun had managed to use his own body's strength to pull the Tai Tsung Bao to the 3/4 mark. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, The Second Choice. Chapter 154, The Second Choice. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Tempered body, Dragon Pulse. Together with the training from the flowing mercury gown, you are constantly overcoming its binding strength. So your strength is pretty good. Yen Menglong stroked his chin and nodded. Having given you such a good bow, don't disappoint me. With this bow, be it out training or to achieving accomplishments in the future, there will be a form of assurance. Thank you, General. Yi Yun gave his heartfelt thanks. He knew he had revealed enough, resulting in Yen Menglong to show such commitment to nurturing him. With the Tai Tsung Bao slung around his back, Yi Yun took the quiver. It was filled with wind-chasing arrows that were specially made for the Tai Tsung Bao. They were made out of frost metal and their fletchings were made from the feathers of a primordial lineage monster bird. Such arrows could not change directions even with a Yuan Qi outburst from an opponent. They were top-grade arrows. Such expensive arrows would be a waste to shoot out. Strong bowmen could attach some Yuan Qi to the arrow's shaft, retrieving it after shooting it. After choosing the arrows and bao was the melee weapon. Yi Yun looked through the entire Divine Capital Armory and he touched every weapon to decide on his selection. This time, Yen Menglong did not say a thing and let Yi Yun choose by himself. Yi Yun was unhurried. After 2 hours, he finally stood in front of a large rock. There was a saber embedded in this large rock. Although it was a saber, it looked like a spear. This saber was 6 feet in length. Its handle was 1 foot 2 inches, resulting in a total length of 7 feet 2 inches. It was almost equivalent to the height of an adult male and was much taller than Yi Yun. There were silver-gray lines on the long saber's blade that looked like beautiful cracked ice on a lake in winter. Although the saber was extremely long, it was only 2 inches wide. The blade's curvature was extremely mild. Together with its length, it made the saber almost straight, and it also felt like a sword. It was like a saber and a sword at the same time. It could be used as a saber and it could also be used as a spear. This saber's exaggerated look reminded Yi Yun of katanas or miadeos he had seen before. The word miao had nothing to do with addressing citizens but described the miaodao's narrow blade in length, which looked like a sprouted plant. Of course, compared to the miaodao, katanas or samurai swords, they were much shorter than the saber Yi Yun saw. The longer the blade was, the stronger each cleave could deliver. And the narrower the blade, the faster the saber was. With those 2 points, a blade master's saber tends to be long and narrow. But the narrower and longer a saber was, the easier it was to break. It could be broken by an opponent's weapon, broken with Yuan Qi, or even broken by bones. Katanas and samurai swords were considered long, but they were not made too long for fear of breaking in battle. In this alternate world, the blade crafting masters could push the narrowness and length to the fullest. This was because they had absolute confidence in the sabers they created. It was a real horse-chopping saber. A saber was given the name horse-chopping because of its length, which allows it to split a horse into 2. And the saber Yi Yun chose could completely split a horse vertically. He could split an opponent and his horse from head to toe. This is it. Yi Yun grabbed the saber's shaft with both hands and pulled out the saber. When the blade separated from the stone, its blade gave off a low hum of metal and a surging cold chill. It was like a dragon breaking out of its restraints, giving off an extended roar. A good saber. Yi Yun's eyes lit up and used the saber to demonstrate 9 mysterious swords of heaven. Although it was a saber, it was not much different from a sword, hence it suited the 9 mysterious swords of heaven. In an instant, Yi Yun was covered with flashes of light like a snowstorm. The blade winds generated by Yi Yun left tiny scratches on the walls and ground. Enough, stop messing around. Yen Menglong stopped Yi Yun grumpily. The 1,000 army saber. Kid, you sure have thieving eyes. This 1,000 army saber was also made by a master. Although it was worth less than the Tai Tsung Bao, it was also one of the best weapons in the Divine Capital Armory. The 1,000 army saber was made of ice frost metal. On the ice frost metal, there were pretty lines, which looked like a cracked ice surface. These lines were not there originally but left there from the arduous forging process. The ice frost metal had a natural coldness to it. As the material of a saber, immersing the saber into a pond during summer would freeze it. Using it to cut through other people's weapons was as easy as cutting through the mud. Other than normal weapons, even Yi Yun's Yanqi saber would not last more than a few strikes against the 1,000 army saber before breaking. Tai Tsung Bao. Wind-chasing arrows. 1,000 army saber. Kid, you sure got a windfall. Yan Menglong heartached from Yi Yun's choice of the Taitsong Bao and the 1,000 army saber. Compared to those two weapons, the two inferior-grade desolate bone relics had a much lower value. Kid, you aren't even as tall as the saber and you already took away my 1,000 army saber. Yan Menglong's face looked pissed. The 1,000 army saber was not much shorter than Yan Menglong, let alone Yi Yun. Thank you for the general's generosity. Yi Yun said it from the bottom of his heart. He knew that although Yan Menglong hated to part with it verbally, he still had the intentions to give Yi Yun both the Taitsong Bao and the 1,000 army saber. After all, Yan Menglong was the who purposely brought Yi Yun to choose the Taitsong Bao. With the weapons chosen, the desolate bone relics are not a problem. Following that, there's still your land. F***K, I'm seriously bleeding today. Yan Menglong swore as he spoke. After affirming Yi Yun, he was more relaxed, and no longer gave off a high and mighty feeling. Yi Yun sheepishly scratched his head saying, I came to the Central Plains with only a few dozen followers. I wouldn't need a large piece of land. A small one would do. In the Taya Divine Kingdom, the monarch had absolute control over a vast piece of land. Below him, there were 108 states that were distributed. Each state was controlled by a duke. A duke would then split the land further to generals and other state ministers of the vassal state. The general would then distribute it among the 1,000 households and kingdom knights. Yi Yun was the lowest of the nobles, so his land came from Yan Menglong. Yan Menglong patted Yi Yun's shoulders and said, You will soar in the future. Soon, you will be taking some land from the divine capital, and when that happens, this land will come back into my hands. So, I'll give you a good piece of land. It will make you look good in front of your people and your sister. Yan Menglong had been very attentive about Yi Yun. He knew Yi Yun was very close to his sister Jiang Xiaro. He took out an animal skin map from his interspatial ring and circled the land to be given to Yi Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, Soft Cloud Mountain Manor. Chapter 155, Soft Cloud Mountain Manor. 2 hours later, Yi Yun took Jiang Xiaro, Zhou Xiaoke, and the other followers to his land under the Jin Longwei's guidance. With the divine capital as a city, it was under the Duke of the Jing state, and it was his own territory. As for the other nobles' territory, they were outside the city. Yi Yun's land was about 100 miles away from the divine capital, which was an extremely good location. Upon reaching the land, the people of the Lian tribal clan were amazed. Yi Yun's land was not some barren land. There was even a house within his land. To be specific, it was a manor. Although the courtyard, being a mile in circumference, didn't sound big, it looked spectacular. The houses were close together in a row, and there were pavilions, rockeries, and ponds. It resembled the gardens of Jiangnan. Such a large manor could hold a few thousand people. Yi Yun knew that in the mortal kingdom palaces, they were a few miles in radius. They could hold thousands of houses and even 10,000 houses. Eunuchs had to ride a horse just to light up the rooms. Although a kingdom knight was the lowest of all nobles, in the Taya Divine Kingdom, it is still extremely good. Yi Yun sighed. The Taya Divine Kingdom's territory was so vast that it was difficult to measure. So for the normal nobles, they were all given land, but the nobility rank was not hereditary in the Taya Divine Kingdom. Wealth could be inherited but not the title. Without the title, one did not have the land. If the next generation was useless, they would have to quickly give up the land. Hence, the sons of the nobility would often work hard on cultivation. They actually were more stressed than normal people. After all, after being used to a pampered and decent life, to not be able to maintain it was not only a loss of material goods, but a psychological pain of humiliation. The main entrance to the manor could allow 4 to 5 wagons to travel side by side. There was a red lacquer door and it had ingots, the size of a fist, on it. There were 2 large stone lions by the door, and beside the stone lions, there was a flying fish stone sculpture. Yi Yun led the people into the manor. There were lines of red brick walls and glazed tiles. The manor was surrounded by thick century-old trees. There were many pavilions, magnificent buildings, and a wide practice ground. There was also an emerald green pond. These images were too much for the eye to feast on. The Lian tribal clan people were all stunned. They had never heard of such a manor, let alone seen one. In the cloud wilderness, they all lived in cottages and the walls were made of mud. The best ones built their houses out of stone, which was a great luxury. And Yi Yun's manor was built with fine cement bricks through an arduous process. The resulting bricks were strong and even smooth to the touch. The wood used to make the house was good aged pine. As for materials like snow fur and golden lion's nanmu, Yun's rank was still insufficient. It was not that he could not afford it, but his rank was not high enough. The Lian tribal clan did not know the costs of the houses. If they knew, their jaws would have dropped off. This was the world of warriors. The materials used by mortals to build houses may sound precious, but compared to the treasures used by the warriors, it was nothing. Either of Yun's two weapons, the Tai Tsang Bao and the Thousand Army Saber, was worth more than the entire manor. At that instant, the people who were unacquainted with the world grew excited from everything that was new around them. They wanted to touch and to look, but they were afraid they would break something. So big, so pretty. Seeing the scenery, Zhou Xiaoke was full of joy. She could no longer resist the crystal-clear pond. She rolled up her trousers, took off her shoes and jumped into the pond to play. Her pair of tiny feet gleamed, which dazzled others. She chased after the butterflies in the garden, and played with the koi in the ponds. She had a great time playing by herself. The other Lian tribal clan's children were envious seeing Zhou Xiaoke play like this. Yun had brought many children during this migration as the children were most innocent. They had simple minds. It was easy for them to become loyal. Actually, Yun did not care about loyalty, all he wanted was for them to not have wicked hearts that harmed people. On the road to the Central Plains, these children had been exhorted by their parents that, upon arriving in Yun's house, the boys were to become manservants, and the girls to become servant girls. They had to understand the rules and not do anything they wished like they did in the tribe. According to the rules of the Taiya Divine Kingdom, they had entered the Kingdom Knight's territory. Their title was seeking refuge from the master. Besides Yun and his sister, Zhang Xiao, all of them, including Zhou Xiaoke, were slaves. So now, they were all reserved, and did not dare to enjoy playing like Zhou Xiaoke. But, having chosen these people specially, he did not treat them as slaves. Before leaving the Cloud Wilderness, Yun had did a character test on everyone he took away. Those that had questionable characters, plundering by cajolery and coercion, or bullies were left behind in the vast wilderness. They were given some meat and left to run their own course. This was to prevent the bad people from mixing in. Some people were innately bad. They wouldn't show gratitude just because they were taken out of the vast wilderness. When Yun was around, they would be servile, but once Yun left, it was hard to tell. Yun was joining the Jin Long Wei and was destined to train and fight in wars. It would be normal for him not to be at home for several years. If there were wicked people within his home, then they could betray him, erode the benefits of the manor and create all sorts of trouble. They could even do something to Zhou Xiaoke and Zhang Xiao. It was something Yun did not wish to think about. Hence, Yun did not bring more than 100 people from the Lian tribal clan out of the vast wilderness. Yun said, in the future, just treat this manor as the Lian tribal clan. This is our new village. It's just a prettier village. Go ahead and play, there are no restrictions. Yun said casually. The children were initially scared, but Yun smiled and chose a few children he was familiar with and let them lead the other children to play. Initially, they were all timid, but slowly they opened up and played happily. They chased each other across corridors, played hide and seek in the rockery and splashed water in the ponds. The water droplets that splashed up in the air were like pearls in the sun. To the children of the vast wilderness, everything related to this manor was fresh. It made them excited and fond of it. Seeing the children's innocent smiles, even the adults had big smiles of satisfaction. Yun was pleased too. He was glad he had brought happiness to these good, honest people. In the future, this manor shall be called the Soft Clouds, Ro Yun, Mountain Manor. Zhang Xiao was shocked when she heard Yun said it as she turned to face Yun. Facing the setting sun, Zhang Xiao's face suffused a reddish glow. Soft Clouds Mountain Manor sounds very good. Of course she knew that Soft Cloud Mountain Manor were parts of her and Yun's name combined together. In the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor, there were clouds in mountain. The clouds were soft and the mountains were green. It was an artistic concept that gave limitless fanciful thoughts. The manor, in addition to the houses, had several thousands of acres of fertile fields. Not only did these fields grow crops, they also grew mulberry and tea leaves. Beside the fertile fields, there was a large river. Its water entered the fish ponds, and the water could be used for irrigation and fish farming. Not far off, there were beast pens and horse stables. They could be used to feed the owner's mount and also raise livestock and poultry. Without any exaggeration, with some salt and metal, this manor could be cut off from the external world and still continue on. All the necessities of life were self-sufficient. Yun let Zhang Xiao preside over the distribution of the land. Based on the size of the population, each person were given about a dozen acres. 100 people was probably the optimum number of people that could live in Yun's land. The people Yi Yun had brought from the Lian tribal clan were now tenants of Yi Yun. Initially, Yi Yun wanted to take a few percentage of their harvests, but Yi Yun was not going to be limited to this area. Neither did he want to pursue the food that these people survived on. As such, he decided not to take a cut, and all the crop production belonged to the tenants themselves. Because of this, the Lian tribal clan people were extremely indebted to Yi Yun. Where could someone find such a landlord? Back in the Lian tribal clan, a large portion of the fruits of their labor were given up. Every month, they would receive only a tiny amount of food from the Lian tribal clan's headquarters. And back then, the land belonged to the tribe as a whole. But now in the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor, it was all Yi Yun's. Yi Yun had given them fields rent-free and provided them with clothing and shelter. Such a master made them willing to die for him. When the lands were distributed, the people's mood was indescribable. They had never seen such broad and fertile land in the vast wilderness. Some old farmers who have been farming for their entire lives burst into tears as they knelt down to kiss the ground. To farmers, the land was life. They had deep feelings for the land that ordinary people could not understand. To have land and food to eat, it was the greatest gift. As Yi Yun's sister, Jiang Xiora was the mistress of the manor. The large fields, with 100 people, had to be managed properly. Who was to rear fish and who was to man the fields were planned. The finances had to be put into order and the family rules had to be complete. Yi Yun had to cultivate and had no time for it. Hence, this responsibility fell on Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao had wisdom that was completely inconsistent with her age. Yi Yun got a few housekeepers from the city to teach Jiang Xiao for a few days, and before long, Jiang Xiao had already managed to put the manor in good order. This made Yi Yun rejoice. He had came to this alternate world and gained a sister who cared and took care of him, helping him share the burden. After Yi Yun settled his house matters, he returned to the divine capital and entered the Jin Longwei camp. Yi Yun was not someone who would stay in his house, he had to carry on his military career. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, Divine Wilderness Campground. Chapter 156, Divine Wilderness Campground. Early in the morning, just as the rooster made its morning call, the Jin Longwei's recruits gathered in the square. Yi Yun was also living in the military barracks. But as a kingdom knight, he got his own dormitory and it was in good condition. Yan Menglong stood in the middle of the square inspecting the new recruit warriors. Today is the first day you become a soldier. From today, you will receive tough training ranging from 1 to 6 years. Many of the Taiya Divine Kingdom's Jin Longwei would reach the late stages of the Purple Blood realm, and even more would exceed Purple Blood when they retire. A late-stage Purple Blood warrior had a lifespan of more than 150 years, and could stay in their prime to a late age. A Jin Longwei could serve for a long time, hence taking 5 to 6 years of training was nothing much. All of you will be divided into 3 batches to undergo special training. The 3 batches are: the third batch is to stay in the Divine Capital's campgrounds. You will be trained in the Divine Capital. After completing your training, you will become Taiya Divine Kingdom's normal soldiers. If you have any meritorious services, you can be upgraded to an elite. Some feats might even make you a kingdom knight. Everything will depend on yourselves. The second batch is the Zhong State campgrounds. The Zhong State is the biggest state in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. And it is where the Imperial City is in. Hence, it is controlled by the Imperial Divine Majesty himself. To enter the Zhong State for training is of utmost glory. Those who undergo special training in the Zhong State would become Jin Longwei elites upon completion. If there are any meritorious services, they will be made kingdom knights. As for the last batch, the Divine Wilderness Campgrounds, qualified personnels are selected by the military division. They can voluntarily decide to go or not. The training grounds will be in the Divine Wilderness Ground. There is no shortage of danger in the Divine Wilderness Grounds, and a place full of death. One has to be prepared to die any time within the Divine Wilderness Grounds. The Divine Wilderness Campground is also known as the Death Camp, or the Death Gantry. There is a 15% mortality rate there, and a 5% chance of disability. Together, it's 20%. Those who train there are the elites among elites. If you aren't careful, you will be doomed eternally. But if you were to complete your training, you will become an elite soldier of the Divine Kingdom. You can even become a human lord in the future. The Divine Wilderness Campground is the Taiya Divine Kingdom's goalpost. If you can jump across it, you will have eternal glory, but if you fall through it, you will smash to smithereens. While saying those words, his focus shifted onto Yi Yun and Song Zijuan. Only Yi Yun and Song Zijuan, within the entire Divine Capital were, qualified to enter the Divine Wilderness campgrounds. As for them to go or not, it was up to them. Divine Wilderness, Yun muttered to himself. He had learned more about the Taya Divine Kingdom in the recent days. The Divine Wilderness did not belong to the Taya Divine Kingdom. In fact, the Divine Wilderness did not belong to any country. Its dimensions were unknown. Its area was more than 10 times bigger than the vast Taya Divine Kingdom. To use one word to describe it, it would be endless. Deep in the Divine Wilderness lurked real prehistoric giant beasts that had primordial blood. These divine beasts were equivalent to human sages, and might even be comparable to a legendary great emperors. The Divine Wilderness was without end. The Taya Divine Kingdom had only explored a small area of the Divine Wilderness. Due to the many uncontrollable factors of the Divine Wilderness, the Taya Divine Kingdom established a camp in the Divine Wilderness. Hence, the danger was obvious. To say that the Divine Wilderness campground was a death gantry was not an exaggeration. Dismissed. Yun and Song Zijuan, stay behind. Yen Menglong was brief. The three camps were distributed in a pyramid fashion. What he was most concerned about was the pinnacle of the pyramid, the Divine Wilderness campgrounds. Yun. Zijuan. I'm sure you have probably guessed the reason for me keeping you behind. Yen Menglong crossed his arms in front of his chest. He stood with his legs slightly apart and with a grand posture on the stone stage. He overlooked Yun and Song Zijuan. Yun and Song Zijuan nodded. Entering the Divine Wilderness campground is only by choice. If you do not choose to go, you can choose to go to the Zhong State campgrounds. There's only a 2% mortality rate there. With your strength, you will definitely be the top of the Zhong State campgrounds, and would safely complete your training without any trouble. In the future, you will also get a good position, slowly rising to Baron and be 1,000 households. You can also marry a few wives, and lead a peaceful life as a master. Do you want that? Yen Menglong asked them rhetorically. Yun and Song Zijuan answered at the same time, we don't. Serving safely in the Jin Long Way for dozens of years and then be decommissioned, eventually, marrying and having children, living a wealthy squire life before dying after 100 years. Besides leaving behind bones, nothing was left. Neither Yun nor Song Zijuan wanted to lead such a life. A person had to have dreams and pursue them. Lin Xintong had such strength, yet she still pursued her terminated meridians. Yun, naturally, did the same thing. Very good. Yen Menglong nodded with appreciation. If you choose the Divine Wilderness campground, I have to tell you that there are numerous elites in there. The Divine Wilderness campground doesn't only have the Jin Long Way. Out of the 3 campgrounds I mentioned previously, the former 2 are organized by the Jin Long Way, but the last Divine Wilderness campground is organized by the Taya Divine Kingdom. The Jin Long Way only comprises about 10% of the people in the Divine Wilderness campground. Besides the Jin Long Way, there are also the Qingluan, Great Argus, Way, the royal guards and children of large family clans and members of the royal family. These troops and family clan elites would all enter the Divine Wilderness campgrounds. Once you enter, you will see what it means to be a genius, and what's monstrous. They have been bathing in drugs from the age of 3, reaching tempered body at 8 years of age. Some might even have a special bloodline, giving them natural strength that makes one envious, and even, there are some geniuses who are considered as youth sages. The Divine Wilderness campgrounds has a 20% disability rate and it is no laughing matter. Those who fall are top geniuses. Many geniuses who have died have greater talent than you. Hearing Yen Menglong's words, Song Zijuan took a deep breath of air and clenched his fists. He knew that in the Divine Wilderness campgrounds, no one was weaker than him. There were even many who were stronger than him. In the entire Divine Capital City, only 2 were chosen, Song Zijuan and Yun. Song Zijuan admitted he was beneath Yun, so he was considered as one of the inferior ones in those who were selected to enter. By being weak, it would be dangerous. He might end up being one of those in the 20% mortality and disability statistics. Yen Menglong carried on, when you go to the Divine Wilderness, you will be representing the Jin Long Way, and representing the Jin Long Way Divine Capital Branch. Do not be an embarrassment for the Jin Long Way, and do not embarrass the Divine Capital Branch. Most importantly, what I want to tell you is, to come back safely. Life is most important. Yen Menglong did not bother to make sure if they regretted their decision, because he had found the answer within their eyes. The Divine Wilderness campgrounds was a challenge, but it was also a chance. The path of practicing martial arts was to go against heaven. Those who wanted to achieve much, had to charge forward bravely. Alright, go back and rest for 2 days. Early on the 3rd morning, an airship will take the 2 of you there. Oh yes, I agreed to give you desolate bone relics. As Yin Menglong said that, he flicked his fingers, and 2 bean-sized crystals flew into Yi Yun's hand. Back then Yin Menglong had said the winner in the competition would receive not only weapons, but desolate bone relics. Thank you, General. Yi Yun caught the 2 relics with delight. These 2 things were too critical. Yi Yun had already finished all the fierce bone relics he had accumulated back in the desolate human valley. A warrior's cultivation needed endless amounts of elixirs and relics. To get a horse to run, it had to be fed. Do well. Don't disappoint me. Yen Menglong patted Yi Yun and Song Zijuan firmly on the shoulders, and left. He left behind Yi Yun and Song Zijuan, who had mixed feelings. Song Zijuan breathed deeply as he clenched his fists, his fingers trembling. Yi Yun was surprised at Song Zijuan's reaction and asked, "Scared? Excited?" Song Zijuan sighed with his back facing Yi Yun, "Both, I guess. General Yen is right, many of those geniuses who have died from missing the goalpost are stronger than me. In fact, my strength is nothing when placed there. It might end up that my name will be on that 20% mortality and disability list." Yi Yun nodded. The weaker you were, the easier you would be eliminated. In the Taiya Divine Kingdom's 108 states, the Jing state we are in is an average-sized state. And just the Jing state, there are 100 provinces. My Song family clan is considered a pretty good family clan in the Jing state's Nanjun province, but it's just one of many. I may be not bad in Nanjun, but it's just not bad. Among the younger generation in the Nanjun, there are many much stronger than me. They just didn't enter the Jin Long Way and went elsewhere. Oh, Yi Yun understood it deeply. The dominating divine capital Jin Long Way recruit camp was nothing much. They were just another division of the Jin Long Way. They only held a small spot in the divine capital, and wasn't the be-all, end-all. Besides, the divine capital was just a big city in the Jing state. Placed in the humongous Taiya Divine Kingdom, it was nothing. This world was too large. What would the Divine Wilderness Campground with all the young elites of the Taiya Divine Kingdom be like? Yi Yun was full of anticipation. Yi Yun and Song Zijuan encouraged each other. Later, Yi Yun returned to the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. He had to handle his house matters. But there was not much to handle. Jiang Xiaro had settled everything. He only bade farewell to Jiang Xiaro. Yi Yun was never at ease with Jiang Xiaro. Thinking back, the people in his family were all kind people. They had been carefully selected by himself from the Cloud Wilderness. And because they showed gratitude towards him, they adored Jiang Xiaro from the bottom of their hearts. So there shouldn't be any trouble. On the way back, he entrusted Zhang Tan to take care of the Soft Clouds Mountain Manor. With Zhang Tan, he could feel at ease. At the same time, Yi Yun also hired a few martial artists to protect his house. Occasionally, they could teach Jiang Xiaro and Zhou Shuka martial arts. It was a helpless case. Yi Yun had rushed to the divine capital and then rushed to the divine wilderness. He had no time to train Jiang Xiaro in martial arts. Besides, he was not a skillful master. If only Lin Xintong could train Jiang Xiaro, it would be great. Lin Xintong, I wonder what happened to her. She had said her family had called her back for something. I wonder what happened. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Traveling to the Divine Wilderness. Chapter 157, Traveling to the Divine Wilderness. Yuner, that Divine Wilderness campground, do you have to go? Jiang Xiaro bit her lips and looked at Yi Yun with complex emotions. Yi Yun did not tell Jiang Xiaro about the mortality rates in the Divine Wilderness Campground, but Jiang Xiaro still found out everything about the Divine Wilderness Campgrounds. A 15% mortality rate and a 5% disability rate was too disturbing. I'll be fine, Yi Yun said seriously. Hearing Yi Yun's words, Jiang Xiao's lips moved. She wanted to say something but did not say anything in the end. Finally, she just gave Yi Yun a gentle hug. She knew Yi Yun had the life he wanted. What he had decided on, she had no way of changing his mind. A wild horse was destined to belong to the prairie. Jiang Xiao gave everything that Yi Yun could bring with him. She sewed a bag that suited Yi Yun, with a row embroidered on it. There were well wishes the people of the vast wilderness believed in sewn on the back. She also sewed the protective charm Su Jia had given to Yi Yun within, hoping it would keep Yi Yun safe. With that, Yi Yun embarked on his journey. The third day, at the appointed time, the sky had just lit up. Yi Yun carried a beastskin bag that was half the size of a human. He had been waiting in the Jin Longwei Square for a long time. Not long after, Song Zijuan's figure appeared in Yi Yun's vision. Both of them nodded at each other. There was not much to say, as they both looked towards the divine wilderness's direction. The two upright figures were like two straight javelins. When the first golden ray of the sun appeared, an emerald green speckle appeared in the distant horizon. Its figure grew and soon, it covered the sky. Yun looked up and secretly clicked his tongue. It was an airship. He had previously seen Lin Shintong in one back in the cloud wilderness. This was a military airship. It was much bigger than the one Lin Shintong was on, but it was less sophisticated. Airships were the Taiya Divine Kingdom's air transports that were worthy of praise. Especially the airships that could cross the divine wilderness, they were also called divine ships. They were made by several of the Taiya Divine Kingdom's refinement masters. The metals used were all engraved with runes and arrays. They had strong defenses and many offensive measures. They could overcome the flying desolate beasts in the divine wilderness. The famous divine naval fleet of the Taiya Divine Kingdom was comprised of divine boats. It was a national symbol of the Taiya Divine Kingdom's strength. The divine ship slowly lowered its height. Round droplets of water under its cold metallic belly flashed with the early morning sunlight. A few mysterious ancient runes inscribed on it shrouded the airship in a sacred halo. Seeing such a mighty airship, Yun's was pumped. This was the first time he was flying on such a huge flying treasure. He squeezed the certificate of proof needed for entering the Divine Wilderness Army. Buzz. The airship roared as it suspended itself 100 meters above the ground. It had stopped its descent. A thick, black metal chain the size of a water bucket fell from the airship's belly, crashing into the ground in front of Yun and Song Zijuan. The heavy iron chain stirred up a dust storm. A cabin door opened in the flying boat's body. A thin, bald middle-aged man stood there with his hands crossed within his sleeves. Commanding from above, he looked down at Yun and Song Zijuan. Are you the Divine Wilderness Campground students that the Divine Capital Jin Longwei have chosen? Show me your proof. The man said authoritatively, sending the voice into Yun's ears, as if he was beside Yun. Yun and Song Zijuan answered and threw the certificate of proof upwards. After examining the certificate, the middle-aged man nodded. Good, use the chain to come up here. Yun and Song Zijuan immediately began climbing up the chains, but they realized the metal chain slid within their hands. It seemed like it was covered in layers of China wood oil. Thinking about it, it was a small test. But this test was nothing to Yun and Song Zijuan. With their flexibility, they climbed up the chain agilely like monkeys. Yun was especially outstanding. He climbed up it as if he was walking on flat ground. It made the middle-aged man give him a few more glances. Upon entering the airship, the leader brought them to the northeast corner of the airship. After explaining some of the rules to be observed in the airship, he left. When the leader left, Yun took a look around carefully. Within the airship, there were more than 20 people sitting down. It came to him that these were participants from neighboring cities. There were many people just around the divine capital. These people were all gallant and manly. Some of them did not stop cultivating even on the airship. They sat down meditating. Some exhaled heavily, sending out punches. None of them looked relaxed. This made Yun realize that the people chosen to enter the Divine Wilderness Campground were not ordinary people. Yun did not say much to anyone. He sat down on his spot and began regulating his breathing. Soon, the divine boat flew out of the divine capital's influence. There were about a dozen people who boarded the divine boat in the neighboring cities of the divine capital. After flying to more than 10 cities in a row, more than 100 people had boarded. Following that, there was no one else. The divine boat flew higher and higher into the clouds, and with the array activated, it whistled through the air as it left behind a thunderous roar. Yun could not help but open his eyes and look out the window. The Taiya Divine Kingdom's scenery was a spectacle. For a person like Yun who came from a small tribal clan, it was a form of training and accumulation of experience to enjoy the panoramic view of the mountains and rivers. Outside the airship, Yun soon saw a huge roaring river. This river was several hundred miles wide and there were dark shadows within the river. Suddenly a shadow billowed out the waters. It was a giant beast many times the size of a whale. It leaped out from the water and grabbed a giant bird in the sky before diving back into the water. Yun could not help but be shocked. He had never seen such a murderous water beast. He also saw there were flocks of strange birds that blocked out the sky in the endless desert. Their wings spanned 100 feet and their flaps caused the airship to experience turbulence. Also in the vast ocean, there were many tiny islands appearing out of the water for air. It spit out rainbows. They were actually colossal giant tortoises. Many wonderful beasts amazed Yun as it was an eye-opening experience. The Taiya Divine Kingdom was extremely vast, but after flying for a few days, the airship charged into a towering giant fortress. The fortress had a magnificent array within it with countless numbers of crystals that radiated brilliant energy into the sky. These were the super long-distance arrays. As the Taya Divine Kingdom was too big, and the Divine Wilderness was too far away, just flying in the airships would take an extremely long time. Hence, they had to rely on ancient arrays to travel. Yun counted and they had entered 3 such magnificent fortress arrays. They had been teleported 3 times, which was a distance on tens of millions of miles. Finally, they reached a barren wasteland near the Divine Wilderness. The Lian tribal clan was originally in the Cloud Wilderness, which was beside the Jing state. But the Divine Wilderness was at the other end of the Divine Kingdom. Traveling from the Jing state to the Divine Wilderness covered a large area of the Taya Divine Kingdom. The journey was too far. The setting sun was blood red as its glow spilled on the airship. At the top of the airship, there were a few potholes. They were arrays embedded within the extraordinary metal to protect the divine boat. On their journey, they had been attacked twice by desolate beasts. And they left some traces on the metal. Divine Wilderness. We've reached the Divine Wilderness. In the divine boat, someone shouted. Everyone rushed to the hall and looked out. Yun raised his eyebrows as he looked through the airship's glass window. He found that in the distance, the fog was dispersed. It seemed like a jungle's atmosphere had surged over. Ayo! The roar shook the world. Below them, there was dust all over. There were many large behemoths running on the dust plains. Their hooves rumbled on the ground like thunder. In the distant horizon, a black jungle spanned across. Each huge tree was like a beam rising into the blue sky. There were sharp cries in the sky. They were numerous flying beasts swooping around and their razor-sharp claws were like blades. A beast that looked like a lion had been grabbed from the chaotic dust storm as its blood smeared the sky. Even further away, there was a mountain that towered into the clouds. There was a bright light circulating around it like a heaven realm. But this divine realm would shoot out black web-like silk capturing monsters that passed it. Some of the mountain peaks were also bare and lifeless. A mountain was shrouded by a huge lion in a prone position. Its snores was thundering. When the airship reached this area, it began to fly more carefully. It flew to an even higher altitude. Below the airship was endless mountain stretches. Occasionally, a large black swamp or sweltering desert could be seen. There were mountain piles of white skeletons in those places. This is the Divine Wilderness. Yun took a deep breath, for the Divine Wilderness was too mighty and dreadful. Look, isn't that a crackling fire beast? Someone suddenly said as Yun looked down. He saw in the wilderness plains below the flying boat were small mountains of bones. Within these bones, there was something flowing like lava. It was apparently a crackling fire beast. But now, the crackling fire beast had been killed. Its innards were exposed and a colorful huge bird was sitting on it, devouring its flesh. Yun's eyes twitched. He knew that the Cloud Wilderness also had crackling fire beasts, and was a well-known beast in the Cloud Wilderness. But in the Divine Wilderness, it had become the prey of the colorful huge bird. There was danger at every turn in the Divine Wilderness. It was daunting. Compared to the Cloud Wilderness, it was at a totally different level. The Cloud Wilderness was a barren land with little heaven-earth yuan qi. Hence, it could not give birth to treasures or strong desolate beasts. There was a lack of types like grand giant beasts that were of the primordial species. The Cloud Wilderness's strongest desolate beasts would enter desolate wastes to the north of the desolate human valley. The desolate wastes were 2 completely different places from the Cloud Wilderness. But the Divine Wilderness was different. It had countless numbers of grand giant beasts within it. Normal people could survive, with great difficulty, in the Cloud Wilderness, but in the Divine Wilderness, there were no normal people. Very few people treaded these lands. There were legends that there were mysterious tribes within that had special blood heritage. They were mysterious and powerful. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Central Divine Tower. Chapter 158, Central Divine Tower. What is that huge flame-colored bird? Yun asked the person behind him. He had gained a few friends in these last few days. It's a ferocious fire bird. It has the bloodline of the primordial desolate beast vermilion bird. It and the crackling fire beast are both fire elemental desolate beasts. Consuming another fire elemental beast will help its development. Although they are both desolate beasts, the difference in their strengths is tremendous, said a slightly plump youth beside Yun. This youth's name was Su Zheng. He was one of Yun's newfound friends that he gained while traveling. Su Zhang touched his plump chin and licked his lips. Desolate beasts with primordial bloodlines, TSK. They give great benefits to one's body. If you can capture and refine a ferocious firebird into a desolate bone relic, it would be priceless on the market. There will be no shortage of people rushing to buy it. These days, Yi Yun had learned the different desolate beasts' strength classification. The weakest were normal desolate beasts. The only difference from fierce beasts was their ability to manipulate heaven earth yuan qi. It was similar to the mortal blood warriors before the Qi Gatherer realm and those who had broken through to the Qi Gatherer and above. After normal desolate beasts, there were the elite-ranked desolate beasts, general-ranked desolate beasts, king-ranked desolate beasts. Further up, there were rumors of primal-ranked desolate beasts and primordial-ranked desolate beasts. These were beyond Yi Yun's comprehension scope. For a desolate beast to be strong, the most important criteria was its bloodline. Typically, a desolate beast with a primordial bloodline tends to be stronger. If one could kill a primordial type and obtain its bones and blood, one could make them into a relic and elixirs and their value would be immeasurable. Of course, this was too far away for Yi Yun. He found it difficult to beat normal desolate beasts, not to even mention how he would do against primordial types. As it started to turn dark, a commotion aroused within the airship. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun looked out into the distance. What he saw completely shocked him. He had previously heard that the Divine Wilderness campground was located within a city. This city stood within the Divine Wilderness and was known as the Divine City of the Taya Divine Kingdom. Words are but wind, but seeing is believing. Now, after seeing the city, Yi Yun knew why it was called Divine City. Within millions of miles of endless gray plains, there stood a city. It was built on the peak of a gigantic outcrop. The city was a black citadel. The foundation stone pillars were below it. It was a shaved-off summit, dozens of miles in radius and tens of thousands meters high. A city built on top of a rock pillar which was tens of thousands meters high, made it look like a black dragon from afar. It was hard to imagine that the Taya Divine Kingdom had built such a city in the Divine Wilderness. Even the most capable human would sigh with emotion when seeing this. As the airship approached, Yi Yun slowly saw the city's silhouette come into view. The sight made him feel a majestic aura, as if an emperor god was attacking him, both mentally and physically. Yi Yun's chest started to fill with an unknown vigor, as if his blood was set on fire. To use magnificent to describe a city such as this would be insufficient. The city's base was already tens of thousands of meters tall. Inside the city, there were tall buildings, some of them even pierced through the clouds themselves. The walls around the city seemed to be connected to the sky, as if they were endless. There was a huge, dark brown-colored square in front of the city. It looked like it had been covered in blood, revealing an endless amount of killing and vigor. Beside the square, there were thick and tall old trees, which resembled green giants. The entire city was situated on a sharp cliff. The cliff walls were smooth like mirrors. There were no roads, only water bucket-sized black metal chains that linked the jagged parts of the cliff to the plains tens of thousands meters below. Looking at it from below, the chains were huge and lofty at the bottom, while the other end looked thin in the distance, as they eventually disappeared into the clouds. It was horrifying. These chains were bridges that hung in the void, and they were the only entrances into the city from the Divine Wilderness plains. Such construction made it difficult to enter and exit the city. But it had a great advantage: it was easy to defend. The Divine Wilderness would occasionally have beast hordes. In these beast hordes, there was no lack of king-ranked desolate beasts. If it was an ordinary city, it would long since have been flooded by a beast horde. Having a city built on an outcrop tens of thousands meters high, standing all alone at the pinnacle, once the chains were withdrawn, normal desolate beasts would no longer have any way of attacking. The airship landed on the square in front of the city. There were dozens of vessels, the same size as the large airship they were on, parked in the square. There were many strong-looking guards standing in the square. Yi Yun, Song Zijuan, and the 100 other people from the airship followed the thin bald man in disembarking. The moment he disembarked the airship, Yi Yun felt an extremely dense and oppressive heaven-earth yuan qi. The heaven-earth yuan qi here was more than 10 times denser than in the cloud wilderness. The density of heaven-earth yuan qi was very important for a warrior's cultivation, hence, the Divine Wilderness was considered by many warriors to be a sacred cultivation ground. Finally standing in the square, Yi Yun felt the majestic aura of the city. The Taya Divine Kingdom's #1 city, Taya Divine City. The Zhong State royal capital was the central city of the Taya Divine Kingdom. It was magnificent and had a grandiose atmosphere. However, to the Taya Divine Kingdom's warriors, this city that stood in the distant Divine Wilderness was the true #1 city of the Taya Divine Kingdom. Over the tens of millions years, the Taya Divine City had nurtured numerous numbers of warriors for the Taya Divine Kingdom. They cultivated here, they killed and grew here. how does it feel? The bald leader spoke with pride. The Taya Divine City was the pride of the Taya Divine Kingdom. When standing on the tens of thousands meter tall city walls, looking at the endless plains of the divine wilderness below, pride would inevitably rise up in every divine kingdom warrior. Let's enter the city. The bald man led them with a wave, bringing all these young heroes into the city. The sky was already turning dark at this point. The city walls were dimly glowing with inscriptions before they lit up one by one. It made Yun clearly feel a mighty energy fluctuation. These were inscription arrays made by the Taya Divine Kingdom's array masters over hundreds of millions of years. Heaven Earth Yuan Qi was injected within, allowing every inch of the city wall to be impregnable. On the city wall's crenels, there were ballistae with fine inscriptions on them, as their muzzles pointed outwards in all directions. The ballista's cold arrowheads would shimmer with purple energy. Together with the entire city wall's array, it gave off a subtle trill. These ballistae were like beasts in the night. Although they were not pointing at Yun, they gave him a thin layer of goosebumps. When a beast horde would appear, the greatest threat came from the attacks of flying desolate beasts. These ballistae were the nemesis of these flying desolate beasts. Hence, this city was the amalgamation of uncountable numbers of Taya Divine Kingdom warriors' wisdom as well as their flesh and blood. At this moment, the city gates opened. Yun followed the bald man into the Taya Divine City. There were not many people in the streets, so they looked empty. Upon entering the city, the most prominent building was a large tower in the city center. This tower was squarish in shape and half of its height had broken through the clouds. Its spire blurred within the clouds. It looked like a huge pyramid. Yun compared it to the surrounding buildings and found out that, all the buildings around it made the pyramid size become even more exaggerated. It was like a huge mountain by itself. Layer after layer of the pyramid was filled with exits, which made it look like a beehive. Flying beasts and airship could be seen shuttling through these exits. In the face of this huge pyramid, those huge beasts and airships were as small as mosquitoes. That is the central divine tower. The top level is the residence of the Divine Wilderness City's city lord and its 3 elders. The Taya Divine City's elites live in the lower levels. The bald man casually introduced it tersely before taking them deeper into the city. The deeper Yun entered the city, the more shocked he became. The various buildings within the city were not exquisite, but their ruggedness and magnificence emitted a sturdy and solid aura. Its steadfastness was breathtaking. Some of the building materials used even had several primordial-type desolate bones. Yun could feel the undulating souls of the beasts. Such buildings were solid and grand in construction. Even if a desolate beast were to enter the city, it would find it extremely difficult to destroy these buildings. Even the ordinary houses on the streets were covered with protective arrays. They looked ancient and simple. Some of the commoners' houses had beams made out of the shin bones of unknown beasts. It was amazing to use bones as beams. Oh? What's that? A young hero found that there were black round metal platforms by both sides of the street. These round platforms were lined neatly and above each one there was a stone sculpture in the shape of a human bust. Below the stone sculptures were some text. One of the round platforms wrote, in 2164 WD, Gaoji stood on the Heaven-Earth stage and lasted for 3 minutes 24 seconds. He had broken the records of the ancestors. This record is to encourage future generations. Heaven-Earth stage? What's that? Yun was puzzled. This Gaoji was naturally a person's name. If he wasn't wrong, the bust was Gaoji. This half-man sculpture was that of a teenager with a daring sense. As for 2164 W.D, it was the year that marked the beginning of the divine emperor of the Taya Divine Kingdom, Wanda. He was a divine emperor from 50,000 years ago. That was to say that this metal round platform and the bust had stood there for 50,000 years. This Gaoji person had most likely passed away. Are these the records left behind by warriors training in the divine wilderness? Yun understood that this street lined with metal platforms and sculptures recorded all the geniuses that appear in this divine city. They had accomplished splendid achievements in the divine city and their records gave them a permanent place in history. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, Sage Avenue. Chapter 159, Sage Avenue. The street went straight into the heart of the city. This was Taya Divine City's main road that went from the southern gate to the city center. Whoever entered from the southern entrance had to pass by this road. Hence, to place the sculptures here meant immense glory. The bald man said, this road is known as Sage Avenue. Whenever a warrior in the Divine Wilderness Campground breaks a record in the Divine City, his name will be left here in Sage Avenue. A sculptor master will carve a sculpture to be placed on the sage platforms. To be able to have your bust and name left in the divine city is a great honor. There is no lack of people dreaming of this. But, it's too hard. In the past 200 years, there have been no new names or busts. If anyone has the ability, they would have that tiny chance to become a human sage. And because of this road is known as Sage Avenue. To become a sage. Hearing these words, the young heroes were extremely excited. A human sage was a person who could summon the rain with a flick of his hand. Back then, the Taya Divine Kingdom's founding emperor was a sage. Of course, among the sages in the Taya Divine Kingdom, he was one of the best. They did not need to be one of the best amongst the sages. Even the lowest sage rank was an extreme figure. No matter where they went, they would be given the utmost respect. Even the ancient family clans would be respectful. From the youths that came to the Divine Wilderness Campground, which one did not want to become a top warrior? This Sage Avenue had stirred their excitement. Many people stopped moving forward. They stopped and began reading the words written on the metal platforms. The bald man did not stop them and permitted them to carry on looking. These things were placed here to honor the ancient heroes and to inspire the future generations. Letting these young people take a look was a good thing. Oh. Qingfeng year 634. Zhou Tianping entered the top 1,000 spots within the 3 rolls of honor simultaneously. He had broken the records of the ancestors. This record is to encourage future generations. Qingfeng Divine Emperor, then that's a Divine Emperor from 100,000 years ago. And he entered the top 1,000 spots within the 3 rolls of honor? What's the 3 rolls of honor? The Taya Divine City had always been mysterious. Even the youths from some smaller family clans did not know the rules of the Taya Divine City. The 3 rolls of honor are the heaven, earth, and man rolls. These 3 rolls are extremely important in the Taya Divine City. You will see it in the future. The bald man said before proceeding forward. The 100 young heroes walked along the street with their eyes focused on the metal platforms that lined both sides of the street. The outstanding figures that had their names engraved on the metal platforms filled them with sincere admiration. Oh. Jing states Wang Lixiao. Isn't he one of the 4 presiding army commanders? Back then General Li had came to the Divine Wilderness Campground for training, and even left his name on the sage platform. A youth discovered it and immediately attracted a lot of attention from the others. The Jing states Wang Lixiao was an idol of many young warriors. To see their idol's name here excited them greatly. If they could leave their name here, it would be great. These were the thoughts of many people. Of course, they knew that this was an incredibly difficult achievement. The bald man led them into a rustic building in the rear of the city. Everyone was given a token. Mark an imprint within the token with your spiritual energy. In the next 6 years, this token will be your identity symbol. Yun took a token and it felt heavy in the hand. The token was palm-sized and was about a few dozen pounds in weight. The front of the token was filled with inscriptions and on the back were the words Divine Wilderness in ancient script. Yun imprinted his spiritual energy into the token. Soon, golden runes lit up from the token, making it sparkle. Oh. The golden runes were like scales. It surprised Yun. These dragon scales runes are the most basic item for warriors here. Without dragon scale runes, they can't do anything. Every expense within the Taya Divine City for warriors, including resources, cultivation techniques, relics, training grounds need to be bought with dragon scale runes. Slowly, you will understand the importance of dragon scale runes. The bald man explained by the side. I see, so dragon scale runes are the currency of the Taya Divine City. Ian counted the number of dragon scale runes he had within his token. There were only 10. The bald man said, from today, this will be where you will be staying. The stone houses behind you is where you will live. These stone houses are the lowest class houses in the Taya Divine City. It is provided free of charge. Food here is also provided free of charge, but of course, it's the most inferior. The lowest class houses and the most inferior food? All these young heroes were unordinary people. Hence the words lowest class and inferior were extremely harsh to the ears. A youth could not help but ask, what about the superior residences? What are the benefits? If we want to change to those places, what requirements do we need to meet? The bald man said, the Taya Divine City's residences are divided into lower class, middle class, upper class, and the central divine tower. The lower class residences are free. The middle class residences charge 2 dragon scale runes a day. Upper class residences charge 5 dragon scale runes a day. As for the residences within the Central Divine Tower, they charge at least 50 dragon scale runes a day. The Central Divine Tower's residences? All the young heroes consciously looked towards the city center. That mountain-like pyramid made them feel extremely small. Out of the 4 types of residences in the Taya Divine City, the lower, middle and upper class had similar prices. But once it reached the Central Divine Tower, the price jumped 10 times, and began at 50 dragon scale runes. It was obvious there were plenty of advantages living in the Central Divine Tower. The bald man said, the Taya Divine City's Central Divine Tower is a huge array that gathers heaven-earth yuan qi. The Taya Divine City is itself built on a wonderland vein and is thick in heaven-earth yuan qi. Together with the Central Divine Tower's array, all the heaven-earth yuan qi in a 100-mile radius gathers towards the Taya Divine City. Hence, the Central Divine Tower is the place which has the densest heaven-earth yuan qi. The higher you go in the Central Divine Tower, the thicker the heaven-earth yuan qi is. The density in the top level reaches an inconceivable point. 50 dragon scale runes is to stay within the lowest levels of the Central Divine Tower. The higher one goes, the more expensive it becomes. The Taya Divine Tower has 99 levels. From level 50 onwards, the prices become extremely exaggerated. From level 70 onwards, the price becomes astronomical. The young heroes that come to the Taya Divine City have no ways of affording it. Affording it? Then who stays in the rooms above level 70? Someone could not help but ask. The bald man said, in the Taya Divine Kingdom, there are many fathomless people like dukes, grand dukes, and some reclusive old human monsters. Typically, these people can stay above level 70. So that's it. The young heroes looked at each other. Those people had power beyond their comprehension. Indeed, for the Taya Divine City to be the #1 city in the Taya Divine Kingdom, and it being a city for warriors, it was a place for these young heroes from all around the country to train. But it did not only belong to them. The best cultivation grounds above level 70 were of course given priority to these super experts. For a teenager kid to go up and use it? Difficult. The bald man continued, above level 95, there are top class rooms. In the Taya Divine City, there are only 20 such rooms. Even with vast amounts of dragon scale runes, one is not qualified to stay within. Unless you have the absolute value or have obtained stunning results giving you enough glory points, then can you enter. Hearing the bald man's words, everyone felt depressed. This Central Divine Tower was good, but its requirements were too high, especially those rooms on the high levels. They were not prepared for kids like them. From the bald man's words, they could tell that he meant that for them to stay in the lower levels of the Central Divine Tower would be extremely good. It would be amazing if a few outstanding people could live at a dozen stories. First stay here. Tomorrow, I'll bring you to the cultivation grounds. That cultivation is a chance, so take good advantage of it. As he said those words, the bald man turned around. The youth sighed before walking to their dormitory. These low-class residences were at the edge of the Taya Divine City. The rows of houses numbered 100. Ian looked through a few rooms and realized something. Oh? The same free room, but the living conditions are so great in difference? Some of the rooms had spirit-gathering arrays, resulting in the yuan qi in the room to be thicker. But other rooms had nothing, and was the same as outside the house. To cultivate in such houses would be naturally difficult. Ian sensed the area carefully and quickly found the houses with the thickest heaven-earth yuan qi. On the wall of this house wrote, House rating, middle class. Required dragon scale runes, none. Oh? Middle class room? Ian was surprised that mixed in this low class residence were 5 middle class rooms and they were free. Then who wouldn't want to live in the middle class house? But, the bald man did not assign any room numbers to them. Hence, anyone was eligible to stay in these middle class rooms. Ian could faintly guess the reason for such an arrangement by the Taya Divine City. Ian pondered for a while, and walked towards the room. Just as he crossed the door, a cold voice came from behind him suddenly, Sorry, these 5 houses are ours. Ian turned his head and saw a majestic-looking youth. His arms were crossed in front of his chest as he sneered at Ian. The youths that came to the Taya Divine City were about the same age. But the man in front of him was very much like an adult be it his height or build. When this youth matured, he would probably grow to be as strong as a tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, 1000 Army Sabers First Battle. Chapter 160, 1000 Army Sabers First Battle. Ian knitted his eyebrows as the youth said, Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhou Kuei from the Xuanwu Asterisk Army. The entire Taya Divine Kingdom did not only have the Jin Longwei as its only military division. The Xuanwu Army was one of the other trump military divisions of the Taya Divine Kingdom. A normal Xuanwu Army soldier was on average inferior to a normal Jin Longwei warrior. But the size of the Xuanwu Army was 10 times that of the Jin Longwei. Besides that, the Xuanwu Army also specially nurtured an elite corps. The people from this elite corps were not weaker than the Jin Longwei elites. The Xuanwu Army was stationed in the north of the Taya Divine Kingdom, and there were branches in the Jing state. Hence, accompanying Yi Yun and Song Zijuan were a large number of Xuanwu Army personnel. When Yi Yun was stopped by Zhou Kuei, the other Jin Longwei personnel came over. The military was a cohesive entity. Whenever there was a conflict, people of similar backgrounds would help one another unanimously against external threats. If a fight was to occur, it was a fight to fight together. "Brother Yi, what's the matter?" Su Zhang, who Yi Yun had gotten to know, came over. He too was from the Jin Longwei. Yi Yun sent a signal with his eyes, and the people immediately understood what was going on. With 5 rooms, we should allocate them accordingly, but the Xuanwu Army wants them all? That's too high-handed. Who do you think you are? Said someone behind Yi Yun. Immediately, all the Xuanwu Army personnel stood behind Zhou Kuei. The soldiers' bodies from the Xuanwu Army were generally bigger than the Jin Longwei members. In contrast, the Jin Longwei soldiers only number a dozen, a lot less. A dozen against 3 dozen. Yi Yun took a look at the stout Zhou Kuei. He knew the intentions of the Taya Divine City. By arranging there to be a few middle-class rooms mixed in with the lower-class rooms, without any allocation, it was to put the warriors who came into the Taya Divine City into a competitive state from the very beginning. Competition, battling, elimination. This was the purpose of the Divine Wilderness Campground's deadly goalpost. A simple competition for residence spots reflected this. Zhou Kuei clearly understood the rules too. He said without fear, "In the Taya Divine City, strength is king. The 5 middle-class rooms placed here are obviously for us to compete over." I like to compete. The Jin Longwei wants to take a spot for themselves? Sure. We can have a competition here today. Whoever wins gets to stay in it. The Xuanwu Army had a daunting presence, and they had the advantage in numbers. As Yin Menglong said, none of the young heroes who could stand here were weaklings. The Jin Longwei's dozen people against the Xuanwu Army's 3 dozen people had a predictable outcome. Even Yi Yun, who was confident in his own strength, could not fight one against many. I know Zhou Kuei. His cultivation level is at the middle stages of purple blood, nearly entering the late stages. Su Zhang said beside Yi Yun. The situation was that they would definitely suffer if they went to battle. But if they did not fight, the Jin Longwei would be disgruntled to just hand over all the middle-class rooms. The Xuanwu Army had encircled the rooms. Zhou Kuei laughed as he cracked his knuckles, giving off a provocative feeling. His muscles tightened up and became similar to granite. It was hard to imagine that he was actually a 14-year-old teenager. Today, I'll stand here and represent the Xuanwu Army. Who wants to come up and fight me? If you beat me, you will have the right to take 1 room. Zhou Kuei knew that with such an arrangement by the Taya Divine City, it was alright to have private matches as long as the opponent was not maimed. Yi Yun looked at Zhou Kuei. Zhou Kuei had 2 weapons, a warblade and a warhammer. They were both hanging along his back. It was rare to see a hammer as a weapon. Only people with great strength used hammers, as their attack speed was slow, and were incomparable to swords and sabers. As for the warblade Zhou Kuei had, it was an extremely heavy warblade with a thick handle. It was completely different from Yi Yun's 1000 Army Saber. The 1000 Army Saber's blade was long and narrow and had a tiny curvature, making it look more like a sword. Compared to Zhou Kuei's warblade, they were 2 completely different weapons. Yi Yun muttered slightly as his eyes flashed strangely. The Taya Divine City was a place with cutthroat competition. Since he was here, Yi Yun decided to accept the rule that the weak were the prey of the strong. There were too many geniuses in the Taya Divine City. If you did not suppress others, others would suppress you. In fact, not only in the Taya Divine City, on the long martial arts path, if one wanted to carry walking down that path, one would continuously face competition. To mature and become stronger meant one had to fight for what belonged to them. Yi Yun did not say a word and slowly unbuttoned his collar buttons. He took out a light chiffon and handed it casually to Su Zhang. "Help me hold it," Yi Yun said. He had handed Su Zhang his flowing mercury gown. Su Zhang paused because he could not tell what Yi Yun had handed him. Zhou Kuei did not react either. His arms were still held by his chest as he stood there boldly waiting for a challenger. His eyes swept the surroundings without much care. Even Yi Yun's action of taking off the flowing mercury gown was not given much attention, just a short glance. His attention was not on Yi Yun specifically, as he did not think Yi Yun was anyone special amongst the dozen Jin Longwei people. At this time, Yi Yun moved. Without any warning or words, his body shot out like lightning. His speed was extremely fast. Cha! The 1,000 army saber was unsheathed. Ever since he grasped at the entrance of the large success stage of minute subtlety, his speed could only be described as terrifying. Twang! The 1,000 army saber slashed through the air, generating a sharp sound. But this sound could not follow the 1,000 army saber's speed. Ha! Zhou Kuei's pupils constricted. His reaction was extremely fast as he retreated quickly. At the same time, he released the arms across his chest and was about to take out the war blade and war hammer from his back. But just as he touched the blades and hammer's handle and retreated 3 steps, Yi Yun's 1,000 army saber blade had reached Zhou Kuei's throat. The cold blade had a murderous chill. Zhou Kuei's neck started to bleed. If Yi Yun had not withdrawn the 1,000 army saber in that hundredth of a second, Zhou Kuei's neck would have been cut apart. This long saber was not any ordinary short saber. Just the blade was almost the same height as Yi Yun. When held by Yi Yun, he had an awesome aura. Zhou Kuei stood motionless as his forehead was sweating. In that moment, he had sensed death. The people standing around were silent as they looked at this scene with stunned looks. You attacked sneakily. Zhou Kuei's eyes stared at Yi Yun's blade. He said it while holding his breath. If he breathed too vigorously, he could not guarantee that the blade would not cut through his throat. Zhou Kuei was nursing a grievance. He had been crossing his hands in front of chest, with his blade behind him. He had just announced the match, and Yi Yun suddenly attacked him. He had not even revealed any of his abilities and had nearly been instantly killed by a kid half a head shorter than him. After hunting hawks for his entire life, to be pecked in the eye by a sparrow was a great humiliation. On the battlefield, will an enemy ask you if you are ready before killing you? Yi Yun did not withdraw his saber. The blade tip was still against Zhou Kuei's neck, making it difficult for him to speak. Zhou Kuei shut his mouth because the ultra-long battle saber in Yi Yun's hand gave him too much pressure. At this time, the Xuanwu army exploded. They were disgruntled and began shouting, "Too despicable." It was a sneak attack, and yet he made it sound so high and mighty. If you have any ability, withdraw your saber and fight a decent match with Brother Kuei. Zhou Kuei's strength was one of the highest among them. Due to his exceptional strength, when Zhou Kuei used that war blade and war hammer, there was no one who could face him. As for Zhou Kuei's speed, it was relatively weaker. But Yi Yun, he was noted for his speed. Together with his sneak attack, it made Zhou Kuei not even have the chance to pull out his blade, hence causing him to be in a situation where he lost in a single strike. But Yi Yun could not be bothered with their words. If anything was to blame, it was on Zhou Kuei's arrogance. His hands were still crossed around his chest when he announced the match. If this was a battlefield, you would already be dead, Yi Yun said lightly. Zhou Kuei's face turned red. He was resentful, but he knew that what Yi Yun said was the truth. He was someone flexible. Whether it was Yi Yun's sneak attack or not, or whether his strength was greater than Yi Yun, the truth of the matter was that he had lost to Yi Yun. You sure are ruthless. Zhou Kuei gnashed his teeth, saying. One of the middle-class rooms is yours. Zhou Kuei conceded and Yi Yun sheathed his saber. Zhou Kuei looked angrily at Yi Yun. What's your name? Yi Yun. Yi Yun? Good. I fell against you today, but I'll remember you. I will take back the pride you took today. I will let you know the taste of my Ghost King blade and the Cranium Crusher. Yi Yun did not take Zhou Kuei's word of resentment to heart. He carried his 1,000 army saber and walked into his room. These 5 rooms could not all be given to the Jin Longwei. The Xuanwu army had no way of taking them all. It all depended on who had the ability and the strength. Yi Yun could not help the weak. Yi Yun sized up the room. It was a plain stone house with extremely simple furnishings. A beam made from desolate bones, a stone bed, a stone desk, a chair and a spirit gatherer array. The desolate bone was nothing special, and with age, there was extremely limited energy left within it. As for the stone bed, it did not even have any bedding. It was empty and hard. This bed would cause a normal person's body to hurt after a night's sleep. The reason why there was no bedding in the Taiya Divine City's rooms was to tell the warriors coming here to train that they should replace sleep with meditation. Coming to the Taiya Divine City was not to enjoy life. If they wanted to enjoy life, they should stay in their fiefs. In their 6 years in the Taiya Divine City, one had to train hard and strive to move forward. Translator note, Xuanwu is also known as the Black Turtle, one of the 4 mythological creatures in the Chinese constellations. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, Wilderness Divine Hall. Chapter 161, Wilderness Divine Hall. Yun walked to the stone table and saw a new set of clothes and a book placed on top of it. The clothes were made of linen cloth, rough to the touch but different from the linen clothes worn by commoners. This linen clothes was made with silver threads. It was invulnerable and resistant to the elements. It could even be used as a soft armor. If it were ordinary linen clothes, from the intensity of training a Taya Divine City warrior underwent, it would turn into rags in just a few days' time. As for the book, it was the thickness of a fingernail. Its pages were thin and on the cover it was written Divine Wilderness. Flipping through the book, Yun noticed that the book had another world within it. Each page was blank with no written text. But upon injecting one's spiritual energy into it, one could read the vast amount of information within. Actually, every page was like a book itself. It introduced one aspect of the Divine Wilderness. Yun flipped through the first dozen pages, and within, it introduced Taya Divine City, Divine Wilderness Region, Ancient Desolate Beasts, Treasures, Rumors of Mystical Realms. The Divine Wilderness book had about 90 pages. Each page was an eye-opener for Yun. The first page introduced the Taya Divine City. It began with its history and then the warrior training rules within the Taya Divine City. The Taya Divine City had many cultivation resources. And more than 90% of them could be exchanged for with dragon scale runes. The last 10% of cultivation resources not only needed dragon scale runes, but they also needed glory points. For example, breaking a previous record was a great honor. But that was too difficult. This book broadened Yun's horizons. Yun engrossed himself in reading as he flipped through page after page. After the Taya Divine City was introduced in the beginning, the later parts introduced the desolate beasts within the Divine Wilderness and the herbs within the Divine Wilderness. It was a survival guide to the Divine Wilderness. This knowledge was very important. It had to be known that there were many elite desolate beasts in the Divine Wilderness that looked normal, or even harmless. If one could not recognize them, and treated them as normal beasts, provoking them would be courting death. There were also poisonous weeds that looked like precious herbs. If one picked it carelessly and used it, they would experience an unjustly death. If a hero of a generation that could become a lord within the Taya Divine Kingdom, were to die from eating some herbs, would there be anything more humiliating? The book not only indicated the dangers of the Divine Wilderness, it also indicated the great values that those desolate beasts had. Especially those desolate beasts with a small amount of primordial blood within them, even if they were inferior to the primordial species, they were still 100 times more valuable than a normal desolate beast. As for the real primordial species, their value was immeasurable. Of course, even if 10,000 Yuns were sent against these kinds of desolate beasts, they would all be killed. Only people like the Divine City's primordial elder could fight one. The primordial species were natural darlings of the world. They had an affinity with the heaven-earth yuan qi that was beyond human comparison. If a primordial species desolate beast could be killed, a desolate bone relic made from its bones would definitely set off a bloody storm. Eating a relic from a primordial species would not only give great energy, it would also give small insights into the world's natural laws. This was something even human peerless warriors would envy. Yun read the Divine Wilderness book late into the night. Just before dawn, Yun meditated for about 2 hours. For a warrior at Yun's level, as long as there wasn't great depletion of power, 2 hours of meditation was sufficient to restore one back to one's optimal state. Gather! Just after dawn, someone shouted outside of the residential area. Yun quickly washed up and dressed himself before leaving his room. On the empty grounds outside of the houses, there were already a few dozen people gathered. They had woken up like Yun, and that naturally included Zhou Kuei. Zhou Kuei was still carrying his signature battle blade and cranium crusher behind his back, giving off an aggressive feeling. Zhou Kuei looked towards Yun and Yun returned the stare, but they did not speak. Baldy Qin stroked his chin and smiled playfully. The young heroes, who came to the Taya Divine City, were all competing against each other. With limited resources, they had to grab it from each other, so it was normal for them to have some animosity. It was inevitable. Today, I'll bring you to the Wilderness Divine Hall. Let's go! The bald man was terse with his words, and led them into the Divine City's center. The Wilderness Divine Temple Hall was a grand hall right in front of the central Divine Tower. The Wilderness Divine Hall was enormous, making it the biggest building in the Taya Divine City after the central Divine Tower. Upon reaching it, many young heroes felt like they were ants, crawling into an emperor's grand hall. All the columns by the hall's entrance were meticulously polished. They were 30 feet tall and thick to the point of needing 10 people to wrap around it. It was an amazing sight. The rocks used to build the temple were extremely heavy and in large pieces. They were like pieces of rock shaved off a small mountain and then pieced together. Molten iron was injected within the gaps, and under light, the iron gave off a cold metallic sparkle. The hall was significantly spacious. With a glance, Yi-Yun saw that there were many people gathered in it. There were both men and women. Women accounted for about a third. The Jin Longwei were all men, but there was no shortage of female cultivators in the Taiya Divine City. These females mostly came from family clans or the royal family. Some even came from counterparts of the Jin Longwei. For example, the Qing Luanwei was the female regiment. The people within the hall mostly dressed in style. Some of them were in their noble clothes. Besides flying fish robes, there were even python robes. Python robes were worn by barons. The noble titles of the Taiya Divine Kingdom were not inheritable, and was not a title held for life. If a warrior were to lose his strength for some reason, his title and treatment would be reduced. Of course, being wounded because of fighting for the country was not included. Yi-Yun looked at the youth wearing the python robe. He was about 14 years old. For him to be made baron at such an age meant he had superior talent. 14-year-old baron, I wonder how strong is he? Yi-Yun muttered to himself. Suddenly he contracted his pupils and looked in another direction. There was a youth in embroidered clothing wearing a Chunyo robe and sitting gallantly on a chair. A Chunyo robe meant a viscount. A 16-year-old youth had been made a viscount? What was a viscount? Even the divine capital's Jin Longwei's general Yen Menglong was only a viscount. A youth had the same viscount title as a general. Yi-Yun was really surprised. He realized that many people in the hall avoided the youth in embroidered clothes. About 99% of the people present stood. Yet, this youth sat there indifferently as if he was a king. The youth's eyes glanced everywhere with the corner of his eyes. He had a purple long sword in his hand and a red ring on his finger. Interspatial ring, Yi-Yun recognized the ring. This interspatial ring's price was extremely high. Yi-Yun still did not have an interspatial ring. He carried an animal hide bag, half the size of a person, on his journey to the divine wilderness. Do you know him? Yi-Yun asked Song Zijuan, who was beside him. Yi-Yun only used his eyes to point out the youth, but Yi-Yun did not expect that just this gesture was noticed by the other party. The youth swept his gaze towards Yi-Yun and Song Zijuan. After a very short time, he ignored Yi-Yun and looked elsewhere. But in that instant, it made Song Zijuan gasp. Sword intent. His eyes has already learned how to use sword intent to form. When the youth had looked over, Song Zijuan had felt as if a sword had reached in between his brows. That cold touch made his pores contract. A swordsman could train their arms, palms and legs into swords. A palm strike was similar to a strike from a sword. At the final stages, even a glance could be made into a sword, killing people with a glance. This youth had not reached the stage of making his glance like a sword, but he had already managed to form it. Who is he? Yi-Yun asked once again. But Song Zijuan shook his head, no idea. Song Zijuan was from the Song family in the Jing state's Nanjun province. And the Nanjun province of the Jing state was just a small place and nothing against the vast Taiya Divine Kingdom. Hence, Song Zijuan did not know many outstanding people. At this moment, a person beside Song Zijuan said, his name is Yang Qian, and is from the Taiya royal family. He entered the Taiya Divine City at 12 and has been training here for 3 years. Now, Yang Qian has broken within the top 100 of the heaven and earth rolls. This year, he might even enter the top 10. Taiya royal family. Yi-Yun took a deep breath. In the entire Taiya Divine Kingdom, there were influential clans and family clans, but none of them could compare with the royal family. As for the Jing state's various provincial family clans, they were like ants in front of the royal family. Ever since the Taiya Divine Kingdom was established, the royal family's bloodline had lasted for tens of million years. In these tens of millions of years, the Taiya Divine Kingdom's royal family had strict rules for marriage. Every member of the royal house had their marriage decided by elders. There was no private marriages or they would have to give up their royal status. The marriage choice of the royal family were super family clans with deep heritages, or some superior bloodline from some ancient mystical tribes. If not, they had to have individual talents that overshadowed many. In short, every talented, elite and proud children of heaven were absorbed by the royal family. The reason was to ensure that their offspring's bloodline would grow stronger. Only then was a genius more likely to be born. It was this unreasonable system that ensured that the Taiya royal family was to prosper and ensure their power. The royal family's heritage was impossibly deep. In the royal family, there was no shortage of treasures. But it did not mean that one could enjoy all these resources by being of royal descent. There were too many people of royalty, hence only the exceptional ones within the royalty were eligible for the nurturing by the royal family. Under such circumstances, it was not surprising that young Qian had obtained the title of Viscount at the age of 15. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, Heaven, Earth, Man Rolls of Honor. Chapter 162, Heaven, Earth, Man Rolls of Honor. Yin and company waited for about 15 minutes before a door opened and about a dozen people walked out. A thin youth led them. This youth wore a simple and loose training suit, with a saber behind his back. Each step the thin youth made were all exactly 4 feet, as if they were measured by a ruler. This thin youth gave people the impression of being an unsheathed saber with an oppressing blade. The moment the thin youth appeared, many eyes focused on him. Yun only felt his eyes contracted. His eyebrows felt a chill. The pressure from this youth was too great. Not far away, Zhou Kuwei was alarmed at this youth. This thin youth's aura was greater than Yang Qian. Yang Qian stood up and they exchanged glances that sparked. Broken through? Yang Qian looked at the thin youth as his pupils contracted almost to that of a needle. A lucky breakthrough and I obtained some glory points. I can now do some things, the thin youth said indifferently. Some glory points. Ha! A great result, congratulations. Yang Qian's eyebrows moved as his eyes flashed strangely. Although he was congratulating, everyone could tell the competitiveness between the two. Yang Qian and the thin youth were rivals. This was not surprising. In the Taiya Divine City, all the young heroes were in a competitive relationship. Just like Yun who would compete with many people. There were many things that if you took it, no one else could. In such circumstances, how could there be amiable relationships? Eventually, the thin youth rubbed shoulders with Yang Qian and left. Just as he was about to step out, he turned around and said to Yang Qian, "I'm waiting for your challenge." This words made all the rookies to the Taiya Divine City look at each other. Who was this thin youth? Why was he so arrogant as to wait for Yang Qian's challenge? Seeing Yang Qian's reaction, it was clear that Yang Qian had secretly admitted that the thin youth's strength was greater than his. Heavens! Yang Qian was already so powerful. He was a 15-year-old viscount, yet there was someone suppressing him. Many people paused and swallowed a mouthful of saliva before saying, "This place is indeed full of experts." After the youth with the saber left, many could not help but ask, "Who's that thin swordsman? What's his cultivation level?" The leader, Baldi Qin answered, "His name is Yao Dao, Demon Saber." It is his nickname and also his name. He has been in the Taiya Divine City for 3 years. He is 15 years old this year. He and Yang Qian has been the best out of the batch from 3 years ago. They are each other's greatest rivals. But Yao Dao has always been surpassing Yang Qian. As for his cultivation level, he is the same as Yang Qian. They are both above the peak of the purple blood realm, the early stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. Yuan Foundation realm. Everyone drew a cold breath. Yuan had the meaning of beginning. Yuan year was the first year. Yuan General was the highest commander in the military, Yuan Scholar was the person who scored first in the exams. Yuan Foundation was a warrior's beginning and the original root. After a warrior reaches the peak of the purple blood realm, their body's essence will be nourished. When converged, there would be a qualitative change. The blood would condense into an energy fountain. Once the energy fountain was solidified, it became a solid foundation. This was the Yuan Foundation. If one were to call purple blood the beginning steps of martial arts, then the Yuan Foundation realm was the first step for a warrior to attain divinity. Yuan Foundation realm warriors were very prestigious in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. Besides, Yao Dao and Yang Qian were only 15. It turns out they had already entered the Yuan Foundation realm. Many rookies turned speechless. They were all at the purple blood realm, but others were already at the Yuan Foundation realm. Yang Qian was already impressive, but in reality, Yang Qian was suppressed by Yao Dao. No matter how strong you are, there is always someone stronger. Your path ahead is still long. They have already been in the Taiya Divine City for 3 years. You have just arrived, what's the rush? The bald man said upon seeing the rookies down spirits. Alright, it's our turn to enter now. As he said that, the bald man led them through the hall's door. It was dimly lit within the hall. The most prominent thing was the 3 statues in the middle of the hall. Each statue was carved into the shape of a big and tall man. They were the most famous divine emperors in the history of the Taiya divine kingdom. The middle was the founding divine emperor. The divine emperors on the side had previously extended the territory. They were wise rulers, exceptional both in politics and martial arts. These three wise rulers left behind a great name for themselves, and obtained the admiration of people. But Yi Yun was no longer paying attention to the three sculptures. He saw that in front of the sculptures, there were 3 metal tablets. Each tablet had names engraved on it. These were the 3 rolls of honor. These are the heaven, earth, and man rolls of honor. The bald man said. Each list's top 10 people had their names written in bigger font, almost to the point of a foot. Hence, it was very striking. Yi Yun noticed that the names at the top of the heaven and the earth lists were the same, Tai Haotian. As for the man list's top person, that was another person, Luo Huier. Oh? Luo Huier? A girl? Yi Yun quickly found Yao Dao and Yang Qian's names. Yao Dao's name appeared both on the heaven and earth list at 52. Yang Qian also appeared on the heaven and earth list at 68. Both of them did not enter the man list. See this? This is the roll of honor. If you were to leave the Taiya Divine City after 6 years and were able to enter the top 1,000 of any of the lists, then you have performed well. I know all of you are very proud. To be able to come here proves your excellence. But your excellence is only compared to the areas you came from. No one who came here is any worse than you. As for those who have been training in the Taiya Divine City for 3 to 4 years, it is normal for them to be stronger than you. If any one of you were to enter the top 1,000 of any of those lists within 1 year, and not when you leave the Taiya Divine City, then you will attract the attention of all the large factions in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. They will scramble to attract you. The bald man's words were very provocative. To enter the top 1,000 in a year. Winning the attraction of all the large factions in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. This was very exciting. Zhou Kuei grabbed his wrists as his eyes lit up with fighting spirit. As a man, he had to accomplish this. This was Zhou Kuei's dream, and also the dreams of many of the young heroes present. Yi Yun quietly memorized the names on the list. On the heaven, earth, man rolls of honor, even an early-stage Yuan Foundation elite was ranked in the 10s. Then for those that ranked in the top 10 or top 3, what were their cultivation levels? Middle of the Yuan Foundation realm? Or perhaps even the late stages of the Yuan Foundation realm? It was hard to imagine. This Taiya Divine City was indeed the place where all the elites of the Taiya Divine Kingdom gathered. Even the Jin Longwei was nothing when compared with the many large family clans, royal family, before military regiments, the Qing Wanwei, the royal guards and other elite groups formed from the various factions. Furthermore, the Jing state's divine capital's Jin Longwei branch was just one of the 100 Jin Longwei branches in the entire Taiya Divine Kingdom. This roll of honor was indeed a great challenge. Yi Yun felt a surge of hot blood. I wonder what the current me would rank. It's impossible to be in the top 1,000. I heard that there were 12,000 cultivators in the Taiya Divine City. Every year there would be about 2,000 rookies. And the rookies tend to be ranked last. Song Zijuan who came with me is definitely beyond 10,000. Among the rookies, my strength should be pretty good. That Zhou Kuei, even if I didn't attack him by surprise, I could still beat him. But, there are about 2,000 people in this batch. Zhou Kuei can at most be considered above average in the 2,000 rookies. What would my rank be? In this 2,000 rookies, are there many who are stronger than me? Yi Yun did not undervalue himself, but he knew that his purple blood realm strength was just the beginning. In the entire Jing state, Yi Yun was considered among the best. But there were 107 other states, and there was the biggest Zhong state. The Imperial City. It would be no surprise that there were others stronger than him among the rookies. If he were to count the old from the Taiya Divine City, Yi Yun estimated his overall ranking to be somewhere above 10,000. Was it 8,000? 9,000? Or could he be way beyond 10,000? He had no idea. Entering the top 1,000 in 1 year's time was considered exceptional. And it would attract the attention of various large factions in the country. Then what about me? How far would I go in a year? Yi Yun was looking forward to it. Thinking it through, he had come from the vast wilderness. Be it cultivation techniques or resources, he could not be compared to the youths from the royal family or the super family clans. Although he had led 2 lives, with high perceptivity and a heaven-defying purple crystal's help, his contact with martial arts was short. To be able to enter the top 10,000 among the Taiya Divine Kingdom's young heroes was already pretty good. Alright, there's no point saying all this nonsense. Now, you have to begin cultivating. See those stone doors? The bald man pointed to somewhere nearby. There were 6 huge stone doors erected in front of them. The stone doors were engraved with primordial desolate beasts and look ancient and mysterious. The bald man said, "The 6 stone doors in front of you is the heart of the Wilderness Divine Hall. The Wilderness Divine Hall is a cultivation place. As rookies, all of you will get 2 hours of free cultivation time. Now, you can all enter. As for which door, choose freely. Each door only lets in 18 people." "Oh? Free cultivation time?" Ian paused. It seemed like entering this place in the future would require payment with dragon scale runes. At this moment, the bald man stood by the side with his hands crossed across his chest. Beside him was a large hourglass. The bald man had just flipped the hourglass and the sand quietly flowed down. When it finished, 2 hours would have passed. The young heroes present all came to the Taya Divine City for their first time. They did not know that many rules, but they could tell that the time in the Wilderness Divine Hall was extremely valuable. Naturally, it was not something to be wasted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, Primordial Species Sculpture. Chapter 163, Primordial Species Sculpture. Ian swept his eyes across the 6 stone doors. The stone doors all looked the same, the only difference was the engravings on the doors. There were 3-headed beasts, large serpents, fierce birds, and a large shark. To choose any of the 6 stone doors. Ian thought for a moment before walking towards the 3-headed beast door. At this moment, Ian realized that Jokuei also walked towards the 3-headed beast door. Ha! The Chimera Stone Door is considered the most difficult stone door in the Wilderness Divine Hall. Jokuei knew some things about the Wilderness Divine Hall. His words stirred Ian. Difficulty? It seems this cultivation ground was not a simple place. How about it? Do you have the guts to compete with me? This Wilderness Divine Hall is a place that tests your true ability. Sneak attacks are useless here. Jokuei tossed his head over and said it sarcastically. It was clear he was still holding a grudge from Ian's sneak attack from yesterday. Jokuei found it disgraceful to suffer losses under Ian. He found himself wrong to have lost to a sneak attack. He wanted to regain his pride with this entry into the Wilderness Divine Hall. Many Xuanwu army warriors followed Jokuei. They were his followers and brother-in-arms. Quickly, they took the other 16 places for the 3-headed beast door. Those who entered the 3-headed beast were all from the Xuanwu army, except Iyun. These strong youths from the Xuanwu army gave contemplative looks at Iyun. It felt like a pack of wolves looking at a little sheep that had fallen into their lair. Fighting is prohibited in the Wilderness Divine Hall, or there will be serious consequences. Noticing the tension in the air, the bald man exhorted them without much ado. Battles were common in the Taya Divine City. As long as they did not fight in places that prohibited fighting, then it was alright to fight elsewhere in the event there were no deaths or serious injuries. Hence, the bald man did not interfere the battles between the trainees, and in fact condoned it. If the team he led fought with others, they would be rewarded if they won, and punished if they lost. These guys are like a bunch of flies having their eyes on you. Su Zheng transmitted this from behind Iyun. Iyun shrugged and said casually, "Whatever." While saying that, Iyun headed towards the 3-headed beast door. Jokuei laughed and followed. The other members of the Xuanwu army also piled in. Phew! A white light flashed in before the stone door was fully opened. It sucked Iyun in. Oh! Iyun's vision blurred and turned clear the next moment. Before he could figure out what was happening, he felt his scalp burning. It was as if something terrifying had its eyes on him. He could feel the existence of an overpowering pressure that was pressing against him, as if he was immersed in a mercury pool. What's the matter? Iyun looked towards the strange overwhelming pressure and was surprised to see a huge desolate beast sculpture standing in front of him. This sculpture was completely black. It had a black golden luster, and its body was hard to be described as lion or a rock. It had 3 animal heads, and had unkempt fur. Each head's eyes flashed with purple lightning. On its back were 3 30-feet wings, as if it was ready to take off at any time. Its body gave off a sense of immense pressure, making Iyun inevitably feel a sense of smallness. Boom! Suddenly, by looking at the divine beast, Iyun felt a tumultuous thunder within his mind. Iyun could not help but shake a few times. His whole body felt an oppressive feeling. At this time, a voice entered Iyun's ear. Before the Taya Divine City was completely built, the 3-headed chimera sculpture was created by the Taya Divine City's first city lord. It was a real primordial species. It was created by injecting large amounts of molten great yin gold into it and casted. This sculpture contains within it the primordial species oppression, and the true spirit of the first city lord of the Taya divine city. How much one can comprehend depends on oneself. The primordial species' real body was injected with molten great yin gold before making into a sculpture? The sculpture's origin startled Yi Yun. This was actually a real primordial species. No wonder it had such a terrific pressure. In front of the chimera, Yi Yun found it hard to breathe. The immense pressure nearly made him kneel on the ground. Yi Yun gritted his teeth and lowered the flowing mercury gown's weight to its lowest before being barely able to withstand it. At this time, many white light flashed beside Yi Yun. One after another, the men from the Xuanwu army were sent in. The first was naturally Zhou Kuei. It had to be said that Zhou Kuei had some ability. In front of the chimera's immense pressure, he just trembled before standing firm. As for the others, they were worse. Their ability was inferior. Although they were mentally prepared, to suddenly experience such overwhelming pressure made their blood turbulent. They found it hard to endure it. One by one, they faltered and fell to the ground. They had been bragging a lot outside, but when the true test of their abilities and worth came, it wasn't enough to just move their lips. Trash. Don't be AF *** king pussy. Zhou Kuei still had the strength to curse. Indeed, he had strong foundations. In fact, being under pressure was his forte. He grinned at Yi Yun. Come on, let's compete to see who is more manly. Zhou Kuei laughed with a pride that seemed to surge to the sky. Yi Yun only glanced at Zhou Kuei and did not respond. He was pondering about everything within the Wilderness Divine Hall. The Wilderness Divine Hall wasn't a place just to endure the primordial species pressure. The most valuable item in this cultivation ground was to understand the sage's true spirit within the primordial species sculpture. One had to endure the primordial species pressure and understand the true spirit of the sage at the same time. The sage's true spirit wasn't easy to realize. Besides, these cultivators were rookies. They did not have much strength, hence it was not easy to endure the pressure. What's more, it was not easy to calm themselves down to ponder over the true spirit. Even Yi Yun did not find it easy. In just a while, his forehead was sweating. As for Zhou Kuei, he looked stronger than Yi Yun. A vein appeared on his forehead as his joints started to crackle. This aura was extremely amazing. Zhou Kuei looked at Yi Yun and thought to himself, this kid is stronger than I thought. He actually has some skill, and not just sneak attacking. Zhou Kuei gathered his all to compete with Yi Yun, so it was natural that he was watching Yi Yun. Zhou Kuei was very confident with his endurance and resilience. Even if he could not keep up with Yi Yun at the beginning, he believed he could beat Yi Yun near the end. Furthermore, he was much stronger than Yi Yun from the beginning, so he was sure to win in the end. Zhou Kuei expected his victory, so he would not rejoice. Instead, he wanted to see what Yi Yun's limits were. What Zhou Kuei did not know was that Yi Yun wasn't concentrating on competing on him. In fact, Yi Yun had treated Zhou Kuei as heir from the beginning to the end. Yi Yun was single-mindedly examining the chimera's sculpture. Primordial species. This is the pressure left behind by a primordial species. Its strength exceeds that of a human lord. Even the elders of the Taya divine city might not be able to handle it. Obtaining a primordial species body to make into a relic could cause a bloody storm if it reaches the mortal world. Even human sages would want it to nourish their bodies, and understand the laws embedded within the primordial species relic. It deserves the name of the primordial species. This was Yi Yun's first encounter with a primordial species. Although it was sealed within gold. Then could it possibly? Ever since Yi Yun entered the Wilderness Divine Hall and saw the chimera sculpture, he had a thought he couldn't suppress. This thought made him speed up his breathing. He closed his eyes and concentrated. He let his consciousness enter an ethereal state and interfaced his spiritual energy with the purple crystal origins within its heart. With that, Yi Yun suddenly opened his eyes. Yi Yun's vision turned white. In front of Yi Yun, the three-headed beast sculpture lit up with white light. Yi Yun felt that his spiritual energy when attached with the purple crystal had managed to interface with the primordial species sculpture in front of him. However, the gold used to seal the primordial species was preventing Yi Yun's spirit energy from penetrating it. This great yen gold was a wonderful metal. It had a natural property that absorbed heaven-earth yuan qi. Using it to seal the primordial species body, after tens of millions of years, the primordial species energy within would not decrease but even increase constantly, making it more pure. The body of the chimera had actually more energy contained within it than when the Taya divine city was first built. Its cost was even greater. The 6 primordial species sculptures within the divine wilderness were the cornerstone treasures of the Taya divine city. This was all thanks to the great yen gold. Its special property made energy easy to enter, but difficult to exit. It could be said to be one way. Unfortunately, although the great yin gold had the ability to nourish the primordial species body, it took too long. Every 100,000 years or million years, human sages died of old age and could not wait. Only a superpower like the Taya Divine Kingdom could be handed down generation after generation. Together with the super fortress of the Taya Divine City, it could protect the primordial species' real body, preventing it from being robbed. Yi Yun was now reversing the polarity of the great yin gold. After he regulated his breathing, with full concentration, he used the purple crystal's ability to control energy to draw out the energy from within the great yin gold drop by drop. Slowly, the three-headed beast's middle head shined a light that grew brighter as more energy gathered. Energy from all corners of the three-headed sculpture began to gather in the middle head of the three-headed beast, as if it were breaking out of a shell. When the energy was condensed to its extremes, a light blob the size of a pigeon egg was squeezed out from the great yin gold with great difficulty. It slowly floated over and under the purple crystal's guidance flew towards Yi Yun. Seeing this light blob, Yi Yun was overjoyed. I've succeeded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, Sage's Truth. Chapter 164, Sage's Truth. Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin. Yi Yun had only wanted to experiment, but it was a success. Even though it was energy from a primordial strain that had been sealed by great yin gold, the purple crystal could still suck it out. The process was difficult, and the reason was likely because his spiritual energy was weaker. The energy drawn out from the great yin gold was actually an extremely tiny portion of the primordial strain's total energy. If his spiritual energy was greater, then it would be much easier to absorb the energy from within the great yin gold. Yi Yun had previously used the purple crystal to absorb desolate bone energy, which was in the form of densely packed light dots. But now, the energy absorbed from the primordial strain were light blobs the size of a pigeon egg. Yi Yun's eyes lit up. Upon careful inspection, he found that within the light blobs were extremely small chimera shadows that tumbled around. These mini three-headed beasts looked like puppies with 2 additional heads. It looked less ferocious than the chimera sculpture. It was even cuter. Clearly, this was what a chimera looked like as a cub. To think that there would be something like that within the primordial strain energy. Is it because its energy is too pure that it forms this? It's incredible. Yi Yun knew that certain herbs that reached a certain age, such as the purple jade ginseng, could form into a physical manifestation like a fat baby or a little girl. It was unbelievable that the energy exuded out by the primordial strain could form such shapes in a tiny light blob. What would it feel like absorbing this energy? Yi Yun carefully controlled the mini-beast phantom at himself. Looking closer, he found the small beast to be extremely exquisite. Although it was the size of a pigeon egg, its wings, tiny claws and even scales could be clearly seen. Yi Yun opened up his mouth and swallowed the energy blob. A moment later, a warm energy surged within Yi Yun's body, reaching his mind and his dantian. This energy was completely different from the energies he had previously absorbed. It not only contained an extremely pure life essence, but it also contained some spiritual energy. This spiritual energy entered Yi Yun's mind, and Yi Yun felt his surroundings turn into a blur. In the misty white light, he felt like he saw himself flying. He was flying thousands of meters in the sky above the vast wilderness. Yi Yun felt like he had turned into the primordial strain. This primordial strain would hunt prey, fly into the air and onto the ground, and battle with other primordial strains. These images intermittently appeared within Yi Yun's mind. In these fuzzy scenes, Yi Yun felt like he had touched a brand new world. He was perceptive of the surrounding heaven-earth yuan qi. He had never found it so clear. Yes. Yi Yun's mind flashed with brilliance. He recalled that he had read the book, Divine Wilderness, that said that energy from primordial strains not only contained their life essences, but it also contained their nomological insights. By consuming the primordial strain's relic, one could obtain tiny traces of the primordial strain's nomological insight. It was something all human peerless experts dreamed of. On the road of martial arts, the higher the level, the more important the nomological insight became. One could not control the world's heaven-earth yuan qi freely unless they understood the laws well. If he could understand the primordial strain's nomological insight, how much would his strength improve? Yi Yun's heart raced. He was full of anticipation for his future. But now, the single blob of energy contained too little nomological insight. It was severely insufficient. Yi Yun closed his eyes and concentrated. With his teeth gritted, his spiritual energy entered the purple crystal origins once again. By controlling the purple crystal, he drew out the energy from within the great yin gold drop by drop. Although the purple crystal could absorb the primordial strain's energy, its pressure was still applied to Yi Yun's body in an overwhelming manner similar to a tidal impact on his blood. It was not easy to absorb the primordial strain's energy under such a situation. After taking nearly 15 minutes, Yi Yun managed to squeeze out a second energy blob from within the great yin gold, sending it flying slowly towards him. Although the primordial strain's energy was strong, a light blob the size of a pigeon egg did not contain much energy. With Yi Yun's foundation, he could completely withstand it. The second light blob was swallowed by Yi Yun. Soon, a surge of warmth entered Yi Yun's body again. The primordial strain's memory images also became clearer. Yi Yun felt that he was the primordial strain itself, and he could sense the laws. Following that, under great difficulty, Yi Yun managed to absorb the third and fourth light blob. After swallowing 4 light blobs, the images in Yi Yun's head began to become complete. Slowly, he saw a scene that made him excited and shocked. He saw the vast barren plains of the divine wilderness. Above the plains, in the vast blue sky, a chimera was flying. It spread open its 3 big wings and flapped, sending clouds hundreds of kilometers away. The chimera was battling a long-haired man wearing golden battle armor. This golden-armored man was armed with a spear. With an upstanding and dauntless pose, his long hair blew in the wind. In his hands, there was a 4-meter-long spear that danced in the air causing turmoil, and he gave off an overwhelming aura. Yi Yun realized that he was watching from the perspective of the primordial strain as it fought against the golden-armored man. Yi Yun suddenly realized that the man he was looking at was the first city lord of the Taiya Divine City. He was the one who killed the 6 primordial strain beasts and sealed their bodies within the Wilderness Divine Hall by using great yen gold to make them into sculptures. The scenes he was seeing while the last memories of the chimera. What did it mean to be Taiya Divine City's city lord? He could enjoy the Taiya Divine City's pyramid's 99th levels cultivation ground, and could allocate all the resources within the Taiya Divine City. In the Taiya Divine Kingdom, there were 2 giants, one was the Divine Emperor, and the other was the Taiya Divine City's city lord. The Divine Emperor had to deal with governance and deal with memorandums, but the Taiya Divine City's city lord did not need to. He could cultivate all he wanted. If strength was to be compared, the Taiya Divine City's city lord was definitely stronger. Yi Yun was watching the first city lord of the Taiya Divine City. He was an eternal character that existed in the tens of millions of years of the Taiya Divine Kingdom. His strength was in an unimaginable realm for Yi Yun. When the Taiya Divine City Lord cast the 6 sculptures in the Wilderness Divine Hall, he had also left his own nomological insight within the sculptures. But now, when Yi Yun absorbed the primordial strain energy, the laws inside the energy had also been absorbed within Yi Yun's body. Besides that, Yi Yun could watch from the perspective of the primordial strain, experiencing the battle scenes with the first city lord. It was almost as if Yi Yun was exchanging blows with the city lord himself. As such, Yi Yun had a totally immersive experience for understanding the first city lord's nomological insight. This 2-prong approach of understanding was infinitely more superior to standing before the primordial strain sculpture to understand. Yi Yun's perceptivity was always good. Having led 2 lives, Yi Yun's spiritual energy was great. He had even been praised by Lin Xintong for his perceptivity. Even Old Man Su, who had always despised Yi Yun, had to acknowledge Yi Yun's perceptivity. With his high perceptivity and the immersive experience, Yi Yun slowly understood the essence within the first city lord's moves. Although he could not understand it, Yi Yun formed a vague concept. The law's true meaning. Is this the true meaning of the law? With his own mind, he could induce the heaven-earth Yuan Qi to use it for himself. Upon reaching a sufficient cultivation realm, one could even transform one's body into a heavenly one in short periods of time, allowing them to control the laws of heaven and earth. Light blob after blob from the primordial strain flew towards Yi Yun. These light blobs opened a mysterious door for Yi Yun. The simple understanding from the door surged over. It made Yi Yun feel like he had touched a magical new field, something he had never heard or seen before. Yi Yun began consuming all these understandings like a starved person. This was the mysteries of the world. By lifting the veil of mystery, what appeared in front of him made him infatuated. There was no concept of time when cultivating. Yi Yun was immersed in a magical state for an unknown period of time. However, outside Yi Yun's mind, Zhou Kuei was still giving his all, competing with Yi Yun. Zhou Kuei's goons could no longer take it. Many of them knelt or laid on the ground, as they felt the oppression from the primordial strain. There were only a few people still standing within the hall. Zhou Kuei was, of course, one of them. Humph. Being under pressure is my forte. To withstand pressure, if I were to say I was second among the people here, no one will dare claim first. I will roll over everyone here. Zhou Kuei had this proud thought. The primordial strain's oppression was great, but so what? He was strong, like a hill against the wind. He was free, like a metal chain stopping the river. This was Zhou Kuei's current mental state. Zhou Kuei could already feel the pressure. Although he was dog-tired and his body was near its limits, but under the self-hypnosis, Zhou Kuei entered a euphoric state. He subconsciously told himself that he was the strongest. Hence, his resistance against the pressure increased another level. Zhou Kuei's head was covered in sweat as his body's bones crackled. He turned with difficulty to look at Yi Yun. But he saw Yi Yun's face pale with his eyes closed. And Yi Yun's eyelashes were constantly trembling as if he was having a nightmare. His mental state is unstable. He is at his limit. Those were Zhou Kuei's thoughts. Of course, at this point, he was not finding it easy himself. Zhou Kuei wanted to see the scene of Yi Yun collapsing, however, he was fated never to see it. Gong! Suddenly, a loud gong rang in everyone's ears. 2 hours is up. All the cultivators are to leave the Wilderness Divine Hall. An authoritative voice echoed within the 6 rooms. This was the same voice that had introduced the sculptures within the Wilderness Divine Hall. Time's up? Such a pity. Yi Yun's spirit was still in a trance. He slowly opened his eyes as he gradually returned from the world within his mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 165, We are doing good. Chapter 165, We are doing good. And it's over. 2 hours of cultivation time is too short. Yi Yun felt regret. Being interrupted while being in a state of learning was extremely uncomfortable. If he could have stayed a little longer, like another 2 hours, he would have gained a lot. Thinking about it, even an additional day would not be enough. Yi Yun looked at the 3-headed beast sculpture and coveted it greatly. This Wilderness Divine Hall is indeed the cornerstone treasure of the Taya Divine City. When will I be able to come in again? Damn, I finally endured through it. The training experience is good, but these 2 hours were a suffering. Beside Yi Yun, several youths felt as if they had been fished out of the water. They were soaked in sweat. Some of them didn't have any strength left and laid sprawled on the ground, without any consideration of their current bearing. For these proud sons of heavens, if they had any ounce of strength, they would have braced themselves to stand up. To lay on the ground like a dead dog meant that they were at the end of their limits. Many wanted to give up midway and leave the Wilderness Divine Hall. But they knew that the chance to cultivate within the Wilderness Divine Hall was an extremely precious chance. They could not waste these 2 hours, because the next time they wanted to enter, they had to pay dragon scale runes. This price would definitely not be cheap. This was obvious. The Taya Divine City had so many people, who didn't want to learn from these 6 primordial species sculptures? With so many people lined up, how much time could a person get? Under such circumstances, to give up halfway, not only was that making light of the heavenly treasure, but it would also make the bald man look down on them. They might even be blacklisted. Hence, no matter how uncomfortable it was, all of them endured through it. Different from the rest, Yi Yun's body was filled with pure energy. This energy naturally came from that primordial species statue. Just before this, Yi Yun was in a meditative state. Under extreme concentration, his body had only absorbed a tiny amount of the energy from the primordial species. There was still a lot he did not manage to absorb. Yi Yun shook his head. He had been trying to gain insight into the nomology, and could not care about anything else. He could not take time to digest the primordial species energy as it needed both time and his mental resources. If he did so, there would not be time left for gaining new insight. The time in the Wilderness Divine Hall was too precious. He could just swallow down without chewing the primordial species energy and digest it later. But since he had not fully absorbed it, Yi Yun's body could grow stronger from the energy's nourishment. At this moment, many were staggering, but Yi Yun felt full of energy. He casually wiped the sweat of his brows. Due to being fully concentrated trying to learn, Yi Yun had been sweating a lot. Are you hot? To sweat that much, but you can be considered quite good. You surprised me by standing all the way to the end. As Yi Yun was wiping his sweat, a voice sounded out behind him. Yi Yun turned around and the originator of that voice was naturally Zhou Kuei. Zhou Kuei had actually expended a lot of energy, but he had forcibly gathered enough yuan qi, allowing him to maintain his bearing and good image. He returned to his trademark move by crossing his arms across his chest and stood with his feet apart, as if he was saying, "It was easy for me in the past 2 hours." In fact, for Zhou Kuei to be able to maintain such a stance was already very good compared to the others. To Yi Yun, Zhou Kuei was in a forced pretense, strong only in appearance but brittle inside. Yun speechlessly glanced at Zhou Kuei and could no longer be bothered with him, nor the interest to set back Zhou Kuei. This was not because Yun was staying aloof with the rest of the world, but ever since he came to the Taya Divine City and saw the Yuan Foundation realm geniuses, Yun's horizons had been broadened. With his horizons broadened, he had seen a wider world, so Yun became even more ambitious. Zhou Kuei was no longer a competitor to Yun. His target was those who had stayed in the Taya Divine City for 3 to 4 years. These people were Yang Qian, Yao Dao, and even Luo Huier and Qin Haopian. Yun's goal was to chase up to these people and, in the shortest time, break through into the Yuan Foundation realm. Yun walked out of the Divine Hall's main door. This place was too wondrous. By leaving this place, Yun felt a sense of regret. "Brother Yi, are you all right?" When Yun left the Wilderness Divine Hall, a plump youth said with a pant. He was Su Zhang, who Yun got to know on the way to the Divine Wilderness. At this time, both his hands were on his knees and his face pale. It looked like he had expended a lot of energy. "I'm fine," Yun waved. Actually, his temples were aching. Although his body was filled with energy, Yun had consumed a great deal of his mental facilities. Using the purple crystal to absorb the energy from the primordial species sculpture was not easy. Due to the great Yen gold seal and the fact that Yun's level was very low, it was difficult to manipulate the primordial species energy. Just like a child swinging a sledgehammer would find his arm sore after a few swings. Yun had endured through that for 2 hours, so his mental facilities had been greatly taxed. And to understand the truths from the sages was a big test on Yun's soul. "Brother Yi, you sure look relaxed. Look at the surroundings." Su Zhang patted Yun on the back as he pointed around. Many were in bad conditions. For example, Song Zijuan was pale in the face. At this moment, he could not greet Yun and was meditating, trying to regulate his breathing. Many others were experiencing similar outcomes like Song Zijuan. Su Zhang was considered quite good. The bald man had his arms crossed and stayed silent as he waited for the people to regulate themselves. Although exhausted, some of them were excited. Some even had a bit of Yuan Qi, and to demonstrate their resilience, they formed groups to discuss the gains from earlier. It was indeed challenging. As expected from the cultivation ground built by the first city lord of the Taya Divine City. In the 2 hours of cultivation, I felt that my spirit grew stronger by a lot. A Xuanwu army member said with a pant. Although he was dog-tired, his face was smiling, giving a "I still have energy to spare" look. "Yes. My blood has also condensed. The pressure was painful, but it managed to strengthen my blood. It's full of benefits. I really want to enter again. I don't dare to say I can withstand another 2 hours, but I can still withstand another 1 hour." These rookies tried to top each other by bragging and making themselves look fat by slapping their own faces. These people who made the statements were mostly Xuanwu army members. It had to be said that the Xuanwu army was specialized in strength, hence their resistance under pressure was stronger than Jin Longwei members. Many Jin Longwei members did not even have the strength to speak, so they could not fake it even if they wanted. For a moment, the Xuanwu army overshadowed everyone else. They intentionally wanted to show off in front of the bald man to prove the strength of the Xuanwu army, and also their personal strengths. If they impressed the bald man, there would be benefits for their future development. The bald man stroked his chin as he smiled while watching these 13-year-old kids act. He had an obvious scar on his face. Due to his smile, the scar distorted and looked like a wriggling small snake. Yun noticed this and felt a sense of foreshadowing. This bald man's smile seemed malicious. Smiling tiger. Yun assessed quietly. This smile seemed like something he had seen before. In his old world, while he was in school, there would be some classroom teachers with such smiles. Every time he saw such a smile, Yun would feel cold, because it usually meant a ton of exercises and assignments were to follow. Was the training good? The bald man said, smiling. Reporting to Instructor Qin, we are doing well. Zhou Kuei made a standard bow with his voice being ear-deafening and powerful. The other Xuanwu army members also shouted, doing well. Armies were particular about fighting spirit, so whether it was to report the current strength, shouting commands, or replying to superiors, the voice had to be loud and powerful. But Yun estimated that just from that shout, Zhou Kuei had burned all the Yuan Qi he had previously recovered. Yun gave Zhou Kuei a sympathetic look. This kid with muscles for brains probably did not know what was awaiting him. Still strong in spirit. Good. The bald man nodded and looked satisfied. Then get up and follow me to the school grounds. School grounds? Zhou Kuei dazed for a moment. What are we going to the school grounds for? Nothing much, just some basic training, such as weighted squats, frog jumps, bayonet drills, etc. It will be very relaxed," the bald man said with a casual tone. Upon hearing it, Yun's expression turned off. Basic training? Very relaxed? Oh, so it's basic training, great. Zhou Kuwei agreed immediately. Although he was exhausted, he still had some strength left to undergo basic training. Zhou Kuwei's situation may be better. As for all the other Xuanwu army members, they all consciously gulped down a mouthful of saliva. In their current states, it would be quite tough to do basic training. It's alright, there are people worse off than us. A Xuanwu army member motioned towards Yun, Song Zijuan, and others with his eyes. The Jin Longwei is just a bunch of fancy pants. In a tough head-on manly training session, they are definitely not better than us. With others lining the bottom, there's nothing to worry. Look at them, it seems they will have trouble even carrying their weapons to the school grounds. When humans were chased by tigers, they did not need to run faster than a tiger. It was sufficient to run faster than the slowest man. Right, we just need to be stronger than them. With this in mind, the Xuanwu army members were relieved. They followed the bald man, ready to head towards the Taya Divine City's school grounds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 166, Basic Training. Chapter 166, Basic Training. At this moment, several Jin Longwei members were suffering in their hearts. They were skilled at techniques, but in terms of strength, they really could not compare with the Xuanwu army, who were noted for their strength. The Xuanwu army was a heavy armored regiment. Xuanwu is also the name of a divine beast, similar to a tortoise. This divine beast is shaped like a tortoise with a snake on its back. With a divine beast with such high defense as the army's mascot, it also reflected the nature of the Xuanwu army. These Xuanwu army members mainly trained by bearing weights and doing strength training. It was difficult for the Jin Longwei to compare with that. These Jin Longwei members had barely managed to endure 2 hours in the Divine Wilderness Hall. They were under the misconception that they could rest, but now, they had to undergo even more training. The Divine Wilderness Campgrounds, which was known as Death's Goalpost, was something normal people could not endure. Seeing the ugly faces of the Jin Longwei members, the Xuanwu army members turned excited. For them, they did not need to be very happy, it was sufficient as long as someone beside them did worse than them. To these people, the suffering of others was their own happiness. Besides, overshadowing the Jin Longwei made them feel good. As a result, the Xuanwu army members were looking forward to go to the school grounds. The training will begin now. From the Wilderness Divine Hall to the school grounds is about 5 kilometers. Get there while frog jumping, the bald man said. Frog jumps? Haha, I like it. Frog jumps was a common training method used by the Xuanwu army members. As warriors, they had to bear weights, or it would just be too easy. It was no trouble jumping a dozen meters with just one leap. How much weight do we have to bear? Someone from the Xuanwu army asked. Since you have consumed a lot of energy today, I'll reduce the weight. You just need to wear these. Saying that, the bald man touched his interspatial ring and took out a huge box. With a kick, the box opened. The box was filled with training suit. These training suits were colorful and looked like they were made of denim. But the young heroes present knew these were weighted clothes. It was light in the hand, but upon wearing it, they would be tens to hundreds of thousands of pounds in weight. This is the Taya Divine City lightest types of training suits. It's originally used to train your movement, but I'll let you use it for weights. It's very easy. The black training suit is 200 cauldrons, the purple one 100 cauldrons, the red one 50 cauldrons, the green one 30 cauldrons, and the white one is 10 cauldrons. Choose whichever you want to wear. A cauldron was 1,000 pounds. Even the lightest white training suit was 10,000 pounds, and it was equal to the flowing mercury gown's lightest weight. But the flowing mercury gown could increase in weight to 1,000 cauldrons, which was 5 times the black training suit. And the training suits here had fixed weights. As such, the difference in value was obvious. By squeezing yourself to the limit is beneficial for you. But, if you think you can't handle it, just choose the white training suit and eat some bone relics or something. The bald man mocked. This dismissive tone immediately stirred up the people's desire for excellence. How could a bunch of proud youths acknowledge words that belittled them? They immediately began choosing the training suits. To frog jump for 5 kilometers while there was little yuan qi within their body, even the young and spirited heroes knew the difficulty. After measuring the difficulty, the Xuanwu army members chose the red training suits. Very few of them chose the purple ones. As for the Jin Longwei members, they had to settle for a lighter suit. Most of them choose the green training suits, with a small minority choosing red. After all, they had little energy left within their bodies. Zhou Kuei laughed at Yi Yun while glancing over at him. Yi Yun, you must have consumed a lot of Yuan Qi in the Wilderness Divine Hall? How about it? Do you want to choose a lighter one? This purple training suit is 100 cauldrons, and it is probably not suitable for you. Zhou Kuei purposely provoked Yi Yun. The purple training suit was the second heaviest training suit among all the suits. None of the Xuanwu army members dared to choose it. Zhou Kuei wanted to provoke Yi Yun into choosing a training suit he couldn't handle, and make him dog-tired while frog jumping. Yi Yun laughed and said, "It's indeed not suitable." With regards to choosing the training suits, Yi Yun did not need any consideration. There was nothing to consider. Back when he was in the Frost Metal Blood Balls array, he was wearing the flowing mercury gown at a weight of 10 cauldrons. However, that was to train his movement skills, which was very different from training his weight-bearing. A Tier 1 male could easily lift 300 pounds of items, but if he were to lift 50 pounds of items to do a 100-meter sprint or a long jump, then it would be much more difficult. Yi Yun's body was full of energy, and since it was just weighted frog jumps, the purple training suit's 100 cauldrons was not suitable. Zhou Kuei stumbled. He did not expect Yi Yun to ignore his taunts. He's so gutless? I said it was not suitable and he didn't choose it? Is he even a man? Just as he was preparing to say a few words to nip at Yi Yun, he suddenly widened his eyes as he saw Yi Yun picking up a black training suit. The black training suit was 200 cauldrons in weight. Seeing Yi Yun's choice, Zhou Kuei's eyes twitched. Is this kid mad? If Zhou Kuei was in his optimal state, then jumping 5 kilometers in 200 cauldrons of training suits was nothing. He could even handle 300 cauldrons. But now, after expending so much energy within the Wilderness Divine Hall, Zhou Kuei was only planning on using a purple training suit. After all, there was still training to be done at the school grounds. If he were to collapse from exhaustion on the way, it would be too embarrassing. He had wanted to provoke Yi Yun into wearing a purple training suit with him, entrapping him. But unexpectedly, Yi Yun chose the black one. How should he choose? Now with Yi Yun choosing the black one, was he going to acknowledge his inferiority and choose the purple one? Yi Yun must be a retard. Did he not listen to the bald man's words and mixed up the weight of the black training suit? Even the bald man looked at Yi Yun with surprise. But, it was only surprise. As for the Jin Longwei members, they were stunned. I choose this. Yi Yun said it and smiled at Zhou Kuei. What about you? I heard the people from the Xuanwu army like you practice frog jumps all the time? Zhou Kuei hesitated for a moment, and with a gulp, laughed bitterly, that's for sure. Stuff like frog jumps is basically the same as walking to a Xuanwu army. We have already gotten bored of it. Zhou Kuei gritted his teeth. He could not be overshadowed by Yi Yun. Zhou Kuei grabbed another black training suit and thought, kid, I'll let you fake it. I'll see how long you can fake it. Zhou Kuei knew his current situation. He was in no situation to play around with the black training suit. But upon careful thought, this was no matter. Once Yi Yun collapsed from exhaustion, he could eat some fierce beast relics, or at worst, eat a desolate bone relic to replenish his stamina. By gritting his teeth, he would be able to endure until he reached his destination. After all, this was the heaviest training suit and he had expended a lot of energy within the Wilderness Divine Hall. Eating a desolate bone relic in this situation, even the strict bald man will probably allow it. As long as I eat a desolate bone relic, I will be able to endure through it. As for you, with your tiny body and thighs thinner than my arm, you will probably not be able to make it after leaping 30 feet. 5 kilometers isn't that easy to jump. With this in mind, Zhou Kuei gave a sinister and burlesque glance to Yi Yun. He said lightly, in the past, our training uses 300 cauldrons training suits to do frog jumps, and we do 15 kilometers at a time. Zhou Kuei bragged, and his followers echoed, Brother Kuei had previously even played with 400 cauldrons. Even the shortest distance was 10 kilometers. It's only 5 kilometers today, and the heaviest training suit is only 200 cauldrons. Brother Kuei, you will just have to make do with it. After all, bragging didn't cost anything, so they did it with great aplomb. But for Zhou Kuei's optimal state, he could barely manage slightly above 300 cauldrons. Zhou Kuei's record was frog jumping 2.5 kilometers with 360 cauldrons. Seeing Zhou Kuei and his follower brag, the bald man raised his eyebrows and laughed. So, you think 200 cauldrons isn't enough? Hearing the bald man's words, Zhou Kuei nearly planted his head in the ground. He wanted to slap his follower. Why did he have to open his big mouth? If you think it's not enough, you can wear 2 pieces. The bald man pointed to the box and said calmly. Zhou Kuei laughed drily twice. Just as he was about to say some words to admit his defeat, he saw Yun puffing and blowing while picking up a red training suit and putting it on his body. Zhou Kuwei nearly choked. He opened up his mouth and looked disbelieving at Yun. This kid, is his brain screwed on right? With the black colors 200 cauldrons and the red colors 50 cauldrons, it was a total of 250 cauldrons. Actually, this was the apparent weight. Yun had secretly changed the flowing mercury gown's weight to 50 cauldrons for a total of 300 cauldrons. Yun estimated that this was his limit. If he really couldn't take it, he could slightly reduce the flowing mercury gown's weight. When comparing strength, Yun could not beat Zhou Kuwei in his peak condition. At this time, Zhou Kuwei looked like he had eaten a pound of arsenic. He did not know what to say. This kid, what madness is this? After enduring the Wilderness Divine Hall, he's still taking on 250 cauldrons to frog jump 5 kilometers? Zhou Kuwei was now irrevocably committed. Many people were looking at him. The Jin Longwei members, the Xuanwu army members and the bald man were looking at Zhou Kuwei with a smile. Zhou Kuwei felt this heart was in a stampede of 10,000 near-horned beasts with mud-stained hoofs. They were crushing him till he vomited blood. He gritted his teeth and took out a red training suit from the box. Black color and red color, a total of 250 cauldrons. A vein stuck out from Zhou Kuwei's head. Is he risking his life to defy me? He looked at Yun. He had his suspicions that this kid Yun was purposely messing with him. Can he even wear 250 cauldrons of training suits? If Yun couldn't, then he didn't need to follow in Yun's mad footsteps. But Yun had already wore the red training suit and was just about to wear the black one. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 167, Frog Jumps. Chapter 167, Frog Jumps. Many people were looking at Yun. Choosing 2 training sets was too shocking. But if Yun couldn't wear it, then it would be a great joke. Yun placed the black training suit over his head and passed his 2 arms through the sleeves. The moment the training suit was worn, the array was initiated. Yun immediately felt his body sink. 250 cauldrons and the flowing mercury gown's 50 cauldrons were now weighing on Yun's body. Such a weight made the ground sink with every step. The Taiya Divine City's streets consisted of special materials. It was made to support the warriors' training, if not, the streets would be destroyed very quickly. He really wore it. Zhou Kuwei's eyes twitched. He saw a scene he really did not want to see. He had to admit that he had underestimated this kid. But even if he had that ability, how long could he last? Previously in the 2 hours at the Wilderness Divine Hall, Zhou Kuwei had already expended so much of his energy, it was impossible that Yun did not expend any. Zhou Kuwei gritted his teeth and wore the 2 training suits. The moment he put it on, he felt his 2 legs grow heavy. At the same time, he could feel his body void of yuan qi. To wear such heavy training suits to frog jump, it was certain he couldn't last long. If I really cannot endure it, I'll wait till Yun collapses from exhaustion, then I'll take off the red training suit. Zhou Kuwei made such plans since Yun was unlikely to leap more than a few steps. Frog jumps, begin. The bald man ordered and everyone began jumping. Many people were paying heed to Yun, especially the people from the Xuanwu army. They were all waiting to see Yun collapse from the 2 sets of training suits. We shall wait and see. 250 cauldrons will crush your knees. Some people fought maliciously. Among the 100 people, Yun was among the first few. He took a deep breath and with a deep squat, he jumped. Boom! With 300 cauldrons of weight, even the ground vibrated gently. In the frog jumping process, Yun could feel each muscle in his body tremor. 300 cauldrons was the weight Yun could bear. Under this weight, Yun's muscles even had slight cramps. His body's joints was also enduring violent smashing into each other. Yun felt that the training suits he was wearing were like a heavy hammer striking at his body. And this striking process made the primordial species energy, which he had not fully absorbed, be hammered into his flesh and blood. It nourished his blood, strengthened his muscles and broadened his meridians. This feeling was too comfortable. The primordial species energy is no trifling matter. Yun's body heated up. It was like there was a fire in his dantian. The primordial species energy surged through Yun's veins, making his blood flow faster. All of his joints began to crackle like the crackling of a bonfire. Again and again, Yun jumped and landed. He breathed in deeply and his steps were stable. He even felt that under the nourishment of the primordial species energy, his strength was constantly increasing. The primordial species energy was being quickly absorbed when he was exercising at his limits. Soon, Yi-Yun had already jumped more than 10 times. He did not seem like he was faltering, but he was actually becoming increasingly relaxed. What? What the hell? The people from the Xuanwu army were dumbstruck. Zhou Kuwei was even more dumbfounded. They were frog jump training experts. They could tell just from Yi-Yun's takeoff and landing that Yi-Yun was not forcing himself, but that he could really handle 250 cauldrons of weight. Maybe Yi-Yun's strength could not last for long, but in this situation, he could easily jump and complete the first 30 feet easily. Zhou Kuwei's eyelid twitched. He felt like his stomach was churning. As for the members of the Xuanwu army, they swallowed a mouthful of saliva and they all had a constipated expression. How could this be possible? This kid's endurance is so good? He still had so much stamina left after spending 2 hours in the Wilderness Divine Hall? Brother Kuwei, what should we do? Someone asked. What can we do? Jump after him. I refuse to believe that I cannot endure longer than he can. Zhou Kuwei bit the bullet and took a deep squat. He could only endure for a while doing frog jumps with 250 cauldrons of weight with his current Yuan Qi left. The only thing left was to see who amongst them could sustain themselves longer. Right, Brother Kuwei is right. This kid definitely cannot beat Brother Kuwei. Brother Kuwei can even endure close to 400 cauldrons to jump 2.5 kilometers, not to mention 250 cauldrons. Brother Kuwei, kill him. We will support you. Zhou Kuwei's followers were confident of Zhou Kuwei. Zhou Kuwei took a deep breath and with a vein popping out of his forehead, he took a deep squat and jumped. Zhou Kuwei felt like there was a big mountain pressing on his knees. The knees bore the full brunt of the frog jumps. If one wasn't strong enough, they could injure their knees. As such, Yi-Yun was in front, and Zhou Kuwei was behind. Zhou Kuwei stared at Yi-Yun's back and followed closely behind. He could not see Yi-Yun's expression. He had to guess if Yi-Yun was nearing his limits by observing Yi-Yun's actions. Many a time, by having a goal to follow, it could allow a person to persist for a very long time. For example, in a long-distance run competition, the second place could follow the first place and have less pressure. That was Zhou Kuwei's plan. He was confident of his ability. With his advantage in strength, and the psychological advantage, there was no way he would lose. But, as time passed, Yi-Yun was proceeding forward at a steady pace. During his advancement, the primordial species energy was constantly refining Yi-Yun, entering Yi-Yun's blood and flesh. This extremely pure energy gave him the ability to go against fate. Yi-Yun felt his body heat up more and more as he jumped. There was a surge of energy within his body that needed to be spent, or it would explode. Under the stimulus of this energy, Yi-Yun jumped with greater strength. He felt like he was rearing a fierce divine tiger in his body. There was endless amounts of energy within him, making him want to jump several feet higher. Yi-Yun finally felt that 300 cauldrons was insufficient. In the beginning, 300 cauldrons was Yi-Yun's limit, but now 300 cauldrons could no longer suppress the primordial species energy flowing throughout Yi-Yun's body. With some focus, the flowing mercury gown's weight increased by another 30 cauldrons. 330 cauldrons. This weight balanced out the primordial species energy. Being at the limits, it could force Yi-Yun's stamina by compressing his blood, combining the primordial species energy into his body bit by bit. With such a clear increase in strength and increase in level, it made Yi-Yun overjoyed. He felt like a tree in spring, as he grew bud after bud. Slowly, Yi-Yun had increased the flowing mercury gown's weight to 100 cauldrons. Hence, Yi-Yun was undertaking a total weight of 350 cauldrons, higher than what he was experiencing previously by 50 cauldrons. The primordial species energy gave Yi-Yun a 50 cauldron increase in strength. Although Yi-Yun's face was covered with sweat, his eyes sparkled with excitement. His eyes were like shooting out lightning, and was extremely bright. At this time, Zhou Kuwei did not see Yi-Yun's expression in eyes. All he could see was Yi-Yun's back. Zhou Kuwei gritted his teeth as he followed Yi-Yun. He should not be able to make it soon. With this thoughts in mind, it motivated Zhou Kuwei to keep jumping. Every jump and landing was like he was within an execution ground. Initially at up to the 60-meter mark, Zhou Kuwei did not feel anything. By 300 meters, Zhou Kuwei felt his legs go numb. Following that, at 600 meters, 900 meters, Zhou Kuwei's knees were trembling. It was already 1,200 meters. 1,200 meters, what was the feeling after expending all the energy in the Wilderness Divine Hall for 2 hours, and undertaking 250 cauldrons to frog jump for 1,200 meters? Zhou Kuwei had never been so tired in his entire life. But, in front of him, Yi-Yun was still making one leap after another. Zhou Kuwei was going mad. How the F***K is he holding on? What went wrong? Zhou Kuei hoped that Yi Yun would falter at every breath, but all he saw was Yi Yun leaping forward jump after jump, as if he didn't feel tired. Yi Yun's speed was leisurely, and the distance he covered with each leap was surprisingly uniform. Zhou Kuei opened his mouth to take in deep breaths as his sweat seeped into his eyes. After 1,200 meters, it was 1,500 meters. Zhou Kuei's body had a deficit in yuan qi and he felt dizzy. That kid should be faltering. I'm already so tired. He is definitely, just barely enduring it. I just need to endure a little longer, and it will do. Zhou Kuei was hypnotizing himself as a form of consolation, but, as he opened his sweat-filled eyes, upon closer inspection, he could not believe that Yi Yun's back was getting further away from him. Even so, Yi Yun still jumped again and again with no signs of fatigue. It was as if he was going to jump to the ends of the world. How could this be? Zhou Kuei could not believe it. Ignoring the thought of enduring to the point Yi Yun could no longer jump, just the distance Yi Yun had opened up was more than 100 meters. This 100 meters distance was an insurmountable cliff for Zhou Kuei. If he was inferior to Yi Yun in terms of speed, it was alright since he was not good at it. But strength and endurance were his pride. How could he lose to Yi Yun in these? When a genius experiences a failure, and especially in an area that he was most confident in, it will result in a psychological blow. Zhou Kuei felt a lack of oxygen to the brain. He felt lightheaded as his vision began to blur. He could no longer hear anything except his breathing and heartbeat. He had been motivated by his stubborn willpower previously. But now, with his yuan qi completely drained, and the huge psychological blow, with one breath, he was left without even a shred of energy. Splash! Zhou Kuei's body wobbled and planted his face into the ground. He fell sprawling upon the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 168, School Grounds. Chapter 168, School Grounds. Zhou Kuei had reached the limits of his limits. The people around him were dumbstruck. Zhou Kuei and Yi Yun were both frog jumping bearing weights of 250 cauldrons. Yi Yun had been jumping all this way, and the more he jumped, the more he increased his lead. And Zhou Kuei had even fainted from exhaustion. How could this be possible? Just from their weight, the sturdy Zhou Kuei was probably twice Yi Yun's weight. And he came from the Xuanwu army, which meant he was good at taking on weight. What's the meaning of this? Brother Kuei. Brother Kuei. A few members of the Xuanwu army noticed something disastrous had happened, and scrambled to help Zhou Kuei. Zhou Kuei was already foaming at the mouth and his eyes were rolling back. At this time, the Xuanwu army members no longer cared about their reputation, and they quickly took out a few fierce beast relics for Zhou Kuei to eat. Zhou Kuei's body was still considered good. He had fainted from the frog jumps only because he had depleted both his stamina and yuan qi. The moment the fierce beast relics entered his stomach, they turned into a stream of warm energy. Zhou Kuei slowly recovered and opened his eyes. In his blurred vision, he saw that Yi Yun's back had turned into a fuzzy shadow the size of a fist and he was about to disappear at an intersection. Zhou Kuei could not believe it. How did this happen? Yi Yun's strength could not be stronger than him. If Yi Yun could really handle 500 to 600 cauldrons, then wearing 250 cauldrons would have been a very relaxed task. But in fact, at the beginning, although Yi Yun managed to support the two training suits, he was not able to treat it as they were weightless and even struggled. This simply meant that Yi Yun had remarkable endurance. In this aspect, Yi Yun was someone he could not compare with. Zhou Kuei even suspected that back in the Wilderness Divine Hall, Yi Yun had not even expended any of his yuan qi. If so, that would explain why Yi Yun had such great endurance. This was something Zhou Kuei had trouble accepting. Brother Kuei, this kid is strange. The other members of the Xuanwu army refused to believe Yi Yun was that powerful. Zhou Kuei was panting like a bull. He could no longer take in any of their words. He had lost the middle-class residence to Yi Yun, and now, he had lost at frog jumps. He had lost twice consecutively. Finally, Yi Yun managed to frog jump the 5-kilometer distance to the school grounds. The 100 people frog jumping from the Wilderness Divine Hall to the school grounds was a spectacular scene to behold. But the passers-by did not pay any attention to them, as obviously this scene was common. As for the bald man, Yi Yun noticed the bald man's expression when he finished the frog jumps. He made a slight nod with some appreciation, and that was all. This made Yi Yun take a small breath of cold air. From the bald man's attitude, he knew that to endure 2 hours in the Wilderness Divine Hall and then bearing 250 cauldrons, on the surface, frog jumping all the way to the square was just considered not bad, not something amazing. There were too many extraordinary people in the Taya Divine City. They came from large family clans, with fate-defying bloodlines and amazing opportunities. At this time, many of these extraordinary people had the advantage by possessing 2 out of the 3 qualities, or even all 3. The Taya Divine Kingdom was too big, and there were too many young heroes. The Taya Divine City's square had many parts. The population of the Taya Divine City was small, but covered a great area. Most of the city's land besides the army camp, the Divine Hall, the Central Divine Tower and other essential buildings, a lot of them were part of the school grounds. The school grounds was the place where sparring matches and army training happened. This was the reason why the Taya Divine City school grounds was so big. Some of the school's grounds were big and others small. Some were high class and others low class. The training facilities also varied. Do not underestimate these training facilities. Many of the facilities' cost of construction was extremely expensive. They were made by the Taya Divine Kingdom's refining masters and array masters and were very beneficial for a warrior's cultivation. This high-class school grounds needed dragon scale runes for entry. It was not something a typical rookie could afford. The bald man brought Yun, Jokue, and the others to a rookie school ground which was free to use. Damn it, I'm so tired. We've finally gotten here. The group of people reeled right and left upon reaching the school grounds. Under the circumstances of their physical exhaustion and having to frog jump with weights for 5 kilometers really drained them of their yuan qi. That was just the road to the school grounds. They still had to do more training upon reaching their destination. They took the opportunity to recover some physical energy while the bald man stayed silent. People began eating fierce beast relics. Yun also ate one. In a rare moment of kindness, the bald man allowed them to meditate and regulate their breathing. As for the most exhausted Jokue, he felt he had not recovered even after eating the fierce beast relic. He resolutely decided to eat a desolate bone relic which was worth 10 times more than a fierce beast relic. A desolate bone relic was the relic essence refined from desolate beast bones. It could allow a warrior to break through in their levels, but now, Jokue was only using it to recover his energy. Thinking about it, Jokue's heart was bleeding. Jokue may be a son of a rich family, but his family was insignificant compared to the Taya royal family. To use a desolate bone relic to replenish his energy was extremely heart-wrenching. But now he had no choice. He had been cornered by Yun. He had lost to Yun during the frog jumps. And now, for the cultivation at the school grounds, he could not lose again. Jokue gathered a burst of strength, determined to exceed Yun. The school ground was wide. It was about 200 meters in all directions. On one side of the school ground, there were many iron rods and black iron rollers. These were used to do weighted squats and frog jumps. These black iron items were extremely heavy. Even a palm-sized piece was enough to crush a horse. Beside these metal rollers were iron stumps and puppets. They were used to train a person's punches and kicks. On another side, there were plum blossom poles. These plum blossom poles were not ordinary. A typical plum blossom pole's top surface was flat, and allowed one to stand steadily. But the plum blossom poles used in the Taya Divine City had rounded tops, and were even pointed. By standing on these, a person's feet would hurt, let alone making fast-moving intricate moves on these plum blossom poles. Besides all these, Yun also saw something similar to the Divine Capital Jean Longwei's Frost Metal Blood Balls array. It was also used to train a person's movement skills. But the most prominent thing was the metallic wall in the middle of the school grounds. This metallic wall was about 10 meters tall and 30 meters long. It was made of some unknown metal, and it was covered in shocking imprints. On closer inspection, one would see that those imprints were marks left behind by sabers, swords, spears, hammers, etc. It was clearly imprints left behind by weapons. This wall is constructed using a mixture of a dozen metals by Taya Divine City's refining masters. The metal wall's material is known as purple tungsten. Purple tungsten is soft, so a weapon can leave a mark on it. But in a month or two, the imprints on the metal wall will slowly disappear. This is the magic of the purple tungsten. This wall is used to test the strength of your moves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 169, Primal Arrow. Chapter 169, Primal Arrow. In the army, attacking exercises were the most basic exercises. A simple description is a warrior attacking straight ahead with a weapon in hand. Spears and swords stab, while sabers and axes slash, and a hammer smashes. For a warrior, the weight of the weapon was nothing. Training by using a weapon to simply attack had little effect. Hence, they had to use a target to test their attack's power. An effective attack was to stab through armor. Only an attack that could break through an enemy's steel armor was threatening. In an army like the Xuanwu army, the attack target was made of metal. The metal used was ordinary iron, but for most soldiers, that was enough. But in the Taya Divine City, things were different. With the attack power of the Taya Divine City warriors, an ordinary thick iron plate would be easily pierced with a fine weapon. It would be no different than a normal person chopping wood. Hence, the Taya Divine City's refining masters created a purple tungsten wall that could self-heal. It had sufficient thickness and toughness. It could test a warrior's attack power, and it could also self-heal. This design made Yun amazed. The facilities and rules of the Taya Divine City really opened up his eyes. It was said that the purple tungsten wall would self-heal in a few months after a mark was left on it by an attack. But during these few months, the purple tungsten wall would still be attacked, causing it to be filled with compact marks. Counting all these marks, there were thousands of them. This was evidence of the intense training in the Taya Divine City. If a normal soldier from an army were to come here, he would fall apart from exhaustion. Those who could survive were the elites among elites. There's such a wall. At this time, after the break, whether they were members of the Xuanwu army or the Jinlong Wei, they had recovered quite a sizable amount of energy. With energy, they were raring to try. The people from Xuanwu army especially liked this form of manly training due to their culture. Alright, the attack training begins now. The bald man waved. Many people began to wield their weapons. All the young heroes present did not have interspatial rings. Many of their weapons were not light, and had to be carried on their backs. This, no doubt, made it more difficult frog jumping. Many of them could not even make it halfway. They had to eat a fierce beast relic or some other supplementary elixir. Weapons have to be standardized. Seeing many people wield their weapons, the bald man shook his head. He pointed to a huge metal box beside the purple tungsten wall. This metal box was 4 to 5 meters wide. The bald man kicked the box open and everyone saw what was in the box. Within it were metal spears that were 4 meters long and were as thick as a strong man's arm. The metal spear was entirely black. Its tip was conical and cold. Yun had never seen such a thick and long spear. This had to be something a 3-meter-tall giant would use? Oh. Yun noticed that on the other end of the metal spear were metal notches, making it look like an arrow. Have you seen the ballistae on the Taya Divine City walls? The Taya Divine City has 128 ballistae. Among them, one of them is the Primal Divine Crossbow. It was made by 3 sage-level refining masters. This Primal Divine Crossbow can only be loaded through the combined efforts of 12 human lord experts. Combined efforts of 12 human lord experts? Then what would be the power if such an arrow was sent flying? Have you heard about the star-shooting bow? The bald man asked and the crowd nodded in reply. The star-shooting bow was a famous weapon in the entire Taya Divine Kingdom. Even Yun had heard of it in the Cloud Wilderness. When he was secretly learning from Yao Yuan, when Yao Yuan reached the part about thunder occurring in the 9 clouds, surprised by drops flock, he had said, everyone's body is a treasure. The limit of human tendons is terrifying. The star-shooting bow bowstring was made of the tendons of the founding emperor of the Taya Divine Kingdom. The bald man had taken out a metal spear from the metal box. As he balanced it in his hand, he said, you must have guessed that this thick spear is the arrow used by the Primal Divine Crossbow. If we are talking about its piercing strength, the arrow shot out from the Primal Divine Bow is fully comparable with the star-shooting bow. It can hurt even a primordial species beast. Upon hearing the bald man's words, everyone's heart jumped. From the arrow's thickness and length, the feeling it gave off made the Primal Divine Crossbow frightening. But it had to be said that the star-shooting bow was more terrifying. Only through the combined strength of 12 human lords could the Primal Divine Bow be strung, hence there had to be several restrictions in its use. And from the way the bald man said it, the Primal Divine Bow was only comparable to the star-shooting bow in terms of penetration power. As for the star-shooting bow, it was not all about penetration strength. The arrow shot out from the star-shooting bow included within it heaven-earth yuan qi and nomological truths. The burst of power it could create exceeded that of the Primal Divine Bow. Of course, to open the star-shooting bow, one had to be at least a human sage. This made it incomparable to the combined effort of human lords to use the Primal Divine Crossbow. We will be using these for today's attack practice. As he said this, the bald man casually threw the 4-meter-long thick metal arrow into the purple tungsten wall with a shrilling sound. Ding! A clear metallic sound rang out. The vibrations made a person's eardrums numb as the arrow's tail vibrated. Upon seeing this scene, everyone took a cold, light breath. He had thrown it so easily as if he had stuck a chopstick into a cake. Don't you want to prove yourselves? Come forward, grab a spear and insert it into the metal wall without regard. Insert it and pull it out. If you can't even do the basic motions of a man, then you should just castrate yourself, and don't bother calling yourself a man ever again. The bald man used a frivolous and sarcastic tone. Many men in the Taya divine kingdom got married at the age of 15. A 14-year-old youth was sensitive about boy-girl relations. In fact, many among them had bade farewell to, words got censored, hence, the bald man's words easily created certain associations. At this moment, the youths, especially the brutes from the Xuanwu army, were all reeled up and became excited. They could not wait to prove their manly abilities. The army was male-dominated, although there were female armies like the Qingluanwei. Many people stubbornly believed that the army belonged to men. How could men be accused of being impotent? Who could endure the bald man's contempt towards them? Many of them cracked their knuckles and rubbed their palms. They couldn't wait to try. It was as if they had forgotten about the great consumption of energy during both the Wilderness Divine Hall and the frog jumping process. Although they had recovered some of their energy, they might not be able to prove that they were men. Instructor Qin, let me. We'll see who can insert it the most number of times. Damn, I want to F***K it 100 times. If you are a man, you need to insert it 100 times. Many of the youths from the Xuanwu army shouted. What other matter could make these human beasts more excited than displaying their manly prowess? The bald man had a contemplative smile. Sure, those who want to give it a try, come on up. Immediately, 8 members of the Xuanwu army rushed up. These people couldn't wait to grab the primal arrows from the metal box. But the moment the primal arrow entered their hands, their expressions changed. The heaviness and that coldness to the touch told them a ruthless truth. This arrow was heavier than they originally imagined. What the? A few members of the Xuanwu army started sweating. In fact, even if this primal arrow was made of normal metal, the 4-meter length and the arm thickness like arrow would have a weight of 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. However, the primal arrows were custom made from very special heavy metals, so they weighed more than 100 times more than normal metal. And the long arrow shaft made one end of the arrow tilt, making it more difficult to lift the arrow. Usually, at these Xuanwu army members' peak conditions, they could barely lift such an arrow. But now, after spending 2 hours in the Wilderness Divine Hall and frog jumping, it was like they had been tortured, making them dog-tired. Although they had recovered some of the energy, they had no way of lifting such a ridiculously heavy primal arrow. Up! Get it up for me! These strong youths shouted at the top of their lungs. They used all their strength, gritted their teeth, puffed their cheeks and nearly burst their eyeballs. Come on, move! A youth's muscles flared up and an earthworm-like vein appeared on his head. But no matter how hard he tried, besides the sweat on his forehead, nothing happened. Those with greater strength only managed to lift half the arrow shaft, but could not completely lift the primal arrow. The weaker ones, those that depleted all their energy in the Wilderness Divine Hall, only felt that the primal arrow was melded to the box. No matter how much strength they used, the arrow remained motionless. The surrounding people, including the Jin Lonwei members, were dumbfounded by this scene. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 170, You must have been a sedan carrier in the past? Chapter 170, You must have been a sedan carrier in the past? This is ridiculous. These Xuanwu army members, who have moronic minds but well-developed limbs, can't even lift the primal arrow, let alone pierce it into the wall. A Jin Lonwei warrior transmitted his voice softly. Ever since they came to the Taya Divine City, they were finding it difficult to handle training after training. The training was too tough. After all, this was their first day of formal training ever since they came to the Taya Divine City. In the future, they would constantly undergo similar training. If they could not take it, the outcome would be miserable. A group of Xuanwu army members, after shouting for about 15 minutes, collapsed to the ground one by one, with their faces puffed red. Their tongues stuck out from their mouths. They were really dog-tired. Can you get it up or not? The bald man taunted. Hearing the words "get it up," they all felt ashamed. It was taboo for men to be said to be unable to get it up. But now, they had no way of retorting. I've never seen such a bunch of wimps. Originally, I thought you wouldn't be able to insert it in, but now, you can't even get it up. Since you can't get it up, then what's the point of keeping it? You might as well castrate yourself and become a woman. The bald man's words were really venomous. The Xuanwu army members who had stepped forward wanted to burrow into the ground and hide themselves. It was too embarrassing. They had never been that ashamed in their entire lives. A youth said with some disgruntlement, Qin. Instructor Qin, it's not that we can't get it up, but this primal arrow is too heavy. Instructor Chin, you might get it up easily, but we are still young. We have just spent 2 hours in the Wilderness Divine Hall, and frog jumped while bearing weight. Our energy hasn't fully recovered. Just give us some time. Once we recover our energy, lifting this primal arrow won't be difficult. Between the lines, the youth was implying that the bald man was using his age against them, forcing them to do impossible tasks. Upon hearing the youth's words, the bald man flashed a cold gaze that was difficult to detect. Oh? Really? The youth immediately shut up with that reply. He did not dare look at the bald man. These days, everyone knew about the bald man's foul attitude. But he was extremely strong. He had handled the primal arrow like a chopstick. Although these youths were arrogant, in the bald man's presence, none of them dared to show any temper. Secretly, all of them called the bald man Baldy Chin. You, step out. The bald man pointed at Zhou Kuwei. Zhou Kuwei's eyes lit up. For Baldy Chin to call him, it was naturally to use him as a demonstrative model. Zhou Kuwei's heart beat faster. This proved that Baldy Chin appreciated him. This was his time to shine. He definitely could not fail. Zhou Kuwei clenched his fists and walked out of the troop. Zhou Kuwei did not expect that moving the primal arrow was that difficult. He had wanted his followers to try it, but seeing his boys fail to lift it, Zhou Kuwei also became aware of the difficulty. Among his boys, some of them were quite strong. Although Zhou Kuwei was stronger than them, he did not have a ridiculous amount of strength. Hence, Zhou Kuwei made the clever choice of continuing to recover his Yuan Qi. Seeing Zhou Kuwei step forward, the Xuanwu army's unruly kids lit up. Zhou Kuwei was their big brother and was the strongest amongst them. They couldn't do it, but Zhou Kuwei could. If Zhou Kuwei managed to do it, they would also gain some pride. At least someone from the Xuanwu army could say he was a man. But before Zhou Kuwei could do anything, the bald man pointed out another person. And you too. The people followed Baldy Chin's fingers, and that person was none other than Yi Yun. No one was surprised when Baldy Chin pointed out Yi Yun. During the frog jumps, Yi Yun had surpassed Zhou Kuwei and he was currently in the limelight. There were even some Xuanwu army members, who were full of confidence about Zhou Kuwei, felt that Zhou Kuwei might lose to Yi Yun. The bald man gave a meaningful glance at Yi Yun. Kid, step out. The gap between Zhou Kuwei and Yi Yun was rather obvious. Zhou Kuwei was about the same height as the bald man. He was even bulkier than the bald man. On the other hand, Yi Yun still looked like a 12-year-old child. Compared to that 4-meter-long primal arrow, 3 Yi Yuns together would only be a foot longer than the primal arrow's shaft. Yi Yun was helpless about his height problem. The children from the vast wilderness grew taller later as their nutrition couldn't keep up. Now, Yi Yun had finally matched up his nutrition level. Every morning when he woke up, he could feel his joints crack. It proved that his body was growing. But growing tall needed some time. To grow up, a boy needed about 2 to 3 years' time. Yi Yun walked out of the troop and walked towards the big metal box. The adult arm-thick arrow shaft could only be lifted by Yi Yun using 2 hands, or he could not even maintain his balance. Crossing glances with the bald man, Yi Yun noticed that there was a strange flare within the bald man's eyes. Zhou Kuwei glanced at Yi Yun. He pumped himself up. This time, I can't embarrass myself. Brother Kuwei, go. Brother Kuwei, inserted mercilessly. The brothers from the Xuanwu army cheered loudly. Zhou Kuwei rolled up his sleeves and after stretching his back and loosening his feet and neck, he finished his preparatory warm-up. Following that, Zhou Kuwei went into a horse stance, and used both his hands to lift the primal arrow's tail. With his hips, all his muscles flared up. Get it up for me. Zhou Kuwei shouted loudly, and he lifted one end of the primal arrow, and rested it on his shoulders. Following that, Zhou Kuwei rested the other end of the arrow shaft on the metal box corner. His body slided along the arrow shaft by 2 meters, placing his shoulders in the middle of the arrow shaft. With that, he lifted up the primal arrow. Brother Kuwei, nice. Upon seeing this scene, the Xuanwu army members turned red from excitement, as if they had just eaten aphrodisiacs. Zhou Kuwei was the first person to lift a primal arrow. Insert it in. Insert it in. The bunch of animals shouted loudly. With a burst of strength, Zhou Kuwei carried the primal arrow and rushed towards the purple tungsten wall with big steps. He was like a wild bull charging forward. Dang! A metallic thud sounded, and the primal arrow crashed heavily into the metal wall. It quivered against Zhou Kuwei's arms and shoulders as they turned numb. His shoulder felt like it was breaking apart. Before, the bald man said the purple tungsten was soft. Thinking about that, Zhou Kuwei wanted to curse. How was the purple tungsten soft? If it was, how could his long-trained body nearly break apart from that collision? But the result was okay. He had still managed to stick this primal arrow into the purple tungsten wall with great difficulty. About half the arrowhead was embedded within the metal wall at about half a foot deep. But this deepness was insufficient to keep the primal arrow firmly planted within the metal wall. The moment Zhou Kuei loosened his grip, the primal arrow staggered and fell onto the ground. Ding dang! The primal arrow fell heavily on the school ground, causing a tremor, showcasing its terrifying weight. Brother Kuei is a real man. The people from the Xuanwu army were extremely excited. Although it was not stable, it was still inserted. Zhou Kuei was the first person to lift the primal arrow, and the person who had left a mark on the purple tungsten wall. But still, Zhou Kuei frowned. He was not pleased with the result. The bald man had casually thrown it and the primal arrow stuck stably. When it came to him, he found it difficult just to insert it. Zhou Kuei thoughtlessly looked towards Baldi Qin, waiting for Baldi Qin's evaluation. Baldi Qin smiled and said pleasantly to Zhou Kuei, "Not bad. The way you lifted the metal pole was very proficient. You knew to raise one end first, slide your shoulders over, and then lift the metal pole. Doing it this way really saved you a lot of energy. I say, you must have been a sedan carrier in the past?" When Baldi Qin said the first half, Zhou Kuei still felt praised, but the last half of his words made Zhou Kuei choke. Sedan carrier? Zhou Kuei took a while before realizing what Baldi Qin meant. He was ridiculing his pose used to insert the primal arrow. The primal arrow was similar to a spear. When training your attacks with a spear, you would stab while carrying it in your hands. Who would lift a spear with their shoulder to stab? His results had been torn to pieces by Baldi Qin's evaluation. Zhou Kuei was aggrieved, but he was completely unable to refute. At this time, the bald man turned towards Yi Yun. "You, try it." Baldi Qin had been paying attention to Yi Yun. Baldi Qin's expectations were high. After all these years in the Taya Divine City, Baldi Qin had seen many geniuses, the real geniuses. But this time, of the 100 people from Yijing State, Baldi Qin was not satisfied with them at all. So far, he only paid a little more attention to Yi Yun. Yi Yun regulated his breathing. This time, it was a comparison of pure strength, no tricks. Yi Yun's forte was not his strength. Of course, that was compared to those naturally born with divine strength. Compared to others, Yi Yun's strength was still sufficient. "Help me take this." Yi Yun took off his clothes and removed the flowing mercury gown and handed it to Su Zhang. "Oh? Flowing mercury gown?" Many people saw the clothes Yi Yun was wearing and recognized the level of the flowing mercury gown with a glance. Its weight varied from 10 cauldrons to 1,000 cauldrons. When Yi Yun was doing his frog jumps, he was apparently also wearing the flowing mercury gown. But if the flowing mercury gown was at 10 cauldrons, then 250 cauldrons with the 10 additional cauldrons was just 260 cauldrons, and that was not ridiculous. "Brother E, be careful. You just came out from the Wilderness Divine Hall and you have frog jumped for a long time. This arrow doesn't look light, don't get injured." Yi Yun nodded, assuring Su Zhang. If it was a test of movement, Yi Yun could still wear his flowing mercury gown. But in a test of his body's strength, Yi Yun had to go all out. Using all his strength might not even satisfy others. Today's training was a great challenge for Yi Yun. He felt that with his present strength, it would be extremely difficult to insert the primal arrow into the purple tungsten wall. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 171, What It Means to Be a Sage. Chapter 171, What It Means to Be a Sage. Yi Yun walked to the metal box and picked out a primal arrow. The moment he touched the arrow's shaft, the ice-cold metal caused his heart to palpitate. With his legs firmly planted to the ground, his left arm forward and right arm in the back, he applied pressure to the primal arrow. He did not choose to use his shoulder to lift the primal arrow, he wanted to use his two hands to carry the thick divine arrow. Baldi Qin was right. A spear had to be stabbed using one's hands, so how could one lift it with his shoulders to stab? This kid. Zhou Kuei could tell what Yi Yun was up to. Carrying the primal arrow with one's hands was much more difficult than lifting it with one's shoulders. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yun's eyes flashed. Using his legs and hips, he exerted strength into his two shoulders and arms. He used all his strength at that moment. Up. Yi Yun's muscles bulged as his veins twisted. The primal arrow was lifted up by him. It was really ridiculously heavy. Yi Yun clearly felt the terrifying weight of the primal arrow. It pulled on his arm muscles, nearly tearing them. The Xuanwu army members suffered a crushing defeat trying to lift the primal arrow, and it was not without reason. This kid really lifted it. When the Xuanwu army members saw the scene, their eyelids twitched. But lifting the primal arrow was just the first step. The real difficulty was inserting the divine arrow into the purple tungsten wall. With the primal arrow in hand, Yun slid his arms forward to the middle of the primal arrow center. They could see Yun's arm tremble. This was because his muscles could not bear the tremendous pressure from the primal arrow and they were protesting. This proved that Yun was at the verge of his limits. If it was a month ago, it would have been impossible for Yun to lift something like the primal arrow. But now, within Yun's dantian, his qi was slowly circulating. This energy was from the primordial species power of desolates. The primordial species energy was extremely pure. Upon entering Yun's bloodstream, it made Yun feel rejuvenated, cleansing his marrows. This primordial species energy had given Yun strength ever since the frog jumps. It had been slowly melting into Yun's flesh and blood. Brother Yi, all the best. Yun, go. The Jin Longwei members clenched their fists and cheered for Yun. Yun looked at the purple tungsten wall, and with his teeth clenched, he charged forward. Every step he made on the ground caused a violent tremor in the special tiles on the ground. Yun rapidly raised the primal arrow up. Both his hands jerked forward. Dang! With a loud rumble, the primal arrow made a heavy impact on the purple tungsten wall. A tremendous rebound force sent Yun backwards as his blood surged around his body. So hard. The purple tungsten wall was terrifyingly hard. The primal arrow only managed to pierce half a foot deep into it. This depth was not enough to keep the primal arrow stuck within the purple tungsten wall. Releasing it would make the primal arrow drop. A vein appeared on Yun's forehead as he clenched his teeth. He took a few steps back and, using the strength from both his hands, he sent the primal arrow back in. Dang! The second impact made Yun felt as if he heard all the muscles within his body tear. Not far away, the people shuddered with fear. Yun had actually used the primal arrow to pierce the wall twice. But he had failed both times. The strength of the second impact was weaker than the first. Although it sent the arrow deeper in, it was still less than a foot. At this point, Yun's muscles and tendons had been injured from the tear. He could not carry on. Ding dang! The primal arrow fell to the ground. Yun's arms trembled gently. Training one's strength could not be done overnight. Although Yun had absorbed the primordial species energy from the wilderness divine hall, he was still worse than those who had been training their strength for long periods of time and soaked in herbs from a young age. Compared to peerless geniuses like Lin Xintong, the gap was even greater. Yun needed time to catch up. Weak. Baldi Qin's evaluation was only a single word. This word was used to evaluate the 100 people, including Yun. Yun was silent. He knew the strength he displayed was considered normal. In terms of movement skills, he had minute subtlety. But in terms of strength, he had no trump card. Just the training from the flowing mercury gown did not give him reason to compare with those geniuses. The atmosphere was solemn for a moment. After a long silence, Baldi Qin said, "Many years ago, when I was about the same age as you, I came to the Taya Divine City. My first training lesson was also like this, and back then, I did not manage to pierce a single primal arrow." Baldi Qin's words made many youths raise their heads towards the bald, middle-aged man. He was thin and had a scar on his face. Compared to before, his expression now looked less foul, and had a tinge of nostalgia and tenderness. Instructor Qin was also once a trainee in the Taya Divine City? Baldi Qin carried on, "My results made me discouraged, especially when I saw the primal arrow-piercing record on the Sages Avenue." Did you notice it? There were too many record platforms on Sages Avenue, hence, they did not see it all while they walked past. They shook their heads. Baldi Qin said, "There is a special record for inserting the primal arrow into the purple tungsten wall. There are 3 requirements to leave a record. 1. The cultivator has to be at 15 years of age or below. 2. Their cultivation level has to be below the Yuan Foundation realm. 3. There is a 15-minute time limit to insert using the primal arrow." Back then, the record was 109 pierces into the purple tungsten wall using the primal arrow. 109. When they heard this, they drew a breath of cold air. This number was too ridiculous. They felt a heavy pressure. From Baldi Qin's description, the person who used the primal arrow to insert 109 times was most likely at the peak of the purple blood realm. This person's cultivation level was higher than theirs, but not much higher. Many of them could not even lift the primal arrow, not to mention insert it in. And that person had inserted it 109 times. The gap was too wide. Yun looked at the numerous marks on the purple tungsten wall. He asked, "Instructor, I want to ask, how old was the person when he left the record?" The ridiculous number that was 109 had also shocked Yun. At that time, he had just turned 14. The requirements demand that a person not be above 15 years of age. But many geniuses would break through to the Yuan Foundation before 15 years of age. The 15 years age limit is just for geniuses who began their cultivation later. 14 years old. Peak of purple blood at 14. Yun was almost 13 years old and his cultivation level was only at the beginning stages of purple blood. He still had about a year to work towards his goal. Baldy Chin said, "Now, that record has been unchallenged for 3,000 years. In the past 3,000 years, the nearest record was only 105. And that person who left the record eventually became a sage. Do you have any concept of what a sage is?" Upon mentioning sages, Baldy Chin's expression turned into one of admiration. Sages are top human elites. In the Taya Divine City, to become a sage, you can choose to become an elder of the Divine City. A Taya elder has certain control over the Taya Divine City's resources. They stay above the 90th floor in the central Divine Tower. There are so many benefits. Taya elders do not number more than a handful. The largest number of Taya Divine City elders has never exceeded 10 in all of history. And in the entire vast Taya Divine Kingdom, including the royal family and reclusive families, there are more sages, but there's not that many more. A sage's lifespan can reach 10,000 years or above. By counting in this way, in the entire Taya Divine Kingdom, there might not be more than one sage every 500 years. But do you know how many rookies are sent to train in the Taya Divine City? You probably know the numbers. There are 2,000 a year. Each batch spends 6 years. Hence, the number of young elites training in the Taya Divine City maintains an average of 12,000 people. In this unshakable Taya Divine City, there are no shortage of cultivators. There are 12,000 people in 6 years, 120,000 in 60 years. Then what about 500 years? It's 1 million people. And these people are the elites from all around the Taya Divine Kingdom. 1 million elites, and a sage might not even appear. Can you understand the concept of this probability? People often say so-and-so has absolute talent and is a youth sage. When their talent was evaluated, there is the so-called mystic rank human lord level, the earth rank sage level, and the heaven rank great emperor level. But in reality, those geniuses who were called youth sages have a very low probability of becoming a sage. The young heroes who had been evaluated to be of earth rank sage levels only have a chance, and would they be able to? Difficult. Baldy Chin's words made the young heroes present speechless. A sage once every 500 years. 1 million Taya Divine City elites might not even give rise to one. Qin Haotian was currently the number one person on both the heaven and earth rolls of honor in the Taya Divine City. He was labeled as a youth sage. But even he did not have a 1% chance of becoming a sage. The atmosphere turned silent. Baldy Chin was not afraid to pour cold water on them. If their martial art compass could be so easily distorted by some cold water, then they were destined to never succeed. Yun ruminated over Baldy Chin's words. Back in the Cloud Wilderness Tao tribal clan, Yun had been evaluated and his results were just mystic rank grade 5. That was a human lord level. As for Lian Qingyu and Tao Yunxiao, they were just at the yellow rank, or human elites. People evaluated as sage rank geniuses might not become a sage. He was just at the human lord level, and even amongst the human lords, his evaluation was not at the pinnacle. Then, he was still a long distance away. But Yun was not discouraged. After all, how long had he been practicing martial arts? Not more than half a year. In half a year, it was normal if he could not match those who came from martial art families and began training from the age of 5. The road ahead of Yun was still long. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 172, Dragon Scale Runes. Chapter 172, Dragon Scale Runes. Yun and company's training lasted all the way till sunset. Including Yun, all of them were exhausted. They felt like a layer of skin had been peeled off. But, all the way till the end, there were only 10 people who could lift the primal arrow. Among those 10, besides Zhou Kuei and Yun, the rest were Xuanwu army members who had rested for a long time. They could just about manage to lift the primal arrow in a better condition. But no one left a mark deeper than 1 foot in the purple tungsten wall using the primal arrow. From today onwards, you can come to this school ground to train at any time. This purple tungsten wall is for you to use. 30 days. I will give you 30 days' time. If anyone can pierce 3 primal arrows into the purple tungsten wall by then, I will reward him with 2 hours of cultivation time in the Wilderness Divine Hall. Just before dismissing them, Baldy Chin suddenly said those words, stirring the hearts of the youths. A reward of cultivation time in the Wilderness Divine Hall? Not only Yun, everyone else was yearning to cultivate in the Wilderness Divine Hall. The primordial species sculptures in the Wilderness Divine Hall was extremely beneficial for them. If they could enter occasionally, their cultivation level would increase by leaps and bounds. But there was no doubt that it was not an easy task to stick 3 primal arrows into the purple tungsten wall in 30 days. And the reward given by Baldy Chin was only 2 hours. Either Baldy Chin was stingy, or the cultivation time within the Wilderness Divine Hall was too precious, making it difficult to enter. Instructor Chin, if one wants to spend dragon scale runes to enter the Wilderness Divine Hall, how much is it? Someone could not help but ask. Instructor Chin sneered, "Ha! All of you look like a group of defeated soldiers. If I said it crudely, letting the current you enter the Wilderness Divine Hall is a waste of resources. You are only using the Wilderness Divine Hall to endure the pressure to forge your body and condense your blood? That is such a waste of a treasure. The most important thing in the Wilderness Divine Hall is the nomology left behind by the first city lord. When you can gain any insight of this nomology, no matter how tiny, then you will have entered the path of martial arts. A little achievement will be a great advantage, but did any of you learn anything about the nomological truths?" Instructor Chin fiercely swept across them with hawk-like eyes. Many of the youths lowered their heads. The nomological truths were too far away. After all, it was their first time entering the Wilderness Divine Hall. Their cultivation levels were low too. The pressure from the primordial species was almost unbearable. As for gaining any insight to the nomological truths, ignoring perceptivity alone, all their strength was used to bear the Wilderness Divine Hall's pressure. Where did they have the mental strength to gain insight into the truths? Many of them felt humbled. They were proud geniuses in their own cities, but upon arriving in the Taya Divine City, they could not succeed in anything. They were last in everything. A youth mumbled, "The next time we enter, we will definitely gain some insight." The youth was short of breath, because he had no clout in front of Baldy Chin. He. Baldy Chin sneered. The youth who spoke before immediately felt like a cricket who got frightened by a cold late autumn breeze. He did not dare to say a word. Next time? To enter the Wilderness Divine Hall, 2 hours is 1,000 dragon scale runes. There is no idea when your next time will be. Earn 1,000 dragon scale runes before talking. The youth who spoke out shrunk his neck. He did not dare to retort the bald man. 1,000 dragon scale runes, we do not know how much that is. How difficult is it to earn 1,000 dragon scale runes? A youth asked. Ian thought and asked, "Instructor Chin, may I know what the quickest ways to earn dragon scale runes are?" Many of the youths present wanted to enter the Wilderness Divine Hall again, but the one who wanted that the most was none other than Yun. Every entrance into the Wilderness Divine Hall made Yun's strength increase by leaps and bounds. No one could gain more from the Wilderness Divine Hall than Yun. Currently, Yun had already absorbed most of the primordial species energy. He felt that his cultivation level was approaching the middle stages of purple blood. Baldy Chin said, "To earn dragon scale runes, there are 6 common ways. First, kill desolate beasts, and exchange the desolate beasts' corpses with the Taya Divine City for dragon scale runes. If you are strong, then earning dragon scale runes would be very fast. But the strength needed to hunt a desolate beast is extremely high. People such as you who go limp just from 2 hours in the Wilderness Divine Hall will only become food for the desolate beasts if you go to hunt in the Divine Wilderness. The second method is also fast. It is by earning dragon scale runes from other cultivators. For example, trading with others or fighting with others in a gambling match. The Taya Divine City's fighting arenas not only allow you to bet dragon scale runes, even glory points can be bet. But I advise you not to go. With your current strength, you will be sheep for the slaughter. In front of a pack of wolves, you will lose all you have. The third method is to get onto the 3 rolls of honors. Every month, when the ranking is compiled, a sizable amount of dragon scale runes will be awarded. Of course, that is if you can enter the roll. There is probably no chance for you in the next 2 years. The fourth method is to complete certain achievements, such as breaking a record, or gaining insight into some nomology. It can give you a massive one-off amount of dragon scale runes, but, naturally that has nothing to do with you. The fifth method is to receive rewards from your instructor. But do you think that with your qualifications, I will reward you with any dragon scale runes? The last method, doing miscellaneous jobs, by mining, picking herbs, or be a sparring partner for others to earn dragon scale runes. This method is of course slow, but But the advantage is, as long as you are a human, you can do it. Baldy Chin's words never left the concept of you guys are weak. The young heroes were dumbfounded upon hearing this. In the end, among the most common 6 methods, the first 5 methods of earning dragon scale runes had nothing to do with them. They felt like Baldy Chin was just telling them about those methods simply for his own amusement. The most viable route was the last one, which was the least technical one, doing miscellaneous jobs. It was slow in earning dragon scale runes and it didn't sound good. Before they could cultivate in the Taya Divine City, they had to do miscellaneous jobs. But for their training, they had to concede into doing miscellaneous jobs. This was, after all, the Taya Divine City, which was a warrior city. There were no normal mortals, and there weren't many weaker warriors. Then who was left to do the miscellaneous jobs in the city? Of course, it had to be them. Because, they were probably the weakest bunch in the Taya Divine City. Then, Instructor Chin, I would like to ask. If we did miscellaneous jobs, how many dragon scale runes would we make a day? A youth could not help but ask. It depends on what you do. Typically, it's about 20 or so a day. Hearing Instructor Chin's words, the youths present felt like their hearts were in a stampede of 10,000 near-horned beasts with mud-stained hoofs. 20 or so a day? Then wouldn't they need to save a month or 2 before they could finally spend 2 hours in the Wilderness Divine Hall? This must be a joke. They knew that there were many cultivation resources in the Taya Divine City, and they were not limited to the Wilderness Divine Hall. There were other uses for the dragon scale runes. Dragon scale runes were needed to purchase 90% of the Taya Divine City's cultivation resources. It was impossible of them to refrain from eating or drinking just to save all of their dragon scale runes so that they could enter the Wilderness Divine Hall. No wonder Baldy Chin said, there is no guarantee when your next time will be. If they were to carry on like this, they were destined to not have anything to do with the Wilderness Divine Hall. And it was obvious that there were other precious cultivation resources in the Taya Divine City that were like the Wilderness Divine Hall. To obtain those, they needed thousands or tens of thousands dragon scale runes. I see. That's why rookies have 2 hours in the Wilderness Divine Hall cultivation time upon entering the Taya Divine City. This is to tell the rookies that the Taya Divine City is filled with good things. If you have the ability, come get it. This is to inspire the morale of the rookies. They are not counting on rookies to gain any insight of the founding city lord's nomological truths in that 2 hours. Yun understood. The person who had set up the various rules in the Taya Divine City had put a lot of thought into it. Many of the young heroes were now a little discouraged. Do you think that the Taya Divine City's resources are prepared for you? There are so many cultivators in the Taya Divine City. There are limited top-level resources, how can it possibly be allocated? In the Taya Divine City, there is a strong polarization. Less than 10% of the experts here account for 90% of the resources. What do you think the reason for gathering all the talent in the Taya Divine City is? Oh. Hearing Baldy Chin's words, they were dumbfounded. A youth said weakly, isn't it to focus on nurturing us by gathering here in the Taya Divine City? To them, the Taya Divine City's resources were prepared for cultivators like them. Focus on nurturing? Baldy Chin laughed. It's indeed correct. It is to focus on nurturing. But this method is different from what you think. Have you heard of breeding venomous worms? Those who breed them will put all sorts of poisonous worms inside a jar. They will then feed all sorts of poisonous foods to the worms, letting them grow. Later, the jar will be sealed and no food will be provided. This to let the worms fight and devour each other. Only one will be left from a few hundred worms. And that will be the king worm. The most venomous worm. Right now, you are the worms being captured. The Divine Kingdom wants to nurture you, but it only wants to nurture a small number of you. The rest are destined to be eliminated. They are destined to become the stepping stones for those chosen to be proud sons of heaven. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 173, Way to Earn Runes. Chapter 173, Way to Earn Runes. Rearing worms? Hearing Baldy Chin's analogy, the young heroes felt disgruntled. They were all outstanding figures from their own lands, but the first thing they encountered in the Divine Wilderness City was for them to be fodder. To gather all of them, it was only to make them fight against each other, eliminating the weak to decide who was the king worm. Baldy Chin said, only the strongest from a circle of mighty warriors is the real king. Your circle decides your future. Hence, all of you are competitors. Human peerless experts come from stepping on numerous geniuses to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. Not a single sage from a million people. How many young heroes have to be stepped on for a sage to be born in the Taya Divine City? The Taya Divine City gives everyone the same conditions. It all depends on you, whether you become a peerless expert or a stepping stone that will be trampled on. Baldy Chin said with no holds barred. Upon hearing this, the young heroes were filled with mixed emotions. Success was built on a foundation of thousands of skeletons. No one wanted to become a stepping stone for others to trample on them. Immediately, many of the youths felt a crushing sense of danger. Whether it was the wilderness divine hall's temptation, the thirst to accomplish great achievements, or the strong sense of danger, they were all spurred on to continue climbing higher. Humans were never satisfied. Many of the young heroes present were from good family clans, and they came to this mysterious sacred land, the Taya Divine City, for cultivation, which was brilliant in and of itself. But they knew that they were now being saddled with pressures. Some of them had to face fierce competition within the family for resources and stature. Some had to shoulder the heavy burden of the family's prosperity. How could they become fodder? The pressure that they faced was not any better than the pressure Lin Qingyu faced before the kingdom's selection. Most of the young heroes from every corner of the Divine Kingdom had to settle for miscellaneous jobs to earn dragon scale runes. The experiences they had in the Taya Divine City made them understand that, however perfect people may be, someone better will always appear. By not exceeding others, they had to begin from zero. There are about 10 types of miscellaneous jobs. There is no fixed compensation. However much you make depends on your own skill. But generally speaking, there are some errands that are more profitable than others. I'll begin from the highest. The highest is to be a sparring partner. Some veteran cultivators will need someone to spar with them during their cultivation. After wearing protective gear, you will spar with them. Upon enduring a certain amount of time, you will receive a corresponding amount of dragon scale runes. If you have some skill, you can take on sparring missions with rich people and the corresponding compensation will be significantly more. Of course, it is also easy to get injured. Additionally, it is highly likely that you might end up bedridden for half a month. Sparring? Isn't that just being a punching bag for others? These young heroes were prideful people. If it was in the past, they would find it unacceptable to do such shameful jobs. But after hearing Baldy Chin's words and after undergoing the training, their pride had received repeated blows. They did not mind anymore, because without strength, how were they qualified to speak about dignity? Besides, being a punching bag was better than being fodder. To become an expert, one had to bear the weight, and they had to learn how to take a beating. The second highest is forging. None of you have the ability to refine weapons, but it's alright. Parts of the weapon refining process requires the forging of some special metals. Using a forging hammer, you need to forge it 1,000,000 times and up. If you think you have the exceptional strength needed, then you can take on this mission. The third is to patrol the walls and maintain the ballisty on the walls. This is a demanding job that requires you to know arrays. These three are the highest paying jobs. Following that, there are more relatively common ones, like standing guard in the school ground or the city entrance. Or taking care of the spirit beasts reared in the Taya Divine City's beast pens, picking herbs, managing the distribution of daily necessities, etc. The last few are usually done by females. Baldy Chin finished introducing the various jobs. Upon hearing them, many of the youths felt that the first three were much more reliable. The first one, which was to be a punching bag, didn't sound good, but by sparring with an expert, they could learn the offensive skills of the other. By dodging and getting beaten, they could gain the experience of fighting with an expert. Besides, the pay was good, which made it the most suitable job. I'll apply for the first. I'll apply for the first two, as a sparring partner. The youths present immediately expressed their wishes. Baldy Chin's memory was good, and he remembered everyone's application. I'll apply for the second one, forging. My strength is pretty good. By hitting a few 100,000 times, it can also train my strength. By then, I refuse to believe that I cannot pierce this purple tungsten wall 40 to 50 times with the primal arrows. Jokue rolled up his sleeves and said with a low muffled voice. He too wanted to stretch himself to obtain good results. He had received too much shock in just a day. I'll apply for the first, sparring. Song Zijuan said. Among the group of people, he could feel the pressure. Although they were said to be weak by Baldy Chin, compared to them, Song Zijuan was weaker than more than half of them. There was fierce competition, even for doing miscellaneous jobs. After making his decision, Song Zijuan looked at Yi Yun, along with Baldy Chin. Up to this point, Yi Yun's performance was the most outstanding. Although it had not amazed Baldy Chin, he believed that with 6 years of training, Yi Yun would definitely shine. Although it was impossible for Yi Yun to enter the top 1,000 in the first year, he had great promise to enter the top 1,000 within 3 years. Baldy Chin also wished he could develop a talent. Yi Yun thought for a while and smiled. I'll apply for, herb picking. Yi Yun's simple sentence shocked the young heroes present. Herb picking? Baldy Chin also slightly raised his eyebrow. Very few of the students he had taken in had applied for picking herbs, and they were all female. After all, females could only be sparring partners for other females. If there were too many sparring partners, men could still do other jobs like forging. Females were not suitable for forging. Similarly, patrolling and maintaining the ballista was typically not something girls did. Hence, those girls, who couldn't be sparring partners, ended up at jobs like picking herbs, taking care of the spirit beasts, and distributing materials. But Yi Yun, who Baldy Chin felt had good prospects, wanted to pick herbs. As such, the other young heroes looked at Yi Yun weirdly. Isn't this guy pretty strong? With his abilities, he would do well either in sparring or forging. Why would he pick herbs? It can't be for him to get to know girls while picking herbs, and then trick them into giving their bodies to him? Or to push them down in the herb mountain and do it in the wild? Many people thought negatively of Yi Yun, for they could see no reason for him to enter the female bunch. Herb picking? Are you sure? Baldy Chin looked Yi Yun in the eye, hoping to see Yi Yun change his decision. Yes. I am sure. Yi Yun nodded. Baldy Chin pinched his eyes, as if he saw something from Yi Yun's body. Today I'll submit the name list. Once it is submitted, there can be no more changes in the next 3 months. Not only is picking herbs slow at making dragon scale runes, it also does not help much in training your strength. I'll ask you one more time, are you sure you want to pick herbs? I am sure. Yi Yun replied calmly and firmly. The surrounding people were speechless. It was clear that Baldy Chin was appreciative of Yi Yun for him to say that much, but Yi Yun was not appreciative. Instructor Chin frowned. Finally, he shook his head. The decision was up to the trainee and he would not interfere. Since Yi Yun had made the decision, it was not up to him. All right. I'll apply for the herb-picking job for you. I'll give you a word of advice. In the Taya Divine City, slightly exceptional people aren't that great. It is very easy for them to drown in the vast sea of people, never to be seen again. Among the 2,000 rookies this time, there were several good seedlings. The 100 people, that is you who came from the Jing state or the southeastern states near the Jing state. Compared to the Zhong state or the imperial city, or those that were directly referred from the reclusive families, you are greatly lacking. You probably do not know this. A day ago, in this school ground, a genius youth rookie by the nickname of Chionyo pierced this purple tungsten wall 7 times. He was from a reclusive family clan. And 2 days ago, a girl from the imperial city managed to gain some nomological insight from the primordial species sculpture in the Wilderness Divine Hall. This girl's name is Chu Xiaoran and she is the beloved daughter of the Defender Duke of the Taya Imperial Dynasty. Instructor Chin's words made all of their eyelids twitch. The Defender Duke's beloved daughter. Genius youth from a reclusive family clan. A Defender Duke was a duke of the Taya Divine Kingdom. A duke together with the words defender in his title made him an official of the highest level. As for the reclusive family clan, that was even more terrifying. In the Taya Divine Kingdom, some of the large family clans had family heritages that were unfathomably deep, and they might even be comparable to the royal family. Some of these family clans had a longer history than the Taya Divine Kingdom. Some of them existed before the Taya Divine Kingdom was built, or even a few dynasties before, as they passed down one generation after the other. Some family clans had helped the founding Divine Emperor of the Taya Divine Kingdom gain its territories. As such, they were given 9 big states of the Divine Kingdom's territories by the founding Divine Emperor as their eternal fiefdoms. These family clans had marriages with the Taya Divine Kingdom royal family for generations, creating an integral relationship between the two. It could be said that these family clans were the reason why the Taya Divine Kingdom could last for so many years. Due to the detachment of these family clans, ordinary people had no access to them. Hence, they were called reclusive family clans, not because they were really hidden. As for Zhou Kuei and company, they came from large families, but their families were from the Jing state or the surrounding small states. Those kind of families just occupied a small province of a state. A provincial family clan had no way to compare with the reclusive family clans at the Divine Kingdom level. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 174, Even Picking Herbs has a record? Chapter 174, Even Picking Herbs has a record? Yi Yun said, thank you for Instructor Chin's advice. This junior understands what the instructor is saying. However perfect people may be, someone better will always appear. He barely inserted a single primal arrow, but a genius youth from a reclusive family had inserted 7. The gap was obvious. Baldy Chin's eyelids jumped. Can you tell me your reason? He felt that for Yun to stick to his beliefs meant that he had to have some reason, or else it would be too difficult to understand. Yun said, there's no special reason. In the past, when I was in the cloud wilderness, I picked herbs every day to earn a living. Once I could walk, I began picking herbs. Thus, after all these years, I have accumulated some experience picking herbs. Also, I have some talent in picking herbs, so I think I will do well. Yun casually gave an explanation, but when this fell onto the surrounding people's ears, they were stunned and looked at Yun oddly. Cloud wilderness? Picking herbs to earn a living? The young heroes present had sometimes gone to pick herbs, but that was only when they were searching for treasures that could aid in their breakthroughs. Who needed to pick herbs for a living? They did not believe that one of them was previously a medicine boy, and was even from the cloud wilderness? They knew Yun's strength was greater than theirs. This made it even more difficult for them to accept. A medicine boy from the poor, barren cloud wilderness was better than all of them who came from family clans? It made them speechless. It was like a mule had infiltrated a group of horses and then it defeated all of the horses. A mule was not necessarily worse than a horse. It excelled in endurance and strength, and it ate less. Although a horse was weaker, making it unable to do heavy work, it was better at running fast. It could be said that each had their own advantages, but no one would wish they were the hard-working mule instead of the horse. Now, the group of horses could choose a job that could train their abilities, yet Yun chose to pick herbs. It was like the horses had chosen to go on the battlefield, but the mule had chosen to go mill grinding. And the reason was, he had done this in the cloud wilderness and it was his trade. Besides, he even said he had talent in picking herbs. This made them at a loss on whether to laugh or to cry. What talent was there in herb picking? Who couldn't pick herbs? This kid. What the hell? Zhou Kuei gave a frowning look at Yun. He had engaged with Yun a few times, and except for not necessarily losing the last round, he had lost the other 2 times. He knew of Yun's strength, making him curious. Don't mind him, brother Kuei. I guess this kid must have been hooked on being a bumpkin. People who come from the vast wilderness have a special way of thinking. Old Xiong is right. Brother Kuei, since we have come to the Taiya Divine City, we need to quickly accumulate dragon scale runes to increase our strength. This way we can go out to hunt or engage in other high-risk, high-reward jobs. How can picking herbs be a fast way of accumulating dragon scale runes? This kid Yun may be stronger than us by a bit, but since he wants to take the road of ruin, no one can stop him. Maybe later, he will drown in an ocean of people, and he will become a stepping stone for us to trample upon. The people from the Xuanwu army privately transmitted their voices. They were complete strangers to Yun, so they would not say much. It should be said that for someone to make a foolish decision, they would actually gloat, as they were all competitors. Baldy Chin shook his head. Finally, he gave up on persuading Yun. He said, then take care of yourselves. Among the rookies every year, there will be a few exceptional ones. In 2 years' time, both Jianyo, Zhu Shaoran will become the young Qian and Yao Dao you saw previously. The 2 of them have the chance to enter the top 1,000 spots in the Heaven or Earth Roll of Honor within a year, but you? How long would it take to enter the top 1,000? Furthermore, will you even be able to enter the top 1,000 before you leave the Taiya Divine City? Saying those words, Baldy Chin left. Baldy Chin had said that whoever managed to enter the top 1,000 places in the Taiya Divine City, they would receive the attention of all the various large factions within the Divine Kingdom. To enter the top 1,000 in 1 year meant that it was easy to enter the top 200 in 2 years. At 3 years, it would be the top 50 to 60. When leaving the Taiya Divine City after 6 years, they were likely to enter the top 5 or top 3, even being the first. Being first in the Taiya Divine City's Roll of Honor sounded too far. The person taking that spot was someone who Yao Dao and Yang Xian were a far cry from. And Yao Dao and Yang Xian were someone that they were too far behind to catch up with. The gap was obvious. Yun ignored the opinions of others. After he had his dinner, he went straight back to his residence. He began meditating, allowing his body to slowly fuse with the primordial species essence. After a night, when the sky lit up, the Taiya Divine City was still filled with fog. After Yun finished washing up, he prepared to report for his job. Song Zijuan also came out. The both of them lived close to one another. Today, Song Zijuan had changed into an ordinary bunch shirt and looked less like a wealthy young master, and had a little more rustic flavor. Yun, you picking herbs is such a waste. Your movement skills at your age are the best I've seen in my whole life. Song Zijuan was still completely puzzled over Yi Yun's decision. The most important part about being a sparring partner was not to be resilient against attacks. Even if you were resilient against attacks, after being hit multiple times, you would still get beaten down. The most powerful sparring partner was the type that could dodge attacks and protect himself. Yi Yun had entered the large success stage of minute subtlety, meaning he would have great benefits as a sparring partner. Song Zijuan was actually very envious, but now Yi Yun was going to pick herbs, which was a waste of a treasure. Are you really not thinking of following me? Song Zijuan still felt some regret over Yi Yun's decision. Note Yi Yun smiled and waved at Song Zijuan. Song Zijuan shook his head. Forget it, you have your own decisions. My thoughts might not suit you. Ever since Yi Yun managed to reach the threshold of the large success stage of minute subtlety, Song Zijuan had greatly admired Yi Yun. Although Yi Yun's decision was odd, Song Zijuan believed that Yi Yun had his reasons. 15 minutes later, Yi Yun reached his job's location. The different types of miscellaneous jobs had their own respective locations. Since sparring was very popular, it resulted in a surplus of applicants, producing a long line. But the job of picking herbs was much quieter. Yi Yun reached his destination. He found a few girls who were arranging the herbs leisurely. When these girls saw Yi Yun, they were a bit surprised. When they saw that Yi Yun was in rookie attire, it was apparent he was a rookie that just entered the Taya Divine City. To be a boy and pick herbs as a rookie was unbelievable. Boys who occasionally came to pick herbs usually suffered some injuries, resulting in them being unfit for sparring or forging, hence, they came to pick herbs. Yi Yun ignored the girls and reported his name, receiving a drug basket, a jade box to hold the herbs, and a map of the herb mountain. The person in charge was a 30-odd-year-old woman with last name Wang. She was indifferent with Yi Yun's arrival, and she just kept looking into her mirror. She kept fiddling with a lock of her hair, but she was never satisfied with whatever position it was in. Even as the herb-picking person in charge, she herself felt that herb-picking was a dead-end business. Seeing Yi Yun coming to dawdle at his young age made her have no good feelings for Yi Yun. This sister. May I ask how many dragon scale runes are exchanged for the herbs picked by this junior? The Wang girl glanced at Yi Yun and placed her mirror down. This was probably because Yi Yun used the word sister making her feel good, hence, she grew some patience for this lazy child who came to pick herbs. She threw a manual at Yi Yun and said, "This is the exchange table of the herbs and dragon scales. Look at it yourself." Yi Yun caught the manual and flipped to the first page. Seeing the words on the first page, Yi Yun was shocked. The first page wrote, Qingli year 82, Zhou Mi picked 630 pounds of herbs using 60 days, obtaining 19,260 dragon scale runes. He had broken the records of the ancestors. This record is to encourage future generations. Record? This can't be. Even a miscellaneous job like picking herbs has a record? Zhou Mi, in 60 days, broke a record picking herbs. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 175, Luawat Association. Chapter 175, Luawat Association. Thinking that Yi Yun was making a fuss, the Wang woman grunted, "Is it strange to have a record?" Although herb picking has no future, those who work hard at one job and specialize in it, the Divine City will still recognize them and reward them. In the Divine City, anything that can be quantified will have a record, including things like forging. As for the herb-picking record, that was from 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. The person who breaks a record will get a one-time reward of 10,000 dragon scale runes and a glory point. 10,000 dragon scale runes? And a glory point. Yi Yun's eyes lit up. 10,000 dragon scale runes was enough for him to cultivate within the Wilderness Divine Hall for 20 hours. Besides that, there was a glory point. This was even greater. The most precious things in the Taya Divine City could only be exchanged using glory points. In the entire Taya Divine City, 95% of the cultivators do not even get a single glory point in their entire 6 years. This showed how hard it was to obtain glory points. To an ordinary warrior in the Divine City, glory points were an unattainable thing. Breaking a record resulted in a high reward. Even if it was some unimportant little record, it was still extraordinary. Yi Yun excitedly pinched the pages with his thumb and forefinger, and flipped page by page. The herbs produced by the Taya Divine City Herbal Mountain had very clear categories. The most common herbs had ranks of Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. The most commonly found herbs were Mystic or Yellow ranked. The corresponding amount of dragon scale runes was relatively smaller. Upon reaching the Earth-ranked herbs, things became amazing. One herb could exchange for a sizable amount of dragon scale runes. But earth-ranked herbs were difficult to find. Moving up, there were heaven-ranked herbs like phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. By being lucky just once, one could obtain a massive amount of dragon scale runes. Zhong Yi, who broke the herb-picking record many years ago, obtained more than 19,000 dragon scale runes in 2 months because he had picked a few heaven-ranked herbs. But heaven-ranked herbs were not the pinnacle. Moving up, there were primordial herbs, immortal herbs, primal herbs, and other different strains of divine medicine. These herbs had ridiculous value. But this manual had no record of them. Oh? Why was there no records of the awards for the primordial herbs? Was it because the cultivators from the Taya Divine City had no chance of picking them? If that was the case, if one found primordial herbs, how would the rewards be paid out? Yi Yun thought about this and asked the wine woman, "This junior wants to ask. If this junior breaks the herb-picking record, will I be able to leave a name on Sage Avenue?" Hearing Yi Yun's inquiry, the wine woman became impatient. She gave Yi Yun a glance which spelt out, "Does this have anything to do with you?" She tested her patience, saying, "The people who can leave their names on Sage Avenue completed a tough job that showcased their strength, showing that they have a chance to become a sage in the future. As for jobs like herb picking, it doesn't reflect one's strength. Even if you break the record, it has nothing to do with being a sage in the future. You will only have your name written on the exchange booklet." I see. Actually, even if Yi Yun could not leave his name on Sage Avenue, he did not mind. All he cared about was the benefits. "Then allow me to ask more, is there a fixed amount of time for picking herbs? Seeing Senior Zhong Yi take exactly 60 days, does it mean everyone is given 60 days? Why are you asking so much? It can't be that you want to break the record?" The wine woman rolled her eyes at Yi Yun, and many surrounding girls managed to laugh. Yi Yun scratched his head and gave an innocent little brother next door look, saying, "This kid is just asking, nothing else. The herb-picking record is indeed for a period of 2 months. As for breaking this record, stop dreaming. This record has been there for thousands of years. Are you done asking?" One last question, Yi Yun said weakly. "Just say it." The wine woman was speechless. This kid just kept going on and on. "Oh. It's this. This kid wants to ask, if I were to pick a primordial herb or a primal herb, will there be a special reward? I tried looking in the manual, but there's nothing about it." When Yi Yun asked that question, the wine woman nearly threw her mirror. She opened up her pair of long, sharp eyes and looked incredulously at Yi Yun, as if she was trying to tell if this youth had any mental problems. "What did you say?" Not only the wine woman, everyone there looked weirdly at Yi Yun. This kid actually asked if there was a reward if he picked a primordial ranked treasure? Oh, Yi Yun gave a look of innocence. Was such a big reaction necessary? Put. A few female herb gatherers couldn't help but laugh, and their voices rang out beautifully like a bell. "Little brother, you sure know how to dream. Let's not talk about the rarity of the primordial herbs. The Taya Divine City Herbal Mountain might not even have it. But the crux of the issue is, the entire herbal mountain is horrendously large. Finding a divine herb is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if you have god-defying luck and chanced upon a primordial herb, don't even think about picking it. These herbs have a spirit within them. They can hide. Let's not talk about primordial herbs, even heaven-ranked herbs are difficult to pick. They have all sorts of ways to protect themselves. You can walk by one without even knowing it." "Oh? There's such a thing?" Yi Yun looked at the female herb gatherers with surprise. The herbs he picked in the tiny tribal clan were normal herbs. Yi Yun had never heard of herbs growing a spirit. "Of course. Little brother, you really have a lot of questions. If you can really pick a good herb, the Divine City will reward you and never let you down, or even give you less than the value of the herb. The crux is, can you even pick one? The Divine City is very generous to us cultivators. These years, there were even some descendants from family clans who mixed in some herbs that they brought from their family, pretending they were harvests from the Divine Mountain to exchange for the rewards from the Divine City. I haven't heard of anyone picking herbs who tried to keep it for themselves. But then again, those heaven-ranked herbs and above have never been picked by anyone in the past couple of years. We cultivators who come to pick herbs don't have the ability, so if the Divine City's elders need any heaven-ranked herb or above, they would have to pick it themselves. But that is a huge waste of time and effort, so the elders are not willing to waste time. Even after putting so much effort, there is no guarantee of finding one. If someone were to find such a drug, the elders will be very happy and would give out a generous reward, but it's impossible even if you want to." "Thank you, sister." The female herb gatherer's words made Yi Yun excited. It seemed like as long as he picked good herbs, the rewards given by the Divine City would be amazing. Firstly, it was because the Taya Divine City was generous to cultivators, and willing to nurture talent. The second reason was that the Taya Divine City's herb mountains herbs were grown due to the heaven-earth yuan qi, and were not intentionally planted by the Taya Divine City. The herbs was considered part of the divine wilderness wealth, and the divine wilderness was the common treasure of the entire world's warriors. I guess it would be difficult for me to pick a primordial herb. I might be able to find a herb with spirit within it, but to catch it, difficult. Yi Yun knew his own strength. The primordial herbs were definitely not easy to catch. There were all sorts of treasures in the divine wilderness herb mountain. Whoever had the skill could pick it. Little brother, what's your name? The female herb gatherer found Yi Yun amusing. His words were silly and goofy as if he was not right in the mind. It is indeed true that newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. These 15-year-old girls like such a beautiful and innocent little boy because they found him cute. Oh. My name is Yi Yun. Seeing the female herb gatherers looking at him as if he was an object of amusement, Yi Yun was speechless. He was an adult but was found to be amusing by these 15-year-old girls. This made Yi Yun at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. So it's little brother Yi Yun. Alright, I'll remember you. My name is Zhao Qingcheng, just call me Sis Qingcheng in the future. Sis Qingcheng? Yi Yun rolled his eyes. As if I would call you Sis Qingcheng. Zhao Qingcheng could tell Yi Yun had no interest in her, and deliberately elongated her tone saying, Little brother Yi Yun, the sister is from the Luohua Association. Luohua Association? Oh. Yi Yun paused for a while, finding the name familiar. He guessed that Zhao Qingcheng had used her background to prove her strength. It was probably some large sect. Is that the name of your sect? Yi Yun asked casually, without any interest. Zhao Qingcheng managed another laugh and chattered, Little brother, you sure are cute. In the Taya Divine City, many of the cultivators will form an association amongst themselves. The purpose of the association is to let the members help each other through the sharing of resources and trading. The Taya Divine City has all sorts of fierce competition. Forming a group has its advantages. Our Luohua Association is the biggest association in the Taya Divine City. The Luohua Association's president is Luo Huier, who is number 1 on the man roll of honor. You must have heard of it. So it was Luo Huier. Yi Yun of course remembered Luo Huier. It was no wonder he found the name Luohua Association familiar. This Luo Huier had used her own name to create an association. This Taya Divine City sure is complex. The cultivators even formed their own societies. Yi Yun secretly thought about it. But it was a rational choice. The people who came to the Taya Divine City were all capable people. Forming an association and deepening each other's relationships was beneficial to their own future development and other aspects. As strength came from unity, an association's strength naturally exceeded that of an individual. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 176, Herb Picking Profession. Chapter 176, Herb Picking Profession. Zhao Qingcheng could tell that Yi Yun had some interest in the Luohua Association and turned slightly delighted. Little brother, it will be difficult to last in the Taya Divine City without being in an association. How about it, are you interested in joining our Luohua Association? Our Luohua Association has very strict entry requirements. But I will introduce you, and you can immediately become an associate member. The olive branch Zhao Qingcheng threw to Yi Yun was rejected by him with a shake of his head. No thanks, I'll go at it alone. Associate member? What a joke. I wouldn't even join as a full member. Although Yi Yun had these thoughts on his mind, a harmless smile was still plastered on his face. Actually, Yi Yun knew that his current situation as a rookie kid with a medicine basket on his back made him look like a poor, low-class peasant. Who would want to accept him? Alright, if anyone bullies you, sis here will protect you, Zhao Qingcheng fluttered her eyes at Yi Yun before she went off with her other sisters like lark birds. Yi Yun was left holding the little booklet in a daze. The primordial herbs seemed difficult to pick. It was better for him to look for heaven-ranked herbs, which was more reliable. Even earth-ranked herbs would do. But he could not be too exaggerated in his picking. He had to toe the line. As he was thinking about this, a lioness suddenly roared behind him. Are you done? If you are done, stop dazing here blocking the path. Go elsewhere if you fancy to daze. Yi Yun jumped and turned his head and saw the Wang woman with a mirror in one hand, and the other hand tapping the table impatiently. This woman reached her menopause? Yi Yun maliciously thought, but he felt that it was not worth it to make a fuss with the bad-tempered woman. Well, the real reason is that he had no ability to make a fuss. His arms were thin, he had just arrived at the Taya Divine City and could not yet do a thing. He was just a shrimp with no presence wherever he went. But Yun did not mind. He was extremely happy. Who said that there was no future in picking herbs? He just got a goal he could work hard towards. As such, Yun carried the herb sickle and the herb basket that was about half his size out of the office. In this pathetic, uncouth outfit, he walked on the streets of the Taya Divine City, receiving all sorts of contempt, as well as odd and confused stares. Finally, Yun reached the teleportation portal to the herbal mountain. When he began to pick herbs, Yun realized that trying to date girls while picking herbs was an unrealistic situation. The Taya Divine City herbal mountain had been divided into many sectors, and each sector was immense. And many of the sectors were segregated by arrays, preventing passage into another sector. A herbal mountain was a wonderland nearly 1,000 miles in radius. Around the wonderland, there were multiple arrays surrounding it. In this mountain, a rich spiritual aura and the protection of arrays prevented any typical desolate beasts from entering. The herb mountain bred all sorts of treasures. These treasures were widely distributed on steep cliffs, deep abysses, or in the middle of a huge divine mountain. Herb gatherers were randomly sent to a herb mountain, and Yun was the only person in this particular herb mountain. After the herbs were collected, a herb gatherer would have to use the teleportation portal in order to return to the Taya Divine City. Upon reaching the Taya Divine City, they had to turn over the herbs and calculate the dragon scale runes rewards. Hence, the herbs picked in the herb mountain could not be traded or secretly kept. There was even a body search of the warriors before they went picking herbs. This was to prevent unscrupulous people from bringing their own herbs to exchange for dragon scale runes. Under all these rules, herb picking was a lonely and boring job. It was hardly surprising that few people were willing to do it. But this suited Yun. When his body entered the teleportation array, sparkles flew around his body and a violent wind blew, making Yun feel some change. When he opened his eyes again, he was already at the base of a huge unfamiliar mountain. What Yun saw made him speechless. While in the cloud wilderness, Yun had seen many magnificent mountains. But those mountains could not compete with the peak in front of him. The mountain in front of him pierced the clouds and stretched far, with no end in sight. The peak was probably obscured several dozen miles away by a thick hazy mist. Under the mountain peak, lush plants grew. Ignoring the large trees, just the shrubs alone were as tall as a person. Their roots were dense and sharp, like swords and spears. There was jagged gravel that rolled down to the foot of the mountain. They were like falling meteorites that were about the size of a house. Their hardness was greater than steel. The huge, luxuriant mountain was so immense that it made one feel little. Such a big mountain, it's really a wonderland. Yun sighed. This so-called herb field of the Taya Divine City was spectacular. The small part of the herbal mountain a person was transported to was already so vast. Such a large divine mountain had limitless treasures and only needed the sufficient number of opportunities to obtain them. Such a massive herbal mountain, and not the only one, the Taya Divine City sure is bottomless. I wonder how many herbs I can pick here. Yun felt more and more assured that choosing herb picking as his job was perfect. After cutting through grass taller than him, Yun walked towards the deeper parts of the herbal mountain. The air here was misty and chaotic. There was a milk-like smell of herbs in the air. When these aromas entered the body, it felt like every pore was being cleansed in top-quality nectar, making it extremely pleasurable. By just sitting here meditating, needless to say, picking herbs would be extremely beneficial. Let's begin. Yun warmed up his body, and with a rub of his wrist, he felt he was at his optimal state. With this endless herb mountain that contained numerous treasures, Yun was filled with lofty sentiments. By interfacing with the purple crystal through his spiritual energy, Yun's vision slowly turned white. In Yun's vision, there was an area with slightly denser light, while another area was lacking. This meant that the different areas had different concentrations of heaven-earth yuan qi. Yun naturally headed to the place with more heaven-earth yuan qi. With a thought of his mind, the flowing mercury gown he wore had a bizarre change. The weight began to surge up, pressing down every inch of Yun's skin. Soon, a sound came out from Yun's feet. He had shattered the hard rocks under his feet. Ka ka ka. Crack lines appeared in all directions on the rocks with Yun as the center. It was as if Yun was carrying a mountain on his body. He had adjusted the weight on the flowing mercury gown to 200 cauldrons. His back was slightly bent, making him look like a strong and vigorous cheetah, poised to strike any moment. Yun could endure 350 cauldrons while frog jumping. But climbing up the herbal mountain was more difficult than frog jumping. If he took on 350 cauldrons, his strength would be quickly drained. Yun not only wanted to pick herbs, he wanted to take this opportunity to also train his body's strength, allowing himself to continuously grow to his limit. Time was of the essence. Due to the fierce competition in the Taya Divine City, Yun had to seize every second to train. Even picking herbs was a rare opportunity to train. Yun became outstanding in the Cloud Wilderness in a short amount of time. He had gone from an ordinary youth step by step into his current state. The word miracle was not enough to describe this. The real reason was due to the purple crystal Yun had. But using that as a foundation, Yun had worked hard, and with good, decisive use of time, he was able to take every opportunity to cultivate. It was challenging to climb such a tall mountain while wearing a 200 cauldron flowing mercury gown. After all, the herb mountain did not have any special tiles within it. 200 cauldrons of weight was enough to crush these rocks to pieces. After taking a long breath, Yun sank chi into his dantian, and all the bones in his body began to snap. The energy at the peak of the early stages of purple blood began to ignite. With a flowing blood support, Yun was like a vigorous cheetah running through the mountain. The Taya Divine City's herbal mountain, with its limitless treasures, was awaiting Yun's discovery. Yun was full of anticipation and yearning. The road of martial arts that belonged to Yun had flipped open to an exciting new chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 177, Meteorite Grass. Chapter 177, Meteorite Grass. In the endless Taya herb mountain of the Divine Wilderness, a small figure was climbing and jumping in the mountains. With 200 cauldrons of weight of the flowing mercury gown, Yun's every step had to be careful. He could not step on mud and had to step on rocks, or his entire leg would sink into the ground. In the Divine Wilderness Mountains, there were many rocks, and their hardness were sufficient for supporting Yun's weight. After stepping on a piece of rock, when Yun was about to take a second step, the large green rock he had rested his weight on suddenly flipped over. It was as if it could not handle the heavy weight Yun possessed, causing it to be pried out of the soil. This sudden turn of events surprised Yun. With the rock's flip, his entire body fell down. With 200 cauldrons of weight in the flowing mercury gown, if he did not change the weight in time, falling would be no laughing matter. If Yun fell on any normal rocks, they would shatter and injure him at the same time. Seeing that he was about to fall onto a large rock, Yun still did not change the weight of the flowing mercury gown. Instead, he twisted his body in the air and drew out his 1,000 army saber from his back. Cha! The human-height-long 1,000 army saber cut through the rock wall like tofu. Using this force, Yun swung his body and somersaulted back into the air. With the strength from this backflip, Yun's body, which was about to crash into the ground with his back first, managed to swing to the side. He was like a lively monkey. After traversing a distance of 3 meters and tipping his toes on a rock, Yun regained his stability. But the simple tip of his toes had crushed the rock to pieces. As a result, Yun finally had enough power to firmly land on top of a boulder. The series of moves he executed was a result of reaching the threshold of the large success stage of minute subtlety. If not, he could only have reduced the weight of the flowing mercury gown while falling off the large rock. Climbing a mountain with a weight of 200 cauldrons was difficult since he could accidentally crush the rocks he walked on. Yun was continuously attempting and experimenting. Under all these attempts, he slowly gained more and more precise control of his strength. Each ounce of strength was no more, no less than necessary. It was like he was dancing on the tip of a blade. Bang! 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 Step after step, Yun climbed up the mountain. Each step was fast and careful. Every spot he passed by looked like the step of a behemoth. There was a large crater left behind wherever he rested his feet. Every time he encountered a situation with the rocks he stepped on, Yun would use his movement skills to safely emerge. Oh! Yun suddenly realized that there was a shimmering light by a tree 100 meters away. It was like starlight. The purple crystal within Yun's body began to pulsate slightly, bringing the light's existence to Yun's attention. With Yun's cultivation level getting higher, his spiritual energy was getting more powerful, allowing him to now perceive things in a keener manner. Yun could perceive every bit of energy in a 100-meter radius. And if there was a primordial species with full of pure energy around, even if it was tens of miles away, Yun would still be able to detect one. Yun's perception was not affected even if the energy was sealed. Of course, being able to perceive sealed energy was one thing. Absorbing it was another. This was the fantastic vision that the purple crystal gave Yun, a world with energy as its building blocks. Under the guidance of the purple crystal, Yun easily found the source of the energy. Brushing away the shrubs, Yun found a fist-sized flower in between the cracks of a tree trunk. Void star flower? By looking at the flower's colors and the way the petals moved, Yun identified the flower. When he came to the Taya Divine City, he had read the book Divine Wilderness, which had records about the void starflower. It absorbed heaven, earth, yuan, qi and rain to grow. It was rooted in an ordinary large tree as a parasite. But this tree was actually no different than the void starflower's own roots. Upon removing the void starflower, the tree would slowly wither away. In the Divine Wilderness, there were all sorts of treasures that had the ability to hide and protect themselves. If not, they would easily be eaten by desolate beasts or picked by humans. The void starflower was a high-grade yellow-ranked herb and could exchange for about 3 dragon scale runes. After going so far, all I've found is this high-grade yellow-ranked void starflower. If it's the other cultivators from the Divine City, without the purple crystal, they can only find herbs by rummaging through grass and stones. Their efficiency at picking herbs will be much lower. To find a dozen yellow-ranked herbs in a day would be quite amazing. If one was lucky, 1 or 2 mystic-ranked herbs would be a great harvest. Low-grade yellow-ranked herbs can only be exchanged for 2 dragon scale runes. Mystic-ranked herbs can get a bit more, but it's only around 10 dragon scale runes. By this way of counting, a herb-picking cultivator can, at best, receive 40 to 50 dragon scale runes in a day. But, by choosing the herb-picking job, there is a requirement of handing over at least 25 dragon scale runes of herbs a day. This was firstly a way for the Divine City to gain resources, and secondly, to prevent people from being lazy. Once 25 dragon scale runes were deducted, there will be even less. No wonder people were reluctant to pick herbs. This was indeed a lonely, boring, and dead-end job. After picking the void starflower, he carried on. By choosing to particularly step on rubble and easy-to-slip gravel, Yun kept testing his movement skills and his power control. This naturally slowed down Yun's speed. A typical herb-picking cultivator would begin searching for herbs upon reaching the herb mountain. They wouldn't have the time to care about anything else. If they could not hand over 25 dragon scale runes, then their dragon scale runes would go in the negative. Upon reaching negative dragon scale runes for 2 consecutive days, the Divine City would remove the free lodging privileges, causing one to sleep on the streets. For a warrior, sleeping on the streets was nothing, and not really a punishment, but it would be extremely shameful. Those who could come to the Taya Divine City were all prideful people. But to end up being ineligible to live in the Divine City's free lodgings to the point of sleeping on the streets, it would bring great ridicule upon the news traveling back to their family clans. They might as well kill themselves. Hence the people who came herb picking would not dare to skive. But Yun proceeded slowly into the herb mountain. Most of the time, he was practicing his movement skills. As for picking herbs, he did that casually. With the purple crystal, he had a 100% efficiency rate. Soon, Yun's herb basket was filled with a dozen kinds of herbs, mostly of the yellow rank. Yun estimated that the herbs were only worth about 30 or so dragon scale runes. Oh. That is. Yun looked up and discovered that there was a fuzzy energy fluctuation several hundreds of meters away. The energy fluctuation was more intense than the yellow-ranked herbs he had previously found. It has to be a mystic-ranked herb. Yun licked his lips and began using his movement skill to head towards the energy fluctuation like an agile monkey. Yun interfaced his spiritual energy with the purple crystal. From his perspective, there was a huge blob of heaven earth yuan qi, burning like a fire cluster. It was apparent that there was some spiritual item at its origin. But exiting from the purple crystal's vision, all Yun saw was a black rock. The black rock was rough on the surface, and was full of tiny potholes. It looked no different than an ordinary rock, with no sign of a herb. Yun stroked his chin, and recalled an entry in the Divine Wilderness book. He quickly understood what this rock in front of him was. Yun drew out his 1,000 army saber and slashed down. Cha! With a light sound, the black rock was cut into 2. So hard. Guess I was right. Yun's eyes lit up. The 1,000 army saber was able to cut through metal like mud, and with his strength, even a thick metal wall would be easily cleaved by Yun, not to mention a rock. Yet, the rock in front of Yun, although it had split open, still caused numbness in Yun's hands. This was no ordinary rock, but a meteorite. As expected of a meteorite. Due to the falling process, the meteor would turn hot due to the friction with heaven earth yuan qi, eventually bursting into flames. The fire would burn off any impurities, and heaven earth yuan qi essence will enter the rock. Through this way of casting, the rock would be on a completely different level than typical metals. It was the same as a blacksmith forging metal by hitting it tens of millions of times. The meteorite Yun split was smooth on the inside. It was grayish-white. Within the grayish-white texture, there was a hole the size of a thumb which was very conspicuous. Yi Yun put his finger into the hole to clasp it and a smile appeared on his face. He quickly dug out a worm from the hole. However, this was not a worm, but something known as meteorite grass. It was a tuber-like plant. Meteorite grass will send its seeds flying tens of thousands of miles away into the vast wilderness, finding a place to root. It would be attracted by meteorites, especially metallic ones, before landing on the surface of a meteorite. The meteorite grass seed will then secrete a corrosive liquid and, after a few years, it would slowly tunnel into the meteorite, taking root. Then, the meteorite grass will be like a worm in an apple. It will slowly crawl and make thumb-sized tunnels within. It will absorb the meteorite's essence, allowing it to grow. These sort of amazing plants made Yi Yun sigh. In the divine wilderness, there were all sorts of wonders. The life forms here exceeded Yi Yun's past knowledge. Meteorite grass. Middle-grade mystic ranked herb. As there aren't that many, it wasn't easy to find. The Taya Divine City's manual says that this can be exchanged for 82 dragon scale runes. After Yi Yun began practicing martial arts, his memory had become extremely good. He had already memorized all the dragon scale runes rewards within the manual. Mystic ranked herbs began at 10 dragon scale runes. Based on the herb's value, a few rare mystic ranked herbs could be worth as much as 100 dragon scale runes, more than some earth ranked herbs. Oh. This should do for the day. I'll prepare to leave. I shouldn't be too ridiculous on my first day picking herbs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 178, The One Who Wants to Break the Record. Chapter 178, The One Who Wants to Break the Record. Yi Yun had originally intended to pick a few herbs on his first day. If he picked hundreds of herbs on his first day, it would be too amazing. After all, in the future, if Yi Yun carried on picking so many herbs, it would arouse the suspicions and doubts of others. Zhong Yi's record was due to the quality of herbs he picked, not the quantity. With a keen perception and a certain amount of luck, it was not surprising to pick exquisite herbs. Just by picking a few herbs that were worth 1,000 dragon scale runes, one could easily get tens of thousands dragon scale runes. Hence, it was reasonable to break the record this way. If he did not use this method, and broke the record in terms of quantity by picking 10 to 20 times more herbs, then something would be amiss. Hence, Yi Yun wanted to win according to the quality of herbs he picked, not the quantity. There had to be a gradual process in breaking the record. After collecting these herbs, Yi Yun began to concentrate on training his movement skills. He practiced for most of the day. While practicing his movement skills, Yi Yun still managed to find some herbs here and there. After some hesitation, Yi Yun also plucked these herbs. One of the yellow-ranked herbs he picked was a duskwood fruit. The Divine City exchanged this duskwood fruit for 50 dragon scale runes. This duskwood fruit was one of the best herbs among the yellow-ranked herbs. It was worth even more than some of the low-grade mystic-ranked herbs. Today's harvest was estimated to be about 200 dragon scale runes. This was 7 to 8 times what a normal cultivator could obtain. Yi Yun touched his nose and helplessly smiled. He had accidentally picked more than 200 dragon scale runes. For a typical rookie to pick 30-odd dragon scale runes, just barely enough to pay the rent, was considered pretty good. By slowly accumulating experience, one was able to pick about 40 to 50 dragon scale runes worth of herbs. To pick 200 in his first day was somewhat exaggerated. But upon careful thought, compared to Zhong Yi who left the record of 19,000, he was still inferior. Zhong Yi's average returns each day was above 300 dragon scale runes. That was every day. This number was quite amazing. For Zhong Yi to pick so many highly ranked herbs, it clearly could not be explained by mere luck alone. Of course, picking herbs needed luck. Picking a heaven-ranked herb due to luck was not surprising. But luck was not something that was unlimited. 1 or 2 lucky days was possible, but not every single day. This senior Zhong Yi must have had some keen perception, or some other advantage. He must have had some special ability to leave behind such a record. In this world, there were extremely few people who had natural sharp instincts. Some people could observe their surroundings and remember every detail of the scene, such as the position of each blade of grass. These people were like alert animals. It was very difficult to sneak up on them. This intuition might not bring much to a person's fighting strength, but, if they entered a dangerous mystic realm, this intuition would often save their lives. Yi Yun believed Zhong Yi was such a person. With Zhong Yi's record, if he picked 200 dragon scale runes worth of herbs, it should not attract too much attention. People will just think he was lucky. In the evening, when Yi Yun saw the setting red sun, he spat out a mouthful of foul air and sat down to meditate. When the sun completely set, Yun arranged his herbs and went through the teleportation array back to the Taya Divine City. Besides his harvest of herbs, Yun could clearly feel that during his herb-picking journey, the 200 cauldron flowing mercury gown had been forging his body. It made his body better and allowed him to perfectly absorb the primordial species' energy. At the same time, under the huge pressure, he had managed to gain better control of his strength, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of the large success stage of minute subtlety. Upon returning to the job office, Yun saw a bunch of girls with herb baskets handing over their herbs. These herb-picking girls, regardless of origin, wore coarse clothes in the Taya Divine City. They did not put on any makeup, making them look like simple village girls, and were like a breath of fresh air. "Sister Wang, you press too hard with the steelyard. I can't even afford my meals, and you still want to press it like that," a little girl said with a pettishly charming voice. However, Wang was completely immune to it. With a foot-long rod, a pigeon egg-sized weight, and a shiny plate, she measured the weight of the herbs. The herbs handed over by the girl was placed into a moisture-removing array by Wang before its weight was measured. The herb's weight was checked by Wang, and it would not be a big deal if she made some tiny changes to the number she recorded. But she was incorruptible and mean, so no one could gain any advantage from her. Next. Wang impatiently waved and ignored the petulant lowly. The lowly spat out her tongue and retreated. Behind her were a few of the girls that Yun had met here earlier. The head of these girls was Zhao Qingcheng, and they were all from the Luohua Association. Zhao Qingcheng saw Yun at the outset, but she did not greet him this time. Low-grade yellow-ranked herbs, 545 grams. Rounding down to the nearest 50 grams, it will be counted as 500. A total of 100 dragon scale runes. Wang deftly kept her steelyard. She rattled off a string of words rapidly. It was impossible to tell what she said without carefully listening. In fact, with Wang's cultivation level and keen perception, she could accurately tell the weight of the herbs using her hand. But she liked to use the steelyard to measure because by sliding the scale back and forth, it also pulled on the hearts of many cultivators. 95 grams. Hearing this number, the jovial Zhao Qingcheng could no longer smile. Typically, only middle-grade yellow-ranked and above herbs would be computed one by one. Most of the low-grade yellow-ranked herbs were all mixed together and dried using an array and given 10 dragon scale runes for every 50 grams. By rounding down the last 45 grams, it made her heart ache. She just needed 5 more grams. Although low-grade yellow-ranked herbs were not valuable to these herb-picking girls, this was their main source of income. The higher-grade herbs were too difficult to find. For example, Yun's meteorite grass was hiding inside a rock. Only by cutting open the rock would one see it. Who could find something like that? Zhao Qingcheng's little group had 4 girls. With all their middle-grade and upper-grade herbs, their day's combined revenue was 166 dragon scale runes. Subtracting the 100 dragon scale runes rent, there was only 66 left, averaging to about 15 to 16 dragon scale runes per person. This income was terrible. AI, why the hell didn't I pick one more herb? Just a few leaves would make up 5 grams. Zhao Qingcheng heart chagrined. She looked at Wang and persisted, "Sister Wang, I'm just short of 5 grams to reach 550 grams. Just let it pass." "Do you know, Sister Wang, we had found an extremely good elixir a few days ago. And the price was reasonable and was perfect for us sisters to use. We bit our teeth and borrowed 200 dragon scale runes from the Divine City's bank and, together with our savings, we bought the elixir. This loan has a 15% interest rate, and the interest compounds. If we can't return it in 3 months, we sisters will be sleeping on the street. Seeing that it's nearly the end of the month, we are just short of the 200 dragon scale runes. If we have enough, we can return it. If we can't return it, we still need to pay a month's interest. What do you?" As Zhao Qingcheng said it, she stared at Wang with a watery, wide-eyed, appealingly innocent gaze and fluttered her eyelashes. Wang had put down her steelyard and was about to take her precious mirror. Hearing Zhao Qingcheng say so much, she did not even raise her head. She adjusted her hair and after a while said coldly, "What has all that crap you said have to do with me?" Zhao Qingcheng's smile froze. She carried on smiling obsequiously, "Sis Wang's mirror is so exquisite. I say, Sis Wang is so pretty. If I were as pretty as Sis Wang, I'll never part from the mirror." "Thanks." Wang accepted Zhao Qingcheng's praise, and then, carried on fiddling with the small mirror in her hand. She was impenetrable. Zhao Qingcheng was wrecked. No matter how she counted, there was no way she could pay that sum of dragon scale runes. 15% interest would mean another month of scrimping and saving. If they still couldn't return it, they had to sleep on the streets. For a bunch of girls to sleep on the street, and looked at by a bunch of male animals in the Taya Divine City, this was an absolute disgrace. Yi Yun heard the conversation between Zhao Qingcheng and Wang. This was the first time he knew that the Taiya Divine City had a bank. So it was possible for people with negative dragon scale runes to maintain a decent living by relying on loans. But 15% compounded interest meant the bank was pretty much in usury. By lending 100 dragon scale runes, the next month would be 115, and the following month 132. Even a lot of usuries were not that bad. No wonder Zhao Qingcheng was under so much pressure. If they could not return the loan to an usury within the short period of time, it would be nearly impossible in the future. Who would want to keep bearing a high-interest loan during their 6 years of training? And the interest kept rolling up. Of course, this had nothing to do with Yi Yun. At this time, Wang put down her mirror and allowed Yi Yun to weigh his herbs. Hey, aren't you the one who wants to break the record? What are you standing there for? Hurry and hand them over. Wang appeared very impatient. Her expression said to hand over the herbs quickly and go to a corner. Don't waste this elder sister's precious time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 179, Handing Herbs Over. Chapter 179, Handing Herbs Over. The one who wants to break the record? Hearing the way Wang addressed him, Yi Yun nearly choked. This woman sure had a foul mouth. He had only asked a few questions and she was being this sarcastic about it. But... all right. Although he did want to break the record, he had not said it out loud. Little brother Yi Yun, it's you. Zhao Qingcheng looked at Yi Yun and forced a smile. She transmitted her voice, this woman is a hedgehog. She wants to prick anyone she sees. She's also a metallic rooster made of black iron. She's so stingy that she won't allow you to pluck out even a single feather. You will know once you hand over your herbs today. She will reduce the price of your herbs drastically. Many rookies can't even pay the 25 dragon scale runes rent. Zhao Qingcheng was full of complaints. She was still worried over the usury. The few herb-picking girls were all at a loss. To cultivators, dragon scale runes was too precious. They had to pinch every penny to lead their days, wishing they could use one dragon scale rune as two. Thank you Sis Xiao's advice. Why does Sister Wang have such a bad temper? Yi Yun asked casually. Who knows? I heard that she was a cultivator in the Taiya Divine City. Then she found another cultivator who she liked and got engaged. Later, due to some mishap, the person she liked died while cultivating. Later on, this Wang woman stayed behind in the Taiya Divine City. She's actually very strong, but is not friendly with anyone, hence she was sent to be in charge of miscellaneous jobs. Yi Yun did not expect for this to happen. Hearing this story, he could feel the brutality of cultivating in the Taiya Divine City. It was so easy to die. Sis has to tell you. Dragon scale runes are very precious. Every dragon scale rune has to be wisely spent. Do not waste them. It's difficult for rookies to earn dragon scale runes. You make about 10 or so a day, and there are many places you need to use them in the future. Zhao Qingcheng knew this all too well. Yi Yun nodded. He felt that although Zhao Qingcheng was never serious with her words, she was still a good person. At this time, Wang had already lifted the steelyard and said to Yi Yun, herb picking is the same for rookies and veterans. 25 dragon scale runes, not one less. If there's not enough, then we will have to reduce your dragon scale runes to below 0. Wang dragged out her tone and played with the pigeon egg-sized weight, knocking it on the table. Of course, if you don't want to sleep on the streets, you can choose to be like those debtors and borrow from the bank. As for the interest, for rookies, it's less. Only 12%, but of course it compounds. While saying this, Wang glanced at Zhao Qingcheng and company. They all turned red with embarrassment. This Wang woman's mouth was too foul. Yi Yun was nonchalant upon hearing Wang's words. He placed his herb basket onto the table. Wang pulled away the cloth covering the basket and reached in to pull out the herbs. But, with this grab, a strange expression appeared on Wang's face. Having been in the herb-picking office for so long, she was extremely sensitive to herbs. With this reach, she could feel something amiss. Upon looking inside the basket, she gave an odd look. She flipped the herb basket and her face gradually froze. Oh. Zhao Qingcheng and company also noticed Wang's expression and were curious about what had happened. These were picked by you? Wang raised her head and measured Yi Yun from head to toe, as if this was the first time seeing him. Yi Yun nodded. Zhao Qingcheng and company also came to realize that something had happened. They came over out of curiosity and looked into the basket and were immediately stunned. Void starflower, Ponyo roots. Oh. This is duskwood fruit, a treasure among yellow-ranked herbs, and, what is this? Zhao Qingcheng took out a worm-like object. After looking at it for a good while, she recalled the record in the Divine Wilderness book. It can't be meteorite grass? Zhao Qingcheng had picked herbs for a long time and had only encountered a few low-grade mystic rank herbs, which were all very common ones among the mystic rank herbs. And meteorite grass was a middle-grade mystic ranked herb that nearly approached upper-grade mystic rank. Among the middle-grade mystic ranked herbs, meteorite grass was extremely rare. It was not easy to find one and it was worth a lot. Zhao Qingcheng had never seen the meteorite grass in the Taiya herb mountain, hence it took a while for her to recognize it. Humph. To pick herbs with your knowledge, even with the herb in front of you, you still cannot recognize it. What's the point of picking? Wang mocked Zhao Qingcheng. Indeed, herbs in the Divine Wilderness were very difficult to find. If one was lucky enough to see one and not recognize it, it would be a great waste. But, this situation has happened to a lot of cultivators. Unless one was an alchemist, how would one see the various kinds of herbs? Also, the herbs in the Divine Wilderness were different from those in the Central Plains. Alchemists who did not have enough experience had to learn, on the spot, how to identify herbs. Typical cultivators would rely on the records written in the Divine Wilderness book. But after all, a book was a book. Just from some drawings and description, it was difficult to perfectly describe the different properties of the herbs. It was very common to not recognize one. It was common for rookies to have dismal results picking herbs. Many herbs were missed due to their ignorance. In fact, those who could recognize most of the herbs from the herb mountain's thousands of species of plants using just a book's record were abnormal. And now, Yi Yun was one of those abnormal people in Zhao Qingcheng's mind. In the Taiya Divine City's herbal mountain, many of the grass, shrubs, woods, and plants all looked similar to herbs. It was not easy to distinguish which was which. Many rookies had situations when they picked the wrong plant. Many spirit plants had some spirit gathered within it, making it look like a herb. Also, many herbs could hide themselves, making it even more difficult to find them. For Yi Yun to pick so many herbs on his first time was ridiculous. This void starflower. How did you find it? Void starflower could transform to make itself look like a tree, hiding itself. Zhao Qingcheng had not picked a void starflower in all of her months here. Oh. Doesn't the Divine Wilderness book say? A void starflower will make itself look like a tree. But the tree it creates will have a speckled texture. Like when clouds clear, leaving behind a void of star-like water droplets, hence the reason for its name. Hearing Yi Yun's explanation, Zhao Qingcheng looked at Yi Yun as if she had seen a freak. Of course, Zhao Qingcheng knew how the void starflower got its name and how to distinguish the fake tree made by a void starflower and other plants. But how small were the water droplets left behind after the clouds clear? In the Taiya Divine City's herbal mountain, it was filled with trees and would take a day to travel through it. At the speed a warrior traveled, they would see tens of thousands of trees. Who would notice that a single tree had some sparkles? Especially when the sparkles were about the size of a pinhole. How did Yi Yun get these eyes? Zhao Qingcheng could not believe it. The four girls crowded around Yi Yun. Yi Yun could not stand it. Why are you surrounding me like that? You are even drooling. Yi Yun saw that a girl about the same age as him, who was standing beside Zhao Qingcheng, drooling while looking at the meteorite grass in Zhao Qingcheng's hands. That 13-year-old girl quickly wiped her mouth and sheepishly smiled. This meteorite grass was worth 80 dragon scale runes. It was a treasure. They were going mad from being poor, and they naturally wanted it. And standing beside the meteorite grass, they could smell its milky scent, which was very appetizing. Brother Yi Yun, how did you find this meteorite grass? This young girl was a family friend of Zhao Qingcheng. She had just come to the Taiya Divine City and was following Zhao Qingcheng, being under her care. But clearly, Zhao Qingcheng was not doing too well in the Taiya Divine City. She could only give limited care to this girl. At most, she could introduce the various rules and bring her around. When this young girl asked, everyone looked towards Yi Yun. Although the void starflower was difficult to find, at least it had some defining characteristics. It was no wonder he could find it if Yi Yun had ridiculous observational powers. But for meteorite grass, it hid within stones and could not be seen from the surface. Only upon cleaving a rock open would you see it. But there were more rocks than trees in the Taiya Divine City's herb mountain. How could you cleave open so many? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 180, Dragon Rune Ranking. Chapter 180, Dragon Rune Ranking. Simple. Facing the young lady's inquiry on how he found the meteorite grass, Ian gave an indifferent look as if it was not an issue at all. Of course I can't cut every rock open. But meteorite grass can be found inside meteorites. I happen to know meteorites well. There may be many rocks in the Taya Divine City's Herb Mountain, but there are few meteorites. I just opened every meteorite up. You know what meteorites are? The young ladies asked again. They only had a vague concept of things like meteorites and they were not sure what it was because they were still young. Ian said, meteorites may look the same on the surface as normal rocks, but there is actually a difference. When a meteorite is falling, the heat bearing on it is extremely high. It will burn and melt in the heaven-earth yuan qi, forming a molten shell on its surface. And it is shiny and glossy black, which makes it different from other rocks. Also, it falls at an extremely high speed, thus, it burns through a path of heaven-earth yuan qi, leaving behind a texture of being blown on by heaven-earth yuan qi when it cools. Although it is not obvious, you can look for this wind pattern. Ian began to speak at random. He came up with a random story which wasn't entirely clear. Based on the knowledge he had of meteorites in his past life coupled with his own imagination, it sounded amazing. However, validating the story was not easy. Distinguishing meteorites was like appraising jade. It was not something someone could learn after hearing a few words. Every meteorite was different. The characteristics he mentioned could be found in some kinds of meteorites, so he was not exactly saying nonsense. Even if someone proved that he was speaking nonsense in the future, there were no rules against speaking nonsense. There was always competition among the geniuses in the Taya Divine City, hence, others would think he was making up nonsense so he would not share his secrets with others. Sure enough, Zhao Qingcheng and company believed him. Even Wang could not find fault with Ian's words. Since Ian's words were reasonable, and as a warrior, Wang would not have done any research on meteorites. Brother Ian sure is great. You can even find a meteorite amongst all of those stones. The 13-year-old girl was looking at Iyun with sparkles in her eyes. She wanted to accompany Iyun while he picked herbs. However, according to the rules of the Taya Divine City, warriors had to be alone while picking herbs. It was to prevent them from privately exchanging herbs. If not, by combining 20 to 30 people's worth of herbs all to one person, one could easily break the record. Iyun began to take out all sort of numerous herbs. After counting each one and drying the low-grade yellow-ranked herbs, Wang quickly counted Iyun's actual harvest, 208 dragon scale runes. 208. The few girls behind Iyun drew in a cold breath of air. Although they had already guessed in their hearts, when the number came out, they were still shocked. It was too ridiculous. They had been arduously picking herbs all these days just to pay the bank loan. And that loan was only 200 dragon scale runes. The amount of dragon scale runes the four of them borrowed was earned by Iyun in a day. It was really an exasperating comparison. Your luck sure isn't bad. Maybe you have some skill. After keeping Iyun's herbs, Wan used her slender eyes to size up Iyun. No wonder you asked so much about breaking records. Looks like you are pretty confident. Alright, bring your token here. Back when Iyun entered his residence, Baldi Qin had issued him the token. The front of the token was filled with inscriptions and on the back were the words Divine Wilderness. Each token was inscribed with 10 dragon scale runes at the beginning. Iyun's token was no different. After taking over the token from him, Wang used her spirit to imprint within. After a few seconds, some thickly dotted golden sparkling runes flew from her token to Iyun's token. It was like a bunch of tiny golden bees. Zhao Qingcheng and company looked by the sidelines. Those golden runes made them envious. After Iyun's token absorbed all the dragon scale runes, some golden lines appeared on the surface. They were like dragon scales, and extremely beautiful. Thanks. Iyun grinned, taking his token back. At this rate, in about 4 to 5 days, he would be able to accumulate enough dragon scale runes to enter the Wilderness Divine Hall. This. Little brother Iyun, just as Iyun was prepared to leave the job's office, Zhao Qingcheng called out to Iyun with a flushed face. Oh? What's the matter? Iyun looked at Zhao Qingcheng and from the way she wished to say something, Iyun guessed what it was about. About this. You want to borrow runes? Iyun hit the nail on the head, making Zhao Qingcheng extremely awkward. After all, she was not familiar with Iyun, so it was not easy to ask to borrow dragon scale runes. In the Taya Divine City, loans between cultivators were not protected by the officials of the Divine City. There were no terms of conditions or anything. In a nutshell, the Divine City did not support the borrowing of dragon scale runes among cultivators. What the Taya Divine City supported was fair trade in gambling fights. If one wanted returns, they had to prove their strength. There was no such thing as reaping without sowing. To borrow dragon scale runes, one had to borrow from the bank. With an interest rate of 12 to 15%, very few people dared to take out a loan, because it was easy to fall into an abyss of debt. As for the private loans between warriors, the Divine City had no way of interfering. Of course, one had to be ready in case the other party might not return it. Besides, no one was rich in dragon scale runes and everyone had to pinch their every penny. To borrow from others? Difficult. About this. We just want to return the loan from the bank. We just need 30 dragon scale runes. No, just 20 would do. Is it possible? Zhao Qingcheng said with her face flushed and no longer had any clout in her words. Yesterday, she had asked if Yun wanted to become an associate member in the Luohua Association. Also, she said that she would protect Yun if he ever needed help. But today, she wanted to borrow dragon scale runes from Yun. Not only was she not protecting Yun ended up protecting her. Upon recalling the words she said yesterday, Zhao Qingcheng was ashamed and embarrassed. 20, Yun knitted his brows. To him, this was nothing. At his speed of making 200-odd dragon scale runes a day, he could enter the Wilderness Divine Hall in 5 days. Lending Zhao Qingcheng 20 dragon scale runes would not affect the time it took for him to enter the Wilderness Divine Hall. Having met by chance, Yun was under no obligation to help Zhao Qingcheng, but since it was as easy as lifting a finger for him, Yun did not reject it after some thought. To get to know another person in the Divine City would be beneficial. After all, it might be of use in the future. He asked, Sister Zhao, I want to ask something. Previously, on the Roll of Honor, I saw that Luo Huara was number 1 on the man ranking. But she was ranked rather far back in the heaven and earth ranking. What's the matter with the man ranking? The man ranking. The man ranking is dragon scale runes. The amount of dragon scale runes on your token and the amount of resources bought from the Divine City will be combined to form a rank. Senior Luo is number 1 on that. But Senior Luo isn't as rich as you think. Senior Luo earns a lot, but she spends a lot as well. She often worries about dragon scale runes. She's a Desolate Heaven Master, and she needs to practice the Desolate Heaven skill, so she needs a sizable amount of dragon scale runes. I see, Ian finally understood. Since the Taya Divine City allowed private trade among the cultivators, as a Desolate Heaven Master, she would earn dragon scale runes quickly. But the practice of the Desolate Heaven skill is very expensive, so although Luo Huara was number 1 on the man roll of honor, she was not very rich. It should be said that with the rules set by the Taya Divine City, no one could end up being rich. The dragon scale runes were used to buy resources. There were many resources in the Taya Divine City that were astronomical in price. No matter how much dragon scale runes one had, it could be easily spent. 20 dragon scale runes, I can lend it to you. Really? Thank you so much. Zhao Qingcheng was pleasantly surprised. Yun was a great help for her this time round. Yun's dragon scale runes could be used to pay off the month's interest, which was a timely gift. I'll return you on the 5th of next month. Zhao Qingcheng said with immense gratitude. She left behind a voice transmission mark with Yun, facilitating their contact in the future. Okay. Yun nodded. After Yun left, Zhao Qingcheng still felt like she was in a dream. This little brother had ridiculous observational power. He seems to be as old as me. The young lady from before said helplessly. She was also about 12 years of age, and she still subconsciously felt that she was still a child. But the things Yun did, was it something that a child could do? Yeah. That Yun might one day become a rising star. If we have cordial relations with him, it might perhaps help out our family. Zhao Qingcheng began making her calculations. Even if Yun's cultivation level was nothing in the future, just his observational skill would be beneficial. When warriors went to dangerous mystic realms on expeditions, a keen sense and observation could save lives. Partying up with these sort of people was an assuring matter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 181, Entering the Wilderness Divine Hall Again. Chapter 181, Entering the Wilderness Divine Hall Again. Yun started a daily routine in the Taya Divine City. Every morning he would go to the Herb Mountain. As he trained his movement skills, he picked herbs. Then, at night, he would meditate. This slowly became Yun's life. As Yun's job was separate from Zhou Kuei's and Song Zijuan's job, he slowly had less and less contact with them. This was compounded by the fact he left early and returned home late, and never leaving his house. Slowly, many Xuanwu army members moved into the Taya Divine City's inner rings, and they began to live in medium-class rooms. Middle-class rooms were more spacious and they were in better locations. But if one were to compare the density of the heaven-earth Yuan Qi in the Divine City, other than the central Divine Tower, there was not much difference. Some might be stronger, but not by much. Of course, the middle-class rooms had a spirit-gathering array which was more useful. Besides that, the greatest advantage from staying in a middle-class room was face. Among the many young heroes, they had certain backgrounds, hence, face was very important. Yi Yun did not move. He stayed at the corner of the city, he was happy being alone. As for the spirit-gathering array, his room also had one. This room had been snatched from Zhou Kuei, and it was the best room in the area. Today was Yi Yun's 5th day picking herbs. Even Song Zijuan was planning on moving out. He came over to say goodbye. Yi Yun, are you not moving to the middle-class district? Yi Yun shook his head, there's not a big difference. Besides, my room is also a middle-class room. There's no need to. Song Zijuan said, it may be so, but the cultivators at the middle-class districts are stronger. Having contact with them has several advantages. For example, trading, discussions, etc. They will help in increasing your strength. That was the main reason behind Song Zijuan moving into the middle-class district. Yi Yun still shook his head. Alright then, Song Zijuan did not say more. Yi Yun, you should come be a sparring partner soon. With your movement techniques, it is such a pity for you to not be a sparring partner. Due to the separate locations of their jobs, Song Zijuan did not know of Yi Yun's herb-picking situation. Yi Yun smiled and did not say further. I'll only be picking herbs for a few months. I won't be carrying on after that. Okay. Alright then. Song Zijuan said no more. After Song Zijuan left, Yi Yun headed to the Wilderness Divine Hall. If there was a day Yi Yun wanted to change his residence, it would not be to the middle or upper class rooms, but he would move his residence into the central Divine Tower. Middle class district? Yi Yun felt no need to live there. In the past 5 days, Yi Yun had been receiving a steady amount of above 200 dragon scale runes a day from his herb picking. The wine woman originally thought that Yi Yun had been lucky to pick so many herbs on his first day, and she was waiting to see Yi Yun's dragon scale runes earnings slowly decline. However, Yi Yun's herb count did not decrease, it was increasing every day. As a result, Wang had nothing else she could say. Her chattering foul mouth finally shut itself. This Yi Yun was a freak. Although at this speed, it was unlikely he could break Zhongyi's record, Yi Yun was the best herb-picking cultivator in the Taya Divine City for the past several hundred years. People who had ability were respected. Hence, no matter how mean Wang was, she no longer treated Yi Yun terribly. And today, Yi Yun had amassed 1,000 dragon scale runes. He wanted to enter the Wilderness Divine Hall. By then, it was already dark. Yi Yun stood in front of the Wilderness Divine Hall and raised his head. Seeing the towering Wilderness Divine Hall, he was filled with emotion. Which room do you want? Today, it was an old man in charge of manning the Wilderness Divine Hall. This old man's hair stood up like a sword. His pair of black eyes shined. In between his eyebrows, there was a red jewel, which was very special. This jewel made Yi Yun take a second look. With that gem there, it gave the old man an indescribable flavor. Chimera. 2 hours. Yi Yun chose the chimera from before. His purpose was not only to absorb energy, but to also gain insight on the chimera's nomological truths. After handing over his token, 1,000 golden runes flew out into the Wilderness Divine Hall's array. Yi Yun had finally gained the qualification to enter the Chimera Hall once again. With a flash of light, Yi Yun was sucked in. Immediately, Yi Yun felt that he was under intense pressure. Yi Yun had made his preparations, he immediately interfaced his spiritual energy with the purple crystal and circulated his body's Yuan Qi, undertaking the baptism of primordial species oppression. In a short while, Yi Yun could feel the extremely pure energy boil and rise up within his body. Yi Yun's vision turned white again. As he focused his spiritual energy, numerous points of light from the chimera's head gathered, eventually forming a blob of light, the size of a pigeon egg. After going through the Great Yin Gold, the light blob floated slowly towards Yi Yun. There were extremely small chimera shadows that tumbled around within the light blob. Yi Yun opened up his mouth and swallowed the energy blob. Yi Yun was already very familiar with this and he found it much easier than the first time. Yi Yun began to slowly gain insight of the nomological truths from the chimera's energy, and he also allowed his body to take in all of the energy. Yi Yun swallowed blob after blob of the primordial species energy as he sealed it within his dantian. Time soon passed and the 2-hour limit was up. Dang! A bell rang. In this 2 hours, Yi Yun was only focused on swallowing the energy. He did not digest it, so his body was feeling warm. He did not return to his residence after he exited the Chimera Hall. Instead, he paid 80 dragon scale runes to rent a high-class room in the Wilderness Divine Hall for a night. Yin began to meditate on the stone bed within this cultivation room. The energy that he had taken out from the Great Yen Gold was not a lot, but due to its pureness and its primordial origins, it could not be compared to the energy from typical desolate bones. Yin used his spiritual energy to make the energy flow out from his dantian into all his limbs. This energy had the ancient primal beast's bloodline essence within it. This essence slowly merged into Yin's blood. This feeling felt like he had drank an entire pot of vintage wine. In time, Yin's body was burning hot and gave off steam. The chi within the primordial species energy was like a raging flood. It surged through Yin's meridians and blood vessels, all the way to Yin's head. Under the chaotic energy flow, it was extremely painful. This feeling was like his body was metal, and the primordial species energy essence was like a hammer. Every surge was like a hammer, striking him, constantly forging Yin's body. Although it caused Yin's joints to hurt, this pain was an enjoyable experience for Yin. It was both pain and pleasure. Yin was engrossed in this feeling, and after 7 hours, his body was drenched with sweat. It was like he had been steamed in hot water vapor for a long time. Slowly, the strikes weakened. What replaced that was a drunken state. In this state, Yin forgot about everything, and without any conviction or worries, he was like a primordial beast, flying in the sky, overlooking the vast wilderness. The control of the nomological truths by the primordial beast subtly branded within Yin's mind. These nomological truths were still unclear, but they left a seed in Yin's mind, which was waiting to sprout in the future. Late at night, after meditating for 8 hours, Yin woke up from his wondrous state. He circulated his body's yuan qi, and he was surprised to find his cultivation level was a tiny distance away from the middle stages of purple blood. It had been 2 months since Yin had broken through to the purple blood realm. These 2 months, he had been wearing the flowing mercury gown and constantly cultivated. Together with the 2 absorptions of the primordial species energy, Yin's current cultivation level had finally reached its current state. Although he was just a tiny distance away from breaking through, he had fully absorbed all the primordial species energy. To press on to the finish without letting up, with just half a step away from the middle stage of purple blood, how could Yin give up? He immediately took out 2 bean-sized crystals from his luggage. Back at the Divine Capital's Jin Longwei camp, Yen Menglong had promised to give 2 upper-grade weapons and 2 desolate bone relics to the person who placed first in the frost metal blood balls. Yin had not used the 2 desolate bone relics until now. He was using the material where it was needed the most. With a flick of his fingers, he swallowed the 2 desolate bone relics without thought. Boom! The energy within the desolate bone relics exploded like gunpowder within Yin's body. Yin's blood began to boil once again. The mystical feeling came back once again. Under the surge of energy, Yin could feel like he was touching the middle stages of purple blood. The 2 desolate bone relics gave sufficient yuan qi to Yin, which filled his body with energy. Break for me! Yin roared together with his bones. Pang! At that instant, it was as if something exploded. Yin felt his meridians clear and his blood become turbulent, which made him delighted. He could not help but let out a long roar. After that, the meditating Yin suddenly opened his eyes. It was extremely late, but Yin's eyes were like lightning at night. It electrified the void. Yin leaped from his stone bed like an agile hunting leopard. Middle stage of purple blood. He had finally reached the middle stage of purple blood. Yin jumped to the center of the cultivation room, and when he started moving his body, he formed a whole series of shadows. These series of shadows made Yin's body look completely blurred, and it looked like it was not real. Yin's speed grew faster, and slowly, it was like he integrated into the surrounding space. He was one with his surroundings. Large success stage of minute subtlety. Yin again demonstrated his movement technique to the extreme. It was really the large success stage of minute subtlety. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 182, Door Manning Elder. Chapter 182, Door Manning Elder. Yin had such horrifying speed even though he was still wearing the flowing mercury gown. Although the flowing mercury gown was reduced to its lowest weight, it was still 10 cauldrons. To not be affected under this weight and restrictive strength was terrifying. But Yin's understanding of minute subtlety allowed him to completely ignore it. Yin suddenly stalled and punched out with both fists, sending out a force wind. His body even sounded out. Clang! With the sound of metal, the 1,000 army saber was unsheathed. The saber flashed, reflecting the moonlight. The saber's shadows conjured up a wind, preventing water from splashing in. Such brilliant saber flashes formed a whirlwind within the cultivation room. Yet it did not damage any of the furnishings within the room. This was due to Yi Yun's absolute control of his energy. Done. With the 1,000 army saber sheathed, Yi Yun's body went from motion to stillness suddenly. The changes were done so quickly that it seemed to violate the laws of physics. Yi Yun stood quietly within the dark room. The room was still the same. The moonlight that entered the cultivation room's array reflected off the ground, making it a layer of white. And on that reflection stood a quiet Yi Yun. It was as if he had not even moved once. This ability to freely receive and dispatch made Yi Yun ecstatic. Feels great. It's really delightful. Yi Yun had not felt so happy in a long time. Yi Yun became more envious of the primordial species' energy. He wanted to earn more dragon scale runes to enter the Wilderness Divine Hall once again. Currently, he could only rely on picking herbs. This job was really his life's blessing. It gave him the most basic ability to accumulate. If not, at his current strength, it would be difficult to quickly amass dragon scale runes in the Taya Divine City. All the people that had been cultivating for more than 4 years were much stronger than he was. Yi Yun sheathed the 1,000 army saber and walked out of the cultivation room. Not far from the cultivation room stood the old man in charge of manning the Wilderness Divine Hall. The red gem between his eyebrows shined in the moonlight. The elder looked oddly at Yi Yun. Oh? You have broken through? This old man had clearly opened up his heaven eyes, and could tell Yi Yun's cultivation level. He was surprised, as Yi Yun had entered with a cultivation level of early stage purple blood but exited as a middle stage purple blood. Not bad. The old man stroked his beard. From an angle, the red gem between his eyebrows was like another eye, accentuating a strange feeling. Previously, after having his fill within the Chimera Hall, he had rushed into the cultivation room. As a result, he did not notice the old man. But now, upon closer inspection, Yi Yun found that the old man was like a deep pool of water, and was unfathomable. But suddenly, the unfathomable feeling disappeared, and the elder returned to normal. There was no shred of yuan qi fluctuation, as if the old man in front of Yi Yun was just an ordinary mortal. This sudden change stunned Yi Yun for a moment. He could not help but sigh. There were all sorts of hidden dragons in the Taya Divine City. Of course, Yi Yun could not tell the cultivation level of the old man. But his intuition told him that the old man was fearsome. In the Taya Divine City, many people had unattractive positions, but were all top experts. The old man in front of him, Instructor Qin, and even the herb office's Mean Wang woman were all absolute experts among humans. A lucky breakthrough? You seem like a rookie. To be able to earn 1,000 dragon scale runes and come to the Wilderness Divine Hall again is not bad at all. The old man rubbed his chin. Some rookies were strong and could go through gamble fights, trading, or obtain rewards from their instructors to quickly earn dragon scale runes. Before Yi Yun could reply, the old man suddenly smiled and moved without warning. He stretched out a finger and pointed towards the center of Yi Yun's eyebrow. The old man's speed was not fast, but this finger seemed to contain an indescribable charm, making Yi Yun apprehensive. Without any thought, he jumped backwards and unsheathed the 1,000 army saber. A human-length sharp blade slashed towards the old man. Yi Yun did not go easy, nor was he worried that the 1,000 army saber would harm the old man. Those were jokes, for if he could harm the old guy with an unknown cultivation level, he could become an instructor in the Taya Divine City. Ah yeah! The old man yelped. You little rascal, you sure didn't go easy. Don't you know the need to respect your elders? He was just testing Yi Yun, but he never expected for Yi Yun's reaction to be quick and decisive. When people were suddenly tested, they would often be shocked and might even give a look of "Elder, what are you doing?" But for Yi Yun, within a pause lasting less than a blink of an eye, he had unsheathed his saber. With the sharp saber drawn, he had sliced it towards the old man's head without a word. This reaction was surprising to the old man, but at the same time, he was impressed. Although the old man had yelped, his hand motions were precise. He simply flicked the spine of Yi Yun's saber. With a metallic clang, a tremor reached Yi Yun's wrist. Yi Yun felt his wrist go numb, and his sword fell away. The spine was the weakest part of a saber. The old man had easily found the weakness in Yi Yun's moves. And in the next moment, the old man's finger had gently touched Yi Yun's forehead, like a dragonfly landing on the surface of water. Yi Yun only felt his forehead go numb. Like an electric current, he nearly dropped the 1,000 army saber. Yi Yun retreated several steps backwards before stabilizing himself. Hee, kid, if I wanted to kill you, you would be dead. The old man retracted his finger. Yi Yun rolled his eyes. He was extremely speechless handling this old man who bullied the weak. What if I wanted to kill you, you would be dead? Wasn't that nonsense? With his strength, it was easy to kill me. How could I block your blow? The old man could read Yi Yun's mind and shook his head. I know you are disgruntled, but that flick of a finger on your blade was at a speed 30% slower than yours, and only with 100 cauldrons of strength. There were no nomological truths or heaven-earth yuan qi, just a simple flick of a finger. The reason why I could flick away your saber was because you had too many defects in your saber skills. It's filled with holes. The old man said without letting up. Hearing the old man's words, Yi Yun stayed silent. On careful thought, his saber skills were nothing. The only few saber skills he had were from 9 mysterious swords of heaven and dragon rib tiger bone fist. These were unorthodox saber techniques. Besides, his 9 mysterious swords of heaven was a mess. If he was against a person inferior to him, just from his speed and strength, he could easily crush the other party, just as he defeated Zhou Kuei in one swift attack. It was all because of his speed. There was no way of beating a fast move, and speed had nothing to do with saber techniques. But like today, if he fought someone much stronger than him, it was immediately clear that Yi Yun's haphazard saber techniques were full of flaws. Yi Yun felt some pressure. He had a lot of imperfections. The only thing Yi Yun was good at was his movement skills. As for others, his strength was not outstanding. His saber techniques were full of flaws, and he only knew the dragon rib tiger bone fist as a cultivation technique. He had only just begun to understand the nomological truths. Against Tao Yunxiao and Lian Xingyu, Yi Yun could easily suppress them. But compared to the young heroes nurtured by the royal family or reclusive family clans, Yi Yun was still a distance away. Even his tempered body and dragon pulse was something many in the divine wilderness camp had. Let alone the royal family or reclusive family clans. The gap between them was large, and there was a lot to brush up on. Yi Yun's time was precious, and so were his dragon scale runes. The old man said, for a warrior, one's own cultivation level is the most important, but the use of weapons must not be too careless. I recommend you to go to a place, the Sword Scar Palace. Oh? Sword Scar Palace? Upon hearing the name, Yi Yun felt that it was a place related to swords. Elder, this junior currently uses a saber. Must I switch to using a sword? Or can I change the sword skills into a saber skill? Yi Yun did not reject using a sword, since he had just begun using a saber, so it was nothing much. To use a sword, he still had to buy a handy weapon. A good sword was not cheap. Sword Scar Palace isn't just about swords. You will know once you get there. If it's your first time going to the Sword Scar Palace, there is a 50% discount. 2 hours is only 50 dragon scale runes. You can consider buying 40 hours at a go. The old man smiled at Yi Yun. Yi Yun gaped and was speechless. That was another 1,000 dragon scale runes. The Taiya Divine City's resources were too expensive. Like Zhao Qingcheng, who was not exceptional, had to scrimp daily in the Taiya Divine City. But the top resources easily cost tens of thousands. It was a huge gap. No wonder Qin Hongxi said that 10% of the experts in the Taiya Divine City accounted for 90% of the resources. I want to go to the Sword Scar Palace. For the other places, I want to go there too. I need a lot of resources. I can't earn enough dragon scale runes. I need to raise my strength, and once I'm stronger, I will go to the arena to earn more dragon scale runes, which will make it faster. The initial amassing of resources was the most difficult. Yi Yun was now at the middle stage of purple blood. Once he reached the late stages of purple blood or the peak of purple blood, he had the confidence to be in the arena. These 5 days, Yi Yun had asked around. Among the Taiya Divine City's heaven, earth, man rules of honor, the earth ranking was the ranking for the arena. The first person on the earth ranking, which was number 1 on the arena, was Qin Haotian. The previously seen Yang Qian and Yao Dao were ranked in the tens. For a cultivator who had come to the Taiya Divine City, accomplishing that in 3 years was a pretty outstanding achievement. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 183, Blood Young Flower. Chapter 183, Blood Young Flower. Yi Yun was like a diligent gardener, who gathered all sorts of herbs in the herb mountain, day after day. His dragon scale runes were constantly increasing. 10 days later, Yi Yun had a total of 2,000 dragon scale runes. Not only that, Yi Yun's physical strength had made good progress and his movement techniques were becoming well-honed because he had been wearing the flowing mercury gown for such a long time. Now, in the depths of the mountain, Yi Yun was moving through the woods at a rapid speed. Suddenly, about a dozen miles away, Yi Yun saw a faint flow arise. Oh! Yi Yun paused and interfaced his spiritual energy with the purple crystal and looked over. All he saw was the light from some energy fluctuating. It was like a phantom tiger's low growl in the light, and it had an extraordinary aura. Due to the great distance, Yun could not see it clearly. But without a doubt, he could tell it was a herbal treasure. Only high-grade herbs could create such a strong energy fluctuation that could be seen from afar. Besides, the energy essence was so strong that it formed a phantom image. It was no simple matter. Yun raised his head and saw that it was bright. It was about 3/4 of an hour past noon, the point when the sun was brightest and the yang qi thickest. Some herbs would appear at 3/4 of an hour past noon or midnight, when the yang and yin qi were at their thickest respectively, to absorb the sun and moon's essence or heaven-earth yuan qi. These kinds of herbs were extraordinary. I wonder what rank the herb is. With that herb, I can consider entering the wilderness divine hall another time. With this thought in mind, Yun moved towards the herbal treasure with tremendous speed. While wearing the flowing mercury gown, each step he made caused stones to fly. While bearing a weight of 200 cauldrons and running through the mountains, Yun was like a desolate beast. Nowadays, Yun felt that the flowing mercury gown's weight was turning light. Maybe, I should consider increasing the weight of the flowing mercury gown tomorrow. Yun decided. After he reached the large success stage of minute subtlety, Yun knew every change in his body's energy. He felt that 220 cauldrons was a more appropriate weight for him now. As his body moved through the mountain, he heard the wind blowing past his ears. Under the purple crystal's lead, he came to the bottom of a 30-meter cliff. Looking up, Yun could see the phantom tiger churning at the top of the cliff. The herbal treasure was on top of the cliff. But this cliff was vertical and extremely steep. The rocks that jutted out from the cliff were about the size of a basin. The gaps between the rocks were haphazard, making it difficult for even a monkey to climb. Yun looked carefully at the cliff. Every protruding rock's position was reflected within Yun's mind. He quickly calculated an optimal climbing path to scale the cliff. He had only one chance because the protruding rocks could only withstand his weight once. Every time he rested his body weight on the rock would crumble. And he had to borrow that moment of leverage to jump to the next rock. Yun took a deep breath of air and with his energy condensed at its limit, he leaped. Boom! When Yun leaped, the ground beneath his feet cracked. Yun grabbed the first protruding rock and leveraged on it. The rock immediately crumbled under Yun's grab, but before he could fall, Yun grabbed the second protruding rock. With his minute subtlety, Yun's every control of power was perfect. He was immersed in a magical state. In one breath, he had jumped a few dozen times, eventually reaching the peak of the 30-meter cliff. Upon reaching the peak, Yun gasped loudly. All his muscles were trembling slightly. When he continuously did the high-intensity exercises, it made Yun's muscles protest. A sore feeling hit him like a flood. But Yun did not care about this. He looked at his surroundings. This cliff top was especially flat. There was gravel, leaves and a gigantic skeleton on it. Half of the skeleton was buried in the ground as if it had been weathered by the elements. The beast seemed to have been dead for a long time. There was not much heaven-earth yuan qi within its corpse and it was like a set of regular bones. The strong herbal aroma and phantom tiger image Yun previously observed had disappeared. It was as if there was only this buried animal on top of this normal cliff. Yun looked around for a while and a smile formed on his lips. This herb knew how to hide itself. Some of the herbs were like summer crickets. Without anyone around, they would chirp within the grass happily. But once people walked close to the grass, no matter how silent, they will be discovered by the crickets, thus the crickets silenced themselves. Every summer night, people would hear the sounds of crickets chirping as if there were hundreds. But without any tools, trying to look for one was almost impossible. It was the same situation for warriors trying to pick herbs. It was too difficult to find a herb. Facing the huge beast's bones, Yun pondered for a while. In the purple crystal's vision, he could see that the beast bones had suffered from the elements and that there was very tiny amounts of energy left within the bones. And these were not an ordinary animal's bones, they were bones that belonged to a desolate beast. And it was even a high-grade desolate beast. An idea flashed in Yun's mind. For such high-grade desolate beast bones to be weathered down so much, to have so little energy left, it gave Yun a thought. Could it be? Yun stroked his chin. Now, the herb had hidden its herbal essence and concealed itself, but this had no effect on Yun. Yun smiled, with his spiritual energy interfaced with the purple crystal. Quickly, his vision turned white. And the hidden herb was obvious like a bright star in the night. Yun spotted its position at one glance. Yun came to a clearing and drew out the 1,000 army saber. Sha! 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 In a split second, he sent 3 slashes. With the 1,000 army saber inserted in the ground, Yun smacked the saber's hilt. Pang! With an explosion, the ground blasted open. After the dust settled, Ian brushed aside a thin layer of soil. Under the soil hid a red fruit the size of a fist. This fruit was like a red crystal and gave off a sweet aroma. On the fruit's surface, there were small shining particles, like a ripe pomegranate without its exterior. It was incredible that such a beautiful fruit was growing underground. There were 7 leaves around the fruit and the leaves were dropping and their color dark, as if they were about to wither at any time. But every leaf was aromatic. In the middle of the leaf, there was a shining, blood-red wavy line. Ian took a sniff and felt a great aroma rush into his body, which nourished his body. It made his body's blood warm up and surge. This is a blood yang flower. It's a middle-grade heaven-ranked herb. Ian remembered a record of it in the Divine Wilderness book. The blood yang flower grew underground and it liked the dense and rich sunlight. Typically, a blood yang flower's seeds would take root near a desolate beast's corpse. When it germinates, it will absorb the desolate beast corpse's energy to help it grow. Within a short span of 1 to 2 days, it sucks the desolate beast's corpse's energy dry, leaving only its skeleton. This energy would then be stored away for later. The fruit slowly absorbs it, and the energy aids the fruit in its growth. When the desolate beast's energy was completely digested, it would sprout out some leaves from underground when the sun was at its fullest and then soak in the extremely thick yang sunlight. Once people approached it, it would shrink its leaves back, looking like nothing was there to begin with. The only thing that could expose the blood yang flower was the pile of desolate bones nearby. As the energy was fully absorbed by the blood yang flower, the desolate bones would look like ordinary bones, making it difficult for people to recognize them. There were too many types of desolate beast species. Even if one saw living desolate beasts, one would have a tough time recognizing all the different types. To recognize badly weathered bones and guess which desolate beast they came from by the shape of the bones, you would require an experienced desolate heaven master. Blood yang flower. It's a great thing. This blood yang flower is probably 700 to 900 years old. Ian carefully picked the blood yang flower. The blood yang flower takes 300 years to take root, 300 years to flower, and 300 years to bear fruit. Seeing that the blood yang flower was bearing fruit, it meant it was at least 700 to 800 years old. A 700 to 800 year old blood yang flower was definitely worth above 3,000 dragon scale runes. Ian greatly coveted those 3,000 dragon scale runes. But Ian also coveted the blood yang flower. Ian was unsure what to do with the blood yang flower. A typical herb-picking cultivator had no choice but to hand over all the herbs they picked, as they did not have the ability to refine such high-quality herbs. Even if they had the ability, they could not bring the refinement equipment needed to the herb mountain as they were searched prior to entering the teleportation array. This prevented people from bringing their own herbs to exchange for dragon scale runes, as well as bringing their own refinement equipment, which prevented them from brewing the herbs on the herb mountain. But with Ian's purple crystal, he did not need to brew the herbs. He could directly absorb the energy, so it was easy for him to steal the herb's power. If I were to absorb the blood yang flower's energy, it will be a great supplement for me. Ian was tempted. Previously, the yellow and mystic ranked herbs he found were all turned in honestly. The main point was that by stealing their power, it would do more harm than good. The low-grade herbs had impure energies, so they were not very helpful for Ian. It had also a high possibility of revealing his secret. The herbs picked in the Taya Divine City Herb Mountain were given to the alchemists of the Divine City. Those old monsters were extremely terrifying. They knew all the properties of the herbs. If he had tampered with it, they were likely to discover it. With the blood yang flower, Ian had 3 choices. Sucking it dry, stealing the herbal essence, or exchanging it for dragon scale runes. If he didn't suck it dry, then he would not get the blood yang flower's herbal essence, but he would get 3,000 dragon scale runes. If he were to absorb a portion of it and then hand it over, it would be the best of 2 worlds, but it would increase the risk of his secret being discovered. But upon careful thought, some loss in a herb's essence would not be a great cause for doubt. Ian was wavering between the 3 and finally resisted the temptation by removing the 3rd choice. Although the possibility of him being discovered was tiny, there was no such thing as not getting your feet wet by standing beside the river. He might not be discovered the first time, but he might try again a second time. If this happened again and again, he might be emboldened in his attempts. Those magistrates and officials probably had such a mentality when they received bribes. Ian did not want to be penny-wise, pound-foolish. The road ahead of him was still long. It was not worth the risk for this petty gain. Who would know what those old monsters would do? So, he could only choose between the first 2. As Ian was thinking, his expression suddenly changed. Oh! Ian was startled and went on high alert. He quickly drew out his 1,000 army saber. What is this? Yun looked around his surroundings. With his pupils constricted, he turned extremely focused. How could this be? Wasn't he on a cliff? But now. What is this place? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 184, Mysterious Herb. Chapter 184, Mysterious Herb. Yun gripped the Thousand Army saber tightly. With all of his energy surging throughout his body, he was like a cheetah poised to strike any moment. Yun's surroundings had changed. The cliff that was originally there had disappeared and it was replaced with a cemetery. There were tombstones after tombstones. These ancient and crumbling tombstones were similar to the scene that greeted Yun when he first came into this world. How did this happen? Ever since coming to this world, Yun had seen the terrifying strength of experts, the grand divine cities and all sorts of weird plants and beasts. Many things had challenged Yun's knowledge, opening up his imagination. But no matter how much his imagination had been opened, Yun had never seen such a strange event. This was his first time. 1 second he was at the top of a cliff, the next second he was here. Did he encounter a space-time tunnel? Suddenly, the graves in front of Yun broke open. Corpses began crawling out of the graves. These corpses all wore tattered clothes and their eyes were dull. They gave off a feeling of death. Yun felt his scalp tingle. This sort of thing had exceeded his knowledge. Upon seeing Yun, the corpse's eyes started glowing red. It was as if Yun's body attracted them. They roared and charged towards Yun. Yun's blood was surging. Feeling a burst of energy within his body, he decided to ignore the strange encounter and begin killing whatever faced him. Cha! The Thousand Army saber slashed forwards and the 7-foot-long blade traveled through the air. The 3 corpses in front of Yun were all split into 2. Metal was like tofu when facing the Thousand Army saber. What was rotting flesh compared to metal? Yun charged forward. He began swinging the Thousand Army saber in all directions. Any simple slash could even split a horse apart, hence, every slash cut down 3 or 4 corpses. The sharp blade moved without restraint and corpse after corpse was swept away, sending black blood splattering everywhere. This feeling was not much different than cutting a watermelon. But, even more corpses started to appear from the graves. About 4 to 5 corpses emerged from each tombstone. Sometimes, even more than 10. These corpses seemed to be unending no matter how many he killed. Yun's saber was already covered in blood and rotting flesh. His blade turned extremely greasy, but there seemed to be no end to this slaughter. Wait. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Yun's mind. The chaotic environment seemed to suddenly quieten down. Time became oddly slow, and Yun's mind turned clear. From the herb picking on the cliff to this graveyard, then meeting this endless outpour of corpses, he had to constantly kill. All these changes were very strange. This abnormal matter must be due to a demon. Yun shivered. He looked at his surroundings. While the corpses charged towards him relentlessly, upon closer inspection, those corpses. Strangely, Yun felt a sense of déjà vu. These corpses looked familiar? Pwah! A rotting corpse swiped at Yun, but Yun helplessly watched. He did not draw out his saber nor did he avoid it. This swipe went through Yun's body. Pain. Extreme pain. But Yun seemed bewitched. He just stood there regardless of his chest being pulled apart by the corpses. Instead, he closed his eyes. His spiritual energy interfaced with the purple crystal and when Yun opened his eyes again, his vision turned white. When all he could see was energy, there were no illusions, only the truth. The corpses had all disappeared. In fact, they never existed. All of that was just an illusion. Why did it seem familiar? That was because in Yun's past life, he had seen such rotting corpses crawl out from graves, attacking the main character of a movie he saw. This graveyard scene was a common trope. This memory had been resurfaced from within Yun's mind, turning it into an illusion that attacked Yun. Hence, it was because Yun was seeing something from his memories that made it look so familiar. But, why did this happen? Who created all these illusions? The Taya Divine City's Herb Mountain would seal the entrance once a cultivator entered, preventing others from entering. Then, was it caused by the Blood Young Flower? No, it can't be. In the Divine Wilderness book, there were detailed descriptions of the Blood Young Flower, and it did not have such an ability. The Blood Young Flower's ability was to grow out its leaves to absorb the Yang Qi when it was safe. When danger approached, they would pull back their leaves and hide themselves. This was a very simple ability, and probably was not even called an ability. Spiritual herbs were inferior to desolate beasts. Those beast general or beast king ranked desolate beasts could easily destroy a tribe, and a primordial species beast could even destroy a city. But a spiritual herb was not as dangerous. Even the highest ranked spiritual herbs were helpless after having been picked. Their fate was to be thrown into an elixir furnace. The problem was that picking high-ranked spiritual herbs was not an easy feat. If it was not the blood yang flower that caused the illusions, then what was it? Yi Yun pushed his spiritual energy to its maximum and the vision from the purple crystal turned clearer. Without all the distractions present, Yi Yun finally saw it. In his energy vision, he could see two energy blobs. One was bigger and it was the size of a wash basin. It was blood red in color and it seemed to burn like a flame. The energy belonged to the blood yang flower. Previously, when Yi Yun was about to pluck the blood yang flower, just before he touched it, he had suddenly been transported to the graveyard, where he met the endless stream of corpses. And not far from the blood yang flower, there was a tiny energy light that shocked Yi Yun. That energy blob was like a rod, it was about a foot long and as thick as a wrist. Its energy was extremely obscure. Compared to the blood yang flower, it was much dimmer, but this dim energy light made Yi Yun jump. The pureness of the energy within it was beyond Yi Yun's imagination. Only the energy that Yi Yun drew out from the chimera in the wilderness divine hall was comparable to it. What is this? Similar in pureness to a primordial essence, could it be? A thought suddenly flashed through Yi Yun's mind. This thought made his heart race and his breath shorten. Could it be a primordial herb? Above the heaven-ranked herbs, there were primordial herbs, immortal herbs, primal herbs and other different strains of divine medicine. These precious herbs would even make a human sage covet them. In the Taya Divine City, the Divine City's elders will occasionally leave the Taya Divine City to search for herbs in the Herb Mountain. At their level, heaven, earth, mystic, yellow-ranked herbs were all useless. Naturally, they only searched for primordial herbs. Primordial herbs were difficult to pick. But for the Divine City's elders, with their cultivation level and methods, as long as they found a primordial herb, they would definitely be able to get it. The crux of the issue is, they couldn't find any. Even in the Taya Divine City Herb Mountain, there were too few primordial herbs. They may find one with luck, but not by searching for it. And the important point is, primordial herbs had a spirit within them. Their ways were to hide themselves and confuse the enemy. So someone might not even know it was one when they passed by it. Human sages had keen senses. Even people with absolute talent at sensing, like Zhongyi, could not compare to human sages. The problem was, when a human sage entered a herb mountain, the primordial herb would hide far away, preventing the human sage from finding or picking it. And it is this reason that made it difficult for a human sage to pick a primordial herb. Different ideas flashed within Yi Yun's mind as his heart raced. Calm down. I need to calm down. Yi Yun told himself that. He knew that he was faced with a great opportunity. If he could pick that herb, there would be great benefits awaiting him. But picking that herb was easier said than done. Yi Yun's cultivation was too weak. A human sage may easily pick such treasured herbs, but it will be extremely difficult for him. However, having a low cultivation level had its benefits. Since the primordial herb had a spirit, it probably had a certain amount of intelligence and could tell the strength of a herb picker. It was because he was weak that it did not take Yi Yun seriously, daring to appear in front of Yi Yun and even using its magic to confuse and tease Yi Yun. If Yi Yun was a human sage, it would have moved far away. Trying to use this magic on a human sage was courting death. By taking him lightly, it gave Yi Yun his greatest advantage. Of course, the primordial herb did not know that Yi Yun could use the purple crystal to accurately pinpoint its location. What should I do? Yi Yun racked his brains. He did not look at the primordial herb anymore. Since it had formed a spirit, if he were to keep looking at it, it would realize that and be on the alert. I shall pretend I can't find its location and I will give the matter further thought. With this decision, Yi Yun pretended to be within the illusion and dazed around, unable to distinguish north from south. At the same time, Yi Yun maintained the energy vision. At the corner of his eye, he was secretly observing the primordial herb. Yi Yun realized that the primordial herb was nearby swaying around, as if it was watching a good show. This rascal! How could Yi Yun feel good being teased by a herb? Oh! Yi Yun suddenly realized that the blood yang flower had quietly shifted its position into a very secluded mountain corner. It had tunneled much deeper into the ground this time round. It suddenly dawned on Yi Yun. The primordial herb had used the illusion to confuse him, to prevent him from stealing the blood yang flower. The moment he wanted to pluck the blood yang flower, the primordial herb appeared. It was obviously not a coincidence. Maybe it was protecting the blood yang flower. Or it could even be that the primordial had accidentally found this blood yuan flower and it was planning to nurture the fruit before absorbing it. Some primordial herbs would nurture high-ranked herbs before stealing their energy essence to aid their own growth. This was similar to some primordial beasts who protect a spiritual plant for thousands of years. When the spiritual plant blossomed, the primordial beast would swallow it. Yin suspected that this was the situation with the primordial herb. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 185, Falling Off the Cliff. Chapter 185, Falling Off the Cliff. The illusion carried on. As Yun pretended to still be within it, he was thinking of a way to catch this primordial herb. According to the Divine Wilderness Book's records, many primordial herbs have the ability to tunnel into the earth or water. Just like some novels that had records of human ginseng fruits, which had the ability to dissolve upon contact with water, entering upon contact with soil. This sort of primordial herb would dissolve upon contact with water, and it would tunnel into the ground upon contact with soil. As such, they would be like the fish swimming in the ocean, impossible to find. Catching a primordial herb needed to be done in one swift strike. If it were to escape deep into the herb mountain, even a human sage would be helpless. And Yun was completely inadequate in terms of speed and experience in picking primordial herbs. Rushing to pick it would only result in failure. The primordial herb still did not know that Yun could see it. If Yun were to draw out the 1,000 army saber and rush at it, then the disguise from before would crumble. This would put the primordial herb on high alert. Did he have to report this matter to the Divine City, letting a sage handle it? If the tip-off led to success, then he would be rewarded. But the point was, if the human sage were to come with him, would the primordial herb discover it early on and slip off? At that time, he might even be charged with the crime of crying wolf. And even if the human sage had some exceptional method to capture the primordial herb, how was he going to explain his discovery of the primordial herb's location? Many things could easily arouse suspicion. After some thought, Ian decided to do it himself, betting all on a single attempt. But not today. Currently, he was grossly inadequate in preparations. By rashly making a move, it could startle the enemy. Although there might be no way of finding the primordial herb if it were to escape, Ian had the confidence to locate the primordial herb's location because the blood yang flower did not have the ability to dissolve or tunnel through the earth. Finding the blood yang flower meant finding the primordial herb. Ian believed that the primordial herb was lurking around the blood yang flower, protecting its property. The primordial herb's hiding technique sure is good. Previously, when I used my spiritual energy to interface with the purple crystal, I could only detect the blood yang flower, and missed that primordial herb. Its distance could not have been far off, but yet I didn't see it. It was only when it used its magic could I find it. Yun also felt lucky. For him to find a primordial herb was purely coincidental. At the same time, Yun felt that he needed to cultivate more, so he could increase his spiritual energy. Without sufficient spiritual energy, whether it was a primordial herb, immortal herb or primal herb, he would not be able to find it. As Yun was thinking, he suddenly found that in the illusion, there were more and more corpses surging towards him like a tidal wave, forcing him into a corner. It looked like Yun was in a forsaken cemetery, surrounded by plains. But Yun knew that behind him was a cliff. One more foot back and he would fall off the cliff. Although 30 meters was not much, a person within an illusion would be unaware of this. If Ian hit his head first on the rocks, due to the heavy flowing mercury gown he wore, his head and neck would take the brute force of the weight. He would be seriously injured and might even die from a broken neck. Upon thinking of this, Yun's urge to catch the primordial herb grew stronger. Although primordial herbs did not have the ability to kill, by using their magic to charm a cultivator, they could still cause a cultivator's death. Yun had no room for retreat. He lowered the weight of the flowing mercury down to its lowest, and pretending to slip, he let out a cry and fell down the cliff. Whilst midair, it seemed like Yun was alarmed and bewildered, but secretly, he was maintaining his balance. Boom! Ian fell to the ground on his back, sending rocks flying. Even with the flowing mercury gown's weight at its lowest, the impact from falling 30 meters was still tremendous. Ian sprawled out on the ground. His body had formed a huge human-sized crater. In fact, before Ian landed, he had gathered his body's heaven-earth yuan qi to cushion his fall. However, it still caused his body to ache. Although he was uninjured, Yun pretended to pass out. At the same time, using the purple crystal's vision, he quietly observed the primordial herb at the top of the cliff. Yun could feel a faint sneer coming from the herb. Primordial herb, this rascal. Yun made sure that he would make the primordial herb pay for this. Soon, the primordial herb lost interest in Yi Yun and left in a carefree manner. In fact, to the primordial herb, Yi Yun was like an ant to it. He was not worth paying attention to. Ever since this primordial herb formed a spirit, it had been growing in the Taya Divine City Herb Mountain for thousands of years. In the thousands of years, the primordial herb had seen countless numbers of cultivators from the Taya Divine City. All these cultivators were treated as unimportant animals like ants by the primordial herb. They were young and extremely weak. Furthermore, they were extremely dumb. They said they were picking herbs, but they were like headless flies, randomly flying around. There were many herbs under their noses, yet they could not see them. Although it wanted to tease these cultivators, this primordial herb knew that there were human sages in the Taya Divine City. If it constantly teased the cultivators, accidentally killing a few, it would alert the Taya Divine City sages. If that happened, its days were over. If it was targeted by a human sage, it had to be vigilant and live underground, reducing its foray outside. It had to be known that many human sages had the ability to hide their presence. No matter how careful the primordial herb was, or how keen its senses were, it could miss a human sage that was creeping up on it. When that happened, it was done for. Yi Yun laid at the bottom of the cliff for an hour before getting up. Yi Yun remembered the position of the cliff. In the purple crystal's vision, that blood-young flower had not yet left. As it was startled, it hid underground and it was likely that it would not appear to absorb the pure yang qi for the next few days. As long as the blood-yang flower was around, Yi Yun was relieved. Yi Yun did not go up that cliff anymore. In fact, he walked in the opposite direction and picked a few herbs before leaving the herb mountain early. When he handed over the herbs, Zhao Qingcheng and company were also there. Seeing Yi Yun, Zhao Qingcheng shyly smiled. Her face was red, apparently due to her borrowing of money from Yi Yun the other day. Zhao Qingcheng was still embarrassed over it. "Hi sis Qingcheng," greeted Yi Yun. Today, Yi Yun's harvest was only 100 dragon scale runes. After weighing it, Wang glanced at Yi Yun with a slight surprise. But it was nothing much. An expert would still suffer from bad luck occasionally. Having a smaller harvest one day was normal. But at this rate, Yi Yun would have no chance of breaking Zhongyi's record. "About this, Sister Wang, I want to ask if there's a book that introduces primordial herbs?" When he finished handing over the herbs, Yi Yun weakly asked. The Divine Wilderness book was mainly for Taya Divine City rookies to read. As the Divine City's rookies had no chance of making contact with a primordial herb, the Divine Wilderness book only had brief records, which meant that Yi Yun had no idea what primordial herb he had encountered. This naturally was a big obstacle in Yi Yun's plan to capture the primordial herb. Hearing Yi Yun's question, Wang was speechless. This kid was still dreaming. Even Zhongyi did not manage to pick a primordial herb. Even the great human sages had to carefully plan for it. With some luck, they could catch one. How would it be possible for a kid like you? If not for Yi Yun's proof of his keen observational powers over the past couple of days, Wang would have cursed. But even so, her tone was still very mean. "Kid, just because you have some talent at picking herbs and you have slightly better pair of eyes, it makes you think you are awesome? Primordial herbs? Wait another 7 or 8 years before caring about primordial herbs. You really don't know anything." "Oh. I just want to read," Yi Yun said. "Read what?" "Just the contents in the Divine Wilderness is enough for you to read. If you understand everything, it will be pretty good." Wang was still mean. Yi Yun touched his nose and felt speechless. He would not ask Wang again. He only had himself to blame at asking a question that was beyond his grasp. Wasn't asking her the same thing as asking for trouble? "Little brother Yi Yun, you want to find books related to primordial herbs?" At this time, a voice transmission from Zhao Qingcheng came into Yi Yun's ear. "Yes, you know anything about it?" Yi Yun was pleasantly surprised. "Yes, there's a library in the Taya Divine City, don't you know that? In the library, there's a variety of information and cultivation technique manuals, etc. There are many zones in the library. The most restrictive zone has cultivation techniques in it, which makes it very precious. If you want to read information on primordial herbs, it should be in the middle-ranked zones. You just need to pay a small amount of dragon scale runes to borrow it." "Ha, I see. Thank you Sister Qingcheng." Yi Yun rejoiced. The library suited him the most. If he had to speak with others, it would cause some inconvenience. "Little brother Yi Yun, don't think that I'm nagging. Why are you asking about primordial herbs? You cannot possibly be eyeing primordial herbs, right? It's not easy to come into contact with primordial herbs." Zhao Qingcheng was afraid that Yi Yun was unaware of the dangers and that he belittled primordial herbs. After reading the information, Yun might feel a thrill and rush to look for the primordial herbs. When that happened, it would just be a waste of time. For many people, those at the age of 12 or 13 felt they were the center of the world, especially those who had some accomplishments. They could not measure themselves and thought they were different from others, and were confident of accomplishing great things. But reality was cruel. Those who had those thoughts tended to fail miserably. Don't worry. I know too well. I am just interested and would like to know more. Yun knew Zhao Qingcheng meant well. Even that foul-mouthed Wang woman might have done it out of kindness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 186, Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng. Chapter 186, Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng. The library stood in the northeast corner of the Taya Divine City. Compared to the Central Divine Tower or the Wilderness Divine Hall, the library was much more plain. Upon arriving, Yun saw building after buildings of black stone terraces. Each black terrace was 7 floors tall. Here it is. The further back you go in the black terraces, the more precious the books are. Some of them even need glory points to enter. But they are all cultivation technique manuals. If you just want to check for information, you won't need many dragon scale runes. Zhao Qingcheng brought Yun all the way to the entrance. After asking the librarian, Yun walked to the third black terrace. There were old bookshelves that lined the inside of the black terrace. There were all sorts of ancient books that stood on the shelves. Some were made of paper, animal skins, or even had metal pages. Besides the ancient books, there were different kinds of jade scrolls and regular scrolls. A jade scroll the size of palm had an amazing wealth of information recorded within. Soon, Yun found the book he was looking for. Divine Wilderness Anthology. This was a book devoted to introducing all the treasures within the Divine Wilderness. The book was as thick as a brick. Each page was similar to the Divine Wilderness book. It had its own world within and needed spiritual energy to read it. There was a vast amount of information contained in it. Each page introduced the different treasures. Yun swept through the table of contents. The items that could enter the Divine Wilderness Anthology was items that interested human sages or top human lords. The desolate beasts were all beast king ranked and above or primordial species. The worst kind of herbs recorded were heaven ranked or primordial herbs. As Yun browsed through it, he even saw the Chimera the founding city lord of the Taya Divine City killed. Oh! Chimera! Yun paused. The Chimera was one of the strongest among the primordial species. The primordial herb he found had energy as pure as the Chimera, but the quantity was much less. The Chimera had the ability to cast away mountains and upset the sea. It was not something a herb could compare with. Yun carried on browsing and he looked carefully at every divine herb recorded. From midnight, he carried on browsing deep into the night. After comparing over 100 divine herbs, he slowly came to determine the primordial herb he had encountered. Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng. It has to be this. While in the Taya Divine City Herb Mountain, Yun had seen the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng shape using his energy vision. It was rod-like and it was about a foot long, with the thickness of a wrist. It was very similar to the description in the Divine Wilderness Anthology. In addition, the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng could control Heaven Earth Yuan Qi to form illusions. People who wanted to pick the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng would fall into an illusion, and they would not be able to distinguish between illusion and reality. Furthermore, the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng was a yang entity. It liked to eat items with yang qi in them to aid its own growth. With this, it meant that the blood yang flower was mostly likely food reared by the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng. After considering all of the information, Yun confirmed that the mysterious herb was most likely the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng. There were clear records of the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng's habits, weaknesses, pharmacology and abilities within the Divine Wilderness Anthology. The Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng was an earth elemental divine herb. It specialized in forming tunnels. It could instantaneously enter the ground and form tunnels at an incredible speed. But the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng had its fears. It was afraid of thunder and fire. Thunder could make the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng momentarily paralyzed. And fire could burn it. Thunder and fire, Yun was lost in thought. For him to capture the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng, he had to hit its weaknesses. But the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng's speed was too fast. For Yun to get close to it, it would be difficult. Yun's speed may be fast, but that was when compared to warriors on the same level as himself. But if he were to compete with the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng, he was certainly slower. If he were to charge with the 1,000 army saber in hand, the heaven purple yang ginseng would notice the situation and flee. Speed. How to reach the limits of speed. Yi-Yun was faced with a difficult-to-solve problem at the outset. It was not possible to improve his speed overnight. It was not possible to train his movement techniques to the point of catching up with the heaven purple yang ginseng. How should he go about then? Deep in thought, a thought suddenly flashed within Yi-Yun's mind. His speed may be inferior to the heaven purple yang ginseng, but it did not matter. As long as his attack could keep up with it. Although this would be difficult too. For a warrior, his attack speed would definitely be faster than his body's speed. Some large-sized primal behemoths moved slow, but their attack speed was terrifying. This was the reason why they were feared. Improving his attack speed would be easier than improving his body's speed. But Yi-Yun thought of his best attack. And that was with arrows. There was no chance for Yi-Yun to approach the heaven purple yang ginseng. He estimated that the closest distance he could come to the heaven purple yang ginseng was 30 meters. Any closer, the heaven purple yang ginseng would become wary of him. At a distance of 30 meters, rushing forward with a slash was not fast enough. But if he were to shoot out an arrow, the speed would be much faster. Although trying to hit the heaven purple yang ginseng with a shot was difficult, there was always hope. Using the Tai Tsang Bao with the wind-chasing arrows, this was Yi-Yun's most extreme attack. Tai Tsang Bao. Finally, it is time to use that Bao. General Yan had previously said that the Tai Tsang Bao was made by a reclusive family clan in the Tsang state. A treasure Bao made by the Zhang family. What did it mean to be a reclusive family clan? Yi-Yun did not know before. He only thought it was a big family clan. As for how big it was? He had a vague understanding. But now, after Baldi Qin's introduction, Yi-Yun knew that a reclusive family clan had a long history. They were even super families that accompanied the founding emperor of the Taiya Divine Kingdom to conquer the lands. They had a complex relationship with the Taiya Divine Kingdom's royal family, and their heritage might not be weaker than that of the Taiya royal family. That guy nicknamed Xionyao, who had stabbed into the purple tungsten wall 7 times, came from a reclusive family clan. The Bao made by such a family clan was clearly exceptional. After receiving the 1,000 Army Saber in Tai Tsang Bao, he had primarily used the 1,000 Army Saber. After all, melee weapons were used in fights with other warriors. A Bao was primarily used as a military weapon. These days, Yi-Yun had tried using the Tai Tsang Bao a few times. Although he did not have superb archery skills, for a warrior like him, be it spiritual energy, eyesight, or the control of his muscles, they exceeded commoners. Hitting a target hundreds of feet away was simple. Furthermore, Yi-Yun was only going to be 30 meters away from the heaven purple yang ginseng. At 30 meters, Yi-Yun could accurately hit a willow leaf with the wind-chasing arrow. I'll use the Bao. Yi-Yun's eyes lit up. Just the thought of capturing a primordial herb made his blood boil. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 187, Archery Skills. Chapter 187, Archery Skills. In the Taiya Divine City, there was an archery range for practicing. When Yi-Yun came to the range, he found a few people there. The range was rectangular, it was 300 meters wide and 3,000 meters long. On one end of the long edge were the archers, and on the other end were the targets. These targets were made of purple tungsten, similar in material to the purple tungsten wall that Yi-Yun had previously encountered. The purple tungsten left a deep impression on Yi-Yun. It was a very hard substance. In the Taiya Divine City's range, there were rows of targets, and even the thinnest ones were half a foot thick. The thickest targets were 6 feet thick, almost as long as the 1,000 Army Saber's blade. The thickest target was even more ridiculous than the purple tungsten wall Yi-Yun had previously tried piercing with the primal arrow. These targets were secured on the ground with thick black iron frames that were shocking. When Yi-Yun really saw the targets, he took a cold breath of air. At the center of the target, there were many arrows. Each arrow had pierced all the way inside, only leaving the arrow fletching, almost like a fully embedded nail. These arrows were the standard arrows at the range. It was specifically used with longbows and they were 4 foot 2 inches long. How much energy was needed to fully insert a 4 foot 2 inch arrow into the purple tungsten wall? Furthermore, Yi-Yun noticed that a few arrows had fully pierced through the target, with an arrowhead appearing on the other end of it. Yi-Yun felt scared. Almost 10 days ago, he had charged with the primal arrow at the purple tungsten wall and he could only carve a foot-long hole in it. The arrow was not even inserted stably. But the people who shot these arrows were using light arrows and yet, they were still able to penetrate it so deeply. They were really powerful. Yi-Yun felt penitent. Brother, who was the one who shot through the target? Yi Yun asked a cultivator beside him. Oh, those arrows. They were shot by Li Xiao, who was third on the heaven rankings. Third on the heaven rankings? Li Xiao. Yi Yun remembered the name. He had memorized all the top-ranking people on the heaven, earth, and man rolls. In the divine wilderness, there was a vast expanse of desolate lands. Powerful desolate beasts lurked within the desolate lands. There were many elite desolate beasts, beast generals, or even beast king desolate beasts. Not to mention the primordial species, who were deep within the divine wilderness. The strongest cultivators in the Taya divine city did not do odd jobs like being a sparring partner or forging. There were two ways for them to earn dragon scale runes. First was to trade with others or gamble in a fighting match. These cultivators were particularly desolate heaven masters, blacksmith masters, or master alchemists. They could buy materials and then create relics, elixirs, or amazing weapons in exchange for dragon scale runes. And for those who did not have these skills, and only knew how to fight, their main dragon scale runes income came from hunting desolate beasts. After killing a desolate beast, they could turn in the desolate beast's bones, meat and all sorts of tendons and horns to the Taya divine city, and the Taya divine city would make a comparable compensation in dragon scale runes. At the same time, based on how many and the type of desolate beasts the cultivators killed, their rankings will be formed, and that was the heaven roll of honor. The three rankings in the Taya divine city were man roll, which was ranked based on the total amount of dragon scale runes a cultivator spent and earned. Earth roll, based on the arena rankings. But from the way heaven, earth, and man was ordered, it meant that the heaven roll, the hunting of desolate beasts, was ranked above the other two. The dragon scale runes ranking was a symbol of wealth. Although being rich in resources was of utmost importance for a warrior's cultivation, many warriors in the Taya divine kingdom had their family clans or sects supporting them. As long as they had sufficient talent, they would be provided with resources. To earn resources by oneself usually happened after entering the sage realm. As a result, the dragon scale runes ranking, which was a symbol of a warrior's wealth, was listed at third place. As for the arena ranking, that was related to the battles with other warriors. But the Taya divine kingdom believed that the main threat against humans came from desolate beasts. The desolate beasts occupied a large swath of the wilderness. But it just so happened that in that wilderness, there were endless amounts of treasures waiting for people to find them. Hence, the divine kingdom did not encourage killing between warriors, but it encouraged the killing of desolate beasts. Therefore, the heaven ranking was given to the desolate beast hunting, and the corresponding rewards were higher. Ha, you must be new here. I see you have a bow on your back, oh? It's even a good bow. It's made by the Zhang family. Yi Yun had casually chatted up a warrior, but that person had great judgment and could tell the quality of Yi Yun's bows at a glance. Practice well. If you practice your bow and arrow well, it will be a great advantage on the heaven ranking. Senior Li Zhao's archery skills are superb. I have seen Li Xiao use an arrow the thickness of a thumb to rip apart an armored rhinoceros with my own eyes. The cultivator was about 15 years old. From the way he described the scene excitedly, one would think that all that glory belonged to him. It also made Yi Yun feel a surge of emotions. An armored rhinoceros was famous among desolate beasts for its defense. Li Xiao used one arrow, not only to kill it, but to rip it apart. His archery skills were terrifying. A warrior's accuracy at shooting an arrow was not the most important thing. With a warrior's eyesight and mental prowess, shooting an arrow accurately was not difficult. The difficult part was to inject within the bow and arrow yuan qi and strength. The really terrifying archers did not pierce a willow leaf with an arrow from a distance of 100 paces, but crumbled a small hill from 100 paces away. In fact, those who were good at bows were usually very strong warriors. Their primary weapons were not bows, but either a sword, saber, or spear, etc. Bows were just one of their weapons. Their melee attacks were equally strong and their bodies had terrifying strength. Yi Yun knew that Li Xiao was also within the top 10 of the Earth rankings. In ancient myths, there was the legend of Hou Yi shooting down the sun. And the Taya Divine Kingdom's cornerstone treasured bow was named the Star-Shooting Bow. When someone's archery skills reached a certain divine level, they could shoot down the stars and the sun. Although there were some elements of exaggeration, it also illustrated the power of the bow and arrow. For the current Yi Yun, the bow and arrow was a great advantage for him against desolate beasts. The hunting speed of a bow and arrow was naturally something melee weapons could not compete with. Seeing Li Zhao's arrow, what else could Yi Yun say? Practice. In less than a year's time, Yi Yun wanted to use his bow and his saber to obtain a spot on the heaven and earth rankings. To enter the top 1,000 in a year meant he was one of the human pinnacles, and would gain the attention of the Divine Kingdom's various factions. But Yi Yun's goal was more than that. The Taya Herb Mountain stretched out endlessly. There were countless of wonders throughout it, with unknown number of treasures waiting to be discovered. At this time, the sun was hanging in the sky. A youth dressed in linen was traveling through the mountain as agile as a cheetah. He held a black long bow by his shoulder, and a quiver of arrows on his back. The quiver was about the size of an adult's waist, and in it was a bundle of shining arrows. Although he had a lot of luggage, it did not impede the youth. The steep mountains and dense foliage was powerless against the youth. Pang! Pang! The youth's footsteps were heavy. Every foot on the ground was like a 10,000-pound sledgehammer slamming into the ground. If he landed on a rock, the rock would explode. If he landed on a tree trunk, the trunk would be crushed. Suddenly, the youth pulled out a long sharp saber. With a swish of the blade, 3 thick trees were cut as if they were grass. The cut was clean, it was as if it had been buffed by sandpaper. The youth picked up one tree trunk and with both feet on the ground, he flung it out with all his strength. Phew! With a shrill scream, the thick tree trunk flew out like a meteor directly into the sky. The youth did the same for the remaining trees in an orderly manner. Whoosh! 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 The 3 trees traveled across the sky. Yun leaped in with the tight sang bow in hand, he strung the bow. Pang! 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 The bowstring, which was made from the ribs of a giant python desolate beast, vibrated thrice. Yun had shot 3 consecutive arrows. The 3 arrows immediately created an explosive sound. The arrows formed visible ripples in the air, creating a misty haze around them. These bows broke the sound barrier, forming a sonic boom. Yun's body had not reached the speed of sound, but it was easy to shoot out supersonic arrows. The 3 arrows chased after the 3 trees. Pang! 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 3 consecutive thunderous claps. The tree trunks that had flown far into the sky were pierced by the 3 arrows and burst open, sending countless pieces of wood and leaves flying. Yun took a breath of air when he saw this scene. Yun had been practicing with his bow for 10 days. In the 10 days, Yun had pulled the bow countless times, which cut his fingers into a bloody mess. And today, although Yun's archery skills were incomparable to the senior cultivators, there were very few rookies who could compete with him. In another 4 to 5 days, after I make my final preparations, it will be time to capture that primordial herb. Yun had come up with a complete plan to catch the heaven-purple yang ginseng. He had just this one shot at success. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 188, The Final Preparations. Chapter 188, The Final Preparations. The next day in the evening, at the herb-picking job office. Sister Wang, this is my harvest today. Yun obediently placed his herb basket on the stone cabinet. Wang glanced lazily. She reached in to grab the herbs from the light basket and estimated Yun's harvest. Wang grunted lightly. It's getting less and less. Lame. The amount of herbs in the herb basket definitely did not exceed 80 dragon scale runes. At the beginning, Yun would hand in about 200 dragon scale runes worth of herbs. For a rookie to hand in so much herbs surprised Wang. Although this level could not compare with Zhongyi, he was not much worse. It wouldn't be impossible to get an income of 15,000 dragon scale runes in the next 2 months. That result would prove his keen observation and senses. As a result, the Divine City would likely give out some form of reward. But Wang never imagined that in 10 days, the amount Yun handed over had dropped by half, to about 100-odd dragon scale runes. But in the last 3 days, it had turned worse and it was just 70 to 80 a day. All these years, Wang had been in charge of the herb-picking office. She had seen many cultivators with keen senses. Usually they handed in more herbs over time and they were never like Yun, who handed in less herbs over time. If Yun was lucky at the beginning and slowly turned unlucky later, it didn't make sense. Luck was unlikely to all be concentrated in the first few days. The only possibility was that Yun was not working hard. Upon thinking this, Wang turned gloomy. It was alright if you lacked the talent. After all, your talent was given to you by your parents and it was hard for that talent to be changed through nurturing. Those who lacked talent would remain mediocre, because no matter how hard they worked, there was no way they could become a peerless hero. Those with talent who ended up wasting their talents were considered scum by Wang. Furthermore, they were in the Taya Divine City, taking up the Taya Divine City's resources, and yet they did not work hard. There were countless number of people in this world who wanted to grow strong but they lacked the opportunity. Not cherishing this opportunity and wasting resources was an unforgivable act. The Taya Divine City's resources were provided to those who hunted desolate beasts, to the heroes who defended the country. It wasn't something to be splurged, allowing one to attain a noble title to lead a rich life. 82 Dragon Scale Runes. You are really getting worse by the day. If you want to wallow in degeneration, no one can save you. If you want to dawdle in the divine wilderness campgrounds, I advise you to scram early. Wang scolded directly at Yi Yun's face, without any friendliness. She flung Yi Yun's identity token, nearly hitting Yi Yun in the face. Yi Yun caught his token and was speechless. He had initially wanted to ask Wang about Thunderfire items, but seeing her attitude, he could only stay silent. What are you still standing there for? Wang snapped when she saw Yi Yun still standing there. Nothing, Yi Yun said helpless as Zhao Qingcheng and company were behind Yi Yun. Zhao Qingcheng was also curious why Yi Yun's harvest was so little now. Little brother Yi Yun, why are you picking less herbs now? Nothing much. I am getting unlucky, I guess. Also, I have been a bit tired recently, Yi Yun shrugged, brushing it off. Naturally, he did not want to mention his preparations to capture a primordial herb. Sister Qingcheng, I want to get some strong Thunderfire spells. Do you know where I can get them? Thunderfire spells? Zhao Qingcheng paused. She did not know what Yi Yun wanted that for. Right. As long as I can use it, the stronger the better. After some thought, Zhao Qingcheng said, there are some districts in the Taiya Divine City that specifically sell charms. These charms are made by the masters in the Taiya Divine City. When warriors hunt desolate beasts, they can deploy these arrays, evoking the power within the charm if in trouble. Oh? So there are such things? Yi Yun's eyes lit up. They met his requirements. Yes. The divine wilderness is too dangerous. Some desolate beasts cannot be dealt with by cultivators. Without a protective charm, there would be more deaths and injuries. But, the divine city doesn't encourage us to rely on the charms. Hence, the charms are sold extremely expensive. The stronger charms can go for 1,000, or even 2,000 dragon scale runes. A rookie had to work hard just to earn 1,000 dragon scale runes. Even the more senior cultivators would have to work hard for a few days to earn that amount. Using such a charm was equivalent to wasting the past few days of work. I got it. Take me there. The charms were sold in a concourse in the Taiya Divine City. In the middle of the concourse, there was a huge array. Within the array was a pagoda that had a light flashing on its spire. This pagoda had 9 floors. On the large door, there were 3 large words written, 10,000 pagoda. Use your spiritual energy to interface with the pagoda. You will then be able to browse through the catalog. Once you pay the dragon scale runes, you will receive it. Zhao Qingcheng explained on the side. Ever since Yi Yun helped her, she had been ready to help Yi Yun. Whenever Yi Yun had any requests, she would take Yi Yun there, and introduce the rules and details, pointing things to his attention. Yi Yun closed his eyes, and immediately in his mind appeared a huge wall. The wall was covered with all sorts of small objects. They were not just charms, but included elixirs, desolate bone relics, array discs, etc. There was a dazzling exhibition that feasted his eyes. Yi Yun realized that just on this wall, there were more than 10,000 objects. And this wall had another wall connecting to it. Just a glance revealed more than a few dozen walls. There's so many. Yi Yun couldn't help saying. Of course there's a lot. This 10,000 pagoda is the trading center of the Taiya Divine City. This does not only have the products of masters, but products of other cultivators. There are many cultivators whose main occupation isn't fighting, but to produce charms, elixirs, or be desolate heaven masters, etc. Their products will then be brought to this 10,000 pagoda to be sold, making it very convenient. Besides that, there might be some rare parts of desolate beasts that some cultivators kill. As the standard price given by the Divine City does not satisfy the warriors, they can choose to sell it on the 10,000 pagoda. When a desolate heaven master or alchemist sees it, they might buy it. Everyone puts things into the 10,000 pagoda here, so there might be as many as 1,000,000 treasures here. I see. Hearing Zhao Qingcheng's explanation, Yi Yun felt at ease. With such a huge array, it was indeed very easy to trade. Yi Yun used his spiritual energy to explore. Soon he found a wall full of colorful charms. They were inscribed with all sorts of strange formations and runes. Some of these charms were made from desolate beast hide, while others were made out of yellow paper. The difference in price was also great. Some of the cheap ones were worth 12 dragon scale runes. These charms were for rookies, which Yi Yun did not consider at all. He only chose charms that were in the Thunderfire category, and they had to be made by a master. Finally, Yi Yun found something. It was a round bead the size of a marble. The surface looked like it was made from pure metal. The bead's surface was covered in strange runes. By interfacing it with his spiritual energy, Yi-Yun could feel a killing intent. His spiritual energy felt like it was about to be absorbed by the bead. This left Yi-Yun stunned. He looked at the bead's blob. Divine Hellion bead. There was a precious desolate beast relic within it. The relic had been engraved with an ancient array rune by a master. It was an offensive item that could be used only once. Using Yuan Qi to ignite it after throwing the Divine Hellion bead would trigger the Thunderfire power within. One Divine Hellion bead was worth 2,000 dragon scale runes. The wealthy Yun had amassed in nearly a month had shrunk more by half. So expensive. Yi-Yun licked his lips. Even for this grade of treasure, only 1 or 2 beads were prepared for the top-ranking cultivators, who used them for a rainy day. As a rookie, using this treasure would probably shock others till their jaws fell off. When Yi-Yun chose the Divine Hellion bead, it was wrapped in a ball of light and flew out of the 10,000 pagoda into Yi-Yun's hands. Yi-Yun put it in a jade box he had previously prepared and placed it in his bag. Zhao Qingchang was watching by the side. She did not know what the ball of light was. But since it was something as a means of preserving life, she did not ask any further. A Divine Hellion beads was not enough for Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun carried on choosing. He wanted too many things, but due to his limited dragon scale runes, after choosing 3 items, he had spent them all. A few treasures had depleted what took Yi-Yun nearly a month to obtain. He was really betting it all on one attempt. If he failed in capturing the primordial herb, Yi-Yun might not be able to recover for a long time. As such, he would need to properly pick herbs to break the record. He would have to set aside the cultivation of his movement and archery skills. With his preparations done, Yi-Yun applied for a 7-day period of consecutive herb picking from Wang. A consecutive herb picking period meant he did not need to return in the evening. Eating and sleeping were all done on the mountain for 7 consecutive days. Many cultivators would only pick herbs in the day, and cultivate at night. Previously, Yi-Yun did the same, but this time, to capture the heaven purple yang ginseng, Yi-Yun needed plenty of time. 7 consecutive days of herb picking? Wang glanced at Yi-Yun and hissed. This kid who didn't know anything. He couldn't even last a day picking herbs, what's more, he wanted 7 days. How many days could he last? Can you fill your herb basket in 7 days of herb picking? You do whatever the hell you want. Wang could not be bothered. She had no relations with Yi-Yun. To the hardworking, she would help a bit, but for degenerates, she couldn't care less. With 7 days approved, Yi-Yun carried his herb basket and walked towards the teleportation array towards the herb mountain early in the morning. Victory was at stake. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 189, Lunarine Day. Chapter 189, Lunarine Day. With the teleportation array's white beams leading on, Yi-Yun stepped through the teleportation array. This herb mountain, labeled number 60, was the herb mountain Yi-Yun was sent to by the teleportation array. In the past 30 days, he had always been picking herbs in number 60. It was considered the herb mountain designated to Yi-Yun for the past and the following months. Cultivators who choose to pick herbs would be randomly sent to a herb mountain and they would not change locations for several months. The benefit would be that they could remember the places they had already searched, removing the need to search again the next time. If all the cultivators were to be randomly assigned new herb mountains every time, that would be the possibility that a spot one searched was a spot previously searched a few days ago by someone else. Yi-Yun, with his flowing mercury gown, had combed through a large region of this number 60 herb mountain. Yi-Yun was especially familiar with the region 100-mile radius around the heaven purple yang ginseng. The moment he was sent through the teleportation array, Yi-Yun traveled through the mountain by the familiar paths, slowly approaching the cliff the blood yang flower was. At this time, Yi-Yun was about a few dozen miles from the cliff. He was not in a hurry to scale the cliff and just carried on casually searching for herbs nearby. He was also not practicing his movement skills. He had taken off the flowing mercury gown. After wearing 200 tons for an extended period of time, by suddenly removing it, Yi-Yun felt weightless and he was as light as a dove. It was as if he could leap into the clouds. This was Yi-Yun's optimal state. With a large battle looming, Yi-Yun did not want anything that could adversely affect his speed. Another one, a high-grade yellow-ranked deathroot. This is a kind of poisonous herb that can be made into a poison. Yi-Yun muttered to himself as he kept the deathroot. The alchemists in the Taya Divine City could not only create elixirs with beneficial effects, they could also create drugs with adverse effects, for example poisons, hallucinogens, or drugs with paralysis effects. There were all sorts of possibilities. After the deathroot, there was black fungus, blood-coiled roots, purple heartgrass. Yi Yun picked herb after herb at a casual pace, as if he had forgotten about the heaven-purple young ginseng. After picking herbs for the entire day, the evening was approaching. Unknowingly, Yi Yun had already approached the cliff where the blood yang flower was. Yi Yun knew that the heaven-purple young ginseng had long since discovered his presence. Primordial herbs were very alert. With Yi Yun's methods, trying to secretly approach the primordial herb would simply be wishful thinking. It was about 2 hours before midnight. Yi Yun looked up into the sky. There was no moon and the night sky was as black as coal. Yi Yun had came to number 60 Herb Mountain early in the morning, but he deliberately dragged out time before arriving at this cliff. The reason was to wait for this opportunity. It was the first day of the lunar month, the day of a new moon. Without the moon present, it was the lunarine day. The lunarine day was the day with the most intense yin qi. 3/4 of an hour past midnight was the time of the day with the densest yin qi. Hence, Yi Yun had timed it to the moment when the yin qi was the densest throughout the month. The heaven-purple yang ginseng liked yang qi and it swallowed herbs that were pure yang in nature. The lunarine day at 3/4 of an hour past midnight was the moment when it was weakest. Hence, Yi Yun chose this moment to attack. Even so, Yi Yun had little confidence in hitting the heaven-purple yang ginseng with his tight song bao. The heaven-purple yang ginseng's speed was terrifying and its reaction speed was extremely fast. For the past few days, Yi Yun had spent a lot of effort in searching for information on the heaven-purple yang ginseng. Besides the Divine Wilderness Anthology, he had read all the information regarding it. He was constantly comparing his archery skills with the abilities of the heaven-purple yang ginseng. His final conclusion was that, within 30 meters, even if his arrow exceeded the speed of sound, there was a high possibility the heaven-purple yang ginseng could still avoid it. And the moment he failed in his attempt, he would not have the slightest chance to capture the heaven-purple yang ginseng in the future. Hence, Yi Yun had to carefully take everything into consideration and he had to make all sorts of calculations. Let's go for it. I'll see if your tunneling skills are stronger or my arrow is faster. Yi Yun told himself that and leaped up. Cha! With inaudible footsteps, Yi Yun set foot on the cliff's rocks with a herb basket on his back. He was 100 times more nimble than a monkey and he easily scaled the cliff like he was on flat ground. In the night, there was a cold mountain breeze that entered the bone. On the flat cliff top, the weathered skeleton was scattered and it stood there through the successive gusts of wind. The yin qi was extremely dense on the cliff top. In this land, there were some spirits who would like to appear at this time. Yi Yun stood on the cliff for a while and closed his eyes to concentrate. With his spiritual energy interfaced with the purple crystal, he could feel something looking at him. It was the heaven-purple yang ginseng. With the purple crystal, Yi Yun was extremely sensitive to the surrounding energy. Even so, in the purple crystal's vision, Yi Yun could not pinpoint the exact location of the heaven-purple yang ginseng. But in the thick yin qi, there was a clear strand of yang qi. This belonged to the heaven-purple yang ginseng. The heaven-purple yang ginseng was not wary of Yi Yun's observation. To the heaven-purple yang ginseng, Yi Yun was like a wild rabbit that had walked into its territory and he was nothing of significance. The primordial herb had existed for thousands of years, it had seen countless numbers of cultivators. Those idiots had never found it. Some of the human experts had tried to catch it, but they could not threaten it. Occasionally, there would be sages from the Taya Divine City who came to the number 60 Herb Mountain. Only then would this primordial herb be on alert and hide in advance. As such, it had been safe. With Yi Yun's current strength, the primordial herb did not feel any threat. In the darkness, Yi Yun stayed silent. He was secretly counting the time, and there were still 2 more hours before the appointed time. Yi Yun seemed to randomly draw out his 1,000 army saber. Although he could not pinpoint the heaven-purple yang ginseng using his purple crystal vision, he had already pinpointed the location of the blood yang flower. The blood yang flower was about 100 meters to the left and it was buried deep underground. Yi Yun walked to the location he previously found the blood yang flower. There was still the hole he had excavated. Yi Yun put on a face of curiosity and muttered, "Isn't this where I found the blood yang flower the last time?" I don't know why, but when I was about to pick up the blood yang flower, suddenly many corpses came out from the graves. I killed many, but after some time, I don't know what happened. When I woke up, I was full of injuries and all the corpses and blood yang flower had disappeared. It was like a dream. Yi Yun muttered to himself. Not far away, the heaven-purple yang ginseng was quietly watching this interesting human. It had a certain amount of intelligence and it could understand Yi Yun's words. Humans were a really stupid species. They could be hit by magic without knowing and they ended up thinking they were dreaming. This dumb specimen even wanted to try picking the blood yang flower. Such wishful thinking. After Yi Yun appeared confused for a long while, he swung his 1,000-army saber and quickly chopped downwards. Pang! With a splash of soil and rocks, a deep, dark crack appeared on the ground. Yi Yun hesitated and carefully reached in. In the darkness, he touched around, but of course, he found nothing. He muttered to himself, wasn't it here the last time? This blood yang flower ran away? Seeing Yi Yun being so dumb, if the heaven purple yang ginseng could make an expression, it would be one where tears came out from laughing too much. Are all humans so dumb? They didn't even know they had been hit by magic, but they were so naive to think they can still find the blood yang flower at the same spot. So extremely dumb. At this time, Yi Yun changed spots and began digging. Of course, it was another dud. Yi Yun did not lose heart and rolled up his sleeves. On this cliff, he began to dig around, each about 3 feet deep. To the primordial herb, Yi Yun's behavior was humorous. But slowly, it started getting serious. It realized that Yi Yun's aimless digging was slowly approaching the blood yang flower's location. Was it a coincidence? Yi Yun was almost reaching the blood yang flower. Seeing Yi Yun's digging become more meticulous and deeper, the primordial herb thought that he could really find the blood yang flower if this kept going on. Was this dumb luck? Of course, the heaven purple yang ginseng did not want Yi Yun to steal the blood yang flower. It suddenly felt that the lesson previously given to this stupid human was not severe enough. This time, it had to give him a more severe lesson, hopefully one that would end him, which would solve the problem once and for all. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 190, Double Arrays. Chapter 190, Double Arrays. Killing a human was a difficult task for the heaven purple yang ginseng. Spirit herbs were different from desolate beasts, as they had innate deficiencies. When a herb cultivates itself into a primordial herb or immortal herb, although its lifespan becomes very long, it could not escape its fate of being picked or captured. Some primordial herbs were even inferior to the heaven purple yang ginseng. Even as a primordial herb, they had no ability to escape through water or land, they were just sitting there waiting to be picked by humans or eaten by desolate beasts. Such herb species had little chance of turning into a primordial herb. Unless these herbs grew in really hidden locations and they were never found by humans, only then would they have the 10,000 years needed to absorb the heaven earth essence. If not, some of them were under the protection by a strong desolate beast. Some primordial desolate beasts would guard a primordial herb for thousands of years and then finally eat it when it matured. Only under such circumstances would these herbs have the opportunity to turn into a primordial herb. At this time, it was simple for the heaven purple yang ginseng to use its magic to confuse Yi Yun, but it was not easy to kill him. It had to absorb heaven earth essence and pure yang qi for another few thousand years to form a magical illusion that could really kill. Although it was not easy for the heaven purple yang ginseng to kill people, it could immerse them into a most horrifying vision, confusing them to the point of a mental breakdown, eventually making them a lunatic. If the human died in the process of going crazy, the human corpse could be used as fertilizer for the blood yang flower. The heaven purple yang ginseng began to gather energy. It slowly condensed the tiny bit of pure yang qi from the surroundings. It wanted to finish Yi Yun off, or else he might come again and again for the blood yang flower. If an almighty human were to be led to it, they would only cause trouble for it. It was approaching the lunar day's midnight. The pure yang qi in its surroundings had decreased to the lowest point possible. The powers of the heaven purple yang ginseng dropped to 30% at this time. But even if it had dropped to 30%, the heaven purple yang ginseng did not feel that a youth at the middle stage of the purple blood realm could pose a threat to itself. Ignoring the purple blood realm, even a Pikuan Foundation realm cultivator was nothing. The greatest means of survival for the heaven purple yang ginseng was its ability to hide itself in its surroundings. Unless it was a human sage, no human would be able to detect its presence. As it was gathering its power and was about to launch its magical attack at Yi Yun, the heaven purple yang ginseng suddenly realized that Yi Yun had bent down and put 2 items on the ground. They were 2 discs about a foot in diameter. One was black in color and the other ice blue. The 2 round discs looked clumsy and they had numerous runes written on it. It was like a tortoise shell but not eye-catching. Although the heaven purple yang ginseng had some intelligence, it had no understanding of array techniques, desolate heaven techniques or even cultivation techniques. Cultivating, creating charms or arrays were purely for humans. In terms of lifespan, strength or affinity with heaven earth yuan qi, humans were inferior to many other species. Humans could survive in the desolate wilderness, while holding on to their land with a firm grip, because of their creativity, their ability to learn and the creation of heritage amongst humans. It was impossible for a spiritual herb to learn anything about arrays or charms. The heaven purple yang ginseng did not know what the two objects Yi Yun placed on the ground were for. It felt that a human teenager was no threat, but as a wary primordial herb, it secretly kept track of where Yi Yun had placed the two array discs. It was not worried. Because once it launched its powerful magic attack, Yi Yun's mind would shatter. So it was no matter what array disc Yi Yun had placed on the ground. It was late into the night as the stars were blocked by clouds. Yi Yun was quietly counting the time in his mind. It was about a minute away from 3/4 of an hour past midnight. Yi Yun slowed down his breathing and he adjusted himself to his optimal state. Slowly, the surrounding yin qi grew denser. Even the two array discs Yi Yun had placed on the ground were faintly exuding a yin coolness. They were ice cold to the touch. These two disc arrays were also immersed within the lunar yin day's night, emitting air that mixed with the heaven-earth yuan qi. Among the two disc arrays, one of them was inscribed with a lunar yin array, and the other was inscribed with a cicada array. Both disc arrays were built by array masters from the Taya Divine City. Besides using his dragon scale runes to buy the divine Hellion bead, most of the remainder was spent on these two array discs. On the lunar yin array, there was a pale purple charm stuck to it. It was a cheap activation charm. This charm was connected to Yi Yun's mind. As long as he wished, the activation charm would immediately activate the lunar yin array. With his setup properly laid out, the appointed time was slowly approaching. With the lunar yin qi density reaching its apex, Yi Yun could feel a coldness that seemed to seep into his bone marrow. Yi Yun tightened his muscles and, as if aimlessly walking, approached the blood yang flower. At this time, wah! A tumultuous sound rang in Yi Yun's ear. Yi Yun felt a huge impact on his soul as his head ached. It was the psychic attack by the heaven purple yang ginseng. This psychic attack was more than 10 times stronger than the other time. It was clear that the heaven purple yang ginseng had gathered enough energy to shatter Yi Yun's soul. But, before Yi Yun came to the herb mountain, he had taken a clear-minded elixir. This was prepared by Yi Yun early on. Although it was not expensive, it was sufficient. Yi Yun could clearly feel that at the moment his soul hurt, a stream of relieving power rushed out from his dantian into his soul, which cleansed his mind like refreshing water and lessening the pain. Yi Yun knew that the heaven purple yang ginseng's best trick was its magical attack. How could he not prepare for it in advance? Yi Yun had the purple crystal's vision field, so together with the clear-minded elixir, he returned to his clear state of mind in almost an instant. But there still was not enough time to attack the heaven purple yang ginseng. Yi Yun knew that even at a distance of 30 meters, there was a chance of missing the heaven purple yang ginseng with an arrow shot from the Taitsang bow. Yi Yun could shoot anything immobile, or something that moved in a regular pattern at a distance of 10 miles. But if it was something that could dodge, Yi Yun did not have the ability to steer the arrow. The heaven purple yang ginseng's speed was too fast. Yi Yun's arrow might not catch up with it, so the only way of hitting it was to predict the next move of the heaven purple yang ginseng. Yi Yun was waiting for the final opportunity. At this time, Yi Yun's surroundings had slowly transformed. The cliff had changed into a vast wilderness, with the strong smell of the wilderness attacking his nostrils. Boom! 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 The land shook as a behemoth the size of a small mountain charged towards Yi Yun with a relentless force. After the psychic attack, illusion magic followed immediately. Yi Yun no longer had any doubt or hesitation compared to the first time he entered this illusion. He identified the scene as the one he saw when he first entered the Taya Divine City. It was the divine wilderness he had seen while in the airship. With that, Yi Yun pretended to be confused by the illusion. He drew his 1,000 army saber and charged towards the behemoth. The illusion was after all an illusion. Yi Yun had no fear, so even though there was a mighty desolate beast in front of him, it was just an illusion. Cha! The 1,000 army saber slashed downwards. A mighty desolate beast that could in reality kill Yi Yun in an instant, was slashed into two by Yi Yun. As the saber formed shadows and reflecting off cold flashes, the 1,000 army saber in Yi Yun's hand began to be splattered by blood. Terrifying behemoths after behemoths were sliced apart by Yi Yun. In the apparent chaos, Yi Yun was dodging and moving forward, slowly approaching the primordial herb. 30 meters. 27 meters. 24 meters. As he slowly approached, Yi Yun held his breath while counting the distance. He pretended that he was still within the illusion magic, but he was making killing blows in reality. Just as Yi Yun reached the 20-meter mark from the heaven purple yang ginseng, the heaven purple yang ginseng finally became wary. Although it looked down on Yi Yun, its nature as a primordial herb made it have a habit to avoid humans. It secretly slipped backwards by a tiny bit, but it did not retreat much, or its magic would not be able to carry on its attack on Yi Yun. Seeing the primordial herb retreat, Yi Yun's heart sank slightly. His plans of slowly approaching the heaven-purple young ginseng in the chaos had been shot down. Indeed, primordial herbs were naturally cautious. They would make a subconscious decision to maintain a distance even if the person was of no threat to them. As such, trying to reduce the distance between himself and the primordial herb to under 3 meters before using the Thousand Army saber to attack was impractical. Yin had to rely on his bow and arrow, issuing a death shot. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 191, The Arrow That Shot Through the Night. Chapter 191, The Arrow That Shot Through the Night. Yin stopped his attempts at approaching the heaven-purple young ginseng. If he came any closer, it was bound to arouse suspicion. Now, Yin was about 24 meters away from the heaven-purple young ginseng. Yin guessed that this was the distance limit that the heaven-purple young ginseng could tolerate. Yin gripped his Thousand Army saber tightly and carried on slaying the illusions. Desolate beasts were slain by Yin, splattering blood everywhere. In the illusion world, Yin had been dyed red from blood. Slowly, Yin's eyes turned red. Within his originally clear and black eyes, there was now a hint of bloodthirst. It was as if he had completely immersed himself in the world of killing, slowly losing his senses. The heaven-purple yang ginseng could immerse a person in an illusion for eternity. If the person was unable to wake up from it, it would consume all of his yuan qi, eventually causing him to die from exhaustion. Yin slowly became crazy. He was madly swinging the Thousand Army saber around. The cliff seemed like it was being slashed open by him. At this time, Yin drew his Taitsang Bao. Whoosh! 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 Yin began to shoot arrows at non-existent primordial behemoth illusions. The illusions exploded every time they were hit by the wind-chasing arrows. This was Yin's final preparation. By drawing out the Taitsang Bao, Yin could attack the heaven-purple young ginseng in the shortest time possible. Switching the Thousand Army saber to the Taitsang Bao would inevitably take some time, and that short amount of time could lead to failure against the primordial herb. Yin purposely slowed his arrow's speed. Each arrow's speed was 1/3 Yin's maximum speed. To the heaven-purple yang ginseng, these arrows were like toys and of no threat to it. The heaven-purple yang ginseng was waiting. To it, Yin was doomed. After this human fully immersed himself into the illusion and went crazy, it was only a matter of time before he died of exhaustion. By removing this hazard, it could carry on nurturing the blood yang flower within the herb mountain and slowly absorb the pure yang qi. In a few thousand years, it could then complete its evolution, becoming even stronger. When that happened, it could finally escape through the seal array of the Taiya Divine City Herb Mountain. This number 60 Herb Mountains array was set up by the Taiya Divine City's first city lord. Because of this, the heaven-purple yang ginseng had been trapped within this herb mountain for thousands of years. It was like a prison that it wanted to escape from. And when it did so, it could go into the infinite divine wilderness, search for wonderlands and find more pure yang herbs. After swallowing their energy, it could slowly grow and evolve even further. It was unfortunate that there was only one blood yang flower. If there were 2 blood yang flowers, or other pure yang herbs, they could absorb more heaven-earth yuan qi for the heaven-purple yang ginseng. It might just need 1,000 years before it could escape from this herb mountain's array. The heaven-purple yang ginseng used its lacking intelligence to think about its future. Suddenly, there was a slight change in the heaven-earth yuan qi. The 2 disc arrays from not far away suddenly let out a soft sound, and a flame burned up. The source of this fire was from the activation charm for the lunarine array. Of course, the heaven-purple yang ginseng had no understanding of items like activation charms, neither did it understand what that burning flame meant. As a safety precaution, the heaven-purple yang ginseng monitored Yin, who was the owner of the array, but all it saw was Yin shooting with the Taitsang Bao randomly. Yin's eyes were blood red and his pupils had lost focus. His speed was clearly decreasing, as if he was slowly losing his mind. It seemed like Yin had nothing to do with the disc array's change. But the fact was, once the disc array was activated, there had to be a result. With the disc array's owner losing his mind, the disc array would still run, but it would slowly lose control, and unable to release its original power. Who? The activation charm on the lunarine disc array burned. This disc array had been gathering the Yin Qi in a 10-mile radius. When the activation charm burned, this Yin Qi became chaotic and a vortex of Yin Qi spread around. Buzz. The vortex spiraled, emitting dense Yin Qi fluctuations. The ice-cold wind had the vortex at its center and it began expanding in all directions. It was as if it was going to destroy everything around it. Its strength was increasing. It was the time of the day when the Yin Qi was the most intense. This lunar yin array's burst had pushed the yin chi to the extreme. Not far from the yin chi vortex was the blood yang flower. Although it was buried deep underground, it was still suppressed by this wave. Its body's brilliance had disappeared and it was no different from an ordinary red fruit. As for the heaven purple yang ginseng, it was a primordial herb, so the current surroundings did not affect it too much. But this chaotic and thick yin chi vortex made the heaven purple yang ginseng feel a sense of dread. It wanted to take the blood yang flower away as soon as possible. But seeing Yin almost going mad, it did not want to be just one step short of success. If it could not get rid of this human, then no matter how dumb this human was, he could figure out something was not right. Upon returning to the Taya Divine City and reporting to the upper echelon of the Taya Divine City, then its good days were over. Human sages would frequent this number 60 herb mountain, making it wary all the time. It had no way of nurturing the blood yang flower or absorb pure yang qi. In just about a dozen more seconds, it could finally destroy this human. It could then leave in peace. Then whatever this disc array did was none of its business. The heaven purple yang ginseng's thinking was perfect, but suddenly, something strange happened. That lunar yin array that had gathered to form a yin chi vortex suddenly shot out a vortex arrow the thickness of a human arm. This vortex arrow looked like it had been shot out by chance from the lunar yin array due to its overflow in energy. The vortex arrow did not fly towards the heaven purple yang ginseng, because if it did, the heaven purple yang ginseng could easily avoid it. But it flew towards the blood yang flower. The yin chi vortex was very close to the blood yang flower. Since the blood yang flower had no self-defense mechanism, there was no doubt it would be killed by this yin chi attack. This was something completely unacceptable to the heaven purple yang ginseng. The heaven purple yang ginseng had to constantly absorb pure yang chi to grow, only then could it escape the Taya herb mountain. This blood yang flower was too important to it. Not only did it help the heaven purple yang ginseng to absorb heaven earth yuan qi, in a few thousand years, the heaven purple yang ginseng could even completely absorb the blood yang flower, completing its evolution. How could it allow this yin chi vortex to destroy the blood yang flower? If that happened, it will need to spend another 2,000 years before it could escape the Taya herb mountain. In such a long time, it might be discovered by a human sage. The heaven purple yang ginseng did not care about using its magic to attack Yi Yun. It desperately rushed towards the blood yang flower. The lunar yin array's pure yin chi vortex was dangerous, but it was no threat to the heaven purple yang ginseng. But, at the moment the heaven purple yang ginseng rushed towards the blood yang flower, Yi Yun, who would seemingly be lost in the illusion, suddenly tensed up. His eyes flashed and took notice of the heaven purple yang ginseng's motion like a hawk. He had set up everything in an elaborate fashion, all for this hundredth of a blink of an eye opportunity. To the heaven purple yang ginseng, it was meaningless no matter how accurate the arrow was. Its speed was very extremely fast and could avoid all attacks. The only way to hit it was to predict its next move. This was Yi Yun's only chance. Ever since he entered the large success stage of minute subtlety, Yi Yun was able to gauge details and changes to a certain extreme limit. In an instant, he had calculated the trajectory the heaven purple yang ginseng would take. The Taitsang bow had been readied, its shiny black bowstring taut, with a thin flash of brilliance. Yi Yun had drawn the bowstring, pretending to shoot a primordial behemoth's image, but he had been waiting for this fatal blow. All of Yi Yun's energy surged to the Taitsang bow like a tsunami. The exquisitely forged Taitsang metal issued out a clear sound, and Yi Yun released his fingers. Pang! It was like a thunderclap had sounded out in thin air. The Taitsang bow's bowstring snapped forward, sending a huge force into the wind-chasing arrow. With this tremendous force, the arrow formed a visible beam while flying directly at the heaven purple yang ginseng. This arrow was Yi Yun's ultimate attack. The wind-chasing arrows formed a line and shot through the night. The heaven purple yang ginseng, which was eager to save the blood yang flower, was about to get hit by the arrow. It had never thought that Yi Yun, a 12-year-old kid, who had seemed to be in his final moments and was only in the mid-stages of purple blood, would suddenly rise up like a tiger, sending out such a stunning blow. Using the lunar yin array to attack the blood yang flower, then completely attracting the heaven purple yang ginseng's attention, and finally calculating the heaven purple yang ginseng's trajectory. Everything was too perfect. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 192, Primordial Herb in Hand. Chapter 192, Primordial Herb in Hand. The heaven purple yang ginseng was particularly good at hiding. Even if a top human lord was standing in front of it, he would find it difficult to spot any traces of it. Hence, the heaven purple yang ginseng found this hard to believe. A kid with an extremely low cultivation level had not only discovered its presence, but he had even sent out such a terrifying blow towards it? carefully selecting the lunarine day, and seemingly placing array discs randomly, and finally having the confidence to grasp its trajectory all meant that the youth had calculated everything. Back when he picked the blood young flower for the first time, he had already noticed its existence. He had deliberately planned for half a month to set up this perfect kill. A terrifying youth. The heaven-purple young ginseng had no time to think further. The wind-chasing arrow Yun had shot over was less than a foot from it. There was no time left to dodge. This arrow was more than 3 times faster than the ones Yun had previously shot. By pretending to be weak to reduce the heaven-purple young ginseng's wariness, making it think Yun's archery skills were mediocre, he could then shoot the arrow that was a one-hit kill. Even this detail was not omitted by Yun. Yun's plan of capturing the primordial herb was perfect. In a split second, the heaven-purple yang ginseng conjured all of its pure yang energy, pushing it to its maximum. It was planning to resist the arrow even at the cost of losing its spiritual energy. A mid-stage purple blood warrior had limited attack power. Typically, such an attack would not do any harm to its yuan qi defense. But when it tried to conjure its pure yang qi, the heaven-purple yang ginseng realized that it had very little pure yang qi left. Firstly, it was due to the yin qi being extremely dense on this day of the month and time. Secondly, it had expended a lot of energy while attacking Yun with its illusion magic. 3/4 of an hour past midnight on the lunarine day that Yun had carefully chosen played its role now. But this was still enough. The heaven-purple yang ginseng was confident that the scarce amount of remaining pure yang qi it had was enough to defend against the arrow. It would, at most, be inflicted with minor injuries. It had already decided. After escaping this time, it would never return to this place. It would tunnel deep underground for a few hundred years before coming out. It did not even want the blood young flower. Although the blood young flower was important, it was not as important as its own life. This youth was too terrifying. Just by being able to make the herb turn into such a pathetic state by himself, if he were to bring a human sage, it was doomed to die. Thinking back to when it wanted to make the youth into fertilizer for the blood young flower, the heaven-purple young ginseng cringed. It had underestimated the enemy. This youth was an evil demon who would not let anything slip past him. Humans were indeed a crafty species. With its pure yang qi gathered, the heaven-purple young ginseng formed a misty layer of pure yang around it. It was prepared to resist the impact of the wind-chasing arrow. But at this time, Yun had activated his minute subtlety movement skill and fled in the opposite direction. He smiled, and with a simple thought, he silently recited. Boom! The moment the wind-chasing arrow hit the heaven-purple young ginseng's yuan qi shield, a bright flash emitted from the shiny arrowhead. A bead emitting a thunderfire aura had been embedded in the arrowhead. It was the divine Hellion bead. A sure-kill treasure made by a Taya divine city master. Yun had spent 2,000 dragon scale runes just to buy this tiny bead. This wind-chasing arrow, with the embedded divine Hellion bead, had been placed in a special spot in Yun's quiver. Just before he activated the lunarine array, he had strung this special arrow and just pulled open the bow. The thunderfire exploded at that moment. Boom! There was a tumultuous explosion, which tore up the night sky. Ice blue flames roared as numerous snake-like black lightning bolts shot out from within the flames. The fire was ice-cold fire. The thunder was Yin Hellion thunder. The heaven-purple yang ginseng was afraid of thunderfire power. And among the thunderfire power, it was most afraid of Yin fire and Yin thunder. This combination of thunderfire power was the bane of the heaven-purple yang ginseng. Cruel, too cruel. He had entrapped it with no possible chance of survival. Ah! The heaven-purple yang ginseng let out a blood-curdling scream. The pure yang shield around it broke apart with a pang sound. The Yin thunder and the frost ice fire interweaved together, sending out countless fire webs and lightning snakes. Upon coming into contact with the pure Yin qi from the surroundings, it swept over the area like a hurricane. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! The cliff's rocks crumbled within the frost qi. They were also burned by the cold fire, which slowly melted them into ash in the frost ice. The extreme Yin thunder power that had completely restrained the heaven-purple young ginseng's power exploded at close range, causing the entire cliff to be blown away with it. Yun had fled the area before the explosion occurred. Just before the thunderfire power had swallowed the cliff, he had jumped off the cliff. Boom! Yun was covered by a lot of soil and dirt. With a thought, Yun's body was covered in a faint green light. It was like a layer of armor wrapping him within. This was the last item Yun bought in the 10,000 pagoda, the Green Mystic Protection Charm. The charm contained the power of green nature that was endless. When the Yin Qi swept over, the charm produced a strong life force from the green nature power, reducing Yun's damage to a minimum. The green mystic protection charm was not made by a master, but it was not sold cheap. Yun had noticed who the maker of this green mystic protection charm was before buying it. It was made by Luo Huier, who was first on the man rankings. Luo Huier's products were very popular in the Taiya Divine City. It was because she made good quality products and there was a guarantee with her reputation. This green mystic protection charm did not disappoint Yun. The misty green light blocked a large portion of the Yin Chi's rush. In addition to Yun having jumped off the cliff earlier, he had not received the brunt of the force and he was essentially unhurt. A small amount of Yin Chi had entered Yun's bloodstream, but it was all absorbed by the purple crystal. Over a long period of time, Yun knew the rules of energy absorption that the purple crystal origins had. It could only absorb energy which belonged to no one, or in other words, energy that had lost its spiritual connection with its owner. For example, when herbs were picked, they were already dead, so Yun could absorb their energy. The primordial species statue was also dead. If the primordial species was still alive, Yun would have no way of obtaining the energy from within its body. Yun did not know the purple crystal's reason behind such energy-absorbing principles. It was likely the purple crystal's law. Falling in midair, Yun forcibly twisted his body. Ever since he reached the large success stage of minute subtlety, Yun had precise control over the surroundings' chi flow. Hence, he could move through the air for 10 meters before landing in front of the cliff. Cha! The 1,000 army saber stabbed into the cliff wall, causing sparks to fly. Using the 1,000 army saber, Yun stopped his falling body. Following that, Yun used his limbs to agilely climb back up to the top of the cliff. Just before Yun fell down the cliff, he had activated the second disc array, the cicada array. When Yun had placed the two disc arrays, the lunarine array was above the cicada array. The cicada array was the last item, created by a master, that had Yun bought. The three items that Yun bought were made by masters. The most expensive was the divine Hellion bead, followed by the lunarine array, while the cicada array was the cheapest. The cicada array was just a sealing array. Desolate beasts or herbs sealed by the cicada array would be as weak as a tree plagued by cicadas. Their movement will be slow or they might not even be able to move. That was how the cicada array got its name. The cicada array was the last line of protection Yun had set. Yun could not guarantee that the divine Hellion bead in the lunarine array was sufficient to debilitate the heaven purple yang ginseng's ability to move. If the heaven purple yang ginseng still had any strength left and it managed to escape through the soil, Yun would suffer a huge loss. Hence, with the cicada array, he could block off the possibility of the heaven purple yang ginseng escaping. Only then was it foolproof. With a leap, Yun returned to the top of the cliff. At the top of the cliff, the thick Yin Chi was still raging. Every blow of the wind was biting to the bone. The wind that blew on a person was like knives that were slashing on a person's skin and it was extremely painful. The grass and rock on the ground had been flattened. The cliff top had been shaved, leaving thick white plume of whitish smoke. This white smoke was dispersing from the explosive center. Layer after layer of the smoke made it look like a giant lotus flower. Such a devastating explosion that gave rise to a lotus flower plume, it was aesthetically pleasing to Yun. Right in the middle of the lotus flower plum, Yun finally saw the heaven purple yang ginseng's real body with his naked eyes. It was about a foot long and it was as thick as a wrist, somewhat like a wooden stick. Its body was greenish-purple in color and it was half buried in the ground. There was thunderfire bolts lingering around it and a large part of it was frozen in ice. It looked miserable. Most of the heaven purple yang ginseng's roots were destroyed in the divine Hellion bead's explosion, even a huge block of its stem had been blown off. Of course, this damaged the herbal potency of the heaven purple yang ginseng. But this could not be helped. Yun had used all his tricks and strength to barely capture the heaven purple yang ginseng. In this process, he did not dare to go easy at all, or he was bound to fail. But to Yun, injuring the primordial herb was not a big deal. The primordial herb's energy was indeed pure, but in terms of quantity, it was much lesser than the primordial species. When people collected a primordial herb, they would be extremely afraid of harming the primordial herb, as heaven earth yuan qi would leak out from the primordial herb's wound, wasting its herbal potency. It was the same for this heaven purple yang ginseng. Ignoring primordial herbs, even when normal people dug up ginseng, they had to use a brush to clear the ginseng's roots, in order not to break them, or the ginseng would be drained of its energy. Yun could feel the pure energy within the heaven purple yang ginseng leaking out from its wound. Yun smiled. With the spiritual energy interfaced with the purple crystal, the yuan qi and herbal essence that was about to dissipate slowly formed light dots and drifted towards Yun. The dissipated energy was no longer controlled by the heaven purple yang ginseng after it left the body. Hence, the purple crystal origins could easily absorb this free energy. Seeing this pure energy, Yi-Yun subconsciously licked his lips. His expression was that of a glutton seeing a feast that suddenly appeared before him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 193, Absorbing the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng. Chapter 193, Absorbing the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng. If Yi-Yun directly used the purple crystal to absorb a complete herb, it would easily gain the attention and arouse the suspicions of the Taya Divine City alchemists. But in the current situation, the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng had suffered serious damages. Yi-Yun was only absorbing the escaping herbal essence, which would not lead to any suspicion. Of course, Yi-Yun could only do this occasionally. He could not always bring back herbs that were seriously damaged. Besides, damaged herbs would greatly reduce their value, and the compensation in dragon scale runes paid out by the Taya Divine City would be less. In conclusion, it was not very beneficial to Yi-Yun. Under the purple crystal's control, none of the herbal essence of the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng was wasted. It was all absorbed by Yi-Yun. The energy that gathered into light dots were like dancing pixies. Just as Yi-Yun was planning to absorb these energies, the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng, which was like a piece of dead wood, suddenly made a whoosh and tunneled into the ground. This Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng was still trying to escape, even after it was seriously damaged. But it was no use. Not a second after the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng escaped, a black light flashed. A light curtain appeared, forming a ceiling barrier 30 meters in radius. Pang! The Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng crashed in the light curtain and it bounced back. This was the cicada array, which was specially used to seal in spirit beings. If the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng was in perfect condition, it would be able to escape from this array, but now, it was completely impossible for it to do so. The Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng had never been this seriously damaged before. Its spirit was in chaos and it could feel its energy slowly depleting, and this energy was slowly drifting towards Yi-Yun. With the 1,000 army saber in hand, Yi-Yun approached the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng. He was not going to go easy on it at all. The Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng was cunning, so Yi-Yun was even considering cutting it into pieces before storing it away. If not, it could escape midway and everything would have gone to waste. At this time, the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng suddenly let out a shrill baby child scream. It charged at Yi-Yun, using its remaining pure Yang Qi to form a spirit sword that stabbed at the center of Yi-Yun's eyebrows. It wanted to bet on that one shot, a last gasp attack. Yi-Yun did not hesitate, he slashed forwards with the 1,000 army saber. Ka-cha! One was a spent force, while the other, who was waiting for an exhausted enemy, was fresh and fit. There was no doubt what the result of the clash was. With a shattering blow, the 1,000 army saber sliced straight down. Pang! The Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng was swept away by the 1,000 army saber. Yi-Yun did not choose to cut the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng into two. If he had done so, its value would sharply drop. But Yi-Yun realized that even so, the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng spirit was growing weaker, as if it was dying soon. Once a primordial herb died, it meant that the spirit formed from thousands of years of cultivation would disappear. In this regard, Yi-Yun showed no mercy. Between him and the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng, they were in a life and death battle. If he had not killed the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng, he might be subdued by the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng's magic illusion. If that happened, he would end up as fertilizer for the Blood Yang flower. When Yi-Yun looked at the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng, he noticed that its surface color was dimming. Strand after strand of pure energy left it. It seemed like it did not wish to live on any longer. Having been caught to be brewed as drugs, it might as well be dead. Oh? This energy? Yi-Yun grabbed the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng's roots. Under the purple crystal's vision, he could see pure purple energy leaking out from the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng's wound. This energy had formed into something like the vital essence from a legendary green dragon. This was the first time Yi-Yun saw such a green dragon essence energy form. The energy he had seen before were all light dots. Yi-Yun hesitated slightly. Using the purple crystal origins, he gathered the green dragon essence and the energy light dots that the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng had previously leaked into his body. Immediately, a herbal aroma seeped into his olfactory nerves. It was extremely comfortable. Taking this opportunity, Yi-Yun quickly took out a squarish jade box that was a foot in length. This was a herb box built using lotus jade. It could preserve the herbal essence to a great extent. Since the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng was seriously damaged, it was unrealistic to preserve all its herbal essence. He had to make do with whatever there was left. Whatever essence could not be preserved was totally absorbed by Yi-Yun's purple crystal. When these energy light dots entered his body, Yi felt his body warm up. The heaven purple yang ginseng's herbal essence was slowly showing its effects. What surprised Yi was the energy that resembled a green dragon, which was very unlike the light dots. This energy surged into Yi soul. Boom! When this energy entered Yi soul, Yi felt a tremor in his soul. Following the tremor, his vision was filled with images. These images were chaotic and random. Some of them were scenes from the Divine Wilderness or the Taya Divine City. Some of them were from the Lian tribal clan, the difficult life Yi had with his sister. There were also scenes from his previous life. It was an amalgamation of bits and pieces of Yi life. Oh. This is... Seeing these confusing images, Yi suddenly understood that the green-colored dragon energy was the psychic power left behind after the heaven purple yang ginseng spirit shattered. The heaven purple yang ginseng may be a plant, but once it gave life to a spirit, it had extremely strong psychic powers. If not, it would not be able to create illusions. Psychic power was the heaven purple yang ginseng's offensive measure and also its defensive measure. After the heaven purple yang ginseng died, its shattered spirit was the best medicine for the soul. Yi was delighted. He began to quietly absorb this energy. Soon, it was like his soul had sprouted a gurgling stream. The heaven purple yang ginseng's psychic energy was like a spring fountain. It cleansed and moistened Yi soul. This made him feel very fresh. Slowly, Yi felt that his soul had some minor changes, but he did not know what they meant. At this time, besides the psychic energy, the heaven purple yang ginseng's herbal essence also began to take effect. It flowed into Yi's meridians, and with a dull roar, strong yang qi flared through Yi's body. The heaven earth yuan qi contained a rich amount of pure yang energy. This energy was the essence gathered from thousands of years of the heaven purple yang ginseng absorbing heaven earth yuan qi. After numerous times of purification, every bit was precious. Slowly, Yi's body transpired a warm air. His skin turned red as if he had been scalded by hot water. The heaven purple yang ginseng's herbal essence was yang in nature, while it was still in the middle of the night where the lunar yin qi was dense. Yi's body was burning with a yang fire within, but yin qi flowed outside his body. Unconsciously, the two, yin qi and yang qi, converged in Yi's body. Under Yi's deliberate manipulation, the two qis formed into a wonderful yin-yang symbol. Yi's body was internally hot and externally cold. It was as if he had been alternately dipped into ice and fire. As the herbal essence was digested, Yi's pores oozed out black blood. This was the accumulated bad blood and dirt that had been accumulated in Yi's body for the past 6 months. At this time, it was being forced out by the herbal essence, which refreshed Yi. Under the forging of the herbal essence, his muscles grew stronger, and his blood was filled with vigor. This process went on for a long time as Yi fully immersed himself in his own world. From midnight to dawn. And then from sunrise to noon. With the sun shining high in the sky, the yin qi on the cliff had been blown away. Yi sat on the top of the cliff like a motionless statue. It was a slow process to digest the heaven purple yang ginseng's herbal essence. After all, it was a primordial herb. Back when Yi absorbed the chimera's energy for 2 hours, he took an entire night to fully digest the energy. Slowly, another day passed. Deep into the night, a thin crescent moon hung in the sky. It was the 2nd day of the lunar month. The yin qi had lessened and some mist had gathered. Yi's body was as if it was encased in an ice cube. His hair and eyebrows had formed a layer of frost. Slowly, Yi had finished digested 70% of the heaven purple yang ginseng's herbal essence. The heaven purple yang ginseng spiritual energy had given Yi unimaginable benefits to his spiritual well-being. Yi could clearly feel his mind expand and grow. His spiritual energy was continuously increasing. As long as Yi wished, his brain would produce all sorts of complex illusions. Yi even felt that if he wished, those illusions could fly out from his mind and affect others. It was as if the heaven purple yang ginseng's power of illusion had been inherited by Yi. The 2nd night passed. Yi was still in meditation on the morning of the 3rd day. Suddenly, he heard a light sound within his soul, as if something had cracked. Immediately after that, he could feel a strong suction force in his head. All his body's spiritual energy, blood, marrow, were all being pulled by a force to the middle of his eyebrows without any warning. This feeling of all of his blood and soul being sucked out from his body frightened Yi. What is the meaning of this? The blood, bone marrow and soul began to consolidate in the middle of his eyebrows, as if it was going to give birth to something. Following that, an intense pain was felt by Yi. He felt as if a drill had been pierced in between his eyebrows and it was continuously swirling deeper. It's too painful. Yi's forehead was covered in sweat. He has lost control of his body, which made him panic. Yi-Yun used his spiritual energy to interface with the purple crystal in a bid to stabilize the turbulent blood and energy within his body. But at this time, Yi-Yun suddenly saw that in between his eyebrows, a bead-like object had been formed from his own blood and soul. This bead was covered in blood tracks and it was connected to the surrounding meridians and blood vessels. It had become an inseparable part of his body. When this bead appeared, the feeling of his body's blood being sucked had away disappeared. The pain also suddenly eased. Everything returned to normal. The only thing different was that tiny bead that had appeared in the middle of Yi-Yun's eyebrows. Oh? What is this? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 194, Blood Ball in the Middle of the Eyebrows. Chapter 194, Blood Ball in the Middle of the Eyebrows. Yi-Yun carefully observed the tiny bead. It was about the size of a green bean and it was covered in blood threads. This little ball was in the central axis of Yi-Yun's body. The Ren Du Air Mai was running through it. And Yi-Yun found that when the energy within his meridians flowed past the blood ball, a certain amount of it was stayed in it. What is this? Why did something suddenly appear in the middle of his eyebrows? Yi-Yun suddenly thought of something. He realized that this blood ball was like an eye. Eye. Could it be Heaven's Eye? When this thought suddenly flashed across Yi-Yun's mind, he was shocked. Heaven's Eye was in the middle of a person's eyebrows. When warriors reach a certain cultivation level, they can open their Heaven's Eye. It was not easy opening their Heaven's Eye. First, they had to form the Heaven Eyeball before they could completely open Heaven's Eye. Yi-Yun recalled the books he read about Heaven's Eye. He increasingly believed that this blood ball in his brain was the Heaven's Eye. Warriors who opened their Heaven's Eye would have an extraordinary perception of their surroundings. A typical warrior's cultivation level was difficult to tell from external appearances, but once the Heaven's Eye were opened, one could easily use the Heaven's Eye to read the cultivation levels of warriors of similar levels. Back when Yi-Yun first met Lin Xintong and Old Man Su was able to tell Yi-Yun's cultivation level at a glance. He could also tell that Yi-Yun had reached the tempered body, Dragon Pulse state. This was because Old Man Su had opened his Heaven's Eye. The Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng also had the ability to read Yi-Yun's cultivation level. This was because the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng's psychic power was much stronger than typical warriors. As such, the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng could be considered to have opened Heaven's Eye. It was very difficult to open Heaven's Eye. Many Yuan Foundation realm warriors, including the Jin Longwei's 1,000 households, might not open their Heaven's Eye or they might not even form their Heaven's Eyeball. Yi-Yun had originally thought that he would need to reach the Yuan Foundation realm before he could form Heaven's Eyeball and he would only be able to open the Heaven's Eye in the late stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. But now, after digesting the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng and using the purple crystal to perfectly absorb the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng's spiritual energy, Yi-Yun had completed this step. With this, he could open his Heaven's Eye by the time he reached the early stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. Warriors with opened Heaven's Eye were not only aware of dangers approaching them, but their ability to grasp opportunities greatly increased also. Even their battle powers would be up to notch. Their sharp senses could read an enemy's weakness and this was a great advantage. The Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng is indeed a primordial herb, Yi-Yun was rejoicing. Having caught a divine herb and having the purple crystal to help him absorb its herbal essence, it could be said that all the factors were in his favor. Yi-Yun was confident that he had formed the Heaven's Eyeball in the mid-stages of purple blood much faster than the geniuses from the royal families or reclusive families. With the Heaven's Eyeball formed, Yi-Yun could feel the surroundings with his eyes closed. This was an indescribable feeling. It was as if he had soared into the sky and he was looking at this colorful world from a totally different perspective. Using his senses to sweep the ground, Yi-Yun could tell how many fine gravel and bone particles were around him. He also knew every crack and texture of the gravel and bones. Yi-Yun could even tell the weak points of the stones and the bones. If he slightly knocked on those weak points, they would shatter. When Yi-Yun attempted to interface his spiritual energy with the purple crystal, he was shocked by the scene he saw. In the past, Yi-Yun's energy vision was just a bunch of dim light dots. Those light dots were the symbols of energy, and Yi-Yun could only tell where there was energy, and where the energy was stronger. As for what that energy represented, he had no clue. But now, using the Heaven's Eyeball and coupled with the purple crystal, everything was different. In Yi-Yun's energy vision, every energy blob was clearer and they had even evolved into what the actual thing looked like. There were mountains, flowing water, and forests. Yi-Yun suddenly realized what had happened. Everything in this world contained energy in them. Even if it was an ice crystal or a rock, it possessed energy. But as their energies were weak, Yun could not detect them before as his senses were weaker. But now, by forming the heaven's eye, Yun could clearly see everything in this world. This feeling was miraculous. Yun was very fascinated by this. Yun believed that by opening his heaven eye, his control over the purple crystal would level up too. In that case, if he were to go to the Wilderness Divine Hall, what would the outcome be when he used the purple crystal to absorb the Chimera's energy? Yun licked his lips as he was full of anticipation. He couldn't wait to go back to the Taya Divine City. Yun sprang up from the ground. He had now completely digested the heaven purple yang ginseng's energy. At the same time as forming the heaven eye bead, his entire body had been injected with the pure yang energy from the heaven purple yang ginseng. Looking within his body, his blood seemed to be covered in a faint golden layer. He clenched his fists tightly and his joints cracked. The pure yang energy boiled within his body, and Yun could feel that his body strength had made a quantum leap. Yun had just recently broken through to the mid-stages of purple blood. This absorption of the heaven purple yang ginseng's energy had only consolidated Yun's cultivation level, and so, it did not bring any improvement to his level. But, with the pure yang energy integrated within Yun's body, it had increased his strength up a notch. Yun felt like his body was a simmering volcano that was filled with infinite energy, wishing it could erupt. With the 1,000 army saber in hand, Yun casually slashed. Cha! A sharp visible blade chi was sent out. The blade chi carved a trench almost 30 meters deep into the ground. Good. Yun was very pleased with the strength of that move. Yun had a thought, and so he took out the flowing mercury gown from his luggage. Usually, the 200 cauldron weight would burden Yun's movement skills. But now, with 200 cauldrons, Yun felt as if he was wearing a layer of light armor. His strength had increased greatly. Yun began to experiment by increasing the flowing mercury gown's weight. From 200 cauldrons, he increased it to 300 cauldrons, all the way to 500 cauldrons. Such a heavy weight made Yun's feet sink into the soil. At 500 cauldrons of weight, Yun finally felt the pressure. However, this was not Yun's limit. If it was a momentary burst of strength, Yun felt that he could increase his strength to 600 cauldrons. Yun's eyes lit up. The primordial herb was worthy of its name. For an item that could even move a human sage's heart, how could it be a common item? In the Taya Divine Kingdom, be it the royal family or the reclusive families, the young heroes from these families were not eligible to enjoy resources like a primordial herb. It would be a waste. But Yun now had the primordial herb, the primordial species, and all the cultivation resources. They were all the best. Yun walked towards the cracked lunarine disc array. With his 1,000 army saber, he sliced downwards. The rock opened, and at 3 meters deep, Yun dug up the blood yang flower which had lost its luster. Back then, Yun's attack on the blood yang flower was a feint, but even so, when the divine Hellion bead exploded, the blood yang flower had been affected too, and it lost a great deal of spirit. If it was not for the 3 meters of soil protecting it, the blood yang flower might have been blown to pieces. Yun sealed the seriously damaged blood yang flower into the jade box. Looking up into the sky, it was already noon. Yun had applied for 7 days of continuous herb picking. In 3.5 days, he had captured the heaven purple yang ginseng in a successful procedure. It's time to go back. I wonder what the prize will be. By capturing a primordial herb, even if it was seriously damaged, the divine city would still give a sizable reward. This was a herb that sages had difficulty obtaining. Yun was filled with anticipation for the reward. But on explaining everything, Yun had to choose his words carefully. As Yun was digesting the heaven purple yang ginseng's energy, the cultivators in the Taya Divine City were still doing their routine Divine City cultivation. In the Taya Divine City school grounds, a group of youths were standing at attention in the scorching sun. These youths were all wearing heavy training suits. Under the sun, the sweat on their muscles gave off a little luster. The leader of this group of youths was Baldi Qin. Jokue, Su Zhang, and Song Zijuan, who were Yun's rivals or friends, were also within this group of youths. Baldi Qin had his hands behind his back and he stood with his legs apart in the middle of the school ground. He was inspecting the recruits in front of him. The purple tungsten wall was behind him. When Baldi Qin first brought this group of people to this school ground for training, the training objective was to insert the primal arrow into the purple tungsten wall. Back then, be it Zhou Kuei or Yun, none of them managed to insert the primal arrow in. Baldi Qin had previously given them all a month's time. Whoever who could insert 3 primal arrows into the purple tungsten wall would be rewarded with 2 hours of cultivation time in the Wilderness Divine Hall. And now, the 1 month was up. It was time to check the training of these recruits. Today, the recruits led by Baldi Qin had gathered early on the school grounds. All these days, Baldy Chin's authority was deeply ingrained. No one dared to be late without his urging. Baldy Chin glanced in, was satisfied with all these punctual youths, but, hold on a second, his face of satisfaction disappeared. He frowned, for he noticed someone missing. Yi-yun had not arrived. Oh? Where's Yi-yun? Baldy Chin looked at Song Zijuan with the eyes of a hawk. Baldy Chin knew that Song Zijuan and Yi-yun both came from the Divine City's Jinlong Wei, so he naturally asked Song Zijuan about Yi-yun's absence. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 195, Returning to the City. Chapter 195, Returning to the City. Upon being questioned by Baldy Chin, Song Zijuan became nervous. He had no idea how to explain where Yi-yun was. For today's assessment, Song Zijuan had looked for Yi-yun so they could go to the school ground together, but Yi-yun was not in his room. When he found out where Yi-yun was, he turned speechless. The Xuanwu army members around Song Zijuan began to show schadenfreude when they noticed Yi-yun was absent. They knew very well that Baldy Chin was stern. Whoever went against Baldy Chin's commands would have to bear all the consequences. Yi-yun was going to be in trouble. Yi-yun had previously outshone all of them, so they were glad to see Yi-yun get in trouble. This Yi-yun sure is interesting. When choosing jobs, everyone chose either sparring or forging, but only he chose herb picking, which is done only by girls. He even dared to miss Instructor Chin's examination. A Xuanwu army member privately transmitted his voice with his peers. He's only courting death. I don't know what Yi-yun is thinking. It's clear he has a great foundation. If he works hard, he will obtain good results, but he had to self-degrade himself. How much strength could he gain from a month of picking herbs? Back then, he couldn't insert a primal arrow. I doubt he is capable this time. A flurry of discussion erupted amongst the members of the Xuanwu army. They were unable to insert the 3 primal arrows as required by Baldy Chin, but they were barely able to insert one. It was only possible for their strongest few to manage 3. In the past month, they had been tortured by their seniors. This living death cultivation had made them grow so much. I was asking you. Where is Yi-yun? Baldy Chin looked at Song Zijuan's hesitation and slowly began to frown. He was like a lion about to burst into a rage. Song Zijuan helplessly told the truth, answering the instructor. 3 days ago, Yi-yun had applied for a 7-day period of consecutive herb picking with the herb picking job office. Now, he should still be on the herb mountain. When Song Zijuan said those words, it made everyone dumbfounded. Applied for a 7-day period of consecutive herb picking? Yi-yun had simply ignored the assessment day Baldy Chin had decided on a month ago, and he was still on the herb mountain picking herbs. Picking herbs on the herb mountain. The people were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How much did Yi-yun love that job? He ignored everything else just to pick herbs for 7 days. Was herb picking that addictive? Many of them did not know what to say. According to what Yi-yun said, he had been picking herbs since young. Even when he came to the Divine Wilderness campgrounds, he carried on picking herbs. They had previously ridiculed Yi-yun, saying that it was a habit from being a bumpkin. Those words were originally a joke, but now, it seems like Yi-yun was really thinking so. A talent came to the Taiya Divine City to be a farmer. Hearing Song Zijuan's words, Baldy Chin's forehead, which had a scar, popped a hideous vein. Baldy Chin still appreciated Yi-yun. He felt that Yi-yun was the most outstanding person among his recruits. Although he was inferior to Chunyo or Chu Xiaoran, it was not impossible for him to enter the top 1,000 of the heaven or earth rankings within the next 3 years. Although this achievement was not amazing, it was considered pretty good. Previously, when Yi-yun wanted to pick herbs, Baldy Chin had not interfered. But now, he had promised that whoever succeeded in this assessment of inserting 3 primal arrows into the purple tungsten wall would be given 2 hours to enter the Wilderness Divine Hall. This reward was a tidy sum. Yi-yun had chosen herb picking. For that, Baldy Chin felt that he may have his reasons. But for him to not grab the opportunity to enter the Wilderness Divine Hall, what was the point of him staying here in the Taiya Divine City? Baldy Chin ignored the matter with Yi-yun. To him, Yi-yun was just a good recruit, and that was it. There were many talents better than Yi-yun in the Taiya Divine City. Losing one Yi-yun was nothing. Everyone, listen up. I said a month ago that in this 1 month, if anyone can insert 3 primal arrows into the purple tungsten wall, I will reward them with 2 hours of cultivation time in the Wilderness Divine Hall. I mean what I say. In today's assessment, let me see the results of your cultivation for this past month. Baldy Chin's words made the youths gear up. The past month's experience in the Taiya Divine City was too unusual for them. A month ago, many of these youths were young masters from rich and large family clans. They were all extremely proud, but having arrived in the divine wilderness camp, their lives were only constantly filled with beatings after beatings. They were beaten till their bones fractured and their tendons tore, they vomited blood from their serious injuries. After being beaten up, they would eat some healing medicine, and once they recovered, they would stand up to continue to be beaten. As sparring partners, they could counterattack. In the beginning, they were indignant about it, and tried to counterattack against the senior cultivators they were sparring with. The result was them being beaten up even worse. After continuous beatings, they matured and honed their cultivation levels. At the same, in this 1-month ordeal, they had trimmed their pride. It could be said that they had really matured. Today was the day to test the fruits of their labor. Just as this bunch of hot-blooded youths were rearing to step up, Yi-Yun had been transported back to the Taiya Divine City through the teleportation array. According to the Taiya Divine City's herb-picking rules, cultivators had to hand in the herbs immediately upon returning to the city. This was to prevent the cultivators from privately trading herbs, which falsified their harvests. As such, Yi-Yun naturally went to the job office. It was about noon. Typically, cultivators would only hand in herbs at night. After all, there was a 25 dragon scale runes rent that was fixed. The same amount was deducted whether the herbs were handed in at night or at noon. An additional hour of herb picking was an additional hour of revenue. It was usually extremely deserted here in the herb picking job office. It being noon meant there was nobody around. Wang was reclining lazily in a chair. She was flipping through a pharmacological text. Wang was actually an alchemist. Back when she was cultivating in the Taiya Divine City, she had obtained a good ranking in the man roll rankings. Hearing footsteps by the door, Wang peeped over the book and looked towards the door. What she saw made her frown. Yi-Yun was the one who had entered. Didn't you apply for a 7-day herb picking period? It's only been 3.5 days, why are you back early? Wang now found Yi-Yun irritating. This kid obviously had keen senses and he had extraordinary talent, but he had been lacking in perseverance towards herb picking. The herbs he handed in was getting less and less each day. When Yi-Yun applied for 7 days of continued herb picking, she had guessed that Yi-Yun would only show up for work, but not exert himself. But she did not expect that Yi-Yun was worse than she expected. He could not endure the boredom and he actually came back 3.5 days early. He was hopeless. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 196, Handing Over the Herbs. Chapter 196, Handing Over the Herbs. Hello, Sis Wang. Yi-Yun entered the office with the herb basket on his back. A silly smile plastered over his face. Wang looked unfriendly, but Yi-Yun was already accustomed to it. Sis Wang, I see you are reading a book. Yi-Yun tried to make small talk, but Wang's mean look made people swallow their words. Wang stayed silent. She threw the book in her hand on the table and looked coldly at Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun did not know what to say. He took down the herb basket and placed it on the counter. The 2 jade boxes that contained the blood young flower and the heaven purple young ginseng were of course within the herb basket. You sure came back early. Wang glanced at the light herb basket and said with a cynical voice. Her sharp voice was ear-splitting. Yes. It's because I managed to obtain some extra bonus. I was worried about the loss of the herbal essence, so I came back early. Besides, I have something else to deal with. Yi-Yun's words were the truth, but of course it sounded like excuses. Humph. Wang could not be bothered to expose Yi-Yun. She felt that it would be a waste of her breath to say anything to this lazy and self-deprecating youth. You applied for 7 days of continuous herb picking. Each day is 35 dragon scale runes. Even if you came back early, I will still deduct all the dragon scale runes, not one less. By applying to pick herbs continuously, the rent was even more. This was because typically herb picking was done in the day, but picking herbs continuously allowed one to pick through the night. Typical cultivators would spend the night cultivating in the Divine City, so very few cultivators applied for this. That is expected. Yi-Yun was not bothered about a mere 200 or so dragon scale runes. Seeing Yi-Yun's indifferent attitude, Wang felt that he was really hopeless. By lifting Yi-Yun's herb basket, it was as Wang expected. The herb basket was mostly empty. Wang randomly grabbed some herbs, she was planning to dry them before weighing them. But as her fingers went into the basket, they brushed against a hard object. Herb box? With her sharp instincts as an alchemist, Wang immediately identified what the hard object was. She was slightly stunned, and using her slender fingers, she opened the box with a snap. When the herb box opened, there was a red object. This object was seriously damaged and looked like a bloody pulp. This is... A trace of uncertainty flashed in Wang's eyes, but it disappeared in the next second. As an alchemist, she may not be able to identify the herb immediately, but her instincts told her that this was at least a heaven-ranked rare herb. The feeling she got from the herb couldn't be wrong. Wang picked up the red object and tried to discern it. It was likely the fruit the size of a fist. It was most likely due to the damage that the red fruit's juices had leaked out. Could this be? Wang's face flashed a look of disbelief. With her finger, she dabbed a tiny bit of the pulp before tasting it. That strong yang qi and the taste of blood confirmed Wang's own guess. Blood yang flower. And it was a blood yang flower that had borne fruit. Middle-grade heaven-ranked herb. Wang looked up with disbelief at Yi Yun. You actually picked a blood yang flower? Ever since Wang took over the office for decades, this was the first time a cultivator had brought back a heaven-ranked herb. And it was even a middle-grade heaven-ranked herb. This was astonishing. Yes, my luck was good, Yi Yun scratched his head. As a heaven-ranked herb, the blood yang flower was extremely difficult to find. But in the long history of the Taiya Divine City, there were quite a few cultivators with keen senses who managed to pick heaven-ranked herbs. Only those among the best, like Zhang Yi, had gathered more than one. Hence, for this blood yang flower, Yi Yun did not need to do much explanation. Luck? Hearing Yi Yun say that, Wang's eyelids twitched. Even if she had gone personally, it was not easy to find a heaven-ranked herb. And Yi Yun had just used an understatement like luck to explain it away. This blood yang flower was one of the more hidden kinds among the heaven-ranked herbs. How could one find it just from luck? Wang stared deeply at Yi Yun. She was unhappy. This kid had been lacking in perseverance and diligence, yet he managed to pick a blood yang flower. How was this fair to those cultivators who were diligently picking herbs? It was not fair. You sure have good luck to find such a herb. Wang said it unhappily. It was impossible for a typical person to pick a blood yang flower just with luck. But for someone with keen senses like Yi Yun, with luck, it was normal for him to pick a blood yang flower. Don't be too happy yet. This luck doesn't happen often. Also, this blood yang flower is seriously damaged. Don't you know how to pick a herb? You actually picked it in such a sorry state. I will, at most, give you a third of its price. Wang said coldly and was constantly suppressing Yi Yun. She had a great amount of authority on deciding a herb's price, but she did not wish to give even more dragon scale runes to Yi Yun. It would be better off giving them to those who lacked talent but worked hard. As Wang said that, she reached to open the second jade box. Pa! With a soft sound, the green cover opened. It revealed a dried and cracked item that resembled a carrot. Yet another damaged herb. Wang became angry. Yi Yun's herb-picking methods were destroying heavenly treasures. So many good herbs had been destroyed by him. Are you blind? Can't you be more careful when picking herbs? Don't you know that once it's damaged, it will? Just as Wang was beginning to reprimand Yi Yun, she stopped. Her words got stuck in her throat. She was like a clucking chicken hen which was suddenly being strangled. Wang stared with her eyes wide open. Again, she looked carefully at the dry and cracked ugly carrot-looking herb within the jade box. After looking carefully for about 10 seconds, her body slowly froze. Her eyes became rigid and her mind went blank. This is... Wang felt like her heart had been mercilessly pinched. Her breathing turned irregular as her bloodstream turned turbulent as she stared with a daze. An absolutely ridiculous and unbelievable conclusion appeared in her mind. Primordial herb. The dry-looking herb that a 12-year-old child turned in was actually a primordial herb. How could this be? Wang reached out with trembling hands. Picking up the jade box, she carefully looked at the herb within. She looked at every tiny root carefully. No matter how much she looked, she was more and more convinced of her earlier conclusions. This was a primordial herb. Comparing it to the books, it had to be a heaven purple yang ginseng. A kid had managed to pick a heaven purple yang ginseng. Wang's neck seemed to rust. Her actions became slow. With difficulty, she turned her gaze from the heaven purple yang ginseng inch by inch towards Yi Yun. This must be a dream. This thought appeared in Wang's mind. But how could this a dream feel so real? As a human lord warrior, how could she be confused between fantasy and reality? She opened her dry mouth, asking Yi Yun, "This herb was picked by you?" Yi Yun nodded, "Yes." "How? How did you pick it?" Good luck." When Wang heard Yun's soft explanation, she nearly vomited blood. To explain it like that, was this a game? You think I'm an idiot? Wang gnashed her teeth and stared at Yun with burning eyes. At the same time, she quickly closed the jade box to prevent the herbal essence of the heaven purple yang ginseng from leaking. Of course, Yun was not expecting to fool Wang with such ease. As for how he picked the heaven purple yang ginseng, he had already prepared a tale. For this, Yun had spent the past few days to search through the library for every detail on the heaven purple yang ginseng. Even some alchemists, who have never seen a heaven purple yang ginseng, could not beat Yun in his knowledge of the heaven purple yang ginseng. After all, there were too few primordial herbs. Some alchemists might have seen other primordial herbs, but not seeing a heaven purple yang ginseng was very normal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 197, Yun's Reason. Chapter 197, Yun's Reason. To be able to pick this herb, it was really the luck of this junior. It was like this, Yun stretched out his words. He made sure that there was nothing left out in the story he had fabricated. In the past few days, this junior had been diligently picking herbs in the number 60 herb mountain. Late last night, this junior was near the peak of a mountain. I saw a flash of lightning a few hundred miles away. It seemed like it was raining over there. But, the lightning that occurs when it rains is usually bluish-purple. But this lightning was blood-red in color. But because it was too far, I couldn't see it well. Even so, I felt that I was not mistaken. From young, I have an inexplicable sense and intuition for strange phenomena. I found this lightning strange, as if something abnormal was happening. As such, I rushed over there to investigate. I ran at my top speed, but by the time I reached there, the lightning had stopped. From the soil and plants, I saw obvious signs of lightning having struck the area. I perceived the surroundings carefully and I found an unusual yin-yang qi in the surroundings. I did not know what happened. I just recalled in some books that when treasures appear, it will create some phenomena. With this thought in mind, and seeing this phenomena, I felt that maybe this had something to do with a treasure. Hence, I carefully searched the surroundings. I dug 3 feet in the ground and did not miss a single leaf. After that, I found this blood-young flower. It was deeply buried within, and it was already damaged. Its juices were mixed with mud, but even then, I could still recognize it. I was overjoyed when I found the heaven-ranked herb. I took out the jade box and I was thinking of sealing the blood-young flower to prevent it from losing its herbal essence. But suddenly, I found that my surroundings had changed. It was like I had traveled through a space-time tunnel. I was suddenly in the middle of the divine wilderness. There was thunder and lightning in the sky and there were a large numbers of desolate beasts charging at me from all directions. I panicked and I took out my 1,000-army saber to engage in battle. However, I felt something was amiss. How could the scenery suddenly change? My perception has been different from others, even when I was younger. I quickly calmed down and perceived the surroundings. I suddenly felt that the beasts charging towards me did not exist. Everything was just an illusion. I realized that something was trying to harm me. I could not find it, but I could guess that it was a magnificent existence. At this time, I felt my head ache terribly. It was as if something had entered my head. I nearly went mad, but I suddenly realized that if I couldn't endure through it, I was doomed. With all my might, I maintained the last bit of clarity within my mind and, with my Taitsang Bao, shot out a desperate arrow. This arrow had been specially modified by me. I had embedded the arrowhead with a divine Hellion bead that I bought earlier in it. Divine Hellion bead? Upon hearing this, Wang suddenly interjected. Of course, she knew the weakness of the heaven purple yang ginseng. This was too much of a coincidence. The arrow prepared Yun had prepared earlier was the bane of the heaven purple yang ginseng. Yes, Yun scratched his head with shame. I heard that the divine wilderness camp has a high death rate. As this junior is afraid of death, so with the first amount of dragon scale runes I earned, I exchanged them for something defensive. I did not expect it to be used so early on. I'm really lucky. Seeing Yun with his boy next door look, and the continuous mention of the word luck, Wang could not stop her eyelids from twitching. The reason he bought the divine Hellion bead was because he was afraid to die. As a mid-stage purple blood kid, you actually exchanged a divine Hellion bead for defense. Absolutely, speechless. What was more outrageous was that this divine Hellion bead had really come in handy. This luck was too ridiculous. Yun was not afraid of mentioning the divine Hellion bead. As for the lunar array and the cicada array, he did not mention them. Even Zhao Qingcheng did not know what items he had bought in the 10,000 pagoda. Even if people were to investigate it in the future, the 10,000 pagoda was not like a cashier machine like in his previous life. It did not have any storage system, so who would know what was bought by who amongst those millions of items? And you actually shot this herb just like that? Wang asked. That is how it was. Back then, my mind's hint of clarity was like a tiny boat in the huge ocean. It could disappear at any time. I shot that arrow with all I got. As for the direction I shot, I followed my feelings. I did not know what I was shooting at. I just felt that if I didn't shoot, I was likely to die. Following that, there was a large explosion. I was violently pushed by that explosive wave and I nearly fainted. After struggling to not lose consciousness, I began searching my surroundings. I guessed that something formidable had attacked me, so I wanted to find out what it was. My surroundings had turned into a scorched piece of land. The blood young flower was buried by the soil again and it was damaged even more. With my perception, I searched carefully and turned over every rock and finally I found a carrot-looking thing 3 feet deep. It didn't look eye-catching, but I knew it was something spectacular. Yi Yun's story was cooked up with a mixture of truth and falsehood. But everything within it was based on some factual foundation. Wang listened carefully to the story. When Yi Yun finished, she gave Yi Yun an odd look. According to the way Yi Yun said it, Yi Yun's luck was really ridiculous. The lightning Yi Yun said he saw from a few hundred miles away was likely a heaven calamity. A large number of primordial herbs would slowly evolve, but there were some primordial herbs that threw a variety of exotic lucky chances and they would create a small heaven calamity with a tiny probability. This heaven calamity was unpredictable and it would usually catch the primordial herb off guard. Such a heaven calamity would make its evolution more thorough, but if it were to fail in surviving through the crisis, it would be destroyed. According to ancient books, the blood-red lightning that Yi Yun saw was a specific feature of the heaven-purple yang ginseng's heaven calamity. By surviving through a calamity, it was the point at which the primordial herb was at its weakest. At this point, a primordial herb's concealment abilities, attack power, and its escaping abilities would all greatly decrease. After surviving a calamity, a primordial herb would hide itself to slowly recover. This heaven-purple yang ginseng would likely do so, but Yi Yun had to appear at this moment and found the blood-young flower it was nurturing. Hearing Yi Yun's description, Wang felt that this calamity came too suddenly. This heaven-purple yang ginseng must have responded in a panic, which resulted in it to be greatly weakened. At this time, the blood-young flower, which could help it quickly recover, was too important to the heaven-purple yang ginseng. How could it let Yi Yun steal the blood-young flower? As such, it ignored its serious injuries and attacked Yi Yun. By right, it wouldn't have been a problem. Yi Yun was still young and he had a low cultivation level. Even if the heaven-purple yang ginseng was greatly weakened, it was no surprise that it could handle Yi Yun. But Yi Yun had extraordinary mental fortitude. At a young age and with his mere mid-stage purple blood cultivation level, he could actually escape from the illusion. This gave the heaven-purple yang ginseng no choice but to increase its psychic attack on Yi Yun, causing it overdraft on its pure yang qi. But what made Wang most puzzled and alarmed was that Yi Yun was able to use his intuition to guide him under the illusion attack. By using the divine Hellion bead arrow he had prepared well in advance, he killed the heaven-purple yang ginseng. This was too ridiculous. But, upon further thinking, with a divine Hellion bead made by a master, a full-strength shot from Yi Yun's Taitsung Bao and a seriously injured and overdraft heaven-purple yang ginseng made it possible for Yi Yun to turn the tide. Wang was stunned for a while. What Yi Yun said may sound strange, but there was nothing unreasonable with the story if one gave it further thought. And besides that, there was no other way in explaining how Yi Yun had managed to capture the heaven-purple yang ginseng. Is that possible? A less than 13-year-old kid managed to capture a primordial herb. This was absolutely preposterous. How could all those long-bearded alchemists accept this? The only mysterious thing was Yi Yun's intuition. But this was not surprising. In this world, there are some people who are born with naturally keen senses. In extreme conditions, they could have a magical sixth sense, which leads them to good fortune and allows them to avoid disaster. This intuition was often life-saving. Wang gawked at Yi Yun before moving her dried lips. Do you know what it is that you have dug up? Yi Yun thought and said, it should be a primordial herb. Actually, this junior had some speculations. This junior has seen some divine wilderness books. One of those herbs described within was very similar to the herb I picked. As this junior knew it was a matter of great importance, I came back earlier. Hearing Yi Yun's words, Wang's jaw dropped. She really did not know what to say. She had previously heard Yi Yun say, because I managed to obtain some extra bonus. I was worried about the loss of the herbal essence, so I came back early. At that time, she felt that Yun was merely fabricating some story. But she never expected that Yun was actually saying the truth and he had actually brought back a heaven purple yang ginseng. This was the so-called some extra bonus? This was some extra. What sort of worldly joke is this? You wait for me here. I'll report to the elder. Wang had trouble saying those words. It was almost like she had lost her ability to speak. To Wang, a cultivator picking a primordial herb was an absolutely important event. It has been very long ever since the Taya Divine City was built. But this was likely the first time that it happened. She was completely at a loss how to handle it. The manuals in the office did not label the rewards for a primordial herb because there was no need to. Upon thinking of this, Wang suddenly remembered that when Yun came to the office, he had asked what the reward was for picking a primordial herb. At that time, she had thought that this youth was crazy and he was somewhat like a retard. But now, she suddenly felt that she was the retard. This world had really gone mad. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 198, The Increase in Strength. Chapter 198, The Increase in Strength. Report it to the elder? Yun hesitated as he was counting the time in his mind. How long would it take to report to the elder? Oh. Why are you asking? Wang was surprised for a moment. The Divine City's elders all lived within the central Divine Tower and many of them were in closed-door training. At Wang's level, she had to go through the bureaucracy, which would definitely take some time. Oh. It's this. I said earlier that I had something to deal with. Can I take off for now? Yun did not want to wait here for nothing. He still remembered Baldy Chin's assessment that was set a month ago. Originally, Yun was fully focused on the preparations needed for picking the primordial herb in order to be in time for the Lunarine Day. As a result, he applied for 7 days of continuous herb picking and he had planned on giving up the assessment. However, his capture and absorption of the primordial herb went surprisingly smooth and he came back 3.5 days early. Hence, Yun figured that he could make it in time for the assessment. The 2 hours of cultivation time in the Wilderness Divine Hall was worth 1,000 dragon scale runes. 100 or 2 dragon scale runes was alright, but to lose out on 1,000 dragon scale runes, Yun would feel the loss. Although he would receive a hefty reward for handing over the primordial herb, but in the Taya Divine City, every resource was bought with dragon scale runes, so he had to save every rune. What's the matter? Wang asked Yun. At this time, what was more important than the primordial herb? Yun explained the assessment to Wang. Upon hearing this, Wang snapped unhappily, it's just 2 hours of cultivation time. I too can reward you. The elder might even want to meet you this time. When Yun heard this, he was overjoyed. Thank you, Sis Wang. Originally, I heard rumors that Sis Wang was petty, but it's now clear those rumors were untrue. See, since Sis Wang is rewarding me with 2 hours of cultivation time, it would be a waste not to receive Instructor Chin's reward too. If the elder wants to see me, then regardless of what I'm doing, I'll stop everything immediately and rush to the Central Divine Tower. Nothing will be delayed, right? Yun was good at exploiting people. He accepted Wang's offer and he did not want to waste Instructor Chin's. He had managed to get 4 hours of cultivation time in one go, which was worth 2,000 dragon scale runes. Wang was speechless. In the past, she did not think that this kid was that crafty. But upon further thought, if the elder were to summon him, whether he came from the office or from the school grounds, the distance was about the same and there would not be much a delay. As for the reward, since Wang had said so, she could not retract it. After all, Yun had brought back a primordial herb. Wasn't such a large contribution worth more than a bonus reward of 2 hours cultivation time in the Wilderness Divine Hall? I'll give you 15 minutes. Get everything done quickly. Wang said stiffly, but the way she looked at Yun, she had an undisguised sense of appreciation for him. Yun's account may seem like it was all luck, but from his judgment at that point in time and the arrow he shot using his perception, it could not simply be explained with luck. If it wasn't Yun and it was someone else, that person would have been turned into a retard by the heaven purple young ginseng, which made it an empty harvest and also a great waste of a golden opportunity. Thank you, Sis Wang. Yun smiled and turned around, running towards the school grounds. At this time, in the school grounds 10 miles away, Instructor Chin's group of youths were undergoing their assessment. Insert it. Insert it. A group of energetic youths shouted like they were in heat. A stout youth was holding on to a primal arrow. His forehead's vein popped out and with a loud shout, he inserted the primal arrow into the purple tungsten wall with great difficulty. Dang! With a loud metallic sound, the primal arrow's arrowhead was barely inserted into the purple tungsten wall. Although it was a bit shaky, it was still inserted. In today's assessment, about half of the 100 members could insert one primal arrow into the purple tungsten wall. This result was completely different from the one a month ago. The first reason was that after a month, these people had matured a lot. The second reason was, a month ago, these youths had just entered the Wilderness Divine Hall and had frog jumped 5 kilometers with weights, which made them exhausted. But today, they were all in tip-top condition. Brother Kuei, well done. It's the second arrow. Someone shouted. The stout youth who inserted the primal arrow was none other than Joe Kuei. He was the person with the strongest strength among the 100 people. It was fairly easy for Joe Kuei to insert the first primal arrow, but the second arrow was proving to be more difficult. Next, it was the third arrow, which was the most critical arrow. By inserting it, he would obtain 2 hours of cultivation time. If he couldn't insert it, then it would all be thrown out the window. Joe Kuei pumped himself up. In this past month, he had been in the smithy, forging metal tens of thousands of times. His palms had been roughed up uncountable times. All of that was to prove himself. Today, regardless if he could insert the third primal arrow, Joe Kuei felt that he was a winner, because he had beaten his previous self. Just as Joe Kuei was taking several deep breaths and preparing to pick up the third primal arrow, someone let out a cry. Isn't that Yi-Yun? Hearing that voice, everyone turned around. Not far from the school ground, a youth in linen clothes was walking over. This youth's hair was messy and his clothes were ripped. He looked very pathetic. This was of course a result of picking the primordial herb. When the divine hell ion bead exploded, its shockwave had also inflicted Yi-Yun. After he finished absorbing the primordial herb's essence, he had rushed back to the Taya Divine City and he had no time to tidy up. This herb-picking kid only just came back. Oh. Seeing Yi-Yun, Instructor Qin frowned slightly. But he noticed that Yi-Yun's cultivation level had increased. A month ago, he was in the early stages of the Purple Blood Realm, but now, he was in the middle stages of the Purple Blood Realm. Instructor Qin, recruit Yi-Yun reporting in. Yi-Yun gave Baldi Qin a standard Taya Divine Kingdom military salute. You are an hour late. Instructor Qin looked sternly at Yi-Yun. Just this gaze made many recruits soft on their feet. Sorry, Instructor. Previously, when I went to pick herbs, I didn't have time, Yi-Yun tried to explain. When the crowd heard this, they could not help but laugh. To be delayed by herb picking. This Yi-Yun had devoted his youth and life to picking herbs. This was probably his life's pursuit. They could not understand. This herb-picking job was done by women, why was Yi-Yun so enthusiastic about it? Yi-Yun, you came just in time. Let's compete again today. I've already inserted 2 primal arrows. This will be my third arrow. Seeing Yi-Yun appear, Joe Kuei licked his lips. Joe Kuei had been disappointed not to see Yi-Yun today. His strength had increased and his abilities had improved. All this was to prove himself. And Yi-Yun was the best opponent. A month ago, he had been undermined by Yi-Yun. Today, he wanted to exceed Yi-Yun and regain his face. Without Yi-Yun, he felt like he had punched cotton. That. Instructor Qin, I just arrived now. Can I still take part in the assessment? Yi-Yun asked weakly, awaiting Baldi Qin's instructions. Since he was so late, Baldi Qin had all the right to disqualify him from the assessment. Baldi Qin snorted back coldly, go on up. Don't forget what you came to the Taya Divine City for. Baldi Qin reminded Yi-Yun again not to undermine his cultivation for a pointless job. He really did not understand why Yi-Yun loved picking herbs that much. Come on. The most excited person was Joe Kuei. How about it? You must have gotten quite a lot from picking a month's worth of herbs. I heard you even applied for 7 days of continuous herb picking. Why did you come back early? Joe Kuei smiled at Yi-Yun. His arms were crossed across his chest and he casually leaned on a primal arrow. This primal arrow was one of the 2 he had inserted in. He had inserted 2 primal arrows. One was firmly inserted into the purple tungsten wall, but the other was not as firm. The other end of the arrow's shaft was slowly sagging downwards. Even so, this was a result to be proud of. Joe Kuei was the only person among the 100 people who was able to insert a second primal arrow. Because of obtaining a pretty good harvest, I came back early. Yi-Yun said simply. Harvest? You got a plentiful harvest while picking herbs? Joe Kuei found it amusing. Could picking a few herbs be considered pretty good? What was there to be happy about? Yun, you picked herbs for a month. So it's not fair competing against you. But since it's your choice, you can't blame anyone else. Today, I'll show you what a real harvest is. Zhou Kuei shook his fists. In this past month, he had burst numerous blisters on his hands. His blood had been mixed with sweat. Holding the hot forging hammer through some cloth, the pain was excruciating. Despite it being memorable to Zhou Kuei, it also made him surge with pride. This was the life of a man, was it not? How could the herb-picking lifestyle of a woman compare with his? But Yun said, "You don't have to. I'll do it with you. I'm in a hurry and someone might be looking for me in a while." As Yun said this, he stood in front of the large metal box that contained the primal arrows. His tone was casual, but this tone made Zhou Kuei frown. He was unhappy. It seemed like Yun did not even care much about this assessment. This kid. Who do you think you are? And there was someone else who wants to meet him. Who was it? Another medicine kid he picks herb with? He sure had turned into a celebrity and he was busy enough. Zhou Kuei rubbed his wrists. He took a deep breath and bent his back. He hugged the third primal arrow. Today, I'll show you the results of the grueling demon-like training I endured through from forging metal. Zhou Kuei got into a firm horse-riding stance. Both his feet was planted firmly on the ground. With his lower body stable, he passed his strength from his spine to his shoulders then to his arms. His muscles swelled up, with vein after vein popping out. Just as he was about to shout out to lift up the third primal arrow, he heard a deafening dang sound. He nearly let out his breath. What's the matter? Zhou Kuei turned around and his eyes widened. Behind him, a primal arrow was firmly embedded into the purple tungsten wall. The end of the arrow shaft was still vibrating. It was not because it was unstable, but because the power at which it was inserted with was too large. It had nowhere to dissipate the energy and so it could only vibrate to get rid of it. This vibration could hurt anyone who came too close. The primal arrow had been inserted at least 3 feet deep. What? Zhou Kuei was dumbfounded. This arrow was inserted by Yun? How did he do it so quickly? He took at least 10 seconds or more to insert an arrow. The time needed to pick up the arrow was especially time-consuming as he had to gather his strength. But just now, he had just bent his back and he had not even lifted the arrow, yet Yun had already finished inserting an arrow. Yun was already beginning to move the second primal arrow within the large metal box. And surrounding Yun were a bunch of youths, with their mouths agape, in a lifeless state. They had just seen with their own eyes how Yun, using his 2 hands, lifted the first primal arrow as if he was lifting wooden logs. It looked completely effortless. Then, holding the primal arrow, he charged at the purple tungsten wall and like skewing kebabs, he inserted the arrow deeply into the wall. From beginning to end, Yun did not shake once while holding the arrow. Stable. Quick. Forceful. The people were still stunned and before they could recover, Yun had already picked up the second primal arrow. Yun's energy was circulating in his body. The warm flow of energy that came from absorbing the heaven purple yang ginseng surged through his body. Because he already had broken through to the mid-stages of purple blood, using all his strength to insert a primal arrow did not make him exhausted. It even gave him a delightful feeling. But as he was holding on to the second primal arrow, Yun suddenly paused. Oh. It seems there's some disharmonious flow of energy. When he was using all his body's energy, Yun had a feeling that although the strength given to him by the primordial herb was great, it was like a horse without reins that made him find it hard to control. He had always been using the cultivation technique, Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist, to control his body's energy, but he slowly found that Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist had some shortcomings. The primordial herb's energy was too strong. As the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was a cultivation technique before the purple blood realm, it was becoming more inadequate. When Ian stopped, it made the crowd more speechless. It was difficult to lift the primal arrow. Due to the primal arrow's weight, their arms would feel like breaking. As such, once they lifted it, they would rush to insert the arrow to save energy. None of them would be like Yun, who held the arrow while in a pause. It was as if he was contemplating the meaning of life. This is way too overbearing. Just as the people were thinking about this, it was as if Yun was suddenly enlightened. Without any hesitation, he held the second primal arrow and charged at the purple tungsten wall. Dang! With a second loud sound, the second primal arrow was firmly inserted. Again, the arrowhead was inserted more than 3 feet deep and the tail was vibrating violently. Not far away, even Baldy Chin was quite dumbfounded by this scene. What is this kid doing? He had clearly been picking herbs for a month. How did his strength increase so much? Although it had something to do with him breaking through to the mid-stages of purple blood, but there was a tiny difference between the early stage and the mid-stage. It could not result in such a great increase in strength. Baldy Chin had the cultivation level of a human lord, but looking at Iyun, he had no clue. Second arrow. It's still easy. The people's hearts trembled. Iyun's strength had opened a gap between them, a 18-street-wide gap. Iyun licked his lips and was overjoyed. These 1,000 dragon scale runes sure were easy to earn. Iyun casually rubbed his wrists. He bent down and touched the third primal arrow. He did not take a break and he was doing it all at one go. Again! With a clear shout, Iyun's hand stably lifted up the primal arrow. By feeling the energy flow within his body, he could still sense that inharmonious feeling. Nevertheless, it did not affect Iyun's explosive power. Third arrow, in. With a shout, Iyun's blood boiled within his veins. The primordial herb's energy gushed out like an erupting volcano. At this point, Iyun could feel his energy reach a climax. He could not wait to vent it out. With the primal arrow in his hands, he sent his whole body's strength into the primal arrow and stabbed it with all his strength. Dang! The tumultuous sound tore apart the heavens. Even the purple tungsten wall slightly trembled. This third primal arrow was forcefully nailed into the wall. The arrow's tail was vibrating so quickly that it formed shadows. This arrow went in more than 4 feet deep. Compared to the previous 2 arrows, this was more than 2 times stronger. The surrounding youths were dumbfounded. What is this kind of strength? How could that be? Iyun, who was in front of them, was a humanoid desolate beast. Zhou Kuei was in a daze. The lofty sentiments that had previously surged in his heart had disappeared. The masculine declaration he had prepared when he won was now a joke. Didn't Iyun pick herbs? One can improve that much just by picking herbs? Among this group, some forged metal while others were sparring partners. They went through an arduous month. They either suffered from muscle aches from repeatedly swinging the forging hammer, resulting in blisters and blood on their palms, or those who were sparring partners, who were beaten up seriously. After they put on some medicine, they had to stand up to be beaten again. Through their hard work, they managed to save some dragon scale runes. They used it to exchange for relics and elixirs in the 10,000 pagoda. It had to be said that the Taya Divine City's relics and elixirs were much better than the ones they ate back home. Their progress had been obvious, but compared to Iyun, it was completely inferior. It was a torture to compare, trash thrown out upon comparison. How? How did your strength increase so much? How is that possible? Zhou Kuei could not believe it. In the past month, he had not slacked off at all, yet he could not compare with Iyun who went to the mountains to pick herbs. Iyun smiled. In this past month, didn't every second count? Besides picking herbs, he was wearing 200 cauldrons in the flowing mercury gown daily. He climbed up and down the herb mountain, training his strength and movement. When he returned at night, he would meditate till morning. He had never laid down in bed to sleep. In the Taya Divine City, sleep was too extravagant. By replacing it with meditation, he could also slowly increase his cultivation level while resting. And because of capturing the primordial herb, Iyun had to use all his tricks and he underwent great danger. Under extreme danger and various difficulties, he seized that 1 in 1,000 chance and he grabbed the opportunity that no one thought possible. Could this be compared to simply wielding a forging hammer or taking a beating while sparring? Of course, Iyun did not say any of this. He grinned and said to Zhou Kuei, "This is all because..." Iyun dragged out his words to whet the people's appetite, before finally saying the 3 words. Of good luck. Zhou Kuei nearly vomited blood due to anger. He felt that Iyun was teasing him. The hard work they had put in this whole month had been upended by Iyun's mention of good luck. Zhou Kuei was really angry. He ignored the strength gap between him and Iyun and said bluntly, "Stop brushing me off. What do you mean by good luck? You have just been picking herbs, it is a job meant for women. By goofing off all day, how can you grow in strength? Or grow in cultivation level? What did you..." Before Zhou Kuei finished his words, a group of men dressed in black cloaks suddenly walked over from the edge of the school ground. These men were dressed oddly. They had a mysterious feel to them. Their casual steps seemed slow, but the space between their feet seemed to contract. In a few steps, they had reached the center of the school ground. Among them was the herb-picking officer's Wang. She impressively followed behind these men. Wang, who never showed any respect to anyone, was now respectful. Clearly, these people in front of them were important. Upon seeing these men, even Instructor Chin turned serious. The arms he held behind his back now hang downwards. Lord Law Enforcer. Baldy Chin slightly bowed. His position in the Taya Divine City was lower than these people. Law Enforcer? The youths present were shocked. What position was a law enforcer? Although they did not know the cultivation levels of these men in black, they could feel an oppressive feeling from their auras. And Instructor Chin's attitude clearly showed that these law enforcers were important people. Many of the youths immediately stood at attention. Baldy Chin was also confused. Why would the law enforcers from the Central Divine Tower come to a recruit school ground? A middle-aged man who was the leader of the black-cloaked men unveiled his face hood, revealing a wizened face. On his face, there were 3 parallel lines that formed an astonishing scar. It was as if he had been scratched by a desolate beast's claws. His gaze swept the crowd of youths and calmly asked, "Who is Yun?" If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 199, Elder Jiangu. Chapter 199, Elder Jiangu. Yun? He's looking for Yun. Upon hearing the black-cloaked man asking for Yun, the youths were shocked. Why was such an important person looking for Yun for? Although Yun was outstanding, he was just a rookie that would not attract the attention of such important people. I am. Yun stepped forward. He gave a Taya Divine Kingdom military salute to the law enforcer. The black-cloaked middle-aged man sized up Yun, as if he was trying to figure out what was so special about this youth. This little fellow was really surprising for a mid-stage purple-blood 13-year-old. The black-cloaked man smiled and said lightly, "Follow us, the elder wants to see you." Saying that, the black-cloaked man turned to leave. Behind him, Jokuei and the other bunch of youths were stunned upon hearing this. What did that black-cloaked guy say? Elder. What elder? Many of them had not recovered from the shock. They looked at each other. It seems, in the entire Taya Divine City, the people who were qualified to be referred to as elders were only a handful of people. Each of them was a pillar of support for the Taya Divine Kingdom, and they were a super existence that could battle a primordial species. They were sages. A human sage wanted to see Yun. They were shocked. Not even the youths, but even Baldy Chin was baffled. The Divine City's elder wanted to see Yun? This was really unbelievable. In the history of the Taya Divine City, there may not be a single human sage in 500 years. Baldy Chin obviously knew that the reason the elder wanted to see Yun was definitely not because he could insert a few primal arrows into the purple tungsten wall. Yun's 3 primal arrows were indeed not bad, but it was definitely not worthy of the elder's concern. Ignoring people like Qin Haotian, even new recruits like Shonyo could match Yun's standard. This achievement, in the eyes of a human sage, was like a passing cloud. It was absolutely negligible. Then, why did the elder want to see Yun? Instructor Chin, I'm leaving for a bit. For that reward, sorry for bothering you. Yun bade farewell to Baldy Chin and followed the black-cloaked man. Baldy Chin was still stunned and did not react, nor did he make a sound. Behind Baldy Chin, Jokuei and the other youths were already dumbfounded. Their agape mouths did not close even when Yun disappeared from their sight. Jokuei suddenly recalled that before Yun lifted the primal arrow, Yun had mentioned that he was in a rush because someone might want to see him in a while. At that time, Jokuei thought that it was some medicine child that Yun picked herbs with. But now he realized that the person who wanted to meet him was the Taya Divine City elder. The person Yun casually said he was meeting was actually the Taya Divine City's elder. Jokuei began wondering if he had a mental problem. Instructor Chin, what the hell is going on? Someone asked Baldy Chin, but Baldy Chin shook his head. He had no idea too. Dismissed. Baldy Chin waved his hand. For Yun to be summoned by the elder, this was definitely a huge matter in the recruit camp. Baldy Chin did not know what Yun did that could involve the elder. He was prepared to ask Wang in a moment. And at this time, Yun had already followed the law enforcer to the Central Divine Tower. Despite seeing the huge and majestic Central Divine Tower several times, Yun was still shocked by its majesty. It was like a majestic mountain. The huge airships that flew in and out of the Central Divine Tower were as small as flying bugs compared to it. The black-cloaked man said, "The Taya Divine City has 5 elders. The one meeting you later is Elder Jiangu. Elder Jiangu is currently in the Central Divine Tower's Earth-Fire Alchemy Lab." As the black-cloaked man spoke, he took Yun into the Central Divine Tower. The hall's passageway was 5 floors high. It gave the people who walked through it a feeling like they were tiny. There were huge mural paintings and sculptures lining up along the 2 sides of the passage, and the floor was made of flat tiles. These tiles were black and they were so bright that you could use them as a mirror. When Yun stepped on the tiles, he could feel his blood circulation speed up. There was a faint feeling that his body's blood was connected to the floor tiles. These tiles. Yun suddenly recalled the description of the Central Divine Tower from the Divine Wilderness book. The tiles used in the Central Divine Tower were specially made. These tiles were 3 feet and 3 inches in length and 3 feet and 3/16 inches wide. The tiles were smooth and they were as hard as steel. They had a special name, Beast Blood Midnight Tiles. Midnight was used to describe the blackness of the tiles, while the beast blood was used because each tile was sprayed with desolate beast blood before being placed into the furnace. It was hard to imagine how much desolate beast blood was used to build this Central Divine Tower. Tiles baked in a furnace with beast blood would absorb the blood's strength. With the Array Master's elaborate setup, the Central Divine Tower became a huge treasure, allowing it to gather all the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi within 100 miles of it. It could be said that the Central Divine Tower was built using an extreme amount of wealth and materials when the Taiya Divine Kingdom was extremely strong. This was the Taiya Divine Kingdom's symbol. The black-robed man pushed a heavy stone door, which revealed a spiraling staircase that led downwards behind it. "Follow me," the black-cloaked man said and started walking down the spiral staircase. The spiral staircase was not wide and it could only allow 4 to 5 people to walk up or down it at the same time. Yun guessed that this was a small path that led underground. However, because Elder Jiangu lived underground in the Divine Tower and not at the Central Divine Tower's peak, Yun was disappointed. Yun really wanted to take a look at the levels above the 90th floor of the Central Divine Tower. He wanted to see the legendary top-class rooms. The top-class rooms were mysterious and they were of the utmost grandeur among cultivators in the Taiya Divine City. Ignoring normal cultivators, even a person like Qin Haotian, who had cultivated in the Taiya Divine City for 6 years, might not be eligible to stay in one of those top-class rooms. The spiral staircase, which did not seem to have an ending, had lit lamps on both sides of the wall. Yun estimated that he had descended a few hundred meters before they arrived in front of a metal door. This metal door was engraved with all sorts of complex patterns. The black-cloaked man stood in front of the door and bowed. "Elder Jiangu, I have brought Yun." "All right," a muffled voice transmitted from the big door. It lacked any might, but the sound did not dissipate and kept echoing. Yun held his breath. He was worried about meeting the elder. Without anyone pushing the door opened by itself. A stream of hot gas rushed forward. Hot. This was Yun's first feeling. In front of him was the Earthfire Alchemy Lab. A furnace made of brass stood in the middle of the hall. The furnace was the height of a person, and on the surface were carvings of flowers, birds, insects, and fish. Below the furnace, a green flame burned. This flame was silent. The flame was steady and it did not jump. This was the so-called Earth Fire. In the basement of the Central Divine Tower, there was a Earth Fire array that gathered the Divine Wilderness's fire for the Elder to be used in refining elixirs. And in front of the furnace stood a green-shirt Elder. He had very ordinary looks and he was slightly thin. As such, his green alchemist robes looked baggy. Behind the green-shirt Elder was a sword. The sword was wrapped up in cloth, only revealing an unsophisticated hilt. It made it hard to imagine what the sword looked like. This elder looked like he had spent a long time in the Earthfire Alchemy Lab. His eyes even looked tired, making him look listless. It was difficult to imagine that this groggy-looking old man, who did not look like anyone special, was one of the strongest experts in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. "Elder Jiangu, I have brought Yun here." After the black-cloaked man bowed, he silently backed out and closed the door. Suddenly, there was only Yun and the green-shirt elder left in the alchemy lab. Yun held his breath. He told himself to remain calm, but still, his heart beat even faster. He had seen many strong desolate beasts in the past, but when facing them, Yun had no fear. However, in front of this elder, even though the elder did not do anything and looked listless, Yun still felt a tremendous pressure. He was like a mortal trapped in a cage with a fierce tiger. "You are Yun?" the green-shirt elder lightly asked. The eyes that were originally half-closed suddenly opened, reflecting Yun's figure in his black pupils. As if he was looking at a mirror, Yun could clearly see himself through the elder's pupils. Yun tightened up immediately. He felt that the eyes were looking through him. His every inch of flesh and blood, his dantian, his organs, his 360 acupuncture points, the 12 regular meridians and the 8 special meridians were all being scanned by the elder. Heaven's eye. Yun felt a tremor in his heart. He wished he could stop his beating heart. But reality went contrary to his wishes, and Yun's heart began beating even faster. Within his heart, the purple crystal throbbed along with his heart and pulsated alone. Yi Yun's palms began to ooze sweat. The purple crystal did not react to the green-shirt elder's scan. But, when the green-shirt elder's scan swept past the purple crystal, he did not stop. The green-shirt elder carefully sized up Yi Yun a few times and he looked through Yi Yun inside out. But even after sweeping past Yi Yun's heart a few times, he still did not detect the presence of the purple crystal. Finally, the green-shirt elder withdrew his sensing. The short few seconds made Yi Yun feel like he was in a great war. It was extremely exhausting. It was much more tiring than capturing the heaven purple yang ginseng. The green-shirt elder looked at Yi Yun with a surprise. "You have formed the heaven's eyeball?" Since the green-shirt elder's senses were sharp, the fact that Yi Yun had formed the heaven's eyeball naturally could not escape his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 200, Yi Yun's Reward. Chapter 200, Yi Yun's Reward. Yes. Yi Yun had returned to normal. His rapid heartbeat and stagnant breathing was naturally perceived by the green-shirt elder. But it was nothing weird. It was rare for a youth to appear composed in front of a Taya Divine City elder. To form a heaven's eyeball before 13 years of age, you do indeed have exceeding talent in terms of perception. The green-shirt elder praised Yi Yun. He had previously heard from the Black Cloak man that Yi Yun was talented at picking herbs. He had picked more than 200 dragon scale runes worth of herbs on his first day. This perception was extraordinary. "Thank you for Elder Jian Ji's appreciation," Yi Yun respectfully answered. The green-shirt elder looked at Yi Yun with a meaningful glance. He guessed that Yi Yun must have had some special opportunity. In the Taya Divine Kingdom, there were countless geniuses. Not having any special opportunities would make becoming a top human lord, or even a sage, too difficult. The human sages that appeared once every 500 years were all full of talent. Together with great luck, they experienced stunning opportunities. Many of the geniuses in the Taya Divine City had their own special encounters. For this, the green-shirt elder was in no way surprised. Of course, the special encounters these young geniuses had were nothing when placed in front of people at the rank of the Taya Divine City's elders. Special opportunities Purple Blood Realm warriors encountered were meaningless to sages. Even if they were occasionally tempted by it, they would not compete for them. As a Divine City's elder, they had the basic amount of open-mindedness. If rumors spread of a Divine City elder snatching the special opportunities of a younger junior, the Taya Divine Kingdom's reputation would be torn apart. Previously, the green-shirt elder had used his heaven's eye to scan Yi Yun's body. If there was anything special about it, he would have noticed it. But there was nothing. The green-shirt elder guessed with certainty that Yi Yun had swallowed some divine treasure that promoted his spiritual evolution. Such an explanation was most reasonable. This time, by handing over the heaven purple yang ginseng, you did a great achievement. Unfortunately, the purple yang ginseng's main body is damaged, and a lot of the herbal essence was lost. Its soul was also destroyed. Its value is only about a third of a complete heaven purple yang ginseng. But, this seat, I said in a confident way, will not be petty and will not give you an unfavorable reward. Hearing the green-shirt elder's words, Yi Yun finally felt greatly relieved. Ignoring the reward, he had passed. In front of Elder Jiangu, Yi Yun was under immense pressure for he was afraid something might go wrong. This Elder Jiangu might still have his doubts, but after deeply probing him, he could still not detect anything. "I'll give you 10,000 dragon scale runes, and 3 glory points as a reward." Saying this, Elder Jiangu took out an unimpressive token. With his mind interfaced with the token, a dense stream of dragon scale runes flew towards Yi Yun. Yi Yun saw layers of dragon scale runes fly into his identity token. 10,000 dragon scale runes. With this amount of dragon scale runes, he could stay in the Wilderness Divine Hall for almost a day. Not only could he absorb the primordial species energy, he could also attempt to understand the founding city lord's nomological truths for an entire day. There were too many things he could do. Of course, Yi Yun knew that the 10,000 dragon scale runes were not that precious. What was most precious were the 3 glory points. The glory points were extremely precious to the cultivators in the Taya Divine City. "May I ask, what can I exchange the glory points for?" Yi Yun asked unsettlingly. Elder Jiangu smiled and took out a jade scroll before throwing it to Yi Yun. "This is the top-class second-rank rewards. All the top-class rewards have to be exchanged using glory points. You can exchange for most of the items within that jade scroll." Yi Yun caught the jade scroll and injected his consciousness into the jade scroll. Within the jade scroll were treasures after treasures. There were weapons, elixirs, and relics. Not only was there a textual description of the treasure, there were even figures. Deva Flower Sword, 1,000 dragon scale runes, 1 glory point. Yi Yun looked at the figure of the Deva flower sword. It was a full-bodied black longsword wrapped in python skin. Just from looking at the image, he could feel a sharp and murderous feeling. The Deva flower sword is made from metal that came beyond the heavens. Through the hands of a master in the Sky Sword family clan, the sword was engraved with inscriptions. When the sword was created, it was mixed with the blood essence of a primordial species. The first weapon did not interest Yi Yun. A divine weapon made from the primordial species blood essence was of course good, but it was too extravagant for himself. There were other bows and sabers that were about the same level as the Deva flower sword, but Yi Yun just browsed through them before giving them up. The first task now for Yi Yun was to increase his own strength, and not through the use of foreign objects. Yi Yun carried on looking. The further the list went on, the more expensive they became. In the beginning, the treasures were valued at 1 glory point and 1,000 dragon scale runes. But nearer to the end, most of them needed 10,000 dragon scale runes or tens of thousands of dragon scale runes. There were even items that cost 100,000 dragon scale runes. And they needed 2 glory points. Dragon Marrow Relic, 1,000 dragon scale runes, 2 glory points. A dragon marrow relic refined from a king-ranked desolate beast. It can cause marrow cleansing in a person, allowing him to break through a bottleneck. There were many relics and elixirs listed in the Jade Scroll that could be exchanged for. However, Yi Yun was uninterested in them. He had the purple crystal, so there was no shortage of energy for cultivation. If he lacked elixirs, Yi Yun would have just completely sucked dry the heaven purple yang ginseng in the number 60 mountain. By risking to hand the heaven purple yang ginseng over, he received the lacking resources he needed. Why would he use it to exchange for elixirs or relics? Yi Yun carried on digging deeper. At this time, he finally saw a treasure that moved him. The first 3 volumes of the Taya Sacred Technique, 10,000 dragon scale runes, 2 glory points. It's actually the Taya Sacred Technique. Yi Yun's eyelids twitched. The founding emperor of the Taya Divine Kingdom had left behind this compendium. The successive monarchs and the Taya Divine Kingdom city lords had even added their own understandings to the Taya Sacred Technique. After tens of millions of years, this Taya Sacred Technique had become extremely profound. It was the crowning achievement of the Taya Divine Kingdom's martial arts, and was the core of the Taya Divine Kingdom's royal family's heritage. A cultivation technique like the Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist was low in grade but very useful, hence, the Taya Divine Kingdom had no qualms about making it public. But for the Taya Sacred Technique, as a cornerstone of the Taya Divine Kingdom, the royal family had always strictly controlled it. Taya Sacred Technique. As expected, it can be exchanged. Yi Yun's eyes lit up. Cultivation techniques were extremely important to Yi Yun. Having come to the Taya Divine City, Yi Yun had no lack in relics or elixirs, but he had no cultivation techniques. By turning in the heaven purple yang ginseng, his main goal was to obtain a high-level cultivation technique. The energy within the heaven purple yang ginseng was indeed precious, but to Yi Yun, if he absorbed too much, the effects would eventually lessen. He did not have the cultivation technique to digest it and manage the energy. The basic Dragon Rib Tiger Bone Fist could not support Yi Yun's cultivation in the future. A while ago in the school grounds, when Yi Yun lifted the primal arrow to insert into the purple tungsten wall, he felt that due to insufficiency of the cultivation technique, he had trouble managing the surging power. If he had a high-grade cultivation technique that trained the body, or a cultivation technique to control his Yuan Qi, then Yi Yun's strength could go to the next level. After the Taya Sacred Technique, Yi Yun quickly browsed through the other treasures. Yi Yun paid special attention to other cultivation techniques, but after some deliberation, Yi Yun still decided on practicing the Taya Sacred Technique. This Taya Sacred Technique may be a cultivation technique, but it included attack moves, nomological truths and movement techniques. It was a comprehensive martial arts compendium. Among the top-class second-ranked Jade Scroll, it was the most complete and suitable for Yi Yun. But of course, its price was the most expensive. Currently, Yi Yun could only exchange for the first 3 volumes of the Taya Sacred Technique. The Taya Sacred Technique had a total of 9 volumes. The first 3 volumes needed 2 glory points, while just the 4th volume alone needed 2 glory points. The 5th volume needed 3 glory points. Moving on, there was no mention of the 6th volume's price. As for the Taya Sacred Technique 7th to 9th volumes, those were in the realm of sages. A typical warrior had no chance of accessing it in their lives. In fact, for young heroes, the first 3 volumes were sufficient. Those who could completely master the first 3 volumes would have the ability to show disdain for the Taya Divine City. Have you decided? The green shirt elder asked Yi Yun. Yes. Yi Yun nodded solemnly. But before I make my decision, this junior has something to ask Elder Jian Gu. Oh? Go ahead. It's like this. This junior heard from Elder Jiangu that this Jade Scroll includes only the second-ranked prizes. This junior wants to know what's within the first-ranked prizes in the top-class Jade Scroll. When Yun said that, his eyes shined. He wanted to shine in the Taiya Divine City. In the next few years, he wanted to challenge all sorts of achievements. He wanted to see what treasures there were in the Taiya Divine City that he could use as a goal to pursue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.